Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei becomes Vanishing Dragon. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You aren't getting away. Issei shouted at Rainier, who was attempting to escape with her wings. Stay away from me. Rainier yelled as Issei grabbed her leg, pulling her closer with his gauntlet-covered hand. This is for Asia, he declared, delivering a powerful punch that sent her crashing into the wall, breaking through it and landing in the church's backyard. With Rainier defeated, Issei fell to the ground, only to be caught by Kiba. Hey, Casanova, you're late, Issei remarked. Sorry, Issei. The president ordered me not to intervene, Kiba replied. Rias told you that? Issei asked, surprised. Yes, she had full confidence that you could handle it on your own, Kiba explained as Rias entered the basement with her queen, Akino. Excellent job, my adorable pawn, Rias praised. Era, it seems Issei did well, Akino added with a smile that sent a shiver down Issei's spine. Thanks, Akino, he said, grateful for her support. President, I brought the trash, Kaneko announced, tossing the unconscious form of Rainier onto the floor in front of them. Thank you, Kaneko. Now, Akino, how about waking up our guest? Rias suggested. Of course, President. With a splash of cold water, Rainier jolted awake. As she looked around, fear gripped her at the sight before her. Ah, you're finally awake. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Rias Gremory, heiress of the Gremory clan, and these are my loyal servants. You already know my pawn. The others are my queen Akino, rook Kaneko, and knight Kiba. Not that it matters, as your time is limited, Rias stated, watching Rainier's shocked expression. You think you've won just because you're here with your servants? There are other fallen angels who will come to help me. Rainier retorted defiantly. They won't come to your aid because my queen and I dealt with them before arriving here. I believe you can recognize these feathers, Rias interrupted, holding up the remnants of Rainier's fallen comrades. Terror washed over Rainier as she recognized the feathers of Calawarner, Donasek, and Middlet. Do you want to know why you lost to this boy, fallen angel Rainier? Rias asked, locking eyes with the trembling Rainier. The answer is simple. His sacred gear isn't just any gear, it's the divine dividing gear, the wings of the White Dragon Emperor. Rainier's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to say that the legendary sacred gear is in the hands of this pervert? Yes, and as foretold, it has the power to have the strength of its opponents and add that power to his own. Given time, he can match the power of the Maus and even God, Rias explained calmly. Now that we've covered that, it's time to conclude this and return Twilight Healing, which you stole from Asia. Prepare yourself, Rainier. This is the end for you. You've caused enough trouble for my pawn and his friend. As she spoke, a black orb of destruction began to form in her hand. Just as she was about to unleash it, a new voice interrupted. Me, here, shouted Fried, an unwelcome guest. Fried, save me. I'll do anything, just get me out of here. Rainier pleaded. Anything? I've always wanted to have a fallen angel as a companion. Yes, that could be an interesting deal, Fried mused, his tone relaxed. Don't be ridiculous. Just save me already. Rainier yelled, frustration boiling over as she realized her life was at stake. No deals. Even if I wanted to help, I can't take them all on. So, good luck, Fried said, glancing around until he spotted Issei, a grin spreading across his face. Issei, you have such appealing power. I'm looking forward to our next encounter. Let's have a romantic fight to the death, shall we? Fried winked, sending a chill down Issei's spine. Get lost. I want nothing to do with you. Issei shouted back. That's not how you say goodbye, but whatever. Bye-bye, have fun with her, Fried said before disappearing. Now, Rainier, it's time to finish this, Rias declared, turning her attention back to the trembling fallen angel. Rainier, realizing her last hope was gone, looked around desperately. Issei, please help me, she pleaded, her voice filled with desperation. Why should I help you? You deceived me and killed Asia. Why would I help you now? Issei replied, his head bowed, hiding his eyes. Despite everything, a part of him still felt sympathy for her. She had been his first girlfriend. Please, Issei, I will do anything. Together, we can defeat them. Rainier insisted, tears welling in her eyes, hoping to manipulate him once more. That's enough, fallen angel. I won't allow you to manipulate my servant's emotions any further. Rias interjected, placing a calming hand on Issei's shoulder. Understanding the situation, Rainier realized how Issei had returned to life after she had harmed him. Issei felt a surge of determination as he faced Rainier, who was questioning his loyalty to Rias. Issei, how can you trust her? Rainier asked, her voice dripping with skepticism. Issei lifted his head, surprised by her challenge. She is my MC. She saved me, he replied simply, his conviction unwavering. Rainier smirked, sensing an opportunity to turn the situation to her advantage. Oh, and how did that come about? She inquired, her confidence returning as she prepared to strike back. The other devils in the room tensed, fully aware of the implications of Issei's words. They knew that if he discovered the truth, it could lead to chaos. Even the newly awakened White Dragon Emperor could unleash destruction if he lost control. Issei, oblivious to the tension, answered her question. If you must know, after you attacked me and left me for dead, Rias appeared and saved my life by reviving me as her pawn. Rainier seized the moment. Then why didn't she tell you earlier and save you when she had the chance? Why let you die? The question hung in the air, causing the atmosphere to grow even more charged. Doubt began to creep into Issei's mind. What are you talking about, Rainier? He asked, confusion evident in his voice. It's simple, Issei. Rias knows who I am and what I was doing in her territory. A high-class devil can't be unaware of such things. She could have stopped me but chose to let you die so she could revive you as part of her collection. In the end, you were just an artifact for her to display to her peers, Rainier explained, her voice smooth and persuasive. Issei's confusion deepened. Why would Rias, someone he admired, leave him to die? He recalled receiving a summoning paper from the Gremory family just before his date, and the pieces began to fit together in a way that made him uneasy. He stood there, eyes wide, trying to process everything. When he turned to Rias and the others, he was shocked to see guilt etched on their faces. Anger surged within him. Guys, is she lying? He asked, desperation creeping into his voice. He wanted them to deny Rainier's claims, to assure him that nothing like that had happened. But silence was their only response, and his heart sank. What I'm saying is the truth, Issei. I may have betrayed your trust, but I never lied to you, unlike some people here, Rainier said, her tone deceptively sincere. She reveled in manipulating his emotions. I really enjoyed our date, but orders are orders. I hope you understand that, she continued, her act aimed at breaking Issei completely. Issei felt a wave of betrayal wash over him. He didn't want to believe Rainier, but the logical part of him couldn't ignore the evidence. The summoning paper and the authority of a high-class devil weighed heavily on his mind. WBI, he stammered, his voice trembling with hurt. It's simple, Issei. The reason I had to kill you was because of the sacred gear you possess. Rias used that opportunity to revive you and make you loyal to her, Rainier said, a grin spreading across her face as she pointed to the white wings that had replaced the gauntlet on Issei's arm. Is what she says true? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The room fell silent as Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko bowed their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Issei felt hollow, his will crumbling as anger surged within him, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Rias, sensing the impending chaos, stepped forward, her demonic energy gathering in her hand. Fallen angel Rainier, you have done enough damage with your words and actions. You have played with my pawn's emotions for the last time. Now prepare to face the consequences, Rias declared to the fallen with a cold and dangerous tone. Issei snapped out of his thoughts as he turned around, realizing that if he didn't act, he wouldn't get any answers. Isis. Rainier began, sensing her impending doom. As the demonic energy in Rias's hand intensified, she made one last desperate attempt. Issei. In that moment, Issei stepped forward, positioning himself between Rias and Rainier, his hands spread wide, surprising everyone present. Issei, what are you doing? Move so I can end this. Rias exclaimed, taken aback. No one is going to die tonight, Issei replied, his head bowed, hair obscuring his eyes. His voice was eerily calm, devoid of emotion, which was unsettling to those around him. Issei, please, Rias said softly, moving closer to him and attempting to place a hand on his shoulder. She spoke gently, hoping to calm the raging dragon within him, but her words fell flat. Even as a pure-blooded devil, she couldn't reach Issei in this moment. Don't touch me! Issei shouted, shaking with rage as a whitish-blue aura enveloped him. Rias felt a bead of sweat trickle down her forehead. The power radiating from Issei matched her own at full strength. She could only hope to survive the night. The other devils were in shock. Their friend and comrade had snapped, and the girl he idolized was at the center of it all. The power Issei was emitting rivaled that of a high-class devil, and if a fight broke out, they knew they would likely be at a disadvantage. Issei, please step aside so we can end this and talk later, okay? Rias urged, her voice smooth and tender. Shut up! Issei roared, lifting his head to reveal his eyes, now a stormy gray-blue. He narrowed them like a predator, his aura intensifying, causing everyone to take a step back. Before anything else happens, I want answers. Is that understood? He demanded, his voice filled with authority. When no one responded, his anger surged and he shouted, I said, is that understood? Fearful nods were exchanged among the group, knowing that defying an enraged dragon was a dangerous gamble. But now, Rias, what was the real reason you revived me? Issei asked, his tone cold and threatening. I was counting on you having a powerful sacred gear, Rias admitted, her voice trembling. And you would have left me for dead if I hadn't? He pressed. Rias! Issei yelled, frustration boiling over as he saw her hesitation. No. His eyes hardened, their blue hue gleaming dangerously. Turning to Rainier, he noticed her fear. She had thought herself stronger than a pawn, but the look in Issei's eyes warned her against any defiance. Rias, Issei said, his voice steady, causing the red-haired heiress to freeze in shock. Weiss, Issei, she stammered. You have some evil pieces with you, right? He didn't turn around, but Rias stiffened at the question. Yes, I do, but Issei, you are going to reincarnate this fallen angel. Is that clear? Issei ordered. Both Rias and Rainier exclaimed in disbelief. Rias! Issei threatened. Why yes? Rias replied quickly, fear evident in her voice. Hey, don't I have a say in this? Rainier protested angrily. Issei yanked her closer, their faces mere centimeters apart. You can choose, serve or face the consequences. Your choice, Rainier. You killed 2 innocent people, and I won't allow someone like you to serve someone as pure as Asia. Rias wanted to argue, but the intensity in Issei's eyes silenced her. Rainier possesses Asia's sacred gear, Twilight Healing, and she could be an asset to both sides, Issei stated. I didn't agree to this. Rainier shouted, trying to escape Issei's grip. You had your chance. Right now, nothing is stopping me from ending you for what you did to Asia, Issei replied, his voice low and dangerous. Choose now, death or servitude. This is your last chance, he warned, his green eyes piercing into Rainier's purple ones. Left with no real choice, Rainier nodded in surrender, ceasing her attempts to pull away. Seeing her compliance, Issei turned to Rias. Do it. The procedure was completed quickly, transforming Rainier into a half-fallen, half-devil. But now everyone leave. I'll see you when I feel like it, Issei commanded, taking a few steps toward the fallen nun. The others quickly departed, eager to avoid further provoking his wrath. Asia, I swear I won't be late again. I promise to change for the better, and I hope to see you in heaven if I ever get there, Issei vowed to Asia's lifeless body, as if she could still hear him. Tears filled his eyes as he whispered, Goodbye, my true friend. I'm sorry for not being there for you. With a heavy heart, he turned away, unaware of the green magic circle that appeared above Asia, taking her away from the church. Oh, that was emotional, but all according to plan. Now I have you, my dear Asia. Nothing will separate us again, a voice echoed in a maniacal tone. As Issei left the dilapidated church, thoughts of how to become stronger consumed him. He recognized his first major obstacle, his reputation as a pervert, which made him vulnerable to manipulation. A mere glimpse could lead him to do anything. Additionally, his scrawny physique and minimal magical reserves were significant hurdles. Determined to change, Issei resolved to curb his lecherous tendencies, acknowledging that he would need help. Next, he aimed to improve his physical strength and ultimately his magical and spiritual powers. On his way home, Issei found himself at the park where everything had begun, the place where he had taken his first girlfriend on a date, where he had suppressed his perverted side, only to be betrayed and killed, then revived as someone else's pawn. The appealing red-haired girl he had idolized turned out to be worse than he had imagined. It's strange how fate laughs at you when you're at your lowest, Issei mused, feeling the cold evening wind as he surveyed his surroundings. I should get home before my parents arrive, he said to himself, setting off for home. A few minutes later, Issei arrived home to find his parents asleep. He took a shower, had a quick meal, and went to bed. In his dreams, Issei found himself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by a blizzard. From the swirling snow, two bright blue eyes watched him with interest. Issei, we meet again, a powerful voice spoke, demanding respect. Issei felt a shiver run down his spine. Who are you? He stammered, fear creeping into his voice. It seems you have forgotten me. I was the one who gave you the power to defeat that wretched crow, the voice continued. From the blizzard emerged a colossal white dragon with blue eyes, yellow horns, and feather-like scales, towering over 50 meters tall. You must be Albion, the heavenly dragon? Issei asked, a hint of fear in his tone. Indeed, I am Albion. From now on, we are partners. Do not worry, I will not harm you, the dragon assured him, noticing Issei visibly relaxing. It's nice to meet you, Albion. My name is Isseiharem, Issei introduced himself. I know who you are. Until recently, I couldn't connect with you because you were too weak. However, your emotions and longing for power have made that connection possible. Now, what do you intend to do with my power? Albion inquired. Honestly, I've been alone my whole life and have faced betrayal after betrayal. The first was a friend who left me as a child. It sounds trivial, but try explaining that to a 6-year-old. After that, I distanced myself from everyone. Somewhere along the way, I became a pervert to push people away. Just when I thought I was safe, I was betrayed again by a fallen angel who took advantage of me. Mine, who I thought saved me, left me to die, only to revive me as her pawn. I'm ready to shut my heart off completely. To answer your question, I want to use your power to become strong enough that no one can mess with me, Issei replied, his voice tinged with sadness. Albion looked at Issei with a mix of pity and admiration. Despite his suffering, Issei was willing to work hard for a better future. Albion was determined to ensure that Issei wouldn't shut himself off from happiness. Before Albion could respond, Issei continued, I also want to get stronger to prevent what happened to Asia and to protect anyone I may come to love and care for. I will do whatever it takes to grow stronger, even suppressing my lecherous behavior if necessary. Albion was amused by Issei's sense of justice. He admired Issei's longing to protect the weak and appreciated that he still kept his heart open for future relationships. Although Issei was weak now, his potential was nearly limitless. Being 40% devil made him stronger than many of Albion's previous hosts, and his long life ahead only added to the promise of their partnership. That is very interesting, partner. I see a strong will and longing in you. However, if you truly plan on getting stronger, you must act quickly. Now that your sacred gear is activated, you will attract both strong enemies and allies, many of whom will be stronger than you. Are you ready for that, Isseiharem? Because if you try to run away, they will target those you love, Albion warned. Issei gulped at the gravity of the situation. Issei was determined to avoid confrontation with foes who were far stronger and more experienced than he was. The thought of them targeting the people he wanted to protect if they couldn't reach him was a heavy burden. "Yeah, I am ready as I can be," Issei declared to Albion, looking up with a fierce determination in his eyes. It was the gaze of a fighter, someone prepared to face hardships. Albion felt confident that Issei would become his strongest host yet. Things were about to get interesting, especially after what Albion had discovered in Issei's evil pieces. "Very well, Albion, the White Dragon Emperor, will aid you in your quest. However, this is all the time we have to talk for now. Rest assured, we can communicate even when you are not dreaming, but you must become strong enough for that to happen," Albion explained as the blizzard faded away, waking Issei just before his alarm was set to go off. "What a strange dream," Issei mumbled, rubbing his eyes to clear the remnants of sleep. "That wasn't a dream, partner. Everything we discussed was real," Albion replied in his mind. "So I wasn't dreaming?" Issei asked aloud. "No, you weren't. You can speak to me just by thinking, there's no need to talk out loud. I have a training plan that will take 2 months to complete. After that, you will be able to defeat most high-class beings without even using my powers," Albion informed him. "What is it?" Issei asked excitedly. "Hold your horses, partner. First, pack what you will need for 2 months and find a secluded mountain for your training. When we get there, I will explain what we will do," Albion advised. "All right then." Issei stood up and headed to the bathroom. After taking a shower, he packed his belongings into a backpack and wrote a letter to his parents, explaining that he had found a camp to help him with his personal struggles and that he would be there for 2 months. He then discreetly packed some food before leaving. Reaching a secluded area, he activated his divine dividing and flew toward the distant mountains. Once he arrived, he announced, "All right, Albion, we are here. What do you have in mind?" "Pretty simple, partner. I will use the magic from your evil pieces to transform you into a devil-dragon hybrid," Albion explained. "I see. How will this change my power?" Issei inquired. "Firstly, it will significantly increase your strength and speed. You will be strong enough to create craters with your punches. Your magical reserves, which are currently non-existent, will grow to rival those of high-class beings. Additionally, your senses will sharpen, and your brain will process information at lightning speed. Finally, you will gain a strong affinity for ice, which is my main element. Are you willing to proceed? The only drawbacks are that you will experience pain throughout the process, and dragon-slaying weapons will be more effective against you," Albion clarified. "Let's do it. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks, and I can finally show the world that they can't mess with me," Issei exclaimed. Suddenly, he felt a searing pain in his heart and collapsed, unconscious before he could even scream. 1 week later, when Issei regained consciousness, he was overwhelmed by a cacophony of sounds and scents. The flood of new information caused him to clutch his head, trying to ease the headache. "Welcome back to the land of the living, partner," Albion greeted. "Albion, I'm glad to hear you. How did everything go?" Issei asked. "The process went smoothly. You are now 60% dragon and 40% devil. Your magical reserves are now comparable to your MSDRs, perhaps even slightly larger. You've grown a few inches in height, and you will feel heavier due to the rebuilding of your bones and muscles. Your eyes have changed from brown to bright blue like mine, and your hair has transformed from brown to white. Your new appearance will certainly attract attention," Albion explained. "That's perfect. I can always come up with excuses for my new look. So, Albion, what's next on our agenda?" Issei asked excitedly. "Our next step will be to spend 3 weeks getting you reacquainted with your body and accustomed to the changes. You will physically train to restore all your bodily functions. At night, I will teach you how to call upon and use your draconic abilities, as well as help you HRS your ice affinity," Albion replied. "Thanks, Albion. You're the best. Now, let's get to training," Issei said, standing up and wobbling as he tried to regain control of his body. 3 weeks later. "So, Albion, what now? I've mastered my body, my draconic powers, and I have a fair control over ice. What do we do for the second month?" Issei asked curiously. "Now that your body conditioning is complete, I have calculated that you can handle almost 350 divides. We are going to unlock your balance breaker and try to increase the number of divides your body can manage. To unlock your balance breaker, I want you to jump off that cliff without your wings, Albion instructed. As he finished, Issei exclaimed, "Are you insane? I will die if I jump without my wings." Shut up. The balance breaker is only unlocked through intense emotions or life and death situations. Don't worry, I will save you before you hit the ground, Albion assured him. Fine then, let's go, Issei said, making his way to a tall cliff. Taking a deep breath, he jumped, screaming as he fell. He was getting closer to the ground, just 30 meters away when his divine dividing appeared from his back. Albion's voice roared, "Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker." In a flash of white light, Issei was enveloped in a white draconic armor and began to float in the air. "Wow, this feels amazing," Issei exclaimed as he tested his armor. He could get used to this feeling. "Congratulations, partner. I am proud of you. Now we will work on increasing your time with the armor, and I will also teach you the abilities that have been unlocked along with it. At your full power, you could go head-to-head with cadre-level beings," Albion said proudly. "Thanks a lot, Albion. It wouldn't have been possible without you. You're the best partner I could ask for," Issei replied sincerely. "Thank you, Issei. Hearing that means a lot to me. Normally, all of my hosts discard me as a tool and don't even talk to me." "Thank you," Albion responded. "Hey, don't be like that. You're practically family to me. We are the strongest duo in the world, and we will only get stronger," Issei said happily. Albion laughed heartily, and Issei resumed his training. 1 month later. "So, I'm finally back. I won't lie, it isn't great to be back," Issei thought. "I understand how you feel, partner, but it's necessary if you don't want to be seen as a stray devil," Albion said. Nodding mentally, Issei sighed and made his way to school. As he entered the gates, whispers broke out in the courtyard. "Hey, look at him," a girl said. "He's so handsome, I wonder if he has a girlfriend," another girl remarked. "I wonder what class he's in," a third girl added. These were the general thoughts of the girls at the school. The boys, on the other hand, were begrudgingly showing him respect. Issei smirked to himself. The girls who had once disliked him were now admiring him, while the boys who used to bully him were now acknowledging him. He could get used to this. Making his way to his old class, he sat down in his familiar seat and began staring out the window. Soon, the teacher entered and found the entire class staring at a certain individual. "Excuse me, are you in the right class? I wasn't informed about any transfer student coming today," she asked. "Well, that's sad, Miss Akira. You all forgot about me despite being gone for only 2 months. "It's me, Isseiharem," he replied with a grin. "That's Hayudu. When did he get so handsome? What's with his hair and eyes?" the students exclaimed. "Sheesh, settle down. I dyed my hair and wear contact lenses. What's the big deal? As for my body, I trained a lot in martial arts over the last few months, so it's nothing out of the ordinary. But I'm glad you like my new look," Issei said, still looking out the window. "Well, your parents informed us, so it's fine. Go collect your missing work from the office after school," the young female teacher said, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Hi," Issei replied. As the teacher began the lesson, a pair of violet eyes carefully observed Issei's every movement. As soon as break was signaled, Issei quickly dodged 2 punches from his old friends, Matsuda and Motohama. "Issei, you traitor!" they shouted, but Issei ignored them, pulling out a pocky stick from his bag and starting to eat. He looked at his 2 friends and asked, "Did you say something?" Both of them fell to the ground in disbelief. "Forget that, Issei. We found a great spot for peeping. It gives a good look into the changing rooms. Let's go," Matsuda said, with Motohama nodding behind him. "Sorry, I'm not really interested. I have other things to do," Issei replied, already anticipating the class's reaction. To avoid unnecessary drama, Issei got up from his seat and left the classroom, with Rainier closely following behind. He sat by a tree near the kendo club and continued eating his pocky. Murayama and Keitase approached him. "So, Hayudu, aren't we good enough for you to peek at?" they asked. It's not that you aren't appealing. In fact, both of you are among my top 10 girls in the school. I just have too much on my plate now to do something as trivial as peeking, Issei casually replied. The fact that Issei found them attractive caused both girls to blush before they apologized and left. Soon, break was over and Issei returned to his class. After school, as Issei was about to leave, he was intercepted by Rainier. Well, look who came back after 2 whole months, she said sarcastically. Oh, Rainier, I didn't know you were in my class, Issei said, surprised as he turned around to face her, recognizing her familiar form. My name in school is Yama. Remember that? Rainier hissed, stepping closer. Yeah, so what do you want, Yama? Issei asked, his voice uninterested. Where have you been, you JRK? Rias wants to see you after school, Rainier nearly yelled, furious at him. Where I was isn't important, and you can tell Rias that I don't care what she wants. I'll come to the clubroom tomorrow and start on those requests. I just got back today, so leave me alone, Issei replied seriously, letting a hint of his aura show to emphasize his point. Rainier flinched slightly at his aura, recalling the night at the church when he had nearly snapped. Fine, have it your way, she said, turning to head toward the ORC to inform her king of Issei's response. Well, that went better than I expected, Issei muttered to himself as he left for home. As he walked out the gate, he saw Murayama surrounded by 3 of the more popular guys in the school, none of whom the girls dated due to their attitudes. I told you I won't go with you, Ken. Leave me alone. Murayama shouted. Just let go, and we will show you a good time, Ken said, grabbing Murayama's arm, ready to pull her away. But before he could, Issei seized Ken's hand, squeezing it tightly enough that Ken winced in pain. He pushed Ken back, stepping protectively in front of Murayama. What are you doing here, you creep? Ken shouted, rubbing his hand. Saving an innocent girl from trash like you. Now leave before I make sure you end up in the hospital, Issei replied, his voice icy enough to chill the air around them. The intensity of his gaze made it clear he was serious. You'll pay for this, you jerk. Take your girl, she isn't even that pretty. She looks more like a boy, Ken retorted, his friends echoing his insults. Ken smirked when he noticed tears welling in Murayama's eyes. She was trying hard not to show weakness. Issei caught sight of her tears and, in a flash, struck Ken in the stomach, causing him to double over in pain. Take this trash away before I lose my patience. You have 30 seconds, Issei warned, glaring at the other boys. They quickly grabbed their friend and fled. Issei turned back to Murayama, who was still shaken. Before she could express her gratitude, he pulled her into a comforting embrace. It's okay to cry, you know. Keeping it in will only make it worse. His gentle words broke down Murayama's defenses, and she began to cry into his chest. After several minutes, she calmed down and looked up at Issei, who was smiling softly at her. Let's go. I'll walk you home, he said. She nodded, unable to find her voice, and they began walking side by side. As they walked, Issei noticed the scent of alcohol in the air. He instinctively wrapped his arm around Murayama's shoulders protectively, and they continued on their way. After 10 minutes, they arrived at her home. Well, here we are. Good night, Mura, he said, turning to leave. Just then, a blushing Murayama grabbed his hand, turned him around, and kissed him on the cheek before rushing inside. Issei stood there, momentarily stunned, his hand rising to touch the spot where she had kissed him. A soft smile spread across his face as he turned to head home, a lightness in his step that hadn't been there before. For the first time in his life, Isseiharem felt genuinely happy. Meanwhile, Murayama lay on her bed, her mind racing and her heart pounding. Why did I kiss him? His eyes are so appealing. Does this mean I'm falling for him? These thoughts swirled in her mind until sleep finally overtook her. In a shadowy room somewhere in the underworld, a man sat surrounded by 15 figures. Soon, you will be mine, Rias, he declared, laughter echoing in the dim light. The next morning, Issei awoke feeling inexplicably giddy. Why am I feeling this way? He wondered aloud. Albion, his inner dragon, responded, maybe it's because the girl you like kissed you on the cheek. Hey, who said anything about liking Mura? Issei snapped, stretching his neck. You forget that I literally live in you. Even when we couldn't communicate, I knew about everything you thought, including your crush on Murayama, Albion replied. Issei blushed, realizing the truth in Albion's words. Yeah, I've liked her since middle school, but back then, I was a total pervert, so I never really got a chance to talk to her, except when she was trying to kick my friends and me for peeking at her kendo practice. Honestly, she was the only girl I ever peeked at, and I'm glad no one noticed. You do know that if you want to be with her, you'll have to explain the supernatural to her. Plus, you'll need to keep her away from your emstu. She might try to recruit her into her peerage to gain leverage over you, Albion cautioned. I hear you, buddy. We'll figure it out later. For now, let's get in some morning training before school, Issei said, glancing at the clock, which read 5 a.m. He got up, went to the washroom, and changed into his training gear. After leaving his home, he took to the sky. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker, he called out. Once in his balance breaker form, he began to spar against an imaginary opponent created by Albion as a battle simulator. Issei appreciated this training. It kept him sharp and allowed him to practice his balance breaker abilities. Albion had informed him that many of his powers were still sealed and would unlock as he grew stronger. He learned about several abilities: Deflect, which allowed him to redirect attacks; Reflect, which sent attacks back to their origin; Refract, which altered the direction of projectiles; and Diffract, which spread his attacks over a wider area for greater damage. In addition to these defensive and support abilities, he had two powerful offensive skills. The first was Contract, which exerted immense force on opponents, capable of erasing them from existence. The final and strongest ability was Reduce, Albion's signature breath attack. It was an icy mist that could dissolve anything, even gods. The only beings against whom this mist's breath was ineffective were his rival Draig, the infinite dragon god Ophis, and the Dragon of Dreams, Great Red. Issei, during his dragnification and training, had managed to unlock Reflect and Refract. According to Albion, this was due to his draconic blood and a much higher base level than most of his normal hosts, allowing him to unlock the third liberation of the gear as soon as he achieved Balance Breaker, granting him those two techniques. After his mental sparring session, Issei made his way to the ground at 6 a.m. and began a rigorous physical workout. He continued until 7 a.m., then returned home. After eating breakfast, he got ready and left for school. As he walked, he spotted Murayama coming around a corner and heading toward the school. He hurried up to her and greeted, "Hey Mura, how are you?" She blushed at the sight of him and quietly replied, "I'm fine. Thank you for yesterday." "Oh, don't worry about it. I'll save you from anything whenever you need me. Just call, and I'll be there," Issei assured her. Murayama blushed a little more, but her confidence returned as she smirked and said, "Oh, since when did you become my Prince Charming, and since when did I become your damsel in distress? Let me think. How about since now?" Issei playfully responded. They shared a laugh, and the rest of the walk passed in comfortable silence. They separated before the final turn to school, ready to start another day. After school, Issei reluctantly made his way to the Occult Research Club. He opened the door to find Rias sitting behind her desk, Akino standing dutifully behind her. Kiba was on the couch, engrossed in a book, while Rainier and Kaneko were busy enjoying sweets. Issei approached Rias and bluntly said, "Give me a request. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can leave." Rias, irritated by his tone, snapped back, "Is that all you have to say to me after disappearing and then coming back?" "Of course that's all I'll say. Let me spell it out for you. I hate you. The only reason I'm here is to avoid being marked as a stray. Now give me a request already." "Just standing here is giving me a headache," Issei replied nonchalantly. Rias looked at him with a hurt expression before handing him a request. "This is one of Kiba's regular customers. Since Kiba is double-booked, you'll have to cater this in his place." Taking the paper, Issei channeled a little magic into it and was teleported to a well-kept apartment. Sighing, he knocked on the door and announced, "Hello, is anyone home? I'm here as a devil of the Gremory family." The door swung open moments later, revealing a blonde-haired woman with shoulder-length hair. She stared at Issei for a moment before saying, You are not Kiba. Yes, well, he was double booked, so I was sent instead. Is there anything I can help you with? Issei asked. Well, you can do what Kiba usually does, cleaning the house and cooking, she replied, to which Issei nodded. Entering the apartment, Issei removed his coat and began cleaning. It wasn't very messy, so he managed to tidy up in about an hour. After that, he went into the kitchen, washed his hands, and called out, Ma'am, is there something you'd like for dinner? Nothing special, just surprise me, came the lazy reply from the woman. Nodding, Issei got to work and began cooking. After 45 minutes, he finished making pasta and served it with a glass of wine. She looked skeptical at first, but after taking the first bite, she inhaled the food. With a satisfied sigh, she looked at Issei and said, Kid, where did you learn to cook like that? From my dad, Issei replied casually while washing the dishes. I like you. What's your name? The woman asked. Isseiharem. Yours, he responded. Mina Terumi. Here's your payment. I've decided to make a contract with you as well, she said, handing Issei a suitable amount. Thanks, I guess. Bye, Issei said as he left the apartment and slowly made his way back to the ORC. Suddenly, a magic circle opened near his ear, and Akino's voice came through. Issei, there has been a stray devil sighting. We're already at the site. Hurry up and get here. Issei sighed before activating his divine dividing and flying off into the distance. Soon, the entire ORC arrived at the site and entered the building. What Issei saw made his blood run cold. The stray devil was about to attack Murayama. Forgetting all semblance of protocol, he dashed in front of the stray devil and punched it hard, launching it into the wall behind it. As soon as he struck, Albion's voice rang out, Divide. Issei then picked up Murayama in a bridal carry and took her to safety near the ORC. Looking up with cold eyes, he said, I'm going to kill that devil. Don't you dare interfere or try anything to manipulate her. Am I understood? The intensity in his gaze and the power radiating from him made Rias take an involuntary step back before she gave him a shaky nod. Issei then turned to face the stray devil with an even colder stare. The stray devil flinched at the look before shouting, How dare you interrupt my meal? As soon as he mentioned meal, Issei's aura intensified, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop dramatically. One could see their breath in the air. Issei then spoke, Big mistake. He launched himself at the stray devil, punching it into the air. Using his speed, he reached the top before delivering a powerful blow that sent it crashing to the ground. The impact created a crater where it landed. In the air, Issei took a deep breath and shouted, Ice Dragon Emperor's Roar. A concentrated beam of ice shot from his mouth, hitting the stray devil head-on. When the attack concluded, the stray devil was left as an ice sculpture before shattering into nothingness. He sighed, stopping the release of his power and allowing the temperatures to return to normal. This caused the ORC to release a breath they didn't know they were holding. Issei then made his way to the group and to the wide-eyed Murayama. He picked her up in a bridal style, keeping her head close to his shoulder. Turning to the ORC, he said, Well, good night, before taking off. Murayama was in complete shock. The evening had been beyond confusing. First, she was chased by a monster that almost caught her, and then, in the next moment, a boy she had a crush on came in and used incredible powers to defeat it. And finally, the most popular girl in school was a devil? What was happening? In a daze, she muttered, What? But was cut off when Issei gently kissed her forehead and said, I'm taking you to my place. After what you experienced today, you deserve a good night's rest. She nodded, unsure of how to process the situation, but she couldn't deny that being carried by her crush was quite appealing. Her thoughts were interrupted when Issei stopped and teleported into his room. Murayama was shocked to find herself in his space, and she noted that there was nothing inappropriate in sight. Picking up on her confusion, Issei said, Surprised that there's nothing inappropriate in here? She nodded, still speechless. Well, I gave up on that stuff 2 months ago. Now, go lay down on the bed and get some sleep. I'll be on the floor, he instructed. Nodding, Murayama went to his bed and fell asleep almost instantly. The events of the day had finally taken their toll on her. Issei chuckled softly before heading to the bathroom for a shower. After taking his time, he emerged in his nightwear. When he came out, he noticed Murayama was whimpering in her sleep. Must be rewatching the memory, Issei mused before joining her in bed. He threw a blanket over both of them and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close. After a few minutes, he felt her snuggle deeper into his embrace, seeking warmth. Sighing in relaxation, Issei let himself drift to sleep. The next morning, Murayama groggily woke up, groaning as sunlight invaded her eyes. Last night had been the best sleep she had in ages. Not knowing why, she tried to move but found herself held by someone. Opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a sleeping Issei. Blushing, she looked down to see she was resting on his chest, cradled protectively in his arms. She smiled softly at him before remembering the events of the previous night. Deciding to wait until Issei woke up, she rested her head on his chest again and drifted back to sleep. Neither of them would be going to school that day. After an hour, they both groaned and got up together. Opening his eyes, Issei saw Murayama's light brown orbs staring into his blue ones. They were captivated by each other's gaze until Issei broke the silence. "Let's get ready. I'll drop you off at your place. Get a change of clothes and then we'll go out where I'll explain everything to you. Is that acceptable?" Murayama nodded, smirking as she replied, "Yeah, that sounds fine, but are you asking me out on a date?" "Well, you could call it a date, but before we go further, I want you to know the truth about me. Until then, it's just a meeting, nothing more, nothing less," Issei replied seriously. After getting dressed, Issei teleported to the roof of Murayama's place and said, "I'll be around that corner. I'll be waiting." He then disappeared in a bluish and white magic circle. While waiting, Issei sent Kiba a message, letting him know he was dealing with Murayama and wouldn't be going to school, but he would drop by for the usual requests after school. He soon received confirmation from Kiba, who told him he had been given the go-ahead from Rias. Issei scoffed at that thought, as if I need her permission to do anything. He was pulled from his thoughts when Murayama caught up to him. He blushed at the sight of her in a white summer dress with a cute pink jacket. Her hair was neatly styled in twin tails, and she looked appealing. Murayama smirked and asked, "So, Issei, how do I look?" "Wow. I thought you looked appealing in your school uniform, but this takes the cake. Now let's go," Issei said, taking her hand and leading her away. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of orange-brown eyes were watching and following them. Soon, Issei sensed the presence of someone nearby and sighed before saying, "You can come out now, Keites." The pink-haired girl looked a little sheepish as she stepped out. Before anyone could speak, Keites pointed an accusing finger at Issei and exclaimed, "What are you doing with her, you pervert? Mura, how are you even going with him? Don't you remember he's a pervert?" "No, wait, I'm sure he must have blackmailed you somehow." She ranted on. Issei gave her a deadpan stare before turning to a giggling Murayama and asking, "Is she always like this?" Murayama nodded and said, "Issei, would it be okay for me to tell her about last night? She's my best friend, and I share everything with her. Heck, we even decided that if we ever liked the same guy, we would share him." Issei considered this for a moment before nodding. "Yeah, you can tell her, but both of you have to promise to keep it a secret and not tell anyone else. Also, don't think my opinion of you will change if you end up sharing a boy. Isseiharems are a normal occurrence in the supernatural world, so I'm not really affected." Murayama blushed at the mention of Isseiharems and then moved closer to Keites. She took Keites' hand and led her to a secluded part of the street to explain everything that had happened in the last few days, starting with the incident involving Ken. Issei waited patiently, and after a few minutes, both girls returned, Keites blushing slightly. I'm sorry for jumping to conclusions, Issei. Mura told me everything. Would you mind if I joined you for the explanation?" Keites asked. "Sure, I don't see a problem," Issei replied, leading both girls to a karaoke bar where they rented a private booth. "Now, do you believe in the supernatural?" Issei asked. "After last night, I don't know what to believe." "Please, tell us what you know," Murayama said. "All right then. First, You need to know that every myth or legend created by humans is real and exists. This includes Japan's Shinto gods, the Christian god, devils, and angels. Let me take you back 3 months. I was just going about my usual routine when Yuma approached me and asked me out on a date. Being the naive person I was, I accepted immediately. I won't go into details about the date, but at the end, it turned out that Yuma was actually a fallen angel sent to kill me. She attacked me and I died. At that moment, Rias Gremory, a high-class devil, appeared and reincarnated me into her peerage. A peerage is a group of people that are reincarnated by a high-class devil using evil pieces. Evil pieces are akin to chess pieces that are linked to a high-class devil, making them the king. In Rias's case, she is the king, Akino is the queen, Kiba is the knight, Kaneko is the rook, Yuma is the bishop, and I am the pawn. 2 months ago, I discovered that Rias knew Yuma was out to kill me but didn't intervene. She wanted me to feel grateful for her saving me so that I would be eternally loyal to her. I was attacked and reincarnated because of my sacred gear. A sacred gear is a gift from the biblical God to humans, granting them the ability to combat the supernatural. Among these sacred gears are a group of 13 that can kill gods when their full potential is unlocked. I possess one of those 13, called the Divine Dividing, which contains the soul of one of the heavenly dragons. Yes, dragons exist, and heavenly dragons were powerful enough to defeat almost anyone. The biblical God feared them. When I disappeared for 2 months, I was actually training. The changes in my hair and eyes are due to my transformation into a dragon. Currently, I am 40% devil and 60% dragon. After my training, I returned here, and you both know what happened next. I understand if you are scared of me and want nothing to do with me. If you want to leave, you can do so now. Issei calmly told them. He closed his eyes, waiting for them to leave. It was one of the reasons he hadn't led Murayama on. But he was brought out of his thoughts when Murayama took his hand and said, "Issei, I want to be with you. I've had a crush on you for a while now, but because of your reputation and my image, I had to keep my distance. Now that the walls are down, I don't want to lose you again. I don't care about the dangers. I trust you will protect me, and I will train to defend myself as well. Also, in the future, I would like to join your peerage if you ever become a high-class devil." Issei was stunned. "You mean you like me?" he stuttered. Murayama nodded, too shy to say more. Before anyone could respond, Kate spoke up. "Mura, what are you doing? You promised we would confess to him together after we observed him for a while." "Wait, are you saying you like me too?" Issei asked incredulously. "Well, yeah, both of us have had a crush on you. The only reason we confronted you was to protect you from the other girls. We didn't really mind you peeking on us," Kate explained. "Albion, are they being serious right now? Because if not, I'd rather not have my heart broken again," Issei thought to Albion. "It seems they are telling the truth. I don't sense any deceit or negative emotions coming from them," Albion replied. Mentally nodding, Issei smiled and said, "If that's the case, would you both want to take a chance?" Both girls nodded, and they began to engage in small talk. During the conversation, the girls expressed disbelief that the girl everyone idolized as perfect could be so heartless. Issei countered by advising them to avoid the supernatural as much as possible and to act as if nothing had happened, as Rias expected him to have erased their memories. After dropping both girls off at their homes, Issei made his way to the Occult Research Club, completing 3 requests and securing 2 subsequent contracts under his name. He left the club without saying a word, leaving Rias frowning behind him. He sighed as he headed home. The rest of the day went by normally until just as he was about to sleep, a red magic circle appeared in his room, and Rias emerged, looking distressed. "Arias, what are you doing here at this time of night?" Issei asked, confused by her sudden appearance. "Sorry, Issei, but I have no choice," she said, quickly sitting beside him. Issei felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. "What do you mean? Why are you here?" he questioned. "You're the only one who can help me. Kiba won't do it because of his pride, and I can't think of anyone else." "Just trust me," she replied, her voice firm. Issei's heart raced as he tried to process the situation. He hated being used by others, and she was merely trying to achieve her own goals, with him as a means to an end. In one swift motion, he pushed himself up and distanced himself from Rias. "What makes you think I would agree to this?" he asked. "What? Am I not good enough for you?" she questioned, her eyes narrowing slightly. "That's right. I have certain standards, and double-crossing individuals are definitely not part of them. Now leave," he replied sternly. Before she could respond, a blue magic circle appeared on the ground, interrupting them. As the circle shone brighter, a figure emerged. When the light faded, Issei found himself staring at an appealing woman in her 20s. Her long hair flowed down her back, featuring a braid on each side adorned with small blue bows, while the rest was let down, ending in twin braids. She wore a maid outfit that, in his opinion, made her look even more striking. Seeing her, Rias sighed, realizing her plan had failed. "So what brings you here, Grafia? Was it father, brother, or is this of your own accord?" the red-haired princess asked as she lifted herself from her position. "On all three accounts, my lady," Grafia replied in a regal tone that impressed Issei. "Why lower yourself to this worthless specimen, my lady? You should know better than to expose yourself to the lower classes. You are the heiress of the Gremory after all," Grafia remarked, glancing at the two teens. Issei wasn't sure whether to feel insulted or grateful to the maid for interrupting Rias. He settled for both feelings. "You know I'm not some peasant, so it would be better if you took back what you said," he told her sharply. Grafia raised an eyebrow at him in response. "Grafia, even though you are my brother's queen, I will not tolerate how you treat my cute and adorable servant. Is that understood?" Rias stated, releasing a small amount of her power to emphasize her point. Grafia understood that even Rias and her peerage combined couldn't stand up to her, even at a fraction of her full power. However, she also knew she couldn't act against her since Rias was the little sister of her husband, who was very protective of her. So, she did what was expected. "I'm terribly sorry for my words. My name is Grafia Lucifuge, the head maid of the Gremory and the queen of Rias' brother," she said, bowing. Issei thought to himself that Rias had never mentioned having a brother, but then remembered he hadn't been in the clubroom for over a month, so she might not have had the chance to tell him. Apology accepted. "My name is Isseiharem, the current Hakuroku and the pawn of Rias Gremory." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Grafia," he replied, standing up and bowing to the maid. Grafia's eyes widened slightly upon hearing that her sister-in-law had gained a powerful piece. "Now that the pleasantries are over, my lady, we need to go. We have a very important meeting to attend to," Grafia stated as she helped Rias get ready and activated her magic circle. "Can Akino come with me?" Rias asked once she was dressed. "Princess of Thunder? I see no problem with that. It's actually a very good thing to have a king skirted by his queen," Grafia replied. "So, Albion, are you there? We need a plan for the raiding game. I, for one, am not going to fight for that manipulative individual," Issei thought to his partner. "I believe I have a perfect solution. I could just knock you into a coma a day before the game. That way, you won't have to fight for her and she will automatically lose," Albion replied. Issei smirked at Albion's suggestion and mentally nodded before drifting off to sleep. The next day went well for Issei. He met Murayama and Keitase before school, and the three of them shared lunch on the roof during break. He skirted them both back to their homes and received a surprise when they kissed him on the cheek. Now, however, came the part of the day he didn't look forward to, reporting to the Occult Research Club. As he made his way there, he found Grafia standing behind Rias and the others, who were lounging around. "Do you want me to tell them?" Grafia asked. "No, I will do it myself." "Thank you, Grafia," Rias replied before turning to the group. "I'm in gag." She was cut off when a yellow magic circle appeared on the ground. Upon seeing who emerged, she hissed, "Phoenix." Out of the circle stepped a young man who appeared to be in his 20s, with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes. He wore a burgundy blazer with matching breaths and black shoes, and beneath his open blazer was a simple white shirt. "It's been so long since I set foot on Earth," he said. "Riser, what doing here?" Rias asked, trying to keep her voice neutral, though it was clear she was on the verge of exploding. "Ah, Rias, my love. Have you already forgotten about it?" the young man replied, taking her arm. "No, I didn't forget, and it was agreed that I have at least until I graduate from college in the human world. So I ask you again, what are you doing here?" she said, yanking her arm from his grasp. Issei, not knowing the context of their conversation, wanted to ask the obvious question on his mind but held back, sensing that this was a situation Rias wanted to avoid. He opted to remain silent and watch the unfolding drama. The next morning, the entire occult research club waited for Issei to arrive so they could leave. He showed up a few minutes later, and the group teleported to the foot of a mountain. Afterward, everyone picked up their luggage and began climbing the mountain. Issei had decided beforehand to hide his abilities. Issei had resolved to showcase only his physical strength. As they ascended the mountain, everyone except Issei and Kaneko began to breathe heavily. By the time they reached the summit, the others were on their knees, with Kaneko slightly winded and Issei appearing completely unfazed. After 30 minutes, the rest remained on the ground, and Issei couldn't help but think, if someone like Albion were training now, they'd be finished. "Demon right they would. They're complete weaklings. It's clear they'll lose this game. Your emissary is just delaying the inevitable," Albion replied in his mind. "Well, they could win if I chose to help, but honestly I don't care. We'll stick to the original plan. They don't deserve my assistance, especially if they aren't willing to put in the effort," Issei said, and Albion mentally agreed. With a scoff, Issei declared, "I'll be training in the mountains. Don't disturb me, or I'll treat you like a threat." Just as he was about to leave, Rias called out, her voice strained, "Wait. You can't just leave, stay and give me a demonstration of your power." "Since when did I need to grant you permission to demand anything from me?" he retorted, unleashing his draconic presence. The members of the group felt as if they were being watched by a powerful predator. Without waiting for a response, Issei punched the ground, creating a small crater. He turned to the astonished group and stated, "This, along with my sacred gear, is the full extent of my power. Now, I'll be training in the mountains. Don't disturb me." With that, he spread his wings and soared into the higher, more secluded regions of the mountain, leaving his stunned teammates behind. They were soon brought back to reality by Rainier, who reminded them that they needed to focus on their training. Rias then instructed her peerage to work on whatever they felt necessary for improvement. Kiba decided to enhance his defense, power, and instincts. He requested Rias and Aquino to conjure the toughest obstacle course they could devise. The final result was a challenging course that Kiba believed would help him increase his pain threshold and sharpen his reflexes. Kaneko chose to focus on her speed. While she was strong, she knew her speed was lacking compared to others. To improve, she decided to wear weights, 30 kilograms on each wrist, 40 kilograms on each leg, and a 50 kilograms training vest under her clothes. She was confident that completing her training with the weights would significantly boost her speed by the time of the game. Rainier, the team's all-rounder, had developed an interest in hand-to-hand combat and sword fighting. She planned to wear weights to increase her speed and learn more techniques. Additionally, she intended to refine her demonic magic. Although she would never admit it, she was beginning to enjoy her time in the Gremory peerage. She was determined to give her all to help her team win, hoping to maintain this newfound peace. Aquino was the only one in the group who felt a rational concern. She knew that even with Issei on their side, they were likely to lose. Aware that her magic was limited to lightning, she decided to train to enhance her other elemental abilities. For Rias's sake, she even contemplated using her other powers, but only against Riser, as she didn't want to harm anyone in a non-official game. With a sigh, she began her training, hoping to expand her arsenal before the game. Rias was the confident one, believing she could take on Riser alone. Despite his numerical advantage, she felt that her experience playing chess against her rival Sona would enable her to devise effective strategies for victory. She arrogantly thought her control over the power of destruction was sufficient and that she only needed to improve her reserves. To achieve this, she decided to continuously exhaust her magic reserves to increase them, hoping it would carry her through the game. Meanwhile, Issei remained the most relaxed of the group. He had a plan that would allow him to sit out of the game, ensuring Rias and her team would lose. However, he still intended to use this time to train. He was focused on his fated match with the Red Dragon Emperor and needed every opportunity to grow stronger. Upon landing in his preferred training area, he asked Albion for training suggestions. "What do you think we should work on, partner?" Issei inquired. "I'm considering teaching you two of my ice moves, Frozen Fissure and Ice Field. These are wide-area techniques designed for mass impact," Albion responded. "Sounds good, let's do it," Issei replied, eager to learn. He listened attentively as Albion explained the techniques and how to execute them. After their discussion, Issei began practicing both moves. 10 days later, the entire occult research club gathered in the clubroom, awaiting the game. Rias sat at her desk, Akino standing dutifully behind her. Kiba wore protective gear on his arms and legs to prevent injuries that could hinder his performance. Kaneko donned mixed martial arts gear, looking prepared for anything, while Rainier lounged on one of the couches, seemingly at ease. However, just before Grafia arrived, Issei decided it was time to put his plan into action. He straightened up, but suddenly blacked out and fell headfirst to the ground. This action elicited calls of worry from around the room as his comrades quickly gathered around their fallen friend. This was the scene that Grafia walked in on when she appeared in her classic blue Gremory magic circle. "What is the matter, Farid?" Grafia asked in her usual regal tone. "We don't know." He was standing one moment before he collapsed on the floor unconscious. "We checked his vitals. They are all stable, and everything else seems normal except for the fact that he is unconscious," Rias replied. Before anyone could respond, the wings of the Divine Dividing appeared on Issei's back, and from them Albion spoke. "Do not fret, Queen and Sister of Lucifer. Your partner is unconscious because of the change that the gear is about to undergo." "What change are you talking about, Albion-sama?" Grafia asked respectfully. "The gear is close to undergoing an evolution that will take it to its third liberation. Because of that, all his reserves are being used for the evolution, causing him to be in a minor coma. He will remain in this state for 3 days and will not be able to participate in this game," Albion informed them. Rias looked horrified. Issei had been her trump card for the game. With him out of the picture, they were already at a disadvantage. She desperately turned to Grafia and asked, "Grafia, will it be possible to delay the game for 3 days?" Grafia shook her head. "I am sorry, Ojisama, but the elders have decided that the game will happen today. If you do not comply, it will be considered a forfeit, and you will have to marry Riser-sama in 4 days." Rias lowered her head dejectedly and sighed. She had Grafia transport Issei to a safe medical ward before she and the rest of the peerage were transported to the raiding game arena. After dropping them off, Grafia disappeared via a magic circle, leaving the ORC alone with their thoughts. After a few moments, Grafia's voice could be heard announcing, "Hello everyone. I am Grafia, a maid from the House of Gremory, and today I will be the arbiter of the raiding match between the House of Gremory and the House of Phoenix. In the name of my Sirzex Lucifer, I will be keeping my eye on this match. By using both Rias and Riser's opinions, we created this battlefield, which is a replica of Ku Academy, the school Rias attends in the human world. The location where both teams were transported will be their base. Rias's base will be the Occult Research Club's room located in the old school building, while Riser's base will be the Student Council's room in the new building. For the pawns to use promotion, please head to the enemy's base to do so. You have 5 minutes to strategize. After 5 minutes, the game will begin. Your time to strategize begins now. Kiba, can you please bring me a map of the school?" Rias requested. The blonde knight nodded and left to find it. It only took a few moments before Kiba returned with a map, which he spread out in front of Rias. "Here it is, President. If you would, I can set traps in the forest near our base so that when Riser's pawns make their way through there, we can ambush them and take them out of commission," he suggested, pointing to the map. "Yes, that looks like a perfect place to set them, Kiba. You go do that while Akino creates a mist to conceal the traps," Rias agreed, seeing the potential in his plan. "Yes, President," both Kiba and Akino replied. Meanwhile, Kaneko, I want you to go to the gym and hold off Riser's pieces that will be there until Akino finishes making her mist. When she gives you the signal, retreat so she can blow it up, hopefully taking some of the enemies with it. After that, regroup near the track field with Kiba and push forward toward Riser's base, Rias instructed her team. And what do you want me to do, princess? Rainier questioned, noticing she hadn't been mentioned in the plan. I need you to stay here and support me in case some of the enemy pieces break through. Since you have a healing gear, it would be risky to send you to the front. If any of you are too injured, retreat so Rainier can heal you. Even if one of you is taken out of the game, it could be catastrophic for us. She explained her strategy to the group, knowing she would need all of them to defeat Riser. Yes, President, came the reply from her team as they prepared for the upcoming battle. Akino here, she said, handing Rainier 2 small transceivers. What are they for? Rainier asked, examining the device. That's for communicating with us during the fight. Everyone has one, and don't worry, each high-class devil gets their own set of transceivers so they can't listen in during the game. When I finish with the mist, I'll let you know when to evacuate so you don't get caught in the blast, Akino explained, her playful side emerging. Rainier shivered slightly but composed herself. Why yeah, I will keep that in mind. Thanks, Akino. Your 5 minutes to strategize is up. The raiding game between the House of Gremory and the House of Phoenix was about to begin. Grafia announced the start of the battle as the school bell rang, signaling the commencement of the competition. All right, my adorable servants, go out there and make me proud, Rias instructed her team. Yes, they all shouted as they left the ORC building to face whatever Riser had in store for them. Akino soared into the sky, creating a mist to cover Kiba as he set traps in the woods just west of the clubroom, preparing to ambush any opposition. Kaneko made her way toward the gym, a strategic position where both sides could come into direct contact. Controlling the gym meant controlling the field. Instead of holding her ground and risking her pieces, Rias decided to let her queen take out the remaining pieces after the initial skirmish with Riser's team. 3 days later, Akino entered Issei's room, carrying food for Grafia, who was patiently seated in one of the chairs. Do you think Issei will be all right? Akino asked, concern evident in her voice. Yes, you don't need to worry about him, Akino. He will be all right. He should be waking up soon if what Albion explained to us is true, Grafia replied, gracefully accepting the food and thanking Rias's queen. It's no problem, Grafia. Thank you for keeping an eye on him. We appreciate it, Akino said, bowing to Grafia before exiting the room, leaving Issei and Grafia alone. As Grafia continued to watch over Issei while eating the food she received from Rias, she recalled what her sister-in-law had told her about the White Dragon Emperor. She trusted Rias, but the circumstances surrounding how she acquired him felt too perfect, raising her concerns about the situation. In a flashback, Rias was reading over some papers related to devil business when she felt a magic circle forming in her clubroom. Expecting it to be her brother or his wife, she was surprised when Grafia appeared through the circle, dressed in her usual maid outfit. Grafia, it's nice to see you. How have you been? Rias asked, trying to mask her discomfort. Rias, it's nice to see you too. I'm well, but I'm here on your brother's orders. You have less than 2 months to prepare for Riser. He is starting to pressure for the marriage, Grafia explained, noticing Rias flinch and grow angry at the news. I thought I still had time until that cursed marriage. Rias exclaimed, frustration evident in her voice. Yes, but Riser and the elders are pushing this, Grafia replied. Well, I have someone in my peerage who will force Riser into the raiding game, and Riser will lose to him, Rias declared confidently. And who do you have that can beat him? Grafia asked, curious about who in Rias's peerage could match Riser's strength. That's easy. I have found the White Dragon Emperor, and he is now my servant, Rias said proudly. Grafia's eyes widened for a moment before she composed herself. She wondered how Rias had managed to convince the legendary dragon to become her servant, knowing that dragons valued their freedom. And how did you manage to get him to become your servant? Grafia inquired. Rias, caught off guard by the question, hesitated before responding. When I found him at school, I approached him and asked him to come to my clubroom. I explained that I sensed a great power within him and that he would attract the attention of other supernatural beings, putting him in danger. After he understood, I convinced him to join my peerage, and from then on, it's all history. Grafia nodded, but something about Rias's explanation made her suspicious. She knew Rias cared deeply for her peerage, but it seemed unlikely that she would go out of her way to warn a human, even one with a powerful aura. Grafia hoped Rias hadn't done anything reckless, as that could lead to disastrous consequences. For now, she decided to accept Rias's words. After their conversation, Grafia excused herself, leaving Rias to sigh in relief at the close call she had just navigated. As Grafia finished her meal, she suddenly heard a grunting sound coming from Issei's bed. Lifting her head slightly, Grafia noticed Issei sitting up, looking around in confusion. "I see that you have awoken, Issei." "That's good," Grafia said, prompting him to turn his head toward her. "Where am I?" Issei managed to ask, still disoriented by his surroundings. "You are in your room, Issei. I brought you here after you passed out before the game 3 days ago," Grafia explained as he scanned his room before returning his gaze to her. "I see. So what happened in the game?" Issei inquired. "Oju-sama lost," Grafia replied. "I see. So what happens next?" Issei asked. "I was assigned to give you this pamphlet when you woke up so you could attend the party," Grafia said, handing him a pamphlet featuring the Gremry's magic circle. Why do I need to be there, Grafia?" Issei questioned, taking the paper from her. "I'm here more as a messenger, Issei. Mayams are said to tell you this. If you wish to free my sister, crash the party." Those were his words, and the party is in a few hours, Grafia informed him as she prepared a magic circle to depart, but she paused when she heard Issei mutter something that caught her attention. "Hell no, I'm not going to help that person who let me die for her own gain," Issei mumbled, unaware of how loud his voice had been. Turning to face him, Grafia noticed the anger in his eyes. She felt a pang of sympathy for him, recalling her own sister's precarious situation. Deciding to stay a little longer, she asked, "Issei, what do you mean about letting you die?" He flinched slightly, having forgotten she was still there. Issei looked up from the pamphlet with a sigh and gestured for Grafia to sit, which she did as he began to share his thoughts. "Did Rias ever tell you that I was the White Dragon Emperor before that night?" Issei asked. Nodding, Grafia replied, "Yes. 2 months before the raiding game, she mentioned that she had gained the White Dragon Emperor as her servant." "And did she mention how she gained him?" Issei questioned, his anger simmering beneath the surface. "She told me that she found you at school, approached you, and invited you to the clubroom where she explained everything, and you accepted to become her servant," Grafia recounted. Issei's initial shock morphed into intense rage as he realized the deception. Unconsciously, he began to release his power, causing the house and surrounding land to tremble slightly. Although Grafia was stronger than him, she couldn't help but be awed by the raw energy he exuded, which rivaled many high-class devils. The moment Issei's aura surged, she understood that Rias had not been truthful, and she was about to hear the truth. It took a few moments for Issei to regain his composure before he spoke again. "That person. I should confront her now," he whispered, though Grafia heard him clearly. "As much as you might want to confront her, you can't, Issei. You would become a stray and be hunted down," Grafia cautioned, knowing her emissary would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who harmed Rias. "I know that, but still," he sighed heavily, taking a deep breath to calm himself. "Know this, Grafia, what she told you was a complete lie. She let me get hurt by my date and then swooped in to revive me. If she had done what she claimed, I would have gladly accepted her offer to become a devil. But she didn't, so you can understand why I'm not going to help her. I hope she suffers." Grafia was taken aback by his revelation, now understanding his reluctance to assist Rias. If Surzex had done something similar to her, she would have reacted fiercely. Yet, Issei's next words gave her a glimmer of hope for both him and her sister. "All I ever wanted was to be loved by someone. I know I was a huge pervert, but what I went through that day was something I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. I swore over my friend's dead body that I would not be manipulated again and that I would become strong so no one could mess with me," Issei declared. Grafia listened intently as he poured out his emotions. She could see he was deeply affected, so she stepped closer and embraced him in a warm hug before he could react. Let it all out, Issei. I can see that you are still hurt by what she did. I know it's hard, but you have to keep going if you ever want to break free from her, Grafia said softly, her voice soothing. Issei found himself crying in her embrace, needing to release the turmoil he had been holding inside. After nearly 10 minutes, he finally managed to regain control. Sorry, Grafia, for seeing me like this, and for ruining your outfit, he apologized, attempting to pull away, but she held him firmly. Issei, what would you do if I told you there is someone else who is in similar pain? Someone who is so emotionally lost that it nearly drove her to madness. Grafia asked gently, still holding him close, curious about his reaction. Issei, hearing her words, immediately responded without thinking. He was the kind of guy who would always help anyone in need without question. I would do whatever it takes to help that person, he said with conviction. When Grafia heard his reply, she smiled and tightened her grip on him. Issei, I am going to tell you a story about that person, and I hope that you will truly help her since she desperately needs it. Nodding his head, Grafia released him and motioned for him to sit as she took the chair she had been in not long ago. What I'm about to tell you, Issei, is the story about my little sister and what nearly drove her to madness. No one knows about it, and I hope you will keep what I tell you to yourself. Grafia's serious tone made it clear that if word about her sister got out, he would face unimaginable consequences. Issei gulped slightly at her tone but nodded nonetheless, which made Grafia smile again. Well, this all happened during the Devil's Civil War. Flashback. It was moments before the final battle of the war. Both sides were gathering their troops for the showdown that would finally end the needless bloodshed and bring peace to the realm of the devils. On one side of the battlefield was the old Satan faction, led by descendants of the original Mao, and on the opposing side was the anti-Satan faction, led by the strongest devils alive. The location for the battle was none other than the capital of the devils, Lilith. As the battle commenced, both sides fought fiercely for supremacy in both land and air, resulting in horrendous casualties. The scale of destruction was so vast that even the largest battle in human history, the Battle of Kursk, seemed like a mere skirmish in comparison. Millions perished on both sides. During the Battle of Lilith, two siblings were engaged in combat against two others. One of the opponents was their older sister, Grafia, while the other was a red-haired man who appeared to be in his late 20s. Grafia, I didn't know you could fall so low as to side with the traitors. Do we mean anything to you, big sis? One of the siblings asked. He was a tall, handsome youth in his early 20s with long silver hair tied in a ponytail and red eyes, dressed in a silver suit adorned with accessories. That's not true, Euclid. I realized that if the descendants win, there won't be any of us left. They will make the devils go extinct, and that is one thing I cannot allow, dear brother, Grafia replied, blocking an attack from the other sibling, a girl who appeared to be in her late teens with short silver hair and dark blue eyes filled with rage directed at her sister for abandoning their cause. That doesn't matter, big sis. Our clan pledged full loyalty to Lucifer and his clan. By siding with the enemy, you have become our enemy, the girl declared, attacking Grafia again, only for the red-haired man to intercept her blow. Now, Ain, I thought you were smarter than this, the red-haired man said. You, Surzex, be quiet. If it weren't for you, both my brother and I wouldn't have to battle our own sister. Ain yelled, unleashing her fury in a barrage of fire attacks, her most powerful element. The assault caught both Grafia and Surzex off guard. They knew that Ain was powerful, and to defeat her, they would need more strength than any ordinary high-class devil. They raised their strongest barriers to block her onslaught, each hit causing small cracks to form. Fortunately for both members of the anti-Satan faction, Ain's relentless attack ceased before it could break through their defenses, leaving her exhausted from overusing her magic. Seizing the opportunity, Surzex launched his attack at her, hoping to incapacitate her and then face Euclid without worry. However, to both Grafia's and Ain's shock, Euclid positioned himself in front of Ain, taking the full force of the attack. A massive explosion erupted where he stood, sending Ain flying back several meters. As the debris settled, the two girls were left in horror. Where Euclid had stood was now a wide crater, with no trace of him remaining, as if he had never existed. Graphia began to cry, while Ain stood frozen, shattered by the loss of her brother, surrendering with no will to fight any longer. Flashback end. After that battle, Ain was imprisoned as a prisoner of war. A few months later she was released, but she remains unwilling to do anything and is almost always confined to our clan's estate, rarely leaving. She is now like a shell, all life having left her that day. Graphia concluded her story with a sad smile. Issei listened in shock, unable to fathom the pain both girls must have endured witnessing their brother's death. He stood up and hugged Graphia tightly, surprising her. "Is there any way to help your sister come out of her shell?" he asked softly, making Graphia's eyes widen at his question. "I honestly don't know, Issei." "I hope there is," she replied. Nodding, Issei released her and turned to the pamphlet he was still holding. "What would you say, Graphia? If I could help your sister, would you help me get free from Rias?" he asked, turning to look at the maid of the Gremmery. The determination in his eyes gave her hope that he might be able to help. Without hesitation, she nodded with a smile. "You have my word that I will support and help you in any way I can." That answer made Issei smile. "Then we have a deal, Graphia. I will help Rias get out of this marriage and do whatever I can to help Ain, and you will help me get away from Rias." "That is acceptable, Isseiharem. Now then, I will take my leave. Remember, you only have a few hours before the party. Use them wisely." With that, Graphia teleported away. As soon as she left, Albion spoke up. "Are you sure you want to help the redhead? Who said anything about helping her?" This was simply a part of a deal, though Issei genuinely wanted to help Ain. No girl deserved to endure what she had, and he was determined to ensure she returned to her former self. Issei donned his battle gear, a blue t-shirt paired with black jeans, topped off with a long white coat that had blue flames at the edges. The outfit complemented his hair and eyes perfectly. Looking in the mirror, he thought to himself, "I look good." Straightening up, he took the summoning paper Graphia had given him and teleported to the wedding site. He soon found himself in front of a beautifully decorated building guarded by a large number of guards. As he approached the gate, two guards blocked his path. "Halt! Who goes there?" one of them demanded. Shrugging, Issei replied, "I am no one of importance. I was invited by Lord Surzex and Lady Graphia to the wedding, and that is why I am here." He handed them the summoning paper. The guards examined it before nodding and stepping aside, bowing to let Issei pass. Inside the wedding hall, Riser stood on the stage with a smug expression. He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "Allow me to introduce you to Riser's wife," he announced, and with a snap of his fingers, Rias appeared from one of the doors, wearing a stunning white wedding dress. She moved slowly to stand beside Riser, struggling to hold back her tears. Before the ceremony could begin, the main doors burst open, and two guards flew in, hitting the walls and landing on the floor unconscious. The crowd gasped, waiting to see who had caused such a commotion, while Graphia wore a rare smirk. A freezing aura filled the room, accompanied by a mist at the door. Almost everyone began to shiver. After a few moments, a figure emerged from the mist, its shiny blue eyes the only clear feature. "Yo, I'm not late, am I?" the figure said, revealing himself to be Issei. Waved to Graphia, who waved back. Suddenly he felt a hot aura surrounding him, and he turned to find the source was not Riser, but his older brother, Ruvel Phoenix. Issei hardened his gaze and released his own aura, which began to clash with Ruvel's. Soon, the two auras were equal in intensity, and figures of a dragon and a phoenix could be seen swirling around them. Both glared at each other, waiting for the other to make the first move. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Ruvel asked in a stern yet regal voice. "The name's Issei, this generation's White Dragon Emperor and the pawn of Rias Gremmery. I had to sit the game out because of an evolution in my gear, but now I'm at full strength and want to impress the audience. Lord Lucifer presented me with the perfect opportunity by inviting me here," Issei replied with a confident smirk. He felt exhilarated by the challenge posed by someone of Ruvel's caliber. You will have your work cut out for you. The only chance you will have of winning will be if you go balance breaker. Albion, his dragon, communicated mentally. Yeah, I know, but I want to see how my base form compares to an ultimate class first, Issei responded, to which Albion nodded in agreement. As Issei finished speaking, murmurs broke out among the crowd. Some were surprised to see the White Dragon Emperor in the hall, while others plotted ways to align themselves with him, and a few whispered doubts about his claims. Before anything escalated, Surzek stepped forward. What he said is true. I invited him to provide some entertainment at my sister's wedding. A dragon versus a phoenix seems like an exciting prospect. So, Riser, will you accept? Surzek asked with authority. Excuse me, Lord Lucifer, my brother won't be contesting this fight. It will be me. Since you want entertainment, I'm sure the strongest phoenix will do better than an ordinary one, Ruvel countered. Surzek looked at Issei, who shrugged at the suggestion, causing everyone to sweat at his nonchalance. Very well then, let us go to the rating game arena. What would you like if you win, Issei-kun? Surzek inquired. But you can't give him anything, Lord Lucifer. He's just a low-class devil, a random devil from the crowd protested. Well, I invited him, so it's only natural he should receive something. So, Issei-kun, what do you need? Surzek asked. Oh, since my emissary lost the game, we'll place the same bets here. If I win, she goes free. If I lose, it goes through, Issei said with a casual shrug. Very well then, let us go, Surzek replied, ignoring the protests from the crowd as he created a magic circle that transported everyone involved to the rating game arena. Both competitors faced each other, the fight signaled to start. In an instant, Ruvel vanished from sight and, with a swift movement, launched a powerful punch toward Issei. The members of the Occult Research Club watched in shock, unable to follow Ruvel's speed. Just as the punch was about to connect, Issei's quick reflexes kicked in, and he caught Ruvel's fist just in time. In a fluid motion, he countered with a roundhouse kick that sent Ruvel skidding back. When he stopped, he felt something warm on his face and realized it was blood. Wiping it away, he looked back at Issei, who was now back on his feet. Issei's expression shifted from impassive to a teasing smirk, igniting Ruvel's excitement. This was the fight he had been waiting for. In response, Ruvel returned the smirk, and both vanished in a burst of speed that only clan heads and Mao-level devils could follow. The entire stadium reverberated with shockwaves as the collision of Issei and Ruvel's fists created a spectacle of power and intensity. Punches and kicks flew in a dazzling display of skill and strength. Issei entered the fray with an uppercut, but Ruvel swiftly blocked it and countered with a punch that Issei managed to catch. Issei then attempted another uppercut, which Ruvel also caught, but it was a feint. Using his flexibility, Ruvel leaped and delivered a powerful kick toward Issei's head. Issei caught the kick, and Ruvel grinned at him before spinning him around and tossing him into the air. In midair, Issei skillfully manipulated his body and landed gracefully. As soon as he touched the ground, he charged forward, and a flurry of punches and kicks ensued between the two. Suddenly, Issei was struck by a powerful haymaker that temporarily stunned him. Seizing the opportunity, Ruvel launched a series of fierce blows, but Issei retaliated with a heavy headbutt followed by a quick punch. Both fighters created some distance between them, neither bleeding but slightly winded. The entire Occult Research Club watched in astonishment, unable to believe the display of skill before them. Grafia smiled, recognizing that Issei's performance would surely make waves in the underworld, marking him as a topic of discussion among the higher-ups. He had demonstrated the power necessary to be considered a high-class devil, which pleased her. How can he be this strong? Rias murmured, mostly to herself. Perhaps he has a strong reason to push himself, Grafia replied, her regal tone causing Rias to flinch. The secret she had kept was now out. Riser observed the fight with a mix of awe and concern. To him, Issei was the third strongest fighter he had ever encountered. The fact that someone could match his speed and power was unsettling, and he realized he needed to be cautious around this White Dragon Emperor. Back in the fight, Ruvel grinned and declared, "You are definitely high-class devil material. But now it's over. I'm going to the next level and fight you as an ultimate class devil. It was fun, but it ends now. Come and get me. I'm not going all out yet. Ice Dragon Emperor's roar. Issei shouted, unleashing a torrent of ice energy toward Ruvel. In response, Ruvel jumped back and shouted, Hellfire Hell's Blaze. A massive wave of fire surged from his hands, meeting Issei's ice in midair. The two attacks clashed, each struggling for depths until the fire ultimately overpowered the ice. Issei dodged and flew toward Ruvel, shouting, Ice Dragon Emperor's Iron Fist. His fists were now coated in ice as he rushed at Ruvel with incredible speed, his divine dividing wings unfurled. However, Ruvel had elevated his game and easily blocked all of Issei's attacks. Suddenly, he launched a powerful punch that sent Issei flying upward. Ruvel took a stance recognized by many as one of his ultimate finishing moves. Rias paled at the sight, while Riser smirked, both believing Issei had lost. Grafia, however, knew better. Issei hadn't used the divine dividing even once during the match. He was waiting for the right moment. Surzex watched with concern, knowing Ruvel had honor and wouldn't kill Issei, but his worry for his sister was evident. Grafia noticed and gave his hand a reassuring squeeze, helping him relax. Back in the fight, Ruvel announced, Ascent of the Phoenix. His body was engulfed in flames that took the shape of a phoenix as he soared into the air and struck Issei from behind, sending him crashing to the ground in a loud explosion. When the smoke cleared, Ruvel stood over Issei, who lay limp. With a respectful look, Ruvel said, You did very well. Not many can force me to use that move. Keep training, get stronger, and come face me again. But today, it's your loss. The Occult Research Club watched in concern for their friend, while Rias was on the verge of tears, feeling she had lost her only chance at freedom. Suddenly, Divine Dividing appeared on Issei's back, and Albion announced, Divide X10. As the words echoed, Ruvel felt most of his power drain away, causing him to kneel in disorientation. Issei stood up with a smirk, saying, You didn't think you won, did you? My last attack was a trap, and your blocking it made it easier. Now I will show you my full power, the power of a heavenly dragon. You should feel honored, you are the first to witness my true power. Let me remind you why dragons are the kings of the skies. Ruvel glared at Issei, angered by the last remark. Issei then floated into the air, surrounded by a whitish-blue aura. He whispered, Balance Breaker. The aura intensified, and the divine dividing began to shine as Albion roared, Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. The entire stadium was enveloped in a blinding light, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. As the light condensed, a figure emerged, clad in white draconic armor, the divine dividing on its back, and yellow eyes fixed on Ruvel. Lord Phoenix watched in fear. That's the forbidden move. How does he know that? Surzex exclaimed. The power radiating from Issei was overwhelming, and in this state, Surzex had no doubt that Issei could challenge many ultimate-class devils. He was at an ultimate level. Grafia's smile widened. With Issei's determination and the power he possessed, she felt confident he would break the shell Ain had created around her, freeing his sister from her chains and restoring her true self. Surzex noticed her unusual grin and sent her a questioning look, to which she responded with a simple, later. Nodding, Surzex turned back to the fight, where both fighters prepared for round 3, which would undoubtedly be the final round. Feeling the immense power emanating from Issei, Ruvel chuckled and said, Well, aren't you full of surprises? But you should know that I have my clan's healing abilities. Now that the traps and techniques were out of the way, it was a battle of stamina. Let's see if you can outlast a phoenix, Ruvel declared. With that, he released his wings and soared up to Issei's level, where they locked eyes. Soon, both were enveloped in their respective auras, flying through the air and clashing against each other. Streaks of blue and yellow zipped around them, colliding like fireworks. Suddenly, the auras broke, and Issei landed a powerful punch to Ruvel's stomach, causing him to cough. A moment later, Albion called out, Divide. Issei harnessed the surge of energy, channeling it into his gauntlet to create 2 spheres of bluish-white energy. He hurled them at Ruvel, who was still recovering midair. The spheres struck him directly, sending him crashing into one of the arena walls. Emerging from the debris, Ruvel breathed as his phoenix regeneration began to heal him. Meanwhile, Issei felt the toll of the prolonged battle. The earlier damage and the repeated divides were beginning to take their toll. He gasped for breath in his armor, thinking, "This is getting tiring. I wonder how long I can keep going." Albion responded quickly, "That's what you get for not being serious from the start. You can still maintain and fight for at least 5 hours, but I don't recommend it. Finish this as soon as you can." "And how do I do that?" "No matter what I try, he keeps getting back up," Issei replied, reflecting a wave of flames back at Ruvel, who dodged and launched his own assault. They engaged in hand-to-hand combat again, sending shockwaves throughout the arena. The damage was so severe that glimpses of the dimensional field could be seen. As they fought, Albion advised, "To win, you need to hit him with something that knocks him out. I suggest using dividing maximum and launching your strongest attack. It will destroy the field but ensure your victory." "All right then, let's do it," Issei agreed, spreading his wings and speeding toward Ruvel. The sudden change in pace caught Ruvel off guard, and Issei seized the opportunity to strike him several times before sending him hurtling to the ground. Issei spread his wings again, and Albion called out, "Half dimension, dividing maximum." The spectators and Ruvel felt their power diminish. Issei gritted his teeth as his body strained under the number of divides. He channeled the energy into his palms, pointing them upward before shouting, "Take this! Ice Dragon Emperor's Frozen Sun." A gigantic orb of pure ice energy formed in his hands. Without warning, he hurled it at Ruvel, who had no choice but to absorb the impact. The orb connected with a massive explosion, obliterating the dimension completely. Issei found himself and an unconscious Ruvel floating in the void. Soon, Graphia appeared and transported them both back to the underworld. After dropping Ruvel off with his family, Issei was taken to where Surzex awaited them. As soon as they arrived, Issei dematerialized his armor and groaned, his body sore from the last move. He was greeted by the ORC and Surzex. "A deal is a deal, Rias Gremory is free," Surzex announced, and Rias, along with the rest of the ORC, hugged Issei tightly, tears in their eyes. "Thank you, Issei," Rias said softly. "You're welcome. Now, let's go home," Issei replied as they stepped outside. He turned the pamphlet around, and from it, a appealing griffin appeared with silver wings and a mighty roar. "Well, that's one way of traveling," Issei remarked, making everyone laugh. "Come on, Rias, let's go home. I'll talk to you in the morning." He lifted Rias into her seat and climbed into his own. With a powerful flap of its wings, the griffin took to the skies, leaving the ORC members behind. As they flew back, Rias tried to get Issei's attention, but to her disappointment, he stared into the distance, lost in thought. Frowning, she lightly shook him, prompting him to turn. "You need something, Rias?" he asked. Nodding, Rias spoke, "What would you want as a reward for saving me?" Issei pondered for a moment before responding with something she didn't expect. "I want more freedom in my actions, so I don't have to report everything I do to you." "You don't want my virginity or my first kiss?" Rias asked, hoping to draw out his playful side. Understanding her attempt to manipulate him, Issei calmly replied, "Nah, I would just like some more freedom." After that, the ride to Kuo was spent in silence, comfortable for Issei but uncomfortable for Rias. Upon arriving in Kuo, Rias announced her intention to move in with Issei. "I see, from now on I want to live with you. That way, we can strengthen our bond even more." To her shock, he outright refused. "Hell no. I saved you, but that doesn't mean I'll let you do whatever you want with me. I'm off to sleep." "Sleep well, princess," Issei told her before she could protest. She had forgotten that he was still upset with her, and he was determined to find his own path. Meanwhile, Surzex and Graphia watched from a distance. Graphia smiled as she observed Issei and Rias flying away on the griffin. "You look happy, Graphia. What's the occasion?" Surzex asked as he approached her. "I'm happy that Issei Haida won the match and that it's time for both of us to fulfill our agreement," Grafia replied, still gazing in the direction the king and pawn had flown. Oh, what is that, my dear? Surzex inquired, curious about the deal she had made with the young Hakriku. I'll tell you when we get back, but there's something you should know about him, Grafia said, noticing that Surzex was about to ask another question. Later. This simple word paused the conversation until later that night. Surzex nodded and turned his head in the direction where the duo had gone, a small smile forming on his lips as he considered the interesting future that awaited the young white-haired boy. On another balcony, a different conversation unfolded between the heads of the houses that had just lost the marriage. I'm terribly sorry, Lord Phoenix, about this, a red-haired man in a white tuxedo said. No, my friend, there is nothing to be sorry for. It was our greed that set this event in motion, and personally, I'm grateful that Riser finally lost, replied the ash-blonde man in an orange tuxedo adorned with golden accessories. Blinking in confusion, Lord Phoenix chuckled before elaborating. What I mean to say, Zeoticus, is that I'm thankful to the Hakuryaku for finally showing Riser that, despite coming from the House of Phoenix, he cannot always rely on his regeneration to win a fight. Seeing his admired older brother lose will surely set Riser straight. And at any rate, we both have pure devil grandchildren. So this isn't much of a problem, Zeoticus added. Finally grasping Lord Phoenix's sentiment, Zeoticus shared his thoughts. While that is true, Demigra, a new question arises. What will happen when the two dragon emperors meet? Demigra nodded, pondering the implications. With the vanishing dragon's appearance, both devils were certain that the long-standing battle between the red and white emperors, which had raged for almost a millennium, would soon resume. As the wedding party concluded, Surzex and Grafia returned home to discuss what Grafia had mentioned earlier. Once they were comfortable in their room, Surzex set a barrier to ensure their conversation remained private. Now, Grafia, will you tell me? He asked, his tone pleading. Grafia giggled slightly before her expression turned serious, causing Surzex to flinch. Despite being the strongest devil alive, he felt weak in the face of his wife's intensity. What I'm about to tell you must not leave this room until Issei or I decide otherwise. Is that understood, Surzex? She questioned, her sweet tone underscoring the seriousness of her words. Nodding vigorously, Surzex saw a small smile of approval from Grafia. Issei, your sister's pawn, wouldn't have come to save her if it weren't for me and the deal we made to ensure he would do what you asked, Grafia explained. Surzex was taken aback, shocked that Rias's own pieces wouldn't want to help their Kemsar. However, his shock quickly turned to anger, and he began to release his vast magical reserves. Grafia narrowed her eyes at him, releasing her own magic to halt his outburst. He could feel her rising frustration, which made him pale. Calming himself, he asked the obvious question. And why wouldn't Rias's own piece help her escape the marriage that upset her so much? That's because of how Rias brought him into her peerage in the first place, she replied. And how did she do that? Surzex inquired, thinking Rias had simply asked him to join. The response he received shocked him to his core. She allowed him to die at the hands of a fallen angel who is now also in her peerage, in her own territory. It's hardly a coincidence. We both know that Azazel always informs us where his fallen are to prevent any incidents that could spark a war, Grafia said, her tone chilling as she emphasized the word die. W was all he could manage to utter in disbelief. Nodding, Grafia recounted exactly what Issei had told her a few hours before the wedding while she was ensuring his recovery. Surzex was in utter shock. He had always believed Rias would never do something so cruel, especially to someone willing to serve her. Collecting himself, he asked about the deal made between Grafia and Issei. It's quite simple, my dear. I will help Issei reach high class as soon as possible, and in return, he will assist Ain in regaining her former self that was lost on that fateful day. I think that is reasonable, don't you? Grafia explained. Surzex stood there, wide-eyed. He had expected another deal, but this was beyond anything he had anticipated. He knew Ain was still hostile toward anyone who wasn't Grafia, and he worried for Issei's safety if Ain's rage took over. That's reckless, Grafia. You know as well as I do that he could get killed if he approaches her. Are you sending that boy to his death? Surzex asked, regretting his words as Graphia's eyes began to shine with a silver light he hadn't seen since the war. Surzex Gremory, don't test me, or I will easily put you in your place. I know what I'm doing. No one besides Euclid and me knows her better. Just do as I ask and keep quiet about this. I will go to collect Issei in a few days. Also, I think you owe him for saving your sister. He could have easily rejected your idea, Graphia stated coldly, her silver eyes glowing with power, prompting Surzex to nod in compliance. Now that that's settled, let's get some sleep. We will have a lot of work to do in the coming days, Graphia said, her tone returning to its usual sweetness, allowing Surzex to breathe a sigh of relief as he narrowly avoided a potential explosion of conflict. That sounds acceptable. Just bring him here during lunch tomorrow. I want to properly meet with the Hakuryuku and hear it from his own account of what actually happened, Surzex said to his Ice Queen. She nodded in agreement as they settled into bed, snuggling close before wishing each other good night and drifting off to sleep. Back at Kuro, the sun began to rise, and Issei slowly opened his eyes. After his exhausting duel with Riser, he had barely managed to wash up before collapsing into bed. As he woke, he felt a warm presence beside him. Turning his head, he was met with the sight of Rias Gremory peacefully sleeping next to him. Anger surged within him as he recalled the events of the previous night, where he had clearly told her to leave him alone. It seemed she had disregarded his words, further fueling his frustration. With a swift motion, Issei kicked her out of the bed. Rias let out a surprised "Uf" as she looked up at him, her expression shifting from confusion to concern as she met his furious blue eyes. "Ouch, Issei. Why did you kick me out of the bed?" Rias asked, rubbing the spot where he had struck her. "I thought I made it clear that I didn't want to sleep next to you," Issei replied harshly, tapping into the draconic power he had learned from Albion to intimidate her. The look in Rias's eyes indicated that it was working. "But I'm your king and," she began, only to be cut off by Issei's fierce retort. "I don't care about that. Yes, you are my king and I'm your pawn, but that means nothing to me. I wish you hadn't saved me, then I wouldn't have to deal with you and your drama all the time, you spoiled princess. The only reason I helped you last night was because Graphia made a deal with me. Now get out." Rias's pride was wounded, and she felt her authority slipping away. Attempting to assert her power, she flared her energy at him, only to be met with an even greater force as Issei responded in kind, his power surpassing hers. "Rias Gremory, get out of my house before I do more damage to you than what I did to Ruvel," Issei threatened, his aura intensifying. He knew it was an overreaction, but he didn't care. Realizing he might follow through on his threat, Rias reluctantly gathered her belongings and teleported out of the room. Moments later, Issei heard his mother calling from downstairs. "Issei, did you fall out of bed again? Wake up, it's time for school." His demeanor softened as he smiled at his mother from his room. "Yes, Mom, I'm coming down in a bit," he shouted back as he began to get ready for school. On his way to school, Issei pondered Graphia's words. Losing a brother right before your eyes was a painful experience. Despite trusting Graphia, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about the story was off. She had said Surzex's attack was meant only to knock Aine out, not to kill her. So how could Euclid, who was older and stronger, have died from an attack that was supposed to incapacitate only the initial target? This was a topic he wanted to discuss with Graphia. His thoughts were interrupted by Murayama's voice. "Ohio, Issei-kun." Smiling slightly, Issei replied, "Ohio, Murachan. How are you?" "I am fine," Murayama said, but she was cut off when Keitase rushed to join them. In a quick whisper, Keitase asked, "So, how did the game go?" "Oh, they lost," Issei answered casually. Both girls gasped and Murayama asked, "Did you not take part?" Issei shook his head and began recounting the events. They were surprised to learn that he had faced a Mao's general-level devil and emerged victorious. As they walked to school, chatting and laughing together, they were unaware of Rias watching them with anger. She was furious at the girls for their closeness to Issei and even more so at Issei for rejecting her. Determined to regain control, she planned to call a peerage meeting to set things right. Little did she know, a storm was brewing that would shake up her entire life. After school, Issei was about to drop Murayama and Keitase off at home before heading out on his requests. Just as they were about to leave, Rias approached him, accompanied by Akino. Issei, where are you going? Rias asked slyly. To drop Mura and Kat off at their places. I'll be back for the meeting and the usual requests. Now leave me alone, Issei replied coldly. Now, it's not a problem since they already know they can come to the meeting, Rias said, signaling Akino. Issei sensed Akino gathering her magical energy, realizing the timing of Rias's approach was intentional. Determined not to be manipulated, he decided to go but issued a warning first. He raised his aura, causing the air to grow cold, and released his draconic presence. The four girls dropped to their knees, with Murayama and Keitase on the verge of passing out, while Rias and Akino struggled to breathe. In a voice that resonated with the might of a dragon, Issei spoke. Fine, Gremory, I will join you in the club room, but if you try anything with them, I will show you what a frozen hell looks like. Are we clear? Rias nodded shakily, fear evident in her eyes. She finally understood the true difference in their powers. Issei suppressed both his aura and presence as he helped Murayama and Keitase to their feet. He waited until Rias and Akino had left before checking on the others. Before he could lead them away, Murayama stopped him, looking down as she spoke. Issei, please wipe our memories of everything. After what I experienced today, I don't want to go through that again. Please clear all of our memories, everything, including that moment with Ken and the hunt with the stray. We can't be in a relationship like that. Both Murayama and Keitase kept their eyes lowered as they heard Issei sigh. Well, it's not like I expected anything different. Very well. He touched both of their foreheads, and their eyes glazed over. After a few moments, they returned to the present, with Issei nowhere in sight and no memory of what had happened. They shrugged and headed back to their homes. Issei watched them leave from the air, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. He then mentally spoke to Albion. It's almost like fate is playing tricks on me. Don't think like that, partner, Albion replied, trying to lift his spirits. Think of it this way, you haven't found the one for you yet. Not all humans have a heart like yours, so don't judge them by that standard. You see me as a partner rather than a tool. Thanks, Albion. I didn't see it that way. Don't worry, I won't close off my heart just yet. I still need to help someone in need. And you're not just my partner, you're like a wise older brother to me, Issei said, a soft smile returning to his face. That's the Issei I know. And thank you, none of my previous hosts ever saw me as anything other than a tool. What you said means a lot to me, Albion replied sincerely. Hey, we're the strongest duo in the world, don't underestimate us. We still have to take on the red one, Issei declared, turning to head toward the occult research club. Absolutely. Albion agreed, and they both laughed as they made their way to the club. Upon entering the room, Issei sighed and sat down on one of the sofas beside Kiba, closing his eyes. Today had been eventful, to say the least. Issei, where are your friends? Rias asked. They're at home, Issei replied in a monotone voice. Very well, but why did you tell them about the supernatural? Do you know how dangerous it is for two girls to know about our world? Rias snapped. Don't worry, I erased their memories of everything, even me. Speaking of danger, do you know how cruel it is to let someone die for your own selfish gain? Issei retorted, causing Rias to flinch at his tone and accusation. But I didn't, she began, but was interrupted when a magic circle appeared, and Graphia stepped out, still in her maid attire. Graphia? What are you doing here? Rias asked, her tone filled with apprehension as she eyed her sister-in-law. Graphia looked around the room, spotted Issei, and offered him a small smile before turning to Rias. Hello, Lady Rias, and hello to the members of the ORC. It's a pleasure to see you all well. Receiving the same greeting from the peerage, she smiled softly, but before she could say anything further, Rias interjected. Graphia, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be by my brother's side? Rias inquired. I'm here under orders from your brother to collect your pawn. He wishes to speak with him in private, Graphia stated. This revelation shocked everyone in the room, including Issei, who was surprised that the Mao wanted to meet him alone. What does my brother want with my pawn? Rias asked, disbelief evident in her voice. That is something I cannot disclose. My orders were simple. Go to the ORC and collect Issei, the White Dragon Emperor, she replied with a shrug. It's a great honor to be called by my brother. You should go and see him, Rias encouraged, pride swelling in her chest. Yeah, princess. I'm sure he's a much better person than you, Issei said as he stood up and walked toward Grafia. Hearing that, tears began to gather in Rias's eyes. Why do you hate me so much, Issei? I revived you. I saved your life. Isn't that enough of a reason to at least respect me? She asked, sadness in her voice. As Issei and Grafia left in a magic circle, Rias was left in stunned silence, contemplating his words. In the underworld, as Grafia and Issei appeared in the hallway of Surzek's Lucifer's office building, Issei couldn't help but wonder why a Mao wanted to meet him. Issei, do you know why Lord Lucifer wants to meet you? Grafia asked, glancing at him. Honestly, no, but something tells me it's about the deal we made, Issei replied, receiving a nod from the silver-haired maid. You are correct. Now please. Follow me, she instructed as she led him away. They walked in silence through the hallway, where Issei noticed several statues of devil origin and paintings depicting influential devils throughout history. One picture caught his attention. It featured the current Lord Lucifer alongside 3 others, including Grafia. One of the males had a bald head and wore armor with a purple cape, while another had lime hair and wore a green robe. The only female besides Grafia appeared to be a teenage girl, no older than Issei, with black hair styled into 2 long ponytails and dressed in a green suit. Grafia, who are they? The other 3 in this picture? He asked, pointing at the image. Those are 3 other Maos who govern the underworld alongside the current Lord Lucifer, she explained. They are Mao Beelzebub, Mao Leviathan, and Mao Asmodeus, she replied after noticing the picture he pointed out to her. I guess they are extremely powerful? Issei asked, a hint of fear in his voice. Immensely. They possess the power to destroy entire countries with just a flick of their wrist, Grafia explained, causing Issei to pale. Now, Issei, we must not keep Lord Lucifer waiting. He has many other responsibilities, Grafia reminded him as she continued toward his office. Quickly following her, Issei soon found himself in front of double doors that appeared to be made of pure gold, adorned with intricate engravings and what he assumed was Lucifer's crest. Stopping in front of the door, Grafia turned around and adjusted his collar slightly while instructing him on how to behave and speak to the current Mao of the underworld. Issei nodded, understanding the importance of his demeanor. Once satisfied with his appearance, Grafia turned to the door and knocked a few times before hearing her husband invite them in. Inside the office, Surzek was buried in paperwork, contemplating whether this job was worth the effort. He couldn't fathom why he needed to sign even the most trivial documents. He silently vowed to get back at Leviathan for assigning him this extra work while she went off to film a new episode of her show. Sighing, he heard the familiar knock on the door, knowing it was Grafia. Taking a deep breath, he called for them to enter. As the doors opened, he was greeted by his appealing wife and the young white-haired boy he had met during Reiser's wedding party. The boy had shown great potential and determination, and Surzek had considered bringing him into his sister's peerage. However, he realized that the longer the boy stayed, the greater the risk of him unintentionally harming Rias, something he wanted to avoid at all costs. Standing up and walking around his massive wooden desk, which was cluttered with towering stacks of paper, Surzek smiled warmly at them. Welcome back, Grafia and Issei. It's a pleasure to see you again, he greeted in a friendly tone. Bowing respectfully, Issei replied, It's an honor to meet you, Lord Lucifer, especially on such an occasion. I hope I haven't caused you too much trouble. No, not at all. I appreciate your help. Please just call me Surzek. I'm not one for formalities. Now, please have a seat. We need to discuss why I called you here. Grafia, would you mind bringing us some tea? Surzek gestured for Issei to sit on one of the sofas while he took a seat on another, and Grafia went to prepare the tea. After a moment, Grafia returned with the tea, and upon Surzek's nod, He cast a barrier to ensure their conversation remained private. As they sipped the tea, Issei couldn't help but compliment Graphia on her excellent brewing skills. Graphia, this is the best tea I've ever had. Now, Surzex, I know you're busy, and judging by those stacks of paperwork, I assume you have a lot on your plate, so shall we get to the point? Issei suggested, eliciting smiles from the couple. Yes, Issei, we should. The reason I called you here is to discuss the deal you made with my wife and what transpired before you became a devil. I want to understand how you came to be one, Surzex said softly, aware that this was a sensitive topic for Issei. Taking a deep breath, Issei nodded. What would you like to hear first, sir? The deal or what happened? After a moment's thought, Surzex replied, If you don't mind, I'd like to hear how you became a devil. Nodding again, Issei recounted everything he knew, detailing the events leading up to his transformation into a devil, including the circumstances of his death. As Issei finished his story, both Surzex and Graphia looked pale, clearly disturbed by the revelation of how the Hakuryu had become a devil. It explained why he had been reluctant to assist Rias until Graphia intervened. I don't know what to say, Issei. I had no idea my sister was capable of such actions. Understand this, while we are indeed devils, we are not so cruel as to allow a human to perish for our selfish desires. I hope there is something I can do to make amends, Surzex said sincerely, empathizing with Issei's plight. If you don't mind, sir, I need some assistance with my pieces. It's related to something you call the illegal move in chess, Issei replied, causing both Surzex and Graphia to widen their eyes in surprise. Would you like to remove that restriction? Surzex asked, confused. Albion mentioned that if I combine the power of all three promotions, I could create a new form that would be slightly stronger than the Juggernaut Drive. I assume you know what that is? Issei inquired. Both Surzex and Graphia nodded solemnly, having witnessed the devastation caused by the Juggernaut Drive firsthand. As they contemplated Issei's request, Surzex turned to him with curiosity. Wouldn't that form be harder to control due to its greater power output? He inquired. On the contrary, Issei replied confidently. Without any negative influences, controlling it will be just like molding and controlling magic. Both Surzex and Graphia nodded in understanding. All right, Issei. I will arrange for you to visit my friend Ajuka, who will remove the seal on the pieces and enable you to use the illegal move, Surzex said, conjuring a magic circle to send a message to his best friend and rival. Now, onto the deal, Graphia interjected, taking a sip of her tea. Yes, and the deal, Isseihayu. Surzex began, only to be interrupted. Please, just Issei or Ise, whichever you prefer. And Graphia, the same applies to you, he said, prompting smiles from both of them before Surzex continued. Gracias. Now, what do you intend to do when you meet Graphia's sister? Surzex asked, prompting Graphia to look at him, curious about Issei's plan. Honestly, I'm not sure yet. I don't know her current state or how she will react to me. Any advice you could give would be appreciated. You know her much better than I do. But I won't stop until her shell is gone. I will work until only a cheerful Ain remains, Issei responded earnestly. Surzex nodded before turning to Graphia, gesturing for her to explain what Issei should expect. With a heavy sigh, Graphia outlined what Issei should anticipate when he approached Ain and what to be cautious of in their interactions. Issei gulped a few times, feeling a mix of fear and determination, while the laughter of Albion echoed in his mind, adding to his anxiety. After composing himself, Issei asked, So, when do you want me to go to her? I will send Graphia to you tomorrow. She will take you to the Lucifuge castle where Ain currently resides. Graphia will also provide you with a pamphlet for retreating if you find yourself in danger. Don't worry, neither Graphia nor I would hold it against you if you needed to retreat. But for now, I think it's time for you to return to school. I'll inform Rias that you're on a mission for me, Surzex instructed, knowing Ain still possessed her formidable strength. Nodding, Issei stood up alongside the couple, bowing slightly before he and Graphia made their way to the exit. They paused when they heard Surzex's voice. Should you succeed in this, I will see what I can do about promoting you to a middle-class devil. Consider it a way of returning the favor for saving my sister-in-law, he said, a serious tone in his voice. Issei was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, nodding in excitement before leaving with Graphia, who skirted him out of the room and teleported him back to school. Upon arriving back at the ORC, Graphia returned to the office, finding Surzex with his head in his hands, clearly still processing what had happened. Do you think it was wise to send Issei to her this early? Graphia asked, observing him lift his head and nod. It's better than seeing my sister in a hospital bed due to the White Dragon Emperor. I believe he might break through to the real Ain and perhaps become your future brother-in-law, he said seriously, then added a sly smirk with a wink. Perhaps you're right. I wouldn't mind if he truly becomes my brother-in-law. Maybe they can restore the Lucifuge clan to its former glory, she replied softly, a smile gracing her lips. With that, they returned to their daily tasks, Graphia heading to Ajuka to assist him in preparing the counter-formula for Issei's restriction seal. As morning arrived, Issei felt a mix of nerves and fear. Today was the day he would attempt to save Ain from herself. He reminded himself that this mission was not about any deal. His focus was solely on her. He sensed that meeting her would change his life for the better. Following his usual morning routine, Issei found himself at the front gate of the school that had transformed his life. Taking a deep breath, he walked through the gates and into his classroom. As the day progressed and classes concluded, Issei bid farewell to his friends and made his way to the Occult Research Club to wait for Graphia. Upon entering the room, he noticed everyone chatting, with Graphia calmly waiting for him, which brought a small smile to his face. Ah, Issei, perfect timing. Graphia just informed us that you're off on a mission for my brother. Do your best and make me proud. I have faith in you. Show them why you are my adorable pawn, Rias encouraged him, her voice filled with confidence, unaware of the true nature of his mission. Thanks, I will try, Issei replied, nodding at Graphia, who flared a bit of her power to teleport him away. See you later. Issei called out before vanishing to the Lucifuge estate, leaving his friends to resume their activities. Upon appearing in the underworld in front of the Lucifuge estate, Issei was awestruck. The place was magnificent, a peaceful realm with a castle far larger than the Phoenix Castle, surrounded by appealing nature that left him in wonder. It was a peaceful scene that made Issei feel at home. The meadows were filled with a variety of flowers, and coniferous forests stretched from the edge of the meadows all the way to the towering mountains in the background. The gentle sound of streams could be heard, and the fresh air made him want to settle down in this appealing place. Graphia noticed Issei's reaction to her former home and smiled. Issei, this was my home before I moved into the Gremory household. All that's left here is Ain and the nature surrounding this place. Issei turned to the maid beside him and nodded. I see. Well, Graphia, lead the way. I think it's time for me to meet Ain Lucifuge, he said, a smile spreading across his face, which made Graphia smile in return. This way, she replied, guiding him through the castle to the living room where Ain usually spent her days. As they walked, Issei couldn't help but admire the statues, paintings, and various artifacts that adorned the castle, each adding to its breathtaking beauty. However, nothing could prepare him for the sheer beauty of Ain Lucifuge, which radiated not just from her appearance but also from her presence. Sister, I didn't expect you to come here so soon, a warm voice called out. Sister, I didn't come here alone. I would like you to meet someone, Graphia replied as Ain stepped into view. Issei saw a girl about his height, likely in her late teens, whose beauty surpassed even Graphia's. He felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Ain had long silver hair cascading down her back and dark red eyes that seemed to lack luster, as if hope had been drained from them. Issei thought to himself that such a lovely face deserved a smile, not a vacant look. Ain wore a baby blue dress with silver accents that reached her knees, featuring a V-neck that highlighted her graceful figure, complemented by a blue emerald necklace and small silver heels that enhanced her elegance. Ain was surprised that her sister had brought this boy to her. She sensed his power but noted that he was not here to fight. Years of experience allowed her to read body language, and his calm aura was neither threatening nor challenging. Issei, this is my little sister Ain Lucifuge, the heir of the Lucifuge clan. And this is Isseiharem, the White Dragon Emperor. Grafia introduced them. Ain's eyes widened at the mention of his title, but her expression quickly returned to its usual dullness. However, upon closer inspection, she couldn't deny that the legendary Hakuryuku appeared perfect in her eyes. His white hair, blue eyes, and well-defined physique made her blush slightly before she regained her composure. Blushing, Issei bowed and introduced himself in a shaky voice. Hello, my name is Isseiharem. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ain Lucifuge. Ain nodded, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Hello, my name is Ain Lucifuge. It's nice to meet you. Issei, I will leave you now. Take as much time as you need to get to know her and help her come out of her shell, Grafia said, noticing Ain's lingering gaze on Issei, which brought a sly grin to her face. Ain, Grafia called, drawing her sister's attention. Yes, dear sister? Ain asked, trying to compose herself. As I told Issei, I want you to get to know him better. Maybe he will be the one to bring the old, lovable Ain back from her shell, Grafia said with a slight shrug and a knowing smile. I understand. Though I make no promises, sister, Ain replied. Don't worry, Grafia. I will help her with anything. I will do everything in my power to bring your sister back to her former self. If it isn't enough, I will keep trying until I succeed. I am a dragon, and I will divide her sorrows until only happiness remains. Believe it, Issei assured Grafia, causing Ain's eyes to widen slightly as a flicker of life returned to her gaze. Thank you, Issei. If you need anything, just call me and I will come to help, Grafia said before teleporting away, leaving the two alone. After a moment of silence, Ain decided to speak. How do you plan on doing what you promised? She asked in a low, emotionless voice. Issei turned to her with a bright grin, causing her cheeks to flush pink. Just as I said I would. I will divide your sorrows away, Issei replied, offering Ain a soft smile that made her feel at ease. She blushed again, turning away as she led him further into the castle. As they entered the living room, Issei was struck by the dreamlike quality of the space. It was filled with all sorts of furniture, a large LCD TV above a fireplace, and numerous pictures and statues that made him wonder if all high-class devils lived in such opulence. To his surprise, there were also many games, including a pool table and a pinball machine, along with other gaming platforms he had seen in the human world but could never afford. Ain stole a quick glance at Issei as he explored the room, unknowingly blushing at how handsome he looked in his casual clothing. She couldn't quite explain it, but to her, he seemed perfect. Ain couldn't explain the pull she felt towards Issei. It was as if an invisible force drew her closer with every glance they exchanged. As she approached one of the tables in the room, Issei noticed her studying a photograph. He moved closer and saw 3 children in the picture. 2 had sleek silver hair, one of whom resembled a younger Grafia, while the third was a girl with silver hair tinged with purple, Ain in her younger days. Issei thought to himself, she looked even cuter as a little girl. Suddenly, Ain turned to him with a cold voice. White Dragon Emperor, I suggest you leave now before I hurt you. I know why you are here, and I want to be alone. Issei flinched slightly but stood his ground. And why would you do that? I'm not here to fight you. If I wanted to fight, I would have entered Balance Breaker the moment Grafia left. I will not let my sister do as she pleases. She is welcome here, but I refuse to be used as a tool for anyone. I can guess what she told you, and I don't like it. So get out of here. Ain's voice was icy, but it escalated into a shout, her aura flaring as steam rose from her hands. Issei took a step back, sensing her fury. Her eyes glowed dark red, revealing the storm of emotions within her. Ain, he said softly, sadness filling his eyes. He could see the anger, but beneath it lay deep sorrow. I know how you feel. What do you know about being used? You've never had to fight someone who is your own flesh and blood or watch them die in front of you. You don't know what it was like when people tried to use me to get close to my sister and her husband. To be manipulated and then ignored. To feel lonely all the time. So I'm telling you now, get out, Hakuryuku, or I will make you regret it. Ain shouted again, launching a powerful fireball at him. Issei stood firm, raising his own aura to counter it. The coldness around him dissipated the fireball halfway, causing Ain's eyes to widen in surprise. Ain, I understand what it's like to be used and to watch someone close to me die. You're right, I won't lie to you. At first, I was here because she asked me to help you, but seeing you now, that has changed. I will help you on my own. So Ain Lucifuge, hold on tight because you're in for a bumpy ride. With determination, Issei summoned his gear, his draconic aura swirling around him and freezing the air. If this is what it takes to break through to you, then so be it. I never give up and I won't start now. As they charged at each other, the intensity of their emotions filled the air. Meanwhile, on a nearby cliff, Grafia stood with Surzex, watching the castle that loomed over the landscape. Surzex turned to his wife, noticing her keen interest in the estate. Grafia, what are we waiting for? He asked, curious about their delay. With a smile, she replied, you will see in a moment. If what I think is going to happen, we may soon have a new house head. Surzex looked at her, puzzled, until he felt two powerful auras clashing. One was as cold as the frozen tundra, while the other radiated warmth like the sun. The two opposing forces collided, creating massive explosions that echoed through the air. What is happening down there, Grafia? Surzex asked, concern creeping into his voice as he sensed the intensity of the battle. Grafia giggled, knowing exactly what was unfolding. That, my dear, is what Ain needed. Anyone who approached her before was weaker and only sought to use her. If Issei can match her strength or even surpass it, it will show her for the first time that he is there to help her, not to use her. People don't think clearly when they're filled with rage, and Ain is no exception. If Issei can weather this storm, she will slowly open up to him. Understanding her perspective, Surzex nodded, turning his attention back to the battle, hoping Issei could achieve the impossible once again. Good luck, Isseiharem de Lucifuge. Ain may be rough around the edges, but she has a soft heart inside. Treat her well, Issei. I know you can. With that thought, Grafia tapped Surzex on the shoulder and motioned for him to leave. With a nod, Surzex created a magic circle, and together they departed, leaving a young emperor to face a battle that would change his life forever. Ice Dragon Emperor's Frozen Wing Slash. Burn Fire Blaze. Ice Dragon Emperor's Iron Fist. Fire Tornado. Ice Dragon Emperor's Eternal Blizzard. Fire Storm. Ice Dragon Emperor's Frostbite. Fireball Fire Rooster. One by one, they unleashed their attacks, each collision resulting in massive explosions that sent shockwaves in every direction. Suddenly, Issei dashed forward, breaking through Ain's incoming projectile and launching a powerful punch toward her. She managed to block it but was still propelled backward, using her wings to stabilize herself while glaring at a grinning Issei. Without his helmet, Issei called out, "So, how are you feeling, Ain?" "Screw you," she shouted, firing a large elemental attack that left Issei no chance to dodge. Instinctively, he raised his fist, and from it came Albion's voice, "Reflect." The attack changed direction, hurtling back toward Ain, who barely managed to dodge it. Gritting her teeth, she searched for Issei, only to find he was no longer in front of her. Frantically looking around, she barely blocked a punch that came from behind her before retaliating with a strong kick that sent Issei crashing into a wall. As debris fell on him, Albion's voice rang out, "Divide." Ain felt her power diminish, but she shook it off and began to power up again. They engaged in both close and long-range combat, with Issei repeatedly being thrown against walls. Ain's skill in hand-to-hand combat and her natural flexibility made her a formidable opponent. Her monstrous reserves, which had grown since the Civil War, allowed her to outlast him. What surprised Issei was how she seemed to shrug off the effects of the divide as if they were nothing. With a swift punch, Ain struck Issei's face, breaking his helmet and sending him flying into another wall. She had to admit, she was impressed by his determination. He didn't seem to know when to give up. Slowly, however, she felt her rage dissipating, and fatigue began to set in. She needed to finish this quickly. Emerging from the debris, Issei grinned at the hovering Ain. "You really are something. You hardly have any openings." I won't be able to beat you if I keep holding back. This surprised Ain. She had been overpowering him from the start. What did he have planned that could help him defeat her? Oh, pray tell, what are you going to do? She asked sarcastically. Issei's grin widened. Have you ever heard of the term illegal move? Flashback. The night before in Issei's room. It was nighttime when Issei returned to the Occult Research Club, having been granted permission to go home after a tiring meeting with Mao Lucifer. After dinner and a shower, he was about to go to bed when he noticed a familiar magic circle forming on the ground. From it emerged Graphia and a tall man with green hair, whom Issei recognized as Mao Beelzebub from a picture he had seen earlier. Immediately, Issei bowed. Good evening, Beelzebub-sama. How may I help you? Graphia smiled, pleased that he remembered his manners. Ajuka hummed thoughtfully. I am here because of the favor Surzex asked of me. I will free your pieces from their restrictions, allowing you the freedom to perform your promotions. Now stand up. Issei nodded and stood. As soon as he did, Ajuka's hand glowed green, and he touched Issei's chest where the pieces were located. After a few moments, Issei felt his power rise slightly, the pulse becoming much more stable. Ajuka looked at him and nodded. It is done. Thanks to you, I have a new idea. I will create something for you that will link both your pieces and your gear for a combined effect. Until then, I want you to practice and MSTR the other 4 promotions. Good night. With that, Ajuka vanished in a green magic circle, leaving Issei and Graphia alone. They talked for a while before Graphia bid him farewell and left. Issei grinned before going to sleep. He then entered his mindscape, where he and Albion practiced his new ability to promote, creating a powerful combo. Flashback and, yes, I know what it is. What does it have to do with what's happening right now? Ain asked, confused. Issei smirked. This. Promotion night. With that, he vanished and reappeared behind her, shouting, Promotion Rook. He unleashed a full-powered punch that sent her crashing into a wall. Issei rushed toward her, declaring, Promotion Bishop. He landed in front of Ain, who was trapped under rubble, forming a strong dragon shot and pointing it at her. As she emerged from the debris, she found her face inches away from a powerful white orb. Realizing the danger, she sighed and said, I yield, suppressing her power. Issei released his balance breaker and plopped down beside Ain, resting her head on his shoulder. Initially stiff at the touch, she soon relaxed, enjoying the warmth he radiated, which was ironic considering he was an ice drake. Hey Ain, he called, making her look up to see his smiling face, which caused her to blush. Weiss, she stammered. That was fun. We could do it again later if you're up for it, but for now, I think it's time we clean up and have a little talk to get to know each other. Don't you think? I have all the time in this world for you, Issei said, placing a hand on Ain's shoulder, causing her to blush slightly at his touch. Not trusting her voice, Ain simply nodded and stood up to show him where the bathroom was and where he would be staying. After cleaning up and refreshing themselves, Ain and Issei met in the living room, which had been a battleground just moments before. Ain gestured for him to take a seat while she went to prepare something for them to eat and drink. Issei began to reflect on Ain's behavior while she was away. The next morning, Ain woke up with a blissful sigh. Last night had been incredibly fulfilling. She hadn't slept like that in ages. She decided to get some breakfast but soon realized she couldn't move, as she was being held down by something. Opening her red eyes, she saw Issei sleeping beside her. Their faces were close, and Issei had pulled her onto his chest, holding her waist tightly. Ain felt her cheeks heat up, unsure of what to do. She had never been in such a situation before. Her older brother had always driven away anyone interested in her, wanting to protect his little sister. The boys who had come into her life were weaker and had only used her for influence before leaving. In her youth, she had read a few shoujo mangas, but after her brother's death, she had stopped. Now, she cursed herself for not being prepared for this moment. She needed to talk to Graphia. Her thoughts were interrupted when Issei shifted slightly. His eyes fluttered open, and the first thing he saw was Ain's cute, blushing face. He noticed their position and felt his own cheeks flush a deep red. They locked eyes, unconsciously moving closer as the blue of his gaze met the red of hers. In that moment, they both realized something. She is the one for me. However, before anything could escalate, they both pulled away and sat up, staring in opposite directions to avoid each other's gaze. What do you want to do today? Ain stuttered. I guess you could show me around the mansion, and then we could spend some time in the gardens, Issei replied, his voice shaky. Nodding, Ain stood up and headed toward her room, her heart pounding in her chest. She looked down and noticed she was wearing pajamas that weren't hers, realizing that Issei must have changed her clothes last night. After removing the pajamas, she took a shower and made her way to the living room. She found Issei sitting there, dressed in a lilac v-neck t-shirt and blue jeans. She sat next to him, and just then, a magic circle appeared, and Graphia stepped out, smiling at the duo. Issei greeted her with a big smile, while Ain offered a small but genuine one. Graphia was taken aback. Her sister, who had been emotionless for nearly half a century, was showing emotions again. She fought back tears and looked at Issei in gratitude, who shook his head. He then gently rested Ain's head on his shoulder, his other hand holding hers and softly stroking her skin. Ain blushed deeply but didn't push Issei away, which made Graphia smile. She could see that both of them had genuine feelings for each other, even if they hadn't admitted it yet. As Graphia observed them, she couldn't help but smile at the silent interaction. It reminded her of her own past. She had once hated Surzeks, but after fighting alongside him during the war, her feelings had transformed into love. She could see a similar progression in Issei and Ain, though theirs was happening much faster. Well, this is something I haven't seen in a long time, Ain. You're smiling again. It's nice compared to your usual expression, Graphia said as she took a seat opposite Issei. Thank you, sis. It feels good to be free from those thoughts, Ain replied, feeling secure next to Issei. Nodding with a smile, Graphia suddenly turned serious, making both of them gulp nervously. They knew she wouldn't harm them, but her serious demeanor was still intimidating. Now, I assume Issei has told you about his story, correct, Ain? Graphia asked. Ain nodded. Yes, he did, and I understand why you sent him to help me. I'm grateful to both of you. Issei shook his head. You don't need to thank me. I would do anything to help someone in trouble, no matter the cost. Like I said before, anything besides a smile doesn't suit that appealing face of yours. Ain turned to him and smiled again, making him mentally vow to protect that smile and keep her safe from any danger. Graphia then explained why she had come. I see, there's a reason I'm here. I know Ain tried to tell you why she was in that state but couldn't, so I will explain. Keep in mind, what I tell you doesn't leave this room. Understood? I know what happened from her perspective, and I don't even know how to apologize, Issei replied sadly. All right, then I will share the actual events and reasoning behind everything that happened that day. Started after the Great War, when three sides were left decimated without their leaders. The descendants of the original Maos wanted to continue what their fathers had started, which would lead to the complete annihilation of the devil race. At first, Ain thought they were the strongest, but as the anti-Satan faction formed, she began to realize that even if they managed to win a battle, it would be a hollow victory. The cost would be too great, leaving their race in ruins and forgotten by history. This realization came after she encountered Surzeks on the battlefield. After hours of fighting, she understood his reasons for opposing the next great war. Graphia paused, allowing her words to sink in. Ain and Issei's eyes widened as the truth became clear. If they went to war, it would spell the end for devilkind. After I understood this, I tried to help both you, Ain, and Euclid see it too, but you were too influenced by others to hear the truth. On that fateful day of the final battle, Surzeks aimed to incapacitate you so he could confront Euclid without interference. Unfortunately, he underestimated Euclid's power, leading to tragic consequences, Graphia explained sadly. As Graphia spoke, Ain's eyes filled with tears. Issei quickly pulled her into his lap, offering comfort and reassurance that he would always be there for her. After a moment, Ain composed herself and nodded for Graphia to continue. After that day, you were imprisoned as a prisoner of war, but thanks to Surzeks and me, you were released. He tried to apologize multiple times, but you reacted with anger, pushing him away. He didn't want to hurt you further. Now that Issei has helped you open up, it seems things are looking up, Grafia continued. Yes, it all ended well. You don't need to worry, Grafia. I will do everything in my power to keep Ain safe, even if it costs me everything, Issei declared passionately, his eyes burning with determination. Grafia smiled at his words, while Ain blushed, feeling flustered by his devotion. What is happening to me? Ain wondered, glancing at Issei before quickly looking away. Grafia chuckled softly at her reaction. It's wonderful to hear, Issei. As both Surzex and I mentioned, your path to freedom is on the right track. If you continue to surpass your limits and achieve what seems impossible, you will soon become a high-class devil, Grafia said, watching Issei's face light up with excitement. Ain smiled too, knowing he deserved this after overcoming formidable challenges. She hoped that when he became a high-class devil, he wouldn't forget her. Sensing her doubts, Issei pulled her close and reassured her, enough of those thoughts, Ain. Even if I become a high-class devil, I won't let you go ever. When the time comes, I would love for you to join my peerage. Tears filled Ain's eyes again as she hugged him tightly, whispering her gratitude. They both began to envision a future together. As they lost themselves in thought, Grafia decided it was time to give them some privacy. She could see the bond forming between them and felt happy at the prospect of Issei as a potential brother-in-law. It's time for me to leave. Enjoy your time here, Sei. This is now your home too, and I doubt Ain will disagree, Grafia said, breaking their reverie. Both nodded in agreement. I'll come back later, but for now, take care you too, she added with a playful smirk before teleporting away, leaving Ain and Issei blushing and glued to their seats. After a few moments, Issei turned to Ain and suggested, I think we should get on with the day. How about you show me around? Ain smiled and nodded, and together they left to explore the estate. Throughout the day, Ain guided him through the various facilities while holding his hand and resting her head on his shoulder. The returning servants greeted them with warm smiles, grateful for how Issei had helped Ain emerge from her sadness. They even began referring to him as the young MSTR of the Lucifuge family, causing him to blush and Ain to giggle at his expense. Grafia was overjoyed to see Issei and Ain together. She wished them well for the future as their new apartment complex was prepared for their move. After their heartfelt confessions and a spontaneous moment of closeness, Ain packed her belongings for the human world. Issei felt a sense of peace in his heart. He was uncertain about many things, but one thing was clear, anyone who dared to harm Ain would face the full wrath of the Vanishing Dragon Emperor. Soon, they were teleported into a 4-room apartment, fully furnished with all the necessary amenities, including an indoor onsen, an entertainment room, and a training space strong enough to accommodate Surzex and Grafia sparring at full power. After getting Ain's room ready, Issei turned to her and said, Well, I will be off, princess. I'll be back in an hour or two after I get my things from my place. Ain nodded and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. Issei walked leisurely toward his home. As he made the final turn, he felt a tingling sensation and immediately went on guard. There was someone with holy power inside his house. He calmly entered and called out, Mom, I'm home. Ah, Issei. Come in and see who decided to visit, his mother replied. Making his way to the lounge, he saw a boy his age with silvery white hair, along with 2 girls, one with gingery orange hair and the other with blue hair featuring a green streak. They were all wearing robes and had bandaged packages on their backs. Issei recognized the boy immediately but not the girls. Grinning, he said, Yo, Sieg. It's been a while. How have you been? The boy grinned back, though his expression turned slightly serious as he replied, That it has. You sure have changed, haven't you? That I have. The same can be said about you as well. What's with the get-up and those swords? Issei asked, gesturing to the weapons on their backs. Before anyone could respond, the ginger-haired girl launched herself at Issei and hugged him tightly. Confused, he said, Excuse me, miss, but do I know you? Mao, you're so mean. You forgot about me, she pouted cutely. How exactly do I know you? Issei asked, still puzzled. Mao, you, me and Sikuan used to play as kids. Don't you remember? The girl insisted. Issei thought for a moment before it clicked. He jumped up, hugging her back and exclaimed, "Hey, how are you? It's been ages." Irina blushed as his arms wrapped around her waist, leaving her momentarily speechless. Turning to his mother, Issei said, "Mom, why don't you get us something to eat? I won't be here long. I'm moving in with a new roommate from the company I joined a few months ago." His mother nodded, a slightly glazed look in her eyes, before leaving the room. Siegfried then turned to Issei with a serious expression and asked, "So, Issei, mind telling me why you have the signature of a devil?" "Just so you know, I was forcefully reincarnated into one, and I'm mostly a dragon, but I've suppressed my power. Now, why a good old church folks like you in a run-down place like Kuo?" Issei replied. "Why should we tell a devil like you?" the blue-haired girl snapped. Issei shrugged before saying, "Since you brought your swords here, I can only presume that you're here to meet the devils in charge. Not that I can do anything about it. See you guys later, maybe we can have a drink or two tomorrow. For now, I need to get back to my roommate." Standing up, he left the trio and went up to his. He magically packed all of his possessions and then teleported to his new home. Exiting the magic circle, he saw Ain sitting on the sofa, snoring slightly. He chuckled before taking a blanket and sitting next to her. Throwing the blanket over them, he wrapped his arms around Ain as she snuggled into him, and both of them fell asleep. The next morning, Issei and Ain walked to school. Near the gate, Issei spotted a boy around his age with gray hair and grayish-blue eyes. As they approached him, Issei felt a sharp pain in his back, while the boy's left hand twitched. The boy turned to look at Issei and smirked. A voice in Issei's mind warned him, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Turning to Ain, he smiled and said, "You go on ahead. I have something I need to take care of. I'll see you after school." Ain looked a little worried but nodded nonetheless before disappearing into the school. Issei cracked his neck and clicked his fingers, acting a barrier. He then turned to the smirking boy and asked, "What are you doing here, Red One?" "Oh, nothing, White One. Our sacred gears share a link. I sensed you unlock your balance breaker and came to see it for myself," the teen replied, still smirking. Issei returned the grin and said, "So, do you want to take it somewhere else?" The teen nodded, and both of them headed toward the mountain range near Kuro. "So, you got a name?" Issei asked, activating his divine dividing and acting a barrier. "Valet," the teen replied, activating his boosted gear. They stood facing each other, and before they could begin, Issei asked, "So, are we going all out, or just getting a feel for each other, or are we just talking?" Valet grinned and said, "Just to talk today. You interest me a lot, Issei Hayadu. A devil for 3 months, and you've already defeated an ultimate class devil in combat. Impressive. Heh, it seems you did some research on me. So how about you tell me about yourself and why Albion felt Lucifer on you?" Issei asked. Valet froze for a moment before frowning and said, "I am the great-grandson of the original Lucifer, born to a pure-blooded and a human mother. And I am the Red Dragon Emperor." Whistling, Issei replied, "That's a heritage to protect, don't you think? And you are the Red Dragon Emperor. Drake sure got lucky, you have your natural body strength and reserves. I had to build mine from scratch." Still frowning, Valet snapped, "It isn't all that glorious." "Shut up, you know nothing." He finished and burst toward Issei, sending a strong punch that caught Issei off guard with its speed and force. Narrowing his eyes, Issei released his dragon form, his eyes turning to slits and bluish scales forming around his body. He retaliated with a powerful punch that Valet barely managed to block, though he was taken aback by the force. Both of them stared at each other before disappearing in bursts of speed, starting a fierce fistfight. As they collided, both rival dragons communicated mentally, preparing for the challenge ahead. After a long time apart, the two dragons finally had a chance to speak. "So, Drake, care to tell me why your host suddenly snapped?" Albion asked. "It's not my place to say, Albion. But please, tell me why your host has an affinity for ice that could potentially match yours when you were at your prime," Drake replied, returning the question. "It's not my place to say either. Drake, Albion responded, a smirk evident in his tone. Touché. I think we should break them up. We will have our fight later on, but it's too early, and I want to stay with a single host for now, Drake suggested. Agreed, Albion replied, and together they shouted for their hosts to stop. The two fighters broke their deadlock and turned to each other. It seems that's it for the spar, Valley. See you soon, Issei said as he adjusted his uniform and headed off to school. Valis simply nodded and disappeared into a magic circle. He was pleased that his rival was someone worthy, while Issei felt a sense of worry. Valley was much stronger than he was, and he needed to step up his training if he was to defeat Valley in their destined match. During break time, Issei entered the classroom and noticed Ain surrounded by both girls and boys. The girls were asking her about her likes and dislikes, while the boys were pestering her for a date. Sighing, he approached her seat, took her hand, and pulled her into his chest, giving her a quick kiss on the lips. He then let her go and turned to the rest of the class. I see you guys have met my fiancée. I hope you didn't disturb her, he said. When he received no answer, he turned to a blushing Ain and added, Ai-chan, let's go get some lunch before the next class. He took her hand and led her out, causing murmurs to ripple through the classroom. By the end of the break, the entire school would know that the new transfer student, whose beauty eclipsed even the four queens, was the fiancé of one Isseiharem. Issei took Ain to the rooftop, where he summoned 2 lunchboxes, and they began to eat. They chatted about Ain's first experiences at the school. Curiously, she asked, Issei, who was that guy you went off with in the morning? Issei sighed. He didn't want to lie to Ain. She was his girlfriend and slightly stronger than he was, so he felt secure. He was the Red Dragon Emperor who came for a talk. Ain's eyes widened at this revelation. She immediately began checking Issei for wounds but relaxed when he assured her that they hadn't even used their balance breakers. You know, I was worried. We just got together, and the Red Dragon appeared, Ain said quietly. Issei's expression softened at her concern. He pulled her into his lap and gave her a gentle kiss on the lips. Don't worry. I've fought and won against enemies much stronger than me. You won't get rid of me that easily. She lightly punched his chest and muttered, Baka. They enjoyed each other's company until the bell rang, and then they made their way to the Occult Research Club. Issei had convinced Ain not to do anything that would cause permanent damage to Rias's peerage members. However, he was surprised to see his 2 childhood friends and their teammates sitting on one of the sofas, indicating that discussions were about to begin. Issei entered with Ain and greeted them. Yo, Sieg Iron. How are you doing? Fine, good, don't talk like you know me, devil, the church trio replied. Arai, it's good that you're here. We were just starting the meeting. And who is this? Rias asked, pointing at Ain, who completely ignored her, causing Rias to grow a tick mark. She is my girlfriend, Ain Lucifuge, the heiress of the Lucifuge clan. And mind your business, Gremmy. I am only yours to command during raiding games. Other than that, you have no power over me, Issei replied sharply, making Rias bite her lip to hold back tears before starting the meeting. Well, we are here to inform you that we have a retrieval mission for 3 Excalibur fragments that were stolen, Siegfried stated calmly. I see. So, are you requesting our assistance? Rias inquired in a regal tone. No, we are telling you to stay out of our way or else, the blue-haired exorcist said. Rias flared her aura. Listen here, this is my territory. I won't tolerate the tone you're using, exorcist. Before the blue-haired exorcist could respond, Irina interrupted. Zenobia, stop. We are not here to cause any problems. I apologize for her, she's a little hot-headed. We also request that you let us conduct our search on our own, as it is. Church business. Before Rias could respond, Issei spoke up. Not Sieg, who stole those fragments. If you want us to stay away, at least give us all the information. We won't tell you anything. Let us do what we want, or I will smite you, Zenobia snarled, causing Issei to chuckle, which earned him incredulous looks from everyone. I wonder how the current Mao Lucifer will feel when he learns you smote his little sister, he said, still chuckling. Lord Michael will smite him and his wife if he gets involved, Zenobia replied smugly. Before Rias could respond, the room filled with a potent killing intent. Issei's eyes lost their playfulness, replaced by a cold glare. Insult the spoiled princess as much as you want, but badmouth Lord Lucifer and Lady Graphia, and I will end you myself. Do I make myself clear? Is that a threat, Issei? Siegfried asked, his tone stiff. He was the only one in the room, along with Ain, who seemed unaffected by Issei's killing intent. No. What your teammate said was a threat, what I said was a promise, Issei replied coldly, releasing his divine dividing as a sign of his seriousness. Perfect. Then let's take it outside, Kiba said, glaring at the swords Zenobia and Irina were holding. Rias tried to stop the fight, but it seemed futile. Issei refused to fight, stating that his point had been made clear. As a result, Rainier and Kiba were sent to fight Irina and Zenobia. During the fight, Issei and Siegfried engaged in small talk, both understanding that they would sometimes need to stand up for their respective factions. It was necessary, but that didn't change the fact that they were still the best of friends and trusted each other. The fight ended in a 1-1 draw, with Rainier defeating Irina and Zenobia overcoming Kiba. In the end, it was decided that the church would involve the devils if the threat level increased and affected all of Kuo. After the spar, the three exorcists left. Kiba seethed before departing, declaring that he would have his revenge, even if it meant going rogue. Issei shrugged and left with Ain to their apartment complex. As soon as they entered, they found Surzex and Graphia waiting for them. Seeing them, Ain exclaimed, "Inasama, what are you doing here?" Surzex smiled, pleased that Ain was coming out of her shell and had accepted him as her sister's husband, finally calling him her brother. He then looked at Issei, who was gazing at Ain with a happy and loving smile, a look Surzex knew well. "We would like for you to meet someone," Surzex said. As soon as he spoke, a green magic circle appeared, and from it emerged a figure with purple eyes, a goatee and brown hair with yellow tips. He looked at Issei and Ain and said, "Yo, it's nice to meet this generation's White Dragon Emperor and the Underworld's Fire Princess." Seeing the confused expressions of his sister-in-law and soon-to-be brother-in-law, Surzex continued, "Ain, this is Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels. He has some information that involves Kuo, and I think you will find it highly useful." "Yo, so what does the leader of the fallen need with little old me?" Issei asked sarcastically, referring to Rainier. Azazel bowed his head and said, "I would like to begin by saying that the group that attacked you was a rogue contingent. It is led by Kokabeel, who I believe is also involved with the Excalibur incident." Both Issei and Ain were surprised to learn that someone who had fought and survived in the Old Great War was behind the whole setup. Ain then spoke up, asking, "Then why don't you go and hunt him down? No offense, but he is under your jurisdiction. It could also be that he is doing this under your orders." Surzex replied before Azazel could speak, "Azazel and I have an agreement. He informs me if there is a fallen angel mission in devil territory, while I do the same for devils in fallen territory. He has never failed before Issei's incident, which indicates that it was indeed a rogue contingent." Ain nodded in understanding. "I apologize, Azazel Dano. Forgive my rudeness," she said politely. "Pish-posh, it's no problem. Also, congratulations on getting together, both of you. So tell me, Haku, have you and the Fire Princess taken the next step yet?" Azazel asked with a teasing grin. Both Issei and Ain blushed at his question and quickly denied it. Surzex and Graphia looked amused at the embarrassed couple's plight. Before Azazel turned slightly serious and said, "The real reason I am here is to tell you that Kokabeel will make his move soon, so you need to be prepared." He then waved goodbye to Surzex and Graphia before leaving. "Well, we will be leaving as well. Though can we expect nephews or nieces anytime soon?" Graphia asked teasingly. "Ne-sama ne-chan." Both Issei and Ain shouted together, causing Surzex to laugh while Graphia chuckled heartily before they left the blushing couple alone. Once they were gone, Ain went to the kitchen to cook dinner while Issei took a shower. When he emerged from the washroom, he was only wearing casual trousers. Making his way to the kitchen, he saw Ain in casual wear, sporting a "Kiss the Chef" apron as she hummed while cooking. Smiling, Issei sneaked up on her, hugging her from behind and pulling her into his chest, eliciting a small gasp from her. "So appealing, what are you making?" "Pancakes," she answered, melting into the warmth and safety of Issei's arms. He then pushed her long silver hair to one side and kissed her exposed neck, causing her to shiver at the feel of his soft lips and warm breath. He whispered, "I love you," before nibbling on her ear, making Ain shudder. He then let her go and helped her with the cooking. When they were both done, Ain decided to get playful and sat down on his lap, wrapping her hands around his neck. She huskily whispered into his ear, "Spoil me now so that I can spoil you later." It was Issei's turn to shudder and turn red. He picked up a knife and fork and began feeding Ain and himself, reminded once again of her heavenly cooking. After they finished, both started washing the dishes. As soon as they were done, Issei picked her up bridal style and carried her to their room. After laying her down, they shared a passionate kiss. "I love you, my princess," Issei said tenderly. "I love you too, my king," Ain replied as they cuddled before falling asleep. The next few days had Issei on edge. The only one he confided in about Kokabeel was Siegfried, as they trusted each other. During their talks, they learned several things about one another. Issei vividly remembered the conversation he had with his childhood friend, which gave him a little peace. He hadn't lost his friend after all. It had been several days since the unexpected visit by the faction leaders. Issei had just dropped Ain off at the apartment and was currently out shopping for groceries. On the way, he saw a sight that could best be described as a comedy skit. There in front of him were Irina and Zenobia, begging for money, while Siegfried stood against a wall, looking at them impassively. "Please lend us some alms in the name of God," Zenobia said. "Feed the hungry followers of God," Irina added. Sighing, Issei walked over to them and said, "What are you two doing here?" "We accidentally spent all the money given to us by the church, and we are hungry," Irina explained. "Come with me, I will treat you." "Let's go to that cafe," Issei replied with a sigh as he led the trio away. Zenobia tried to refuse, but was immediately shut down by both Irina and Siegfried, who insisted that this was better than begging. After treating everyone to their heart's content, Issei asked them to let Kiba help and to allow him to break one of the fragments. He was confident the church would be able to rebuild it. They agreed, and Irina and Zenobia left, with Siegfried staying behind. "So, Issei, mind answering why you were so harsh with your Emir?" Siegfried asked. "I should have known you'd pick up on that. You were always the intelligent one in our group." "Fine, I'll tell you everything, but you have to tell me why you were suddenly picked up by those officials 7 years ago," Issei replied. "I knew you were still holding on to that." "Fine, you've got yourself a deal," Siegfried said with a sigh. Issei then proceeded to share everything that had happened to him in the last few months. His date, his death, his reincarnation, his confrontation with the fallen in the church, learning the truth, his training, and the fight against Ruvel. He left out Ain from the story. Despite being his friend, Issei wasn't ready to trust anyone with information about her. Unsurprisingly, Siegfried was seething inside. He regretted not returning sooner to help his friend. Now, he was working under someone he didn't even like. "Why don't you leave and join another faction?" he asked. "Pretty simple. The church in heaven will never let me join because I'm a devil. The current leader of the fallen angels won't accept me due to his agreements with the devil hierarchy. Also, thanks to beating Ruvel Phoenix, I got a good deal. Mao Lucifer agreed to set me on a fast track to high class. I'll be taking on Kokabeel on my own for my promotion. It's the only way to be free. Now enough about me. It's your turn to spill the beans," Issei said. "Fine. You know the original Siegfried, right? It turns out I'm his heir. When the Vatican learned of this and my sacred gear, they took me to their training facilities and started training me. It was brutal. In the end, they gave me all 5 of the demonic swords. The rest are manageable, but Graham is a complete nightmare. Overusing it means death. Honestly, I hate the church. They took my life away and handed me a cursed object that is bound to me," Siegfried explained. Looks like life dealt us both a rough hand, didn't it?" Issei remarked. "It sure did," Siegfried replied, and they fell into a comfortable silence. Hey, Sieg, would you like to join my peerage once I become a high-class devil? Issei asked. Why would I want to join a peerage? Siegfried responded, confused. 1. You said you hate the church. 2. You aren't religious. 3. Your swords will be easier to control if you have a source of demonic magic coming from you, Issei explained calmly. That does sound appealing. Plus, I won't have to be careful and will have a long life alongside my best friend. Fine, I accept. I'll do something to get myself exhumed, and then I'll join you when you become high class, Siegfried agreed. Issei smiled and fist-bumped his friend. However, there's a condition, Siegfried continued. What condition? Issei asked. My best friend in the church suffered the same fate as me. I want her to join me in your peerage. That's non-negotiable, Siegfried insisted. I don't see any problem with that. You've got yourself a deal, Issei said with a smile, which Siegfried returned. It was evening, and Issei was cuddling with Ain in their bedroom when a magic circle formed near his ear. Akino's urgent voice came through. Issei, we need you now. Kokabeel has started his attack. The church trio is here as well. I'll be right there, Issei replied. He clicked his fingers and donned his battle attire, then he and Ain flew toward the school. When they arrived, they saw the Citri family maintaining a barrier outside the school. Issei knew that if he and Kokabeel went all out, the barrier would break. Turning to Ain, he said, Ain, can you stay here and augment this barrier? It won't survive if I go all out against Kokabeel. All right, darling, Ain answered. She approached the Citri peerage, explained her role, and got to work as Issei entered the barrier. Once inside, he saw that Kokabeel had killed one of the bishops working for him and announced that God and all the original Mao were dead. This news shocked most of the group, except for Kiba, who had unlocked his balance breaker, and Siegfried, who was fighting 3 Cerberus dogs at once. Issei channeled his magic into his hands and shouted, Ice Dragon Emperor's Eternal Blizzard. A great storm of ice enveloped the devils and churchgoers, eliminating all the Cerberus attacking while leaving the others unharmed. Everyone, including Kokabeel and his 2 subordinates, was shocked by Issei's control over a single element. He landed in front of a kneeling Zenobia and faced Kokabeel. Without turning around, he asked, Are you guys all right? We're fine, but it seems like Rias, Akino, and Kaneko are tired from facing the Cerberus, Kiba answered. I'm fine. Irina was injured by the priest Kiba defeated today, and Zenobia seems completely out of it after hearing the news about God, Siegfried added. It seems it's just the 3 of us. Kiba, I'll leave the 4-winged fallen to you. Sieg, you take on the 6-wing, and I'll take on Kokabeel, Issei said with a smirk as he cracked his neck. Okay, got it, Siegfried and Kiba said as they attacked their opponents and broke off. Issei faced Kokabeel. Ah, so you are the fabled White Dragon Emperor. You should at least be able to give me a challenge because of your balance breaker, Kokabeel taunted. Issei stopped cracking his neck and declared, Balance Breaker. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. A bright flash of white light enveloped him. When it dissipated, Issei stood in the grandeur of his balance breaker. He glanced at Zenobia and saw she was still dazed. Picking her and Durandal up, he flashed and kept her alongside the other injured. To his surprise, he was able to hold and use Durandal like an ordinary Bakken. Issei felt a surge of confidence as he flew up to face the serious-looking Kokabeel. It seems that even that troublesome sword has accepted you as its wielder. This will be interesting. I will go all out from the start, Kokabeel declared, removing his cloak to reveal golden armor shaped like a star that amplified his power. Issei watched in awe, realizing that while they were equal in strength, Kokabeel's experience gave him an advantage. Kokabeel materialized a sword made of light, and they charged at each other, their clash sending shockwaves through the area. The force of their battle caught the attention of Zenobia and the others, who were stunned by Issei's speed and skill with Durandal. How can he use that blade? He is a devil, Zenobia thought, frustration bubbling within her. Back in the fight, Issei pushed Kokabeel back with a powerful diagonal slash, shouting, Ice Dragon Emperor's Roar. A massive wave of ice energy surged toward Kokabeel, striking him and sending him crashing to the ground. Kokabeel emerged from the crater, laughing. You're good, brat. I haven't felt this alive since the Great War itself. Now accept my thanks, divine javelin. Issei calmly observed the javelin of light hurtling toward him. Stretching his wings, he called out, divide, 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 and the javelin disintegrated. Seeing Kokabeel's frown only fueled Issei's grin as he channeled energy into Durandal, sending a destructive wave toward Kokabeel, who barely. You brat, Kokabeel growled, charging at Issei. Using his experience, he landed several solid hits before kicking Issei hard into the ground and unleashing a barrage of spears. Issei groaned but quickly countered with diffract, redirecting the spears to land harmlessly around him. Kokabeel clicked his fingers and said, Katsu! The spears exploded, but as the smoke cleared, Issei stood behind a blue barrier. Albion's voice echoed, reflect. Kokabeel barely managed to block the force of the reflected explosion. With a maniacal gleam in his eyes, he taunted, After I defeat you, I will have some fun with that fire princess of yours. It will be entertaining to hear her scream. As he spoke, the temperature plummeted, and the sky took on a bluish hue, with snow beginning to fall. Issei focused, declaring, Ice field, and the area was blanketed in snow, seemingly swallowing him whole. Kokabeel began to sweat, recognizing the move as one of the original techniques of the Vanishing Dragon. Suddenly, Issei's voice echoed from all directions. Dragon Dance. Kokabeel relied on his battle instincts to survive, but he still took several hits that left him bleeding. Feeling his feet go numb, Kokabeel flew into the air. Issei called out, Frozen Fisher, a cold wind swirling around Kokabeel and partially freezing him. Issei then appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to his stomach. Albion chimed in, divide x10. Kokabeel felt his energy drain away, his body growing numb. In a final strike, Issei hit him with Durandal, sending him crashing down, unconscious. Just as Issei prepared to finish him off, the scene shifted. Kiba faced off against the four-winged fallen angel, Camille. You should give up, devil. There's no way a low-class devil like you can defeat a high-class fallen angel like me, Camille sneered, launching several spears at Kiba. Kiba expertly dodged, using his speed to his advantage. He then made a quick downward slash with his sword of betrayal, connecting just enough to stagger Camille. The fallen angel snarled and created a sword of light, charging at Kiba. Kiba, believing in technique and finesse, skillfully redirected Camille's sword toward the ground, leaving him vulnerable. With a swift motion, Kiba impaled the fallen angel in the chest, causing him to fall back, defeated. Sighing, Kiba turned to rejoin the main group when he noticed Siegfried facing off against the six-winged Romeo. Siegfried drew Balung and the Lung, unleashing torrents of sharp wind waves. Romeo growled in frustration as Siegfried controlled the light weapons thrown at him, redirecting them back with ease. With a bored expression, Siegfried tensed his muscles and vanished, reappearing behind Romeo and slicing him in half, ending the battle. Sheathing his sword, he turned to see Issei using Durandal with surprising ease, impressed by his skill. As the battles concluded, a week of holidays was announced at school under the guise of renovations, allowing the Occult Research Club and its members to relax. On the first day of the break, Issei was seen lounging on the sofa of his apartment, ready to enjoy his time off. Issei was feeling a bit bored, contemplating a new training exercise for himself when Ain entered the room, wearing a nightgown and looking somewhat embarrassed. Issei dear, I want to tell you something, Ain began, her cheeks turning red. What is it, princess? Issei asked curiously, glancing up and feeling a blush creep onto his face at her beauty. Well, I wanted to say that I know you're hurting from your past experiences. You've helped me so much and brought me out of my shell. I want to help you too, so I wanted to say you can rely on me in any way you need, Ain said, her face flushed as she adjusted her nightgown. Issei sighed, having somewhat expected this from Ain. She was a kind-hearted person who would do anything for those she cared about, just as he would for her. It was this quality that made him love her even more. Standing up, he walked over to Ain and enveloped her in a warm hug, being careful to keep the embrace innocent. He rested his chin on her head and said, Princess, I love you. You're the only one I want to share my first time with. But right now, neither of us is ready. I don't want us to rush into anything. We'll take our time until we're both completely comfortable, okay? Ain, taken aback by his response, nodded gratefully. Issei lifted her chin gently and continued, and Ain, don't ever say that you're mine to use. You are my equal, my better half, and the love of my life. You are not a tool to me, understand? Tears welled up in Ain's eyes as she hugged Issei tightly. He smiled softly, rocking her gently to calm her down. He then leaned down and kissed her softly, trying to convey all his feelings for her. They broke apart, gazing lovingly into each other's eyes, her red meeting his blue. They moved closer, their lips meeting again in a deeper kiss. Their moment was interrupted by a magic circle forming around Issei's ear. Graphia's voice came through, instructing him to come to the Occult Research Club for an important announcement and to bring Ain along. All right, we'll be there in 5 minutes, Issei replied before the circle vanished. He looked down at Ain, who was pouting, and chuckled. She could be too cute for her own good. She left to change, grumbling about her older sister's poor timing. Soon, they arrived at the Occult Research Club. As they entered, Rias's smile turned to a frown. Issei, I want you to stop associating with that girl. It's my order to you as your king. Graphia raised an eyebrow, observing as Issei looked at Rias blankly. He scoffed and replied, Remind me when I told you that I consider you my king? The only authority you have over me is in the raiding games, nothing outside of that. So mind your business, Gremory. Rias's aura flared in response to his blatant disrespect, but she was silenced when Ain raised her own aura, easily surpassing Rias's and quieting her completely. Graphia interjected, Now, you three, I'm here with good news. Don't ruin the mood. What is it, Graphia? Rias asked, still grumpy. The Devil Council has decided to promote Issei to a mid-class devil, considering how he single-handedly protected this territory from a cadre-level fallen angel and ultimately defeated the fallen angel in combat. The test is in a week, so I suggest you prepare, Graphia said with a smile, pleased that her future brother-in-law was advancing in rank. That's amazing, Issei. Congratulations. Good work. As expected of someone from my peerage, the members of the ORC chimed in, congratulating him. Issei returned the congratulations to Kiba, Aquino, and Kaneko while ignoring both Rainier and Rias. Afterward, Ain took his hand and said, Well, let's head back. I'll help you prepare for your exam. Before they could leave, Rias stood up and protested, You shouldn't take him away. I am his emsir, and I will help him prepare for the exam. Before Ain could respond, Issei tilted his head back and said, You don't own me, Gremory. And what do you mean by stealing me? I was single before I started dating Ain. You should stop interfering and understand that I don't need you. I will fulfill my duties, but don't presume to own me. With that, he took Ain's hand and led her out the door, leaving behind a heartbroken Rias, who silently cried as she watched Issei walk away. Graphia sighed inwardly. While she was happy for Ain, she felt sorry for Rias. Mental note to talk to Lady Vanillina and Surzex about Rias's feelings before they caused her more pain. Graphia bid farewell to the Occult Research Club and disappeared in a magic circle to Surzex's office. Entering, she sighed tiredly, prompting him to ask, Dear, what's wrong? It's Rias. I'm worried about her. She's still holding on to her crush on Issei, and his constant rejections will soon start affecting her mentally, Graphia replied. I feared this would happen. I know you want me and Mom to talk to her, but it won't really work. She's as stubborn as they come. What she actually needs is someone to come to her and give her love. I'm not sure who to send, Surzex sighed. Both of them sighed, hoping that something or someone would come into Rias's life like a ray of hope and change it for the better. For now, all they could do was hope. Meanwhile, Issei and Ain were preparing for the exam. All right then, Issei, for the preparation of the exam, we will start with the history of devilkind and then move on to the general facts about devils. And lastly, I will have you learn the devil language. I know that you can understand and read nearly every language, but that's because you are a devil. Now, we have a week to prepare, and I won't let you rest until we complete the preparation. Any questions? Ain asked as she entered her lecture mode. Issei smirked a little before he stood up and wrapped his arms around Ain. Is there any incentive for me? You know, to ensure that I give it my all along the way? That's an interesting proposition. How about this? After everything you do correctly, I will give you a kiss. How does that sound? Ain replied with a smirk of her own. Issei grinned before leaning in and kissing her. Now that's a proposition I am interested in. Let us begin. Nodding, they both sat down, and Ain started to teach him from one of the 3 books he needed to cover before the test. Time skip. 1 week. Issei and Ain appeared in the Phoenix territory for the promotion exam via a magic circle. Issei, being the honest guy he was, couldn't help but feel nervous about the whole situation. He had disrupted an important event for them and had beaten their strongest fighter in one-on-one combat. They had every right to dislike him and every reason to harm him. However, the reaction he received was something altogether different. As soon as the pair walked into the estate, a series of odd whispers broke out, confusing the young white dragon emperor. I can't believe I am seeing the Hakuryuku in front of me, a girl with orange hair said. He is hotter than the sun itself, another blonde girl chimed in. I know what you mean. Just look at that figure, those eyes, and that hair. He is a Mao among men, a female devil with blue hair added. And look at the girl with him, she is perfect, a male devil remarked. Wait. I know who she is. That's Ain Lucifuge, the underworld's fire princess. What is she doing here? Another guy stuttered. Now Issei was confused and he turned to Ain. Am I missing something here? Nope, not at all. Everything is perfectly normal, Ain replied in a sing-song voice, further confusing Issei. Excuse me, would it be all right to have your autograph? Asked a girl with golden hair as she ran up to Issei and Ain with a pencil and notebook, making them blink. With who? Issei asked, puzzled. With both of you. I heard a lot of stories about Ain, the Princess of Fire, and your battle with Ruval Phoenix. You are now quite famous in the underworld, White Dragon Emperor, the golden-haired girl replied, getting Ain to nod as she took a pen and signed the notebook. Come on, Issei, you have a fan here. Why not make her happy and sign it? Ain said softly, hugging him on the shoulder. Sure, why not? Here you go, he said as he signed it and handed it to her with a smile, making the golden-haired girl beam with joy. Oh my, I didn't introduce myself, how rude of me. My name is Kizura, a low-class devil and the bishop of the Amy household. Nice to meet you, Princess and Hakuryu, Kizara said, bowing to them, and they returned the gesture. It is a pleasure to meet you, Kizara. My name is Issei, the current Hakuryuku and low-class devil, pawn of the Gremory family, and this beauty next to me is Ain Lucifuge, a high-class devil and heiress of the Lucifuge clan. Also, my girlfriend, Issei introduced them as Ain waved her hand at Kizara with a soft smile. Oh, and what he didn't tell you is that he will soon be head of said clan, Ain added with a wink, making Issei's eyes widen while both girls giggled at his, in their opinion, cute expression. Well, I look forward to seeing a proclamation of the new head of the Lucifuge house. But alas, I must get ready for the written part. It was a pleasure meeting you, Kizara said with a smile as she bowed and left, leaving the couple alone. Turning toward his lover, Issei could only formulate one question. What didn't you tell me, Ain? Giggling a bit, Ain answered him with a huge smile on her appealing face. Well, as you said, I'm the heiress of the Lucifuge clan, and as such, the one I marry will become the head of the clan. Since my sister is married to Surzex and my brother is gone, I'm the only Lucifuge left. As such, I will not change my surname but add yours to mine. Hearing her explanation, Issei nodded after a moment of absorbing the information. He was a bit surprised to learn that when he married Ain, he would become a clan head, but he felt there was a catch. That is really cool. So when we marry, I will become the head of the house. That sounds great, but I need to ask, what is the catch? Issei inquired, getting a nod from Ain. However, the smile on her face suddenly turned into a frown. Yes, dear, you got it right. For us to marry, you will need to reach at least high class, and we need to perform a ritual to see if you are worthy of my hand. And before you say or do something, that was something my late father decided when it became clear that the war would start and there was a high chance for many of us to die. Ain explained as Issei quickly pulled her into his chest and hugged her tightly, making her widen her eyes a bit. If getting to high class is what is needed to ensure that we will be together forever, then that is an even bigger reason to advance today and hopefully soon to the higher class, Issei told her softly before kissing her. I see. Ain whispered as her eyes began to water. She couldn't describe what she was feeling. She was happy to be with him, but to hear that he would work hard to reach the point where he could ask for her hand was something that made her happier than she could express. It was moments like these that assured Ain that Issei was the one for her, and she would do everything to keep him by her side. I love you, Ain. And for you, I will work hard to reach high class and take any test or go through any ritual necessary to have you as my wife, Issei said sincerely, his words bringing tears of happiness to Ain's eyes. I love you too, Issei, more than anything in the world, Ain replied, tears streaming down her cheeks. Issei gently wiped them away with his thumb, smiling at her, which made her heart flutter. Everything about him brought her comfort. His ability to smile even after facing betrayal was something she admired, and that smile warmed her heart whenever she felt cold. After a soft kiss, Issei made his way to the exam room, the same one where the Gremory Phoenix engagement had taken place, an engagement he had infiltrated and disrupted. He felt nervous about possibly running into one of the Phoenix siblings but reassured himself that he could handle them. Not long after, the exam hall filled with candidates. Once the last one entered, the doors closed and the lights dimmed, leaving only a small light near a balcony. A magic circle appeared, and several formally dressed individuals emerged. Among them, Issei recognized two people in particular. One was Riser Phoenix, exuding overconfidence with a smug grin that Issei felt compelled to wipe off his face. If the strongest Phoenix lost to him, there was no way Riser could defeat him now. The other was Ravel Phoenix, dressed in a pink gown reminiscent of her wedding attire. She carried herself with the grace of a true noblewoman, which Issei found attractive. However, he sometimes wondered if she was truly mature or just a classic tsundere. Later, as they cuddled on the sofa, Ain asked, "So, Issei, what do you want as a reward for winning? How about a date, just you and me? We could go out and have some fun," Issei suggested with a smile. "I like the sound of that. The official documentation of your promotion will be delivered tomorrow. I wonder how your king will react. When should we go on the date?" Ain pondered with a sigh. Who cares how she reacts? When do you think we should tell Nisama about our decision? I think 4 hours from now would be a good time for the date, Issei replied. We can tell both her and Surzek when we see them together, Ain suggested. That sounds fine, Issei agreed. They both stood up simultaneously, looking at each other in confusion before speaking at the same time. I'm going to visit Nais and my parents. They nodded and hurriedly left, Issei through the door and Ain via a magic circle. Both had the same question on their minds. What do we do on a date? Ain wondered while Issei thought, what do I wear? Ain rushed toward Surzek's office, bursting through the door. Issei, she shouted. Ain, what's wrong? Grafia asked, surprised as was Surzek's. Issei-sama, could you please give Nei-san the day off? I need to talk to her, Ain said, feeling embarrassed. Surzek nodded, still confused by his sister-in-law's request. Ain quickly grabbed Grafia's hand, and they disappeared in a magic circle. Surzek shrugged and returned to his work. In the Lucifuge mansion, as soon as they appeared in the lounge, Ain looked at Grafia and blurted out, I have a date with Issei. What do I do? Grafia sighed, then grabbed Ain by the shoulders and shook her gently, helping her relax. With a snap of her fingers, Grafia changed out of her French-made outfit into a full-sleeve white shirt and black jeans, her hairstyle transforming into a high ponytail. Now then, tell me what happened, but slowly, Grafia instructed. Taking a deep breath, Ain explained, Issei asked me out on a date. It starts in a few hours. I called you to help me get ready. I have no idea what I should be doing right now. Grafia's eyes widened at the admission. This date held significant importance. Ain had never been on a date before, While Issei had faced a tragic first date, Grafia smiled, thinking about how both were willing to try again despite their past experiences. She was determined to make this date a success. "Ah, my little AI-chan has finally grown up. I am so proud," Grafia teased, pretending to wipe away a tear, causing Ain to blush. "Ni-san," Ain groaned, making Grafia chuckle. Grafia straightened up, taking Ain's hand and leading her to a room. "Let's get you ready for your date." Meanwhile, Issei approached his old house and knocked on the door, waiting patiently. A few moments later, his dad opened the door, surprised to see him. "Issei? What are you doing here?" his father asked. "Dad, I need your help. I have a date and need advice on what to wear," Issei said, a hint of panic in his voice. "A date? It's time for me to pass on my wisdom. Come on, follow me," Issei's father said, leading him to his room to sift through appropriate clothing. 3 hours later, Issei returned to his and Ain's apartment, dressed in a blue t-shirt and black jeans, with a white dress shirt worn open over the blue. He looked sharp, enough to make any girl blush. He knocked on the door, hoping Ain would be ready. After a few moments, the door opened, and Issei felt his breath catch. Ain stood before him, wearing a purple long-sleeve shirt with a small coat and blue jeans, her hair styled in a high ponytail. She blushed at the way Issei looked at her. Breaking the silence, Issei exclaimed, "Wow. I knew you were appealing, but this is... wow." "I don't know what to say," Ain admitted, her cheeks flushing. She muttered a playful, "Baka," but Issei, with his keen senses, caught it and smirked. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her closer. "But I am your Baka, you know." Ain blushed deeper in his embrace, burying her face in his chest to hide her embarrassment. Issei gently released her, taking her hand and leading her away. Their first stop was a karaoke booth. As luck would have it, a spotlight suddenly shone on them, making them the first couple of the night to perform a live song. Issei appeared ready, while Ain looked incredibly nervous. Sensing her anxiety, he gave her hand a reassuring squeeze before selecting a song for them to sing together. As they sang, the atmosphere transformed. Their voices blended, filling the room with energy and excitement. The crowd erupted in cheers as they finished, and Ain blushed at the attention, unsure how to react. Issei held her hand and waved at the crowd, and once they left the stage, Ain squeaked, "That was so embarrassing," hiding her face in her hands. Issei smiled softly at her, relieved to see her back to her usual self. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about, AI-chan. You have an appealing voice. You should sing more often," he encouraged, gently taking her hands and making her look at him. He kissed her forehead before leading her to a high-end restaurant owned by a friend of his aunt. Upon entering, Issei approached the manager. "Table for 2 under the booking of Hayadu," he said. The manager checked his list and smiled, leading them to a secluded table by the window. After placing the menus in front of them, he bowed and left. They ordered their meals and enjoyed a comfortable silence while eating. Afterward, Issei paid the bill, and they headed to the amusement park. Issei watched in amusement as Ain gazed at nearly every ride with stars in her eyes. He decided then that he would ensure she experienced every attraction. They went from the roller coaster to the haunted house, and from the teacups to the bumper cars. After a few hours, a tired Ain and a relatively fresh Issei made their way to the last ride, the Ferris wheel. As they settled into their seats, Issei rested Ain's head on his shoulder and wrapped an arm around her to keep her warm. The calmness of the view combined with the warmth of her boyfriend was too much for Ain, and she soon fell asleep. Issei smiled as he felt her rhythmic breathing. When the ride came to a stop, he gently picked her up in his arms and made his way back to their apartment. Ain snuggled closer, resting her head on his shoulder. He teleported them home and laid her on the bed, using a snap of his fingers to change her dress into her usual nightwear. After taking a bath and changing into his pajamas, he joined her in bed, pulling her close and inhaling her comforting scent before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Issei awoke with a start and noticed Ain sleeping peacefully, using his chest as a pillow. He smiled and lay back down, running his fingers through her long silver hair. He continued this for about 30 minutes until Ain stirred awake. Issei smiled at her and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. Good morning, Ai-chan. Good morning, Ain replied, snuggling closer to him. Thank you for yesterday, it was the best day of my life. I've never had that much fun before. Issei kissed her head and said, Think nothing of it, Shine. You're the one I value the most, and I'll do anything to keep you happy. Now let's get ready, we have school. After their showers and breakfast, they left for school, walking side by side with Ain resting her head on Issei's shoulder. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of brown eyes watched, frowning at the scene. Something seems very off, but what? Oh well, it must be my imagination, Murayama thought as she hurried into the school. The rest of the day passed normally. After school, Issei and Ain made their way to the Occult Research Club, where they awaited Graphia to bring in Issei's results. Entering the clubroom, they were greeted by Rias's peerage, along with Graphia and Surzex, who all smiled warmly at the couple. Once the greetings were over, Surzex opened the parchment containing Issei's promotion results. Clearing his thoughts, Surzex read the results. The Council of High-Class Devils, heads of remaining pillars, and elders are proud to announce to the devil of the House of Gremory, Issei Hayu, the pawn of high-class devil Rias Gremory, is hereby promoted to middle class. The content of the test is knowledge of devil history and martial combat. Knowledge rating, 97-100 pass. Martial combat, 100-100 pass. Magic component, 100-100. The result of the promotion from the test on 24. Signatures: Surzex Lucifer, Dajuka Beelzebub, Seraphal Leviathan, Falbium Asmodeus. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone cheered and hugged Issei tightly to congratulate him on his success. As the cheers died down, Ain cleared her throat, signaling that she had something important to share. Nei-sama and I-sama, everyone. Issei and I have decided to take the ritual when he reaches high class. During our time in this world, my full name will be Ain Hayaru, while in the underworld, I will be Ain Lucifuge Hai, Ain declared, causing both Surzex and Graphia to widen their eyes in surprise. They quickly glanced from Ain to Issei, who nodded and chuckled, leaving everyone else confused. What? Surzex and Graphia exclaimed in unison, startling everyone, while Ain giggled and Issei's chuckle grew louder. Yes, he said it himself. Ask him if you don't believe me, Ain said, prompting the others to look at Issei, who struggled to contain his laughter. Yeah, what she said is true. We've decided to take the next step when I become a high-class devil, Issei confirmed with a grin. Graphia hugged them both tightly out of happiness, while Surzex beamed with joy. What are they talking about, brother? Rias asked, dreading the answer. She was curious if she still had a chance to win her eye back, even if it seemed far-fetched. HM? Oh that? Well, long story short, when Isse gets to high class and receives his pieces, he will also have the opportunity to take Ain's hand in marriage. They will get engaged, but you get the picture. The ritual is part of the Lucifuge clan's tradition for when an heir is ready to take the next step in their relationships, Surzex explained, eliciting gasps from everyone present. While some were delighted, others were not, with Rias voicing her discontent. What? How can that be possible? He is my pawn. That means he needs my approval for it to go through, and I will not allow it, Rias stated authoritatively, a smug look on her face, which quickly faded when Issei burst out laughing. It seems you didn't read the rules regarding reincarnated devil relationships. Let me remind you, Relationship Rules Clause 7, Segment B. If a reincarnated devil wants to pursue a relationship outside of his peerage members, it needs to be permitted by someone of higher standing in his house. Since Graphia Nea, Surzex and Lady Venelina have already approved of my relationship, you have no right to tell me to stop, Issei replied with a grin that wiped away Rias's smugness. Ain chuckled, causing Rias to seethe with rage. In a moment of anger, Rias unleashed a concentrated blast of her power at Ain, widening everyone's eyes. Before Ain could react, Issei stepped in front of her, his divine dividing flaring as he called out, "Divide." The blast was reduced to a harmless ball that Issei crushed. Suddenly, the room's temperature dropped significantly. Both Ain and Graphia glared at Rias, their aura causing Issei and Surzek to back away and huddle together. Grafia then spoke, Rias, I love you like my own sister, but if you do something like this again, I won't hesitate. Am I clear? Rias nodded fearfully. The tension was interrupted when the door opened, revealing Zenobia, Siegfried, and an unknown blonde. Rias cleared her throat and introduced, Anisama, this is my new knight, Zenobia. She was the one I wanted the sword for. Surzek nodded towards Zenobia, who greeted them in her usual style. Siegfried then spoke, Yo Issei, we were banished from the church after we learned of God's death. So, I brought my friend Jean with me. Zenobia quickly became a devil with the Gremory family since she wanted a place to belong. Issei nodded and greeted Jean, who blushed at his attention. As soon as he recognized her, his eyes widened. It's you, he exclaimed, pointing at Jean. Initially, she didn't recognize him, but then it clicked. Issei, she shouted back, much to the confusion of everyone in the room. Jean rushed forward and enveloped Issei in a tight hug, which he returned with a big smile. He kissed her on the forehead and said, I missed you, Jean-chan. I missed you as well. I was so surprised when Siegfried mentioned everything to me, Jean chirped, still in Issei's arms. Ain stepped forward and asked, Issei, darling, who is she? This is Jean. I rescued her once when my family and I were touring Italy. She was in trouble when I got there. After that, we talked and hit it off, but our tour ended before anything could develop. I haven't seen her since, Issei explained with a smile. Also, she is going to be one of my knights when I get my pieces. Ain smiled, while the rest of the Gremory peerage frowned. It seemed Issei already knew he was going to be promoted, and his newfound confidence unnerved them. Ain then pulled Jean aside and said, You love him, right? I. Jean struggled to respond. Ain smiled, recognizing Jean's genuine feelings, and said, It's okay, you can pursue him. He will have a Harem, so it's fine. However, if you break his heart, know this, I will not hesitate to protect him. Jean nodded, a bit fearfully, and replied, I can say the same to you. Ain smiled and concluded, Now that is settled, I am Ain Lucifuge, Issei's future wife and queen. I hope we get along as peerage members, Jean said with a smile, shaking hands with Ain. They both settled onto a sofa and began a general conversation, while Issei observed, feeling a bit out of place. Once everyone was settled, Rias cleared her throat and asked, Is that all you came here for? An Isama? Not exactly. Grafia and I are also here for your and Ain's parents' day at school, Surzek replied with a grin. Ain and Rias exchanged horrified glances. What? They exclaimed in unison. You can't do that in Isama. What about your work back in the underworld? Rias pleaded. I never thought I'd agree with her, but she's right. You shouldn't waste your time on something so trivial, Ain added, looking at Grafia. It's not like they're coming for trivial reasons, am I right? Issei chimed in, and Siegfried nodded knowingly. That's right. How did you guess, Issei? Grafia asked. It would have been foolish not to expect something after what Kokabile did. The question is, what will happen next? Issei said with a smirk, which Surzek returned. A peace conference. If all goes well, we will have an alliance with both the angels and fallen angels, bringing the Christian pantheon back together, Surzek explained. That will be amazing. We all have connections in other factions. Peace would be a very good thing, Issei said enthusiastically. By the way, Lord Lucifer, where will this conference take place? Siegfried inquired. You must be Siegfried, Issei's friend, right? Surzek asked. Also his future knight, Siegfried replied with a nod. Well, that's great then. The conference will take place here at Crow Academy, Surzek stated matter-of-factly. What? Why here? Rias screeched, frustrated at her lack of authority in her own territory. Calm down, princess. Let Anisama explain, Ain said, causing Rias to grumble but nod nonetheless. Since your territory has been the center of some major supernatural activity, we decided it was the best place for the conference. The Parents' Day gives us a chance to study the area and make any last-minute security arrangements. Also, Rias, I think it's time for you to release your other bishop, Surzek said. Are you sure, Issei-sama? You were the one who sealed him in the first place, Rias said, concern evident in her voice. I believe you are ready. You have a bigger peerage now, so I trust you can handle it, Surzek reassured her before bidding everyone farewell and leaving in a magic circle. Issei turned to Siegfried and asked, So, where are you and Jean staying? We're in a hotel. We still don't have anywhere to go, Siegfried replied nonchalantly. How about you stay at my parents' place? I don't think they'll mind if you guys stay for a while, Issei suggested. That sounds like a good idea. Let's go, Jean, Siegfried said, and they left, Jean giving Issei a quick kiss on the cheek before following. Issei then turned to Ain. Let's go home. Today has been a happy day. Ain nodded, and as Issei took her hand to leave, Rias called out. Issei, where are you going? Don't you want to meet the other bishop? Nope, not really. Like I said before, the only time I need to talk to you guys is during a raiding game. Outside of that, we aren't friends, and we never will be. So, stay out of my life, and I'll stay out of yours. Now excuse me, Issei replied, pulling Ain along with him. Kiba watched them leave, feeling a bit sad. He still hadn't thanked Issei for his help with the Excaliburs, and given their history, it was no surprise that Issei wanted nothing to do with them. Kaneko remained unaffected, feeling slightly guilty for Issei's fate but not enough to change her stance. She decided to remain neutral and let events unfold. Rainier felt a pang of sadness at Issei's coldness. She knew his feelings stemmed from both her and Rias's actions. Initially, she had been furious with him for turning her into a devil, but after spending time with the group, she found herself enjoying their company. She wanted to thank him and seek forgiveness, but she knew that opportunity had long passed. Akino was apprehensive around Issei, fearing his resentment toward the peerage and worried that he might retaliate because of her fallen angel heritage. Meanwhile, Issei and Ain returned to their apartment, surprised to find Surzek and Grafia waiting for them. Nathan, what are you doing here? Ain asked curiously. What did you expect? Not to visit after the news you dropped on us earlier? Grafia teased, causing both teens to blush. Before Grafia could embarrass them further, Surzek intervened. Now, Fih-chun, stop teasing them. We're here because we were wondering if you'd let us stay with you until the conference, he said, looking at Issei and Ain. I don't have a problem with that, Issei-san. This is your apartment as much as it is mine, Issei replied with a smile, making Surzek and Grafia beam at him. Surzek then turned serious. Issei, you will have to go to the underworld. Ajuka told me he is finished with the project for your pieces. You should go to him so he can add the latest modifications. Issei nodded excitedly and followed Grafia into a magic circle, leaving Ain and Surzek alone. Surzek looked at her and said, So, should we start cooking? They should be back in about an hour. We can make some pasta. Ain smiled and nodded, and together they began preparing a surprise for their loved ones. As Issei and Grafia exited the magic circle, Issei found himself in a room filled with machines and computers. There he spotted the Mao Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the 3 super devils, asleep at his desk. His head rested on the papers he was seemingly working on. Issei's sweat dropped and looked at Grafia before asking, Do all Maos have certain quirks? Grafia sighed tiredly and nodded. She then summoned a frying pan from a magic circle and gave Ajuka a light whack on the head, causing the super devil to tumble out of his seat, groaning in pain and annoyance. He knew only one person could wake him like this. Do you really have to do that, Grafia? Ajuka asked, standing up and rubbing his head. You called us here for Issei's new upgrade that you completed. So here he is, she said, casually pointing at Issei, who was watching the interaction with a sweat drop on his forehead. Ajuka immediately got up, rummaged through his drawer, and pulled out a key. He approached Issei and, in a serious tone, said, This is the key to your true potential. Unlock it as soon as possible. It should connect the promotions with your armor directly. Issei's eyes widened, but he nodded eagerly as Ajuka placed the key into him. He then closed his eyes and mentally called out, Albion, pull me into the mental scape. This could be big. Got it, Albion replied as Issei was pulled into his mindscape, where he saw Albion standing in all his glory. Albion materialized the key and looked at Issei before asking, "Where do you think this key goes, bro?" "I think it's that weird-looking box on that table over there," Albion pointed out. Issei moved toward it and inserted the key, opening it. An azure-colored diamond emerged, and as soon as he looked at it, he felt drawn to it. He brought it close to his chest before pushing it into himself. As soon as it entered, he felt a pulse of energy surround him, something he had never felt before, and it was exhilarating. Albion analyzed the changes before looking at Issei with a smile and saying, "It seems that we have 3 new armors. One for the knight, one for the rook, and one for the bishop. Isn't there one for the queen? That way, all the other armors would combine into one, giving me power equivalent to the Juggernaut drive," Issei asked curiously. "By the looks of it, something is blocking the queen mode," Albion replied. "That's right, we are blocking it," a voice said from behind them. Turning around, Issei saw several hooded figures with glassy eyes staring at him. He felt Albion tense behind him, understanding that the situation was serious. "So am I right to presume you won't release it if I ask you to?" Issei inquired. "No, we won't. You are a heavenly dragon. You will follow your destiny and fall with the Juggernaut drive. Now repeat the chant after us," the old host said. Issei looked at them with a bored expression and replied, "Not interested. How about this? I will take on all of you and beat you down. After you lose, you can activate my form." With that, Issei released his dragon form and lunged at the old hosts. In one swift punch, he sent several of them flying back and unconscious. The others entered their basic balance breaker states and began circling around him. As Issei faced the old hosts, Albion watched keenly from afar. He noticed figures to his right and left and remarked, "It's a surprise to see you again, Rodan. Nero, aren't you going to join in? Who do you take us for, Albion? All 3 of us know those hosts won't last a minute against us. The current has a lot of potential, that's for sure, but even he won't be much of a problem if we fight," Nero replied, while Rodan remained silent, intently watching Issei as if trying to figure things out. Issei used his draconic senses to dodge the ongoing onslaught from the former White Dragon Emperors and was successful so far. He then jumped into the air and called out, "Ice field." The entire area transformed into ice, and Issei disappeared. The old hosts stood still, frantically looking around from under their armors. Issei's voice echoed around them as he called out, "Dragon's Dance." In bursts of speed and unseen white flashes, he took out several more hosts, leaving only a few behind. "Oh, he is really good. If he keeps this up, he may even join our ranks in the future," Nero said with a smirk. "I don't doubt that he will, Nero. Though I am curious, what are you thinking, Rodan?" Albion asked. "Let's see how our new host performs before we decide to help him. As much as I hate to admit it, the Juggernaut drive is a fearsome power. He won't be able to counteract it without a major boost in his power," Rodan answered, still keeping his eyes on Issei. The next morning, Issei and a nervous Ain were making their way to school. Ain was anxious about the parent visiting day. She had recently started school and was unsure whether she was ready for her sister to see her in class. Issei, being the good guy he was, took her hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. She nodded thankfully before they entered the school. As they approached their classroom, Murayama confronted Issei and said, "Hey, Issei, can we talk for a bit?" Issei nodded and looked over to Ain. "You go on, Ai-chun. I will catch up with you in a few moments." Ain nodded and made her way into the class. Turning to Murayama, he said, "Lead the way." Murayama nodded, and the 2 of them entered the kendo dojo. Issei noticed that the other girls were hiding, as if waiting for something. He amusedly considered whether to entertain them or not but decided to focus on why he was there. "So, what did you want to talk to me about?" Issei asked. "Issei, hi. The girls of Ku Academy have decided that you are not good enough to be in a relationship with Queen Ain and want you to break up with her," Murayama stated. Issei stared at her blankly before throwing his head back and laughing. After a few moments, he looked at Murayama and said, "And why should I listen to you girls? What you decide is on you, not me. Let me tell you something, you have no power over me. Maruyama's expression grew angry. She was among the enforcers of opinion in the school and had never failed before. Issei charged into the room, gripping a kendo stick tightly. With a swift motion he aimed a strike at his opponent's stomach. However, his opponent smirked and caught the stick effortlessly, snapping it in half. Maruyama watched in shock as Issei's expression turned cold. A chill filled the air as he let a hint of his aura seep out, causing the temperature to drop. "Attack me again, and I will have you and your friends arrested for assault," he warned, his voice steady and unyielding. "This is your only warning. If you try something like this again, I won't hesitate to retaliate." Maruyama and the other girls flinched at his icy tone, hastily nodding in agreement. After Issei left, Keitase and the others emerged, their faces reflecting disbelief. "What happened to Hayudu? When did he become so cold?" one girl asked. "I don't know," Maruyama whispered back. Meanwhile, as Issei walked away, Albion, his inner dragon, decided to speak up. "So, partner, care to explain your reaction to that ordinary human?" "What do you mean?" Issei replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. "You released some of your aura on a simple human, and that's not typical behavior. Why did you do it?" Albion pressed. "I'm not sure. I just don't like taking nonsense from others anymore. I feel free." "Any idea why?" Issei pondered. "I think it's because you're becoming more dragon-like. But you should exercise control. An aura outburst could be dangerous," Albion advised. "Got it," Issei replied as he entered his classroom. Inside, he spotted Ain chatting with some girls and smiled softly, pleased that she had friends besides him. Soon, the teacher entered and announced, "Today is Parents' Day. We will be doing activities that showcase your hidden talents. Parents, you can come in now." As the door opened, parents shuffled in, eager to see their children in action. Issei spotted his parents and Graphia, noting that Surzex was likely visiting Rias's class. The teacher handed out 3 slabs of clay, instructing everyone to create whatever shape they could imagine. While the other students began crafting, Issei stared blankly at his clay, unsure of what to do. Albion then suggested, "Close your eyes and visualize a picture. Use the first person you see and let your hands move." Issei nodded mentally, closed his eyes, and touched the clay. In his mind, he envisioned himself standing atop Albion, holding Ain in his arms. Unbeknownst to him, his hands began to shape the clay. Minutes passed before the teacher gasped, "Haydn, that is incredible! Who knew you had such talent?" Startled, Issei opened his eyes to see he had created the exact image he envisioned. He smiled to himself and glanced at Ain, noticing her blush. His parents then exclaimed, "Look how much he has improved. It's hard to believe he used to be so aimless just a few months ago. Right? It must be thanks to that camp in Ainchan. They must have set him straight," his father added excitedly. "That's only part of it. He worked hard to gain control over his urges, which is commendable. By the way, I'm Ain's older sister, Graphia." "Nice to meet you," Graphia interjected, saving Issei from potential embarrassment. "Nice to meet you," Issei's parents replied, engaging Graphia in conversation. Just then, an announcement called Issei to the student council room. He shrugged, stood up, and handed Graphia his sculpture. "For safekeeping until I get back," he said, and she nodded in understanding. As he made his way to the student council room, he knocked on the door. It was opened by Tsubaki Shinra, the vice president of the student council. "Ah, please come in, Hayudu-kun. We were expecting you," she said. Entering the room, Issei noticed that the lights were dimmed and most of the members were absent. "So, Hayudu-kun, do you have any idea why you are here?" Sona, the president, asked. She had jet black hair styled in a bowl cut and wore glasses, her purple eyes observing him keenly. "Not in the slightest, Citri-senpai. How may I assist you?" Issei replied. "Well, we haven't had a proper talk since you became a devil, so I wanted to discuss a few things," Sona explained, offering him some tea, which he accepted without hesitation. "What did you wish to talk about, senpai?" Issei inquired. "Oh, just the general. Your feelings towards Rias and her peerage, whether you pose a threat to the devil race, And how you acquired your power in such a short time, Sona said. To answer in order, I despise Rias and dislike most of her peerage, except for Kiba and Kaneko, who are all right, and Zenobia, who is new and kind of cute in her own way. As for being a threat, I don't think I would be, considering my fiancée is the sister of the current Mao, Lucifer. Issei calmly explained, Albion changed part of me into a dragon, giving me additional abilities. He enjoyed the shocked expressions on Sona and Tsubaki's faces. I did not see that coming. Very well, Hayate-kun, thank you for the talk. You may go now, your second class is about to begin, Sona replied. Issei nodded, stood up, and left. As he returned to class, he noticed that nearly everyone was done and was looking between his sculpture and Ain. He smirked but chose not to tease her, not wanting to embarrass her in front of their classmates. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the class to move to another room for the next assignment. This class involved painting on canvas instead of working with clay. Issei used the same method as before and managed to paint Albion in all his glory. In the artwork, Albion stood in his balance breaker without his helmet, holding Durandal like a knight ready for battle. Ain was depicted sitting on Albion's head, wearing a serene smile as she looked at Issei. Once again, the teacher and the rest of the class reacted dramatically, and Issei chuckled at their dumbfounded expressions. The teacher eventually snapped out of her stupor and informed Issei that he was free for the day and could do as he pleased. He handed his canvas to Graphia before leaving the room. Ain watched, a bit confused. Normally, Issei would give her all his attention. Issei made his way to the roof, where he sat down and leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. Suddenly, he sensed two signatures approaching from above. Activating his divine dividing, he flew into the air and approached the signatures, one of which he recognized. A few minutes later, he spotted Valet, who had his balance breaker wings out, accompanied by a small girl floating nearby. Issei felt a jolt of surprise when he sensed the girl's power. It was limitless, like an infinite void. So, Valet, what are you doing here? Issei asked. Here on Azazel's orders to check the site for the meeting. You know how it goes, Valet replied with a shrug. And who is this girl? Issei asked, raising an eyebrow. She is exactly as you said, the Dragon of Infinity, Ophis. Valet smirked, noticing Issei's pale expression. Why is the Ouroboros dragon here? Issei whispered, his voice rising in disbelief. Oh, relax. She just needed to talk to you, Valet said, waving his hand dismissively. So, Ophis-jun, what do you want to talk about? Issei asked, smirking slightly at Valet's astonished face when he addressed the powerful being with a friendly suffix. I want you to join me in my quest, Ophis stated flatly. What quest? Issei asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. To kill Great Red, she replied without any hint of emotion. Let me get this straight. You want us to join you to fight one of the beasts of the apocalypse? Someone who is stronger than you, and you are already one of the strongest beings on the planet. Issei asked, skepticism evident in his voice. Yes, Ophis confirmed. Well, I will have to decline then, Issei said simply. Why? Ophis inquired. Because it seems a bit foolish. I am just an ant compared to you, and even smaller when it comes to Great Red. I simply do not want to die, Issei explained with a shrug. Ophis fell silent, and Drake took the opportunity to speak up. Is it hard to have a coward as a host, Albion? Before Albion could respond, Issei interjected, Oi, have you ever thought about facing Great Red alone? Of course not. Even if I am a heavenly dragon, I recognize my limits, Drake replied. Doesn't that make you, as you previously insinuated, a coward? Issei asked with a smirk. Drake didn't answer, merely grumbling in response, while Valet chuckled and Albion laughed heartily. I can offer you power to make you strong, Ophis proposed. Nah, I prefer to earn my strength rather than take it. I will get stronger on my own terms and in my own time, Issei replied, causing Valet to smirk. Heh, looks like I have a noble rival, Valet said. You do know I could say the same, right? Issei grinned back. Well, we will be going. Oh, before I leave, expect the peace conference to be a little lively, Valet said as he turned to fly away. What do you mean by lively? Issei asked suspiciously. You'll find out in time, Valley replied as he and Ophis disappeared. What do you think is coming, bro? Issei asked Albion. I don't really know, but it's best to be on guard, Albion replied. Issei nodded before descending back to the school. As he landed, he walked in the opposite direction of the gym and noticed a group of boys from the photography club rushing toward it, shouting about a magical girl. Issei tried to ignore it, but curiosity got the better of him, and he headed toward the gym. Upon entering, he saw a short girl with a cheerful smile posing for the boys who were snapping pictures. Issei sighed and moved forward. Hey, break it up. Photos aren't allowed. Stop, or I'll report you to the student council. The photography club grumbled but eventually left the gym. Issei then turned to the short girl in front of him, recognizing her instantly. She was the Mao Leviathan. What was she doing here? Hello, Leviathan-sama. What are you doing here? Issei asked. Instead of answering, she playfully tapped him on the head with the stick she was holding. Pouting, she replied, Call me Leviathan. Are you sure? Issei asked, raising an eyebrow. She nodded eagerly. Okay then, how may I help you, Leviathan? I am the current White Dragon Emperor, Isseiharem, he said with a slight bow. Oh, you are the famous White Dragon Emperor. Nice to meet you, Issei-chan. My name is Magical Girl Leviathan, Seraphal said with a bright smile. She eyed him carefully before adding, You are tall. Nope, you're just short, Issei replied with a grin, causing Seraphal to gasp before she hugged him tightly. Surprised by her sudden affection, he looked at her in confusion before lightly returning the hug. Leviathan, what was that about? Issei asked, curious. You are my friend. You're the first one who doesn't call me Leviathan-sama and sees me as an equal, she replied excitedly. Issei nodded, understanding her sentiment, but before he could respond, Surzex, Graphia, Ain, and Lord Gremory entered the room. Issei. I see you have met Seraphal. It seems you have garnered the favor of yet another Mao. Nice going, Surzex chuckled, noticing Seraphal's smile. It wasn't much. How was your day, Ai-chan? Issei asked Ain after acknowledging Surzex and moving to stand beside her. Ain shifted under his gaze, looked away, and quietly replied, It was fine. He looked at her, confused. What's wrong? Nothing, she whispered back. Sighing, Issei wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her into a warm hug. He rubbed her back soothingly and soon felt a few tears on his shoulder. He tightened the hug, hoping to comfort her. The adults, sensing the situation, had already left the room, leaving the two teens alone. Hey, what's wrong? He asked softly. Are you angry at me? She stuttered into the hug. Baka, why would I be angry at you? He whispered back, gently rocking her in the embrace. You didn't talk to me the whole day, and you just went off, so I presumed you were angry, she explained quietly. You know, sometimes you are way too cute for your own good. I saw you talking with the other girls in the morning and thought I'd give you some girl time today. After all, there are some things you can't talk to me about, Issei replied with a chuckle. Ain blushed at being called cute before breaking the hug and meekly saying, Sorry. Issei chuckled in response and kissed her gently. After they broke apart, he tapped her nose and said, I can never be angry at you, hun. Now let's go. We are free and can roam for the rest of the day. He took Ain's hand and led her out. They spent the rest of the day together, helping around the school. Seraphal introduced Sona to Ain, and they seemed to hit it off. Ain remarked that Sona was much better than Rias and more fun to be around. Sona appreciated Ain's ability to see reason in most situations, unlike Rias, who often acted impulsively. As school ended, the supernatural community buzzed with activity. While walking the premises, they encountered Saji from the student council and a group training a boy who was likely a wielder of a sacred gear, as Issei spotted Azazel among them. Yo, Azazel! What are you doing here? Issei called out as he and Ain approached the group. Yo, Hakuryuku and Fire Princess. I was here to visit the wielder of the holy demonic sword. Since he isn't here, I decided to help this Vitra gear wielder and that forbidden Baylor View wielder in controlling their gears, Azazel replied nonchalantly. I see. You do know we have names, right? You don't have to call us by titles all the time, Issei said with a shrug, while Ain nodded in agreement. They observed Gasper, the wielder of the forbidden Baylor view. After a few moments, Ain spoke up. It seems he has a major confidence issue that causes a flux in his power. His complex activates when he feels someone is watching him. I think I know how to help him, she said with a big grin. Oh, and how so, Ain Lucifuge? Azazel asked with interest. Like this, Ain said, pointing her palm at Gasper. A magic circle appeared above him, and when it disappeared, he was wearing a paper bag with 2 holes for his eyes. Gasper blinked once, then twice, before he started walking. I like it, he said, his eyes glowing eerily as he resumed training. You know, you may have unleashed a new pervert in the school, Issei remarked, hugging Ain from behind. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't, she replied in a sing-song voice. Time skip, midnight. In a large room around a meeting table sat the 3 great factions. The devils were represented by Surzex Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan, with the Gremory and Citri peerages present to report on the incident involving Kokabeel. Issei leaned casually against the wall, standing with Ain, Siegfried, and Jean. The angels were represented by 2 of the 4 great seraphs, Michael and Gabriel, along with some high-level exorcists. The fallen angels were represented by Azazel, Samhaza, and Valley. When everything was in order, Surzex cleared his throat. Let the conference begin. This meeting pertains to the Kokabeel incident that recently took place in Rias Gremory's territory. As such, I would like reports on the incidents, Surzex stated as he settled into his leader mode. Both Rias and Sona stepped forward, presenting their testimonies and providing written reports to the leaders. After reviewing everything, Seraphal turned to Azazel. So, Azazel, what are your thoughts on the matter? It was one of your faction members who caused the incident, after all. Meh, I've got nothing to say. Kokabeel was a rogue element who hated me for my passive approach, Azazel replied lazily. You say passive, but as I have heard, you have been collecting certain strong sacred gear users. Care to tell us why? Michael inquired. 2 reasons. 1, as you know, I am a sacred gear enthusiast. I like researching them. Training wielders allows me to study the gears. 2, it's a backup. We all know that fallen angels are the least in number, so having strong sacred gear users acts as a war deterrent, Azazel explained. Let's skip this blame game and announce peace already. That is what this meeting was for, Issei interjected, his voice tinged with annoyance, garnering shocked looks from around the room. To everyone's surprise, nearly all the leaders burst into laughter. Haha, you certainly know how to lighten the mood, don't you, Issei? Surzex chuckled. Well, the boy does have a point. We fallen angels declare peace, Azazel stated. We angels concur, this standoff has gone on long enough. We agree to peace, Michael added. The devils agree as well. Now then, 8th, since you helped in our previous standoff, would you like to take this meeting forward? Surzex asked, eager to see how Issei would handle the pressure. If he handled this well, his resume for high class would be better. Nodding, Issei stepped up and asked, as for the terms of the peace treaty, what will each faction contribute to the alliance? Since the devils called the conference, they should go first. The devils will share our reincarnation technology used in our evil pieces, Surzex replied with an approving nod. The fallen angels will provide the alliance with our sacred gear research and will assist in training users, Azazel announced. The angels will share their medical facilities with the alliance, Michael added as Issei nodded in agreement. All right then, as the chosen arbitrator, I announce the alliance is a go. The 3 previous great factions will now be known as the Christian Pantheon, Issei declared as the leaders sign the agreements. This room has several individuals with world-changing potential. Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor, what are your thoughts on peace? Azazel inquired. I don't really care as long as I get good opponents to fight against, Valley replied with a shrug. Well, you can have strong opponents even in times of peace. What about you, White Dragon Emperor? Azazel asked. I longing peace, Issei stated, but suddenly a pulse of magic was felt, and time seemed to freeze. It seems we have a few visitors, Issei said as he looked out the window to see several magic circles appearing, with figures exiting them and attacking the frozen Alliance soldiers. Turning to the leaders, he instructed, Surzek-sama, Grafia-sama, Michael, Gabriel, and Ain-chan, please create your strongest barrier around the forces. Sieg, I want you and Kiba to go to the club room and rescue Gasper. Take this to seal his power, Azazel said, tossing a bracelet to Kiba, who caught it and left. Hey, Vale, wanna have a friendly competition? Issei asked with a smirk. Oh, interesting. What do you suggest? Vale replied. The person who defeats the higher number of opponents wins, Issei proposed as he activated his divine dividing and took off, with Vale following closely behind. Both released their auras simultaneously before their dragons roared and shouted, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. In bright flashes of red and white, two draconic armors appeared and attacked the invaders. They moved at high speeds, with Issei using his Durandal to cut down multiple opponents at once, while Vale relied on pure force to defeat his foes. Despite hardly knowing each other and being opposites, they worked together flawlessly, further assisted by Azazel, who blasted away at the invading devils and magicians alike. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, and from it emerged a busty brunette with purple eyes and glasses, smirking at the leaders. Good day, fake Mao and angel scum. My name is Kateria Leviathan. What are you doing here, Kateria? Surzex asked. Isn't it obvious? I am the exact opposite of you. Since you longing peace, we longing destruction. And since the original Mao are dead, we, the descendants, have the right to pass judgment, Kateria replied. Now that is foolish, Cat-chan, Seraphal interjected. How dare you talk to me, Seraphal? First, you had the gall to steal the Leviathan name from me, and now you resist me? Kateria snarled. Judgment on the world is a goal worthy of your organization, Azazel remarked as he flew up to Kateria's level. What organization are you talking about, Azazel? Surzex asked. My third in command, Baraquil, has been hearing whispers of a group called the Cows Brigade. The most troubling whisper is that the leader of that organization is the Ouroboros dragon, Ophis, Azazel explained, eliciting gasps from the others. That's right, we are part of the Cows Brigade. Ophis has given us power to complete our goals as long as we help it achieve its own, Kateria said, brandishing an infinity symbol. How interesting. Surzex, mind if I take care of this fight? Azazel asked. By all means, be my guest, Azazel, Surzex replied. I don't care either way, you will all die today, Kateria declared as she charged her power. Azazel released all 12 of his wings, and both fighters began launching waves of magical attacks at each other. The battle reached a stalemate for a while, after which Azazel sighed. You haven't changed a bit, you are still that weak old brat from back then. How dare you, Azazel? I am the descendant of the great Leviathan. How dare you belittle me? Kateria shouted. Yar, a little power-up from Ophis, and you consider yourself equal to your father and grandfather? How pitiful. Leviathan would be rolling in his grave if he saw you today. Well, I should get serious, Azazel said, pulling out a small spear. Kateria raised an eyebrow. What's that supposed to be? This is my very own creation, an artificial sacred gear. The only thing I respect God for is the sacred gear. It's not complete, but it is 75% ready. This is my downfall dragon spear. Balance break, Azazel declared as he was enveloped in golden light. Around this time, Gasper had been rescued, and the Alliance soldiers began pushing the invaders back. Issei dispelled his balance breaker and landed next to Surzex, feeling a pulse in his gear as he looked in Azazel's direction. As the light faded, Azazel was covered in golden draconic armor with purple gems embedded in it. Issei could only watch in awe. Wow, he is amazing! To be able to produce a draconic gear and use the incomplete balance breaker is nothing short of incredible, Issei remarked, causing the others to nod in agreement. It seems Fafnir has a contract with him. This will be interesting if he ever manages to fix and complete that gear, Albion commented, making Issei nod. This is my balance breaker, downfall dragon, another armor. Now, let's continue, shall we? Azazel said as he created a golden spear and, in a burst of super speed, charged at Kateria, landing 3 critical hits. As she fell, she extended her arm and captured Azazel, cackling, "Even if I die, I will ensure that I take you down with me." "So, a self-destruction spell, huh? Too bad it's useless," Azazel said before using his godlike speed to phase out of Kateria's grip. Her eyes widened in shock as she screamed in frustration before exploding. Azazel's armor then dispelled, and the spear was destroyed. He picked up a purple gem and said, "Oh well, it's a reference for the future, right, Fafnir?" Just as he finished, he was sent flying into the ground, much to the shock of everyone. "I must be getting rusty for someone to actually land a hit on me. So, Vale, what gives?" Azazel asked, gazing at Vale, who was suspended in midair in his balance breaker state. "Sorry, Azazel, this side seems to be more interesting," Vale replied. "Is that so? I thought you might need a seat as the current descendant of Lucifer," Azazel remarked, causing gasps from everyone present. "Is that even possible?" Rias exclaimed. Vale remained silent but unfurled his 8 bat-like wings, confirming his lineage. "So, Vale, do you want to fight me? I can still take you on without my balance breaker," Azazel offered. Before Vale could respond, Issei soared upward, his divine dividing activated. "Mama, Azazel, let me handle this. After all, who better than the white dragon to take on the red one?" Issei suggested. "I agree, I want to see how strong my rival is," Vale said. Azazel shrugged and descended as Issei grinned, declaring, "Balance breaker. Vanishing dragon balance breaker." Albion announced as Issei donned his scale mail. The 2 dragon emperors raised their auras and charged at each other at high speeds, red and white streaks colliding in the sky. Ain attempted to assist Issei but was stopped by Surzex, who shook his head, aware that the rivalry between the 2 dragons could not be interrupted. If a fight broke out, it would continue without pause. Punches and kicks flew in every direction, shockwaves rippling with each impact. The dragon emperors were just beginning to explore the uncharted territory of their powers. Suddenly, Vale broke through Issei's defense and landed a solid punch to his stomach, causing Issei to cough slightly. Vale then unleashed a dragon force, sending Issei hurtling toward the ground, creating a small explosion upon impact. Ain and the others watched in concern as Issei took the blow from close range. However, their worries were unfounded when Issei emerged from the smoke, unfazed. "I guess you can chalk up round 1. Now, let's begin round 2. Ice Dragon Emperor's Roar." Issei shouted, launching a large blast of ice energy at Vale, who countered with a strong demonic shield. Issei pressed on, muttering, "Promotion Night. Vanishing Sonic Night." Albion called out as Issei's armor thinned, and he grew a new blaster. Accelerating at full speed, he caught Vale off guard and reared back to punch him as Albion announced, "Vanishing Draconic Rook." His fist thickened considerably, striking Vale hard in the stomach and sending him crashing into the ground, creating a crater. Issei straightened up, reverting to his simple scale mail as Albion declared, "Divide." The command caused Vale's armor to disintegrate as he struggled to regain his footing. "Hee, I'd expect nothing less from my rival. You completely blew away my sacred gear," Vale said, wiping blood from his face before re-entering his balance breaker, eliciting gasps of shock. Issei, hearing the gasps, remarked, "It's not surprising. After all, that's how we dragons fight. There is no winner until one is permanently down." Vale nodded in agreement. "How about we take this to another level? The level of the Juggernaut Drive. I'm game, but I don't think this place will hold if we unleash those levels of auras," Issei replied. Before Vale could respond, Draig interjected, "He has a point. Going Juggernaut Drive right now is unnecessary. Both of you haven't even tapped into your true powers with Balance Breaker or your blades, so take your time and enjoy the fight. You won't get someone like him again for a long time." "I agree with the Red Dragon. Take your time. You've both just scratched the surface of your true potentials." Albion added. "What did you call me?" Draig roared. "I called you the Melons Dragon." Albion retorted. But, kisser. Drake shot back. Melons grabber. Albion countered. But liquor. Drake called. Enough. Both Issei and Vale shouted in unison, their faces flushed from the exchange. They knew they would be lucky to retain their titles as Dragon Emperors. Vale feared Azazel would use this moment to give them ridiculous titles, while Issei worried about losing the respect he had worked hard to earn. Both rivals exchanged apologetic glances. Meanwhile, Azazel, Surzex, Siegfried, and Seraphal were howling with laughter. Graphia, Jean, Michael, and most of the other peerage members chuckled, while Ain and Gabriel blushed heavily, and Zenobia remained oblivious. Back to the fight, Issei groaned. I want to disappear right now. The sky should swallow me up before I die of embarrassment. I can sympathize with you. This has to be the most embarrassing day of my life. I didn't expect our dragons to reveal their interests so openly during our fight, Vale admitted. So, want to continue? It might help us forget this nightmare, Issei suggested. Yeah, let's, Vale agreed, both of them getting back into their stances. Ice Dragon Emperor's Iron Fist. Issei called, launching a fist coated in ice toward Vale. Solid impact. Vale countered, sending his fist toward Issei. The collision caused the barrier to crack slightly. Twin Dragon Shot. Vale shouted, firing 2 quick energy blasts at Issei. Albion came to Issei's aid, shouting, Reflect. The blasts were sent back toward Vale, who dodged before rushing at Issei and landing a punch to his face. In retaliation, Issei headbutt Vale, causing both of their helmets to crack. Issei then fired a concentrated blast of energy at Vale while Drake began calling out, Boost, 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 boost. Explosion. The influx of energy gave Vale the strength needed to punch through the attack. However, before they could continue, the barrier shattered, and a figure landed between them. The figure was a handsome boy, around the same age as Vale and Issei. He had black hair and dark blue eyes, clad in armor reminiscent of the time of the 3 Chinese kingdoms. This was Biko, the descendant of Sun Wukong. What are you doing here, Biko? Vale asked. Yo, Hakuyu. Nice to meet you, Biko replied. Vale, I came to get you since it's time to attack the northern factions, Biko announced. Hey, we were busy. Who are you? An irritated Issei replied. He is Biko, the descendant of Son Goku, the victorious fighting Buddha. I must admit, your partnership with the Red Dragon Emperor looks impressive, Azazel remarked. Thanks. It's all inherited, I look good with anyone. Let's go, Vale, Biko said, jumping up and slamming his staff on the ground, creating a portal through which both he and Vale disappeared. Get stronger, my rival. We shall have our fight another day, Vale said with a smile. Same goes for you. I won't have it if I easily defeat you, Issei responded with a smirk, which Vale returned before vanishing into the portal. Issei sighed, dispelled his armor, and returned to the alliance. The leaders then informed their followers of their decisions, and all the followers nodded wholeheartedly, chanting for their leaders. Surzex, however, stayed behind and told Issei to expect a surprise in the coming days. Issei was soon pulled away by Ain and Jean, who frantically began checking him for injuries. Issei simply hugged both of them before teleporting them away, leaving a seething orc, a dumbfounded Issei, and an incredulous Siegfried. It had been a week since the 2 Dragon Emperors faced off. Issei's popularity was soaring in the underworld. After the public learned that he had fought and held the descendant of Lucifer, the Red Dragon Emperor, at bay, they began demanding his promotion. Currently, the 4 Devil Lords were gathered, discussing whether to offer Issei a promotion. So, what are your thoughts on his promotion? Surzex asked. As much as he wanted to say yes, he needed to ensure that the other Devil Lords were on the same page for easier cover-up. I say yes. He is my first friend and has the strength to back up his status. Let's go ahead, Seraphal chimed in with her usual bubbly tone. I agree as well. He has opened up a whole set of new possibilities for the evil pieces. I concur with Seraphal to nominate him for the promotion, Ajuka stated. I agree. His promotion will inspire other low-class devils to look up to him and train harder, ultimately making the devil race as a whole grow stronger, Falbium added sleepily. I agree as well. He defended the devils with honor. He deserves this promotion more than anyone, Surzex said as he stamped the official document. Graphia, please go and let Ikuin know about the good news and tell him to start preparing. He will need it. Graphia nodded before disappearing in a silver magic circle. Meanwhile, Issei shouted, Heavenly Azure Emperor, as he trained to better control his strongest armor. He held the form for 30 minutes before feeling his body break from the strain. Releasing the armor, he fell down breathing, a bit of blood trickling from his mouth, signifying the toll on his body. Then, this armor puts a lot of strain on me. My safe time with it is currently 10 minutes. Bro, what do you think we should do? Issei thought to Albion. I think it's best to increase your physical regimen. The sturdier your body gets, the better it will handle the power and strain, Albion advised thoughtfully. At that moment, Graphia entered the training area and gasped at the sight of the blood on Issei's face. Rushing toward him, her older sisterly instincts kicked in. Niece, I'm fine. I was just training, and it seems my body can't handle the strain completely, Issei reassured her. But still, you shouldn't do something that can harm your body so badly. Now wash your face and meet me in the lounge. I have news for you and Ain. Speaking of Ain, where is she? Graphia asked. She's out shopping with Jean and Ravel, who came to visit yesterday. I thought it would be good for them to relax and be ordinary girls. Speaking of which, I need to go pick them up. I'll see you soon, Nachon. Help yourself to anything you need, Issei said, snapping his fingers to clean off his sweat and change his clothes before running out of the apartment. Graphia sighed in exasperation but smiled softly, chuckling before changing into casual wear and starting to make lunch for her sister and future brother-in-law. Issei soon entered the shopping district and made his way to where Ain had told him to meet. He spotted the girls standing with a few plastic bags, clearly having enjoyed their shopping trip. Chuckling, he approached the trio. Ai-chan, Jean-chan, Ravel-chan, are you all free? We are. Let's go. Ain replied, and the group began walking back home. On their way, many boys tried to admire the girls but ultimately failed due to Issei's intimidating presence. Conversely, many girls blushed at the sight of Issei, and the girls smiled sweetly, promising pain for anyone who dared to approach him. This continued until a trio of boys approached the group, only to freeze in fear when Issei released a hint of his draconic presence. Sighing, Issei created a magic circle as soon as they turned the corner, transporting everyone home. Back at their place, they found Graphia setting up lunch on the table. She looked up at the group and said, Good you're here. Let's have some lunch before I share the news I came to deliver. What news, Nachon? Ain asked. First, food, then the news, Graphia replied, amused by Ain's pout. The group sat down and began eating, chatting about their day. Issei wisely decided not to mention the strain he had experienced earlier. He caught Graphia's eye, and she nodded in agreement. Both of them wanted to avoid worrying Ain, who had just started to return to normal. Any unnecessary concern was unwarranted, considering he would be back to full strength after a single night's rest. After lunch, Issei asked, Nay-sen, what did you want to tell us? Oh, just that the council has approved your recommendation for promotion to high class. Graphia announced with a grin that Issei would be taking a test in the Bale territory in 1 month, just before summer vacation. Issei jumped up, excitement evident on his face. Are you serious? He asked. Yes, Graphia replied. But I must warn you, this test will be even tougher. Your tactical skills, diplomacy, theory, and combat will all be tested. You would do well to prepare. Anyway, I should get going. With that, she stood up and vanished in a magic circle. Turning to Ain and Ravel, Issei noticed they were ready to begin his preparation. He grinned at them and asked, What's the incentive this time, Ai-chan? The same as last time, but with a bit more depth. Think you can handle it? Ain smirked. Bring it on, Issei said, moving closer to start his preparation for the biggest test of his life. Meanwhile, Rias was in shock. You can't be serious, she said to Graphia. I am, Graphia replied stoically. But he just became a middle-class devil. Why is he being promoted so soon? Rias asked desperately. He defeated half of the invading army before fighting the Red Dragon Emperor to a standstill. What did you do during the invasion besides freeze up? Grayfia's irritation was evident. Rias looked down, unable to respond. She knew Grayfia was right. By status, she was higher than Issei, but he was a high-class devil in everything but name. He was stronger than her and always came through in his fights. She felt insignificant in comparison. Grayfia continued, also, Lord Baal and the elders have set up a new marriage contract for you. He will be here to deliver Issei's results and discuss it with you. But I thought I would be given a choice? Rias exclaimed in outrage. You won't get a choice. Issei made the same bet as you. You bet that if you won, you'd be free of that marriage contract, not that you'd be given a choice. The elder's words are final. And before I go, don't challenge Serorg. He is in a league of his own. With that, Grayfia stood up and disappeared in her classic silver magic circle, leaving Rias to slump down in her seat. Little did she know that this contract would one day change everything. 1 month later, Issei was filled with determination. Yash, let's do it. I am going to be high class by the end of the day, he declared as Grayfia arrived to take him to the test site. Due to his rising popularity, the Baal family had decided to teleport him directly to the test room to avoid any disruptions. In the waiting room, Issei sat with his arms crossed and eyes closed until he was called in for the test. The first part was conducted by Lady Baal and Serorg Baal, who was in line to be the next great king. During the written test, Issei and Serorg locked eyes. Instinctively, Issei felt the urge to challenge Serorg to a fight, but he mastered his impulses and focused on the test. He found the written portion manageable, solving most questions easily, with Albion assisting him when needed. After all, finding loopholes in rules was part of the game. Once the written test concluded, candidates were called in one by one for diplomatic meetings between two sides unable to reach an agreement. About an hour later, Issei was called in for his turn. Entering the room, he saw a brunette mid-class merchant devil sitting across from Lady Phoenix. Both smiled at Issei, who returned their smiles. Once pleasantries were exchanged, Issei took charge. Good afternoon, my name is Isseiharem, and I shall be the arbitrator for today. Please introduce yourselves and identify the problem, he instructed. Layla, Lady Phoenix, had to suppress a smile. Issei was doing exceptionally well. She knew that if he continued like this, becoming high class would be a breeze for him. I am Layla Phoenix, arguing over the prices of the materials provided by our phoenixes, she stated. Hiruzen Sarutobi, arguing over the overpricing of the phoenix products, the brunette added. Very well, what are the rates in question? Issei asked. The House of Phoenix charges us nearly 70% of the profit we earn from the products we sell, which are manufactured using the materials provided by the Phoenix. I was here to negotiate a decrease of at least 15%, but Lady Phoenix hasn't been budging, Hiruzen explained. I can understand why she isn't budging. A direct decrease of 15% would completely shift the balance in your favor. That's not how business works, Issei stated calmly. Lady Phoenix was impressed, as was Hiruzen. So far, both had failed many candidates, but it seemed Issei would be the first to pass. What would you recommend, Issei? Layla asked. I think it would be best for you two to agree to a circumstantial contract that revolves around an increase or decrease of 5%. For example, if Hiruzen here gets a larger profit than usual, he shall pay the original 70%. However, if the profit isn't up to the mark, he shall pay 65%, Issei proposed. That is agreeable, Layla said, and Hiruzen nodded in agreement. After that, Layla stood up and said, You pass it. Go back to the waiting room and await your third test. Issei nodded respectfully before making his way back. After another hour, he was called again for the third part of the test, which would be a battle of tactics. Entering the allocated room, Issei saw Serorg sitting across a chessboard, waiting for him. Looking up, Serorg smiled and said, The third test will be a test of tactics. You will have to survive at least 15 minutes against another experienced high-class devil while playing chess. It sounds fair, Issei replied, ready for the challenge. I hope I get through this. It will actually be around the 10th game of chess I've ever played, Issei stated as he sat down opposite Serorg. I don't think that will affect your result today. After all, you are a very unpredictable sort of fighter, Serorg replied. How do you figure that? Issei asked. It's pretty simple when you look at your battle history. You've beaten an ultimate class opponent, even while being underestimated. Then you fought and defeated a cadre class fallen angel, and you held the Red Dragon Emperor to a standstill. Anyway, that's unnecessary. Let us begin the test, Serorg said as he moved the first piece on the board. Issei nodded and moved his pieces as well. A few minutes into the match, Serorg realized two things. 1. Issei had nearly no strategy. 2. His instincts were off the charts. Issei was moving his pieces seemingly without thought and almost immediately, making it tough for Serorg to counter some of his moves. This continued for about 10 more minutes, and the 15 required to pass were up. The game was currently at a complete standstill. When the clock announced that the required time was up, Issei smirked and moved his rook to cover Serorg's king. The move was completely unexpected, and Serorg could only look on in shock. He had lost the game. Issei stood up and smirked. I really did only play 10 games of chess, but I never said that I ever lost one. Good day, Bale-sama. Serorg stood stunned before a grin spread across his face. Issei would indeed make a wonderful rival one day. He marked the pass on Issei's exam. After all, Issei had managed to outsmart him. Issei, how interesting, thought Serorg as he called in the next candidate. As Issei walked back to the waiting area, he felt a huge surge of magical energy. This frightened him. The power easily surpassed his balance breaker state. However, he was not a coward. Gearing up, he ran toward the source and found a large purple western dragon releasing a massive fireball at a group of children. Without thinking, he unleashed his own draconic form and, in a burst of speed, positioned himself in front of the children. Channeling his ice magic, he began to spin and release the magic, creating a solid barrier around the kids to protect them. Soon, the fire died down, and Issei stopped rotating as he stared down the large dragon. Turning to the children, he said, I want you all to run to safety. I will hold him off. The children nodded and, with a collective shout of, thanks, Vanishing, ran away. Issei then looked at the dragon and coldly stated, that was wrong of you to do. Vanishing dragon balance breaker. Albion roared as Issei's scale mail appeared. However, before he could attack, Issei heard clapping. Turning to his left, he saw a man walking toward him. This man was clad in royal robes and appeared to be immensely old. He was the previous great king, the oldest devil alive, Zikram Bale. That was really impressive, managing to stop an attack from the Blaze Meteor Dragon and defend the kids. You passed the 4th test, Zikram said. Excuse me, was this really a test? Issei asked. Indeed, this test began the moment you felt Tannen's power. In most cases, people run away when they sense his aura. You, on the other hand, rushed to check for trouble. The second part was when you saw him attack the kids. A true high-class devil protects his territory by stopping an attack from an enemy much stronger than you. You proved that you are worthy. Congratulations on passing. You will know your results by tomorrow. Good day, Zikram said, clicking his fingers and making Issei disappear and reappear in the room he was assigned at the start of the test. As he sat down, Grafia appeared and smiled. How did it go, Issei? Pretty well, though we won't know for sure until tomorrow, will we? Issei replied as he stood up and approached Grafia, who created a magic circle to take him back to Kuro. Back in the apartment, Ain was sipping tea as she stared out the window. Issei's test was almost over, and he would be back any minute now. She knew he would do well but couldn't stop herself from worrying. Suddenly, she felt a familiar source of magic behind her, and a moment later, 2 arms snaked around her waist, pulling her closer. How was the test? Ain quietly asked. It went very well, Issei replied, kissing Ain on the cheek. They both continued to gaze out the window, taking in the sights of her appealing sunset. The day after the high-class promotion tests, the House of Gremory awaited the results. Issei and his group were relatively relaxed. Most of the Gremory peerage were unaffected and unconcerned about the outcome. The most nervous person in the entire ordeal was Rias. She didn't want to lose Issei and believed that she could still mend her relationship with him over time if he stayed in her peerage for the right amount of time. However, with his current rise in the ranks, she would soon have no control or say in how he lived his life. Also, he would have certain political pull thanks to his record. He didn't have to worry about marriage contracts since he already had a high-class devil for a girlfriend with whom he would soon be doing the engagement ritual. Currently, Rias was pacing through her room, trying to figure out what to do when a magic circle appeared. From the circle, Serorg emerged, dressed in his usual regal attire. Looking at Rias, he said, "I am here with the results for your pawn's performance. Please call in your peerage." Rias nodded wordlessly and sent a message to the rest of her peerage members. All of them, except Issei, appeared together in a single magic circle. Issei appeared in his own magic circle, and as soon as he stepped out, his battle senses kicked in, and he entered his dragon mode. He was immediately forced to block a strong haymaker from Serorg, who smirked at Issei's quick reaction. "Don't you think that's a little over-enthusiastic for a simple introduction, Serorg-san?" Issei asked, matching Serorg's smirk. "Just putting a few things into perspective," Serorg replied as he straightened up. "As I said earlier, I am here to announce Issei Hayudu's result. I want to congratulate you on passing the high-class promotion test with high marks. Please report to Mao Beelzebub for your evil pieces," Serorg instructed. "I see, thank you for that. I hope we get to spar in the future," Issei replied, shaking Serorg's hand in gratitude before disappearing in a magic circle. As he left, he cast a sideways glance at Rias and noticed a look of despair on her face. Smirking to himself, he thought she deserved every bit of what she was feeling. Turning away, he flashed to Ajuka's lab. Exiting the circle, Issei saw Surzex and Grafia waiting for him, smiles on their faces. "Well done, Issei-kun. You have already been listed as a high-class devil. Now, let us go and get your evil pieces," Surzex said, leading Issei through the rooms. They finally found Ajuka, who was waiting with a set of white chess pieces. "Alright, you are here. I have created these pieces just for you. Channel your magic into them, and they will bond. We also need to remove the evil pieces in your body," Ajuka explained. Issei nodded and began channeling his magic into the pieces, which glowed until a tinge of azure was added to the pure white. Soon, the glow faded, indicating that the ritual was complete. Turning to Ajuka, Issei asked, "Will the removal of the evil pieces affect my survival and demonic energy?" Evil pieces are designed to leak the demonic energy they possess into their host. I will only speed up that process from your pieces. Once all the energy has been absorbed, the pieces will be ejected on their own, making you a free devil, Ajuka explained. Issei nodded in understanding. Ajuka then placed a palm on his chest and began channeling a green hue into it. As the moment went on, Issei felt his magical reserves growing. Albion noticed something different but chose not to. A few minutes later, the process was complete, and all of the evil pieces emerged without any color. It was then that the wings of the divine dividing appeared on Issei's back, and Albion spoke from it. "Issei, try channeling your demonic magic and shape it into an orb." Everyone was confused by the ancient dragon's order but waited to see what would happen. Issei raised his palm and channeled his distinct demonic magic. To everyone's surprise, the orb turned into a blue and white one that had the same composition as the power of destruction. "How is that possible?" a stunned Surzex asked. "I believe I can answer that. The immediate influx of a large amount of demonic energy caused your demonic part to alter itself. Since the pieces came from someone with the power of destruction, your cells were reconfigured to wield said power. Now, I believe we have something else we need to train in. I would ask for your help and guidance in this, Lucifer," the ancient dragon informed the group. "Well, I'll be d'med. Kid really has the luck of the devil," Ajuka commented dryly. "It would seem so. Issei, you know this remains a secret until you are the power, right?" Grafia asked, to which Issei nodded. Surzex, however, was grinning from ear to ear. "You know that actually makes you my half-brother. I will be sending my books and notes on moves and spells to help you control the power of destruction. Hopefully, you can do better than Rias. What do you mean, Nissen? Issei asked. She doesn't train her power of destruction and throws it around carelessly. The reason I am the strongest devil alive is because of my complete mastery in the manipulation of the power of destruction. At full power, I become the power of destruction itself, Surzex replied. Shugi, that's awesome. I can't wait to learn how to control the power of destruction, Issei said excitedly. Yes, that's good and all, but you should take your pieces and go back home. The others are probably waiting for you to return, Grafia interjected. Nodding, Issei disappeared into a magic circle, returning to his apartment where the others were waiting. In his apartment, Issei appeared with a big smile on his face. Another one of his goals had been accomplished. Ain, Siegfried, and Jean were all sitting and waiting for him with eager expressions. So, Koi, what happened? Did everything go well? Ain asked, her voice filled with concern. I passed. I am officially a high-class devil with my own evil pieces. Speaking of pieces, when do you guys want to join my peerage? Issei asked. Ain's first response was a squeal as she launched herself at Issei. He was prepared and wrapped his arms around her, swinging her around before planting a gentle kiss on her lips. They broke away a few moments later, after which Issei took out his queen piece and made Ain the first official member of his peerage. Siegfried and Jean quickly followed suit, becoming devils under the Hyud Lucifuge clan. I think we should go and collect Ravel as well. Then we need to visit Sona to get Sieg, Jean, and Ravel into the school as students. I guess we will also need to create our own club since we are a different family, Issei suggested. I agree. Let me contact the House of Phoenix, then we can visit. Also, do we have a plan for the summer vacations? Ain asked. I guess we will have a training trip. From what I read, we may have to greet some other high-class devils soon, so coming on strong will be a requirement, Siegfried said. That is a good point. I can arrange something after talking to Nei-chan, Ain said thoughtfully. Alrighty then, I am off to get Ravel with Ain-chan. After that, we are going out to eat, Issei announced with a clap of his hands. With that, both of them disappeared into a magic circle created by Ain, leaving Siegfried and Jean alone. In Phoenix territory, Issei and Ain appeared in front of the Phoenix territory gate, where a maid greeted them and led them into the sitting area for guests. The maid informed them that Lady Phoenix would be coming soon and then left to bring tea for the guests. 15 minutes later, Lady Phoenix appeared along with Ravel. Looking at Issei and Ain, she said, Issei, what are you doing here? Layla-sama, I was promoted to a high-class devil, and as such, I received my evil pieces. I came to ask if Ravel still wanted to join, Issei replied. After all, if she did, she'd have to come to Kuo and stay with the rest of us, Issei explained in a friendly manner. I believe congratulations are in order then. It will be a nice change for Ravel to live in Kuo. She will be able to learn and pick up quite a number of things, Layla replied. That is quite nice, however, like I said last time, I want this decision to be Ravel's completely. If she truly wants to join my peerage of her own accord, I will be happy to oblige. So, Ravel, what are you going to do? Issei asked. I will go with Issei-sama, she stuttered, a small blush creeping onto her cheeks. Issei smiled kindly at her before saying, All right, then let's get this over with. He pulled out a bishop piece and held it out to Ravel. The piece and Ravel glowed an azurish white before the glow faded, officially marking Ravel as his bishop. Now, Ravel, please go and get your things ready. Ain and I will be waiting for you right here, Ain said. Ravel nodded and ran off to gather her belongings. The next half-hour flew by with pleasant conversation with Lady Phoenix about various topics related to Devil Society. Soon, Ravel returned with a few bags of things she might need. After that, the three bid Layla farewell before disappearing into a Lucifuge family magic circle. Back in the apartment, Issei called out, Sieg, Jean, come over here for a moment. Both of his knights soon emerged from the living room and joined the group. Issei nodded and introduced, Ravel, these are Siegfried and Jean, our knights. Sieg, Jean, this is Ravel, our bishop. Ain, as you know, is our queen. Now, let's visit Sona to get all of you instated into the academy. The others nodded, and the group made their way to Sona Citri's residence. It didn't take long, as Ain had become fairly acquainted with Sona over time and wanted to know another strong heiress on a personal level. Soon, they reached the residence and knocked on the door. The door was opened by Tsubaki Shinra, Sona's queen and best friend. "Hey, Tsubaki, do you mind if we come in? Issei has something he needs to talk to Sona about," Ain cheerfully said. Tsubaki raised an eyebrow and asked, "And what would Hayato-kun like to talk about?" "Oh, just about getting my new peerage members into the academy and the formation of a new club," Issei replied with a shrug. Hearing that, Tsubaki raised her other eyebrow as well. "How can you have a peerage? Last I knew, you were a middle-class devil." "Oh, I was promoted to high class this morning. These are my peerage members, Ain, Ravel, Siegfried and Jean. You can confirm my claim with Ravel," Issei explained. Seeing Ravel nod, Tsubaki sighed and let them all in, leading them to a sitting area. She then left to call her emissary. Sona arrived a few moments later and found Issei patiently waiting for her. Entering the room, she said, "Greetings, Haikun. How may I help you?" Please call me Issei or Issei. I assume your queen told you about my promotion?" Issei asked. Nodding, Sona replied, "That she did, Issei. What can I do for you?" "Well, I was hoping to get Siegfried, Jean, and Ravel into the academy. Siegfried will take my surname since we have the same hair, while Ravel and Jean will be cousins moving in from America," Issei explained, prompting Sona to nod at the acceptable covers. "That is acceptable. Anything else?" she asked. "Yes, I wanted to start a new club and wanted your suggestion on what to name it," Issei stated. "Why do you wish to start your own club?" she asked, slightly confused. "Oh, you see, since you and Rias both have your own domains, I thought it was something common among high-class devils," Issei said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Sona, despite her stoic demeanor, couldn't suppress a giggle. That was a refreshing change. "Anyway, I think the Mythological History Club will suffice. What do you think? That's actually pretty nice, you know. So, are there any rules that I need to know about being a high-class devil in this territory?" Issei asked. "Just a few. Rias and I normally meet weekly to discuss things, and this time you'll be required to come as well. If you scout a potential peerage member, you will have to inform both of us. Doing that will place your target as yours. That's about it. I will also arrange your summoning paper for the Lucifuge clan. Once they're ready, you can start taking on requests," Sona explained. "Thanks a lot. I will keep what you said in mind. I guess we should take our leave." "I will see you at school, Sona," Issei said as he and the other members of his peerage stood up and began to walk away. "I will have the necessary paperwork ready, Issei-kun. It was nice talking to you. You are not the same old pervert that everyone talks about," Sona said with a smirk. I learned how to control my perversion. Nowadays, it's mostly reserved for some special people," Issei replied with a smirk of his own as he held Ain's hand. Ain bit her lip to avoid an outburst but was relieved when Issei held her hand and led the group out to spend some time together. The next day, Issei was lazily sitting in his room reading. He had given the rest of his peerage time off to do what they wanted. The only people in the apartment were him and Ain. He stood up when he remembered his silver-haired girlfriend. Making his way down, he found her cooking something in the kitchen. He smiled and wrapped his arms around her waist, kissing her on the cheek. "Hey, appealing, what are you doing?" Issei asked. "I was just fixing something for me," Ain replied, smiling back. "I'm a little tired," Ain said softly. "How about you sit down? I'll cook something for you and then give you a little massage," Issei suggested with a warm smile. "But you are my king. It's not right for a king to serve his peerage," Ain tried to explain, but Issei was having none of that. "Ain, you are my girlfriend, the love of my life, and my future wife. It's my job to care for you. Now go sit down," Issei insisted. Ain felt a blush rise at his words before she made her way to the sofa. Dressed in a blue sleeveless shirt and black jeans, she looked stunning. Issei donned an apron and began cooking, making pancakes that he set down in front of her. He enjoyed watching Ain eat, her blissful expression warming his heart. He knew that Ain sometimes struggled with trust, which made her overly SPSV at times. It was his responsibility to help her feel secure again. She had come so far from the shell he had first found her in, and he smiled as he watched her. Once she finished eating, Issei stood up and moved behind her, placing his hands on her shoulders and starting to massage them. Ain sighed in relief, feeling the tension melt away under his skilled hands. As he gently pushed her long silver hair aside, he placed a soft kiss on her neck. The warmth of her skin was intoxicating, and he couldn't help but kiss her neck with increasing passion. Ain responded with soft sounds of pleasure, feeling a rush of warmth spread through her. Issei then pulled her shirt down slightly, revealing her white bra. He began to touch her gently, causing Ain to blush deeply and lean closer, seeking his warmth. He looked into her eyes, filled with love, and said, "I love you, Ain. I am yours just as you are mine." He leaned in, capturing her lips in a kiss that ignited a spark between them. Ain, feeling emboldened, pushed back, flipping their positions and pressing him against the wall. She leaned in, her heart racing as she kissed him back fiercely. Issei smirked, enjoying the sudden shift in their dynamic. Era, you're looking rather feisty, Ain, but I'm still in control," he teased. He lifted her up, pressing her against the wall as they continued to kiss, their connection deepening. Ain wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer as they shared the moment. Just then, Surzeks and Grafia teleported in, catching the couple in their embrace. Both older devils smiled at the scene, recognizing the passion between the two. However, Grafia quickly noticed Ain's exposed bra and covered Surzex's eyes, clearing her throat loudly. Both Issei and Ain froze, turning to see an amused Grafia and a cheeky Surzex. Ain let out a surprised squeak as she hurriedly adjusted her clothes, while Issei averted his gaze, feeling embarrassed. The two teens were blushing fiercely, competing with ripe tomatoes for the shade of red. Grafia exchanged a glance with Surzex, who grinned and said, "I see you were enjoying yourselves. Should we expect any nieces or nephews soon?" "Baka and Niki." Both Issei and Ain shouted in unison, playfully hitting him on the head, causing him to stumble. Grafia giggled softly at their antics, appreciating the warmth of their family dynamic. She then cleared her throat and said, "All right, that's enough. We came to inform you that you will be traveling with Rias tomorrow to the Gremory estate. Lord and Lady Gremory have invited you to dinner. After that, we will allocate your territory to you before you stay in the Lucifuge clan estate." "Wait, I get multiple territories?" Issei asked, surprised. "Yes, you'll receive territories from the Gremory family, the Phoenix family, and all of the Lucifuge family territory after you complete the ritual," Surzex explained. Issei nodded, a smile spreading across his face as he pulled Ain closer. "Speaking of the ritual, when can we take it?" "The earliest it can be done is a couple of days before the Young Devil's ceremony, where you will officially take the Lucifuge name," Grafia replied. "That's great. I was also wondering if you had any training plans." "I need to work on my physical strength," Issei said. "Don't worry, I have everything taken care of. All 3 peerages will be accommodated accordingly. By the way, you should also meet Sona's pawn. He has a draconic gear like yours," Surzex added. "I didn't know there were other draconic gears apart from the boosted gear and the divine dividing," Issei remarked. "Well, there are multiple Vritra gears. Saji has one of them," Surzex informed him. "I see. So, do you guys want to eat?" Issei asked. "No, I think we should head back. We've already overstayed our welcome." "You two can continue what you were doing," Grafia said with a teasing smile as Ain sputtered out something that sounded like, "Baka Nachan." With that, Surzex and Grafia disappeared in their respective magic circles. As soon as they were gone, Issei turned to Ain, pulling her close and kissing her deeply. He lifted her legs and wrapped them around his waist, whispering, "I don't care, today we will be together." "I'm with you, I want it," Ain replied, her eyes sparkling with longing. Issei then carried her to his room, where he gently placed her on the bed, leaning in to kiss her once more. His large and broad chest pressed against hers, creating an NTMT moment between them. He broke the kiss, his hands moving to her shirt and bra, removing them with urgency. Ain felt a rush of emotions as he lowered himself, kissing her softly. She gasped at the sensation, her heart racing. "That was unexpected, Issei," she said, a playful pout forming on her lips as she caught her breath. "You not only tore my favorite shirt, but now my jeans are ruined too." Issei chuckled, his gaze filled with admiration as he removed her jeans, revealing her beauty. Ain blushed under his intense stare, and they shared a moment of vulnerability, looking into each other's eyes. "It's not fair if I'm the only one without clothes," she said, leaning forward to kiss him again. With a determined look, she began to remove his shirt and unfasten his belt, revealing more of him. Ain smiled, pleased with the effect she had on him. She leaned in closer, teasing him with her touch. "Your turn to feel good," she said playfully, and he felt a thrill at her words. As they explored each other, the atmosphere grew charged with excitement and anticipation. "Are you sure about this?" Issei asked gently, wanting to ensure she was comfortable. "I'm fine. Let's do it," Ain replied confidently. With a tender touch, Issei embraced her, moving slowly as they shared this NTMT moment. He paused, looking for her reassurance, and she nodded, ready. As they continued, Ain felt a mix of sensations, and Issei was attentive, making sure to comfort her. After a few moments, she encouraged him, "You can move now." He began to move gently, adjusting to the rhythm, and soon they were lost in the moment, sharing soft gasps and whispers of encouragement. "It feels good," Ain said, and Issei took that as a cue to increase his pace, both of them caught in the waves of pleasure. As they reached their limits, they shared a moment of connection, both overwhelmed by the intensity of their feelings. Afterward, Issei lay beside Ain, mesmerized by her beauty. He placed a gentle kiss on her lips, covering them with a blanket and pulling her close, feeling content as he drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Rhea stood nervously in front of her family, her heart heavy with concern. "Are you sure there's nothing that can be done?" she asked, her voice trembling. For the last time, Rhys, he was nominated by the council for both tests and passed with flying colors, Surzek replied, his tone weary. "His achievements are remarkable for someone so new to being a devil. The decision about his status is final." Rhys felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. "At least set me up with a marriage contract with him. I love him," she pleaded, her eyes hopeful. Surzek sighed, standing tall. "Rhys, he has already told you he isn't interested. He earned his promotion fairly, and he's now a fellow young devil. Besides, he's already in a marriage contract with Graphia's sister. You have your own contract with the heir of the Bale clan." Rhys felt the weight of his words, realizing the challenges ahead. "I will not entertain your childish tantrums. Both these contracts will go through," Surzek stated firmly. "But, Issei, you supported me before," Rhys argued. "That was because of Reiser's reputation. Serorg is stronger and much nobler than Reiser. He will make a perfect husband for you. Now leave. I have to prepare for your and Issei's peerage training. Also, Rhys, do you have any new members you want for your peerage? After all, you have 8 free pawn pieces," Surzek inquired. Suddenly, images of 5 people entered her mind, and she smirked. Turning to Surzek, she nodded before leaving. Issei was walking toward the Occult Research Club after school for a meeting with the other kings before the trip to the underworld. His peerage walked beside him, carrying a few bags they would need for the journey. He sighed, wondering what the meeting was about. From what he knew, all they had to do was get on the train and enter the underworld via the dimensional gap. So, what was this meeting about? Motioning for the rest of his peerage to wait, he and Ain entered the main room of the Occult Research Club, where he found Rhys, Aquino, Sona, and Tsubaki already waiting. He nodded in greeting to the 4 before sitting down. "All right then, what is this meeting about? I thought the only agenda was for us to go to the underworld for vacation," Issei asked. While that was true, Rhys requested this last-minute meeting, saying she wanted to inform us of something. "So, what is it, Rhys?" Sona asked. "I wanted to tell you both about the 5 new pawns that I have recruited for myself," Rhys answered. "Oh, interesting. Who are they? Did you let them die before reincarnating them, or did you kill them first?" Issei asked, intrigued. I assure you, I did no such thing. I called them in and explained everything before adding them to my peerage. The ones I added were Murayama Shinji, Keitase Kuji, Ken Hartley, Matsuda Kato, and Motohoma Shiro, Rias replied. So, the bully, the perverts, and the kendo duo? Not bad. Do they have any unique abilities? Issei asked. Why do you want to know? Rias inquired. A mere curiosity, they were friends after all, Issei answered with a dismissive wave of his hand. I see. Well, the kendo duo are the ancestors of the ancient Kanagi and Kaminari families and can summon the spirit swords of Enraiha and Raikiri. The perverted duo have twice critical sacred gears, while Ken has the water dragon sword, Rias explained. Interesting. I wish you and your peerage good luck. Now then, is that everything on the agenda? Issei asked. Yes, now we call our peerages in, and we will be going to the underworld train station from where we will be taken to the Gremory estate, Sona answered. Nodding, Issei signaled Ain to gather the others, an action mirrored by Rias and Sona, who signaled Akino and Tsubaki. Soon, all three peerages were in the room, and Sona said, All right then, before we leave, the peerages should introduce themselves. It is customary for peerages to introduce each other. I shall go first. My name is Sona Citri, a high-class devil. This is Tsubaki Shinra, Sona-sama's queen. Momo Hanakai, Sona-sama's bishop, a white-haired third-year said in a bubbly voice. Rei Kusaka, Sona-sama's bishop, a third-year brunette added. Tomo Meguri, Sona-sama's knight, an auburn-haired girl said. Tsubasa Yura, Sona-sama's rook, a blue-haired girl introduced herself. Genshiro Suji, Sona-sama's pawn, nice to meet you, a blonde-haired boy said. Ruruko Nimura, I am Sona-sama's pawn, a first-year happily chirped. Very well then, I shall go next, Rias said. My name is Rias Gremory, high-class devil. Akino Haimajima, Rias-sama's queen. Rainer, Rias-sama's bishop. Gasper Valdi, Rias-sama's bishop. Kiba Yuto, Rias-sama's knight. Zenobia Korda, Rias-sama's knight. Kaneko Tujo, Rias-sama's rook. Ken Hartley, Rias's pawn and the holder of the water dragon sword. Murayama Tun. Keite's pawn. Matsuda, I am a pawn. Motohoma, I am a pawn as well, the Gremory peerage announced. Issei noticed that Murayama and Keitase were looking at him sadly, but he brushed it off and looked over at Ken. As he did, Albion spoke inside his head. So that old coot got himself sealed, eh? Who would have thought? Albion remarked. You know that dragon, Mizuki? Yup, the old-timer is a MSTR with water. If that Ken kid MSTRs his power completely, he should be able to turn into water itself, Albion replied. Interesting. What level is he on? Issei inquired. Ancient dragon, just behind the Dragon Kings and Vitra's level, Albion said. Well, that leaves me, I guess. My name is Issei Haidu, soon to be Issei Lucifuge. I am a high-class devil. Ain Lucifuge, a high-class devil and Issei's queen, he introduced, adding silently, not to mention my future wife, which made Ain blush. Ravel Phoenix, Issei-sama's bishop. Siegfried, knight. Jean, knight. The Lucifuge peerage introduced themselves. It was then that Azazel entered the room and said, Ah, I see you are all here. Good, that means we can leave. Yo, sensei, will you be going with us? Issei asked. Yup, Surzek's already arranged it. I even have a training program ready for everyone. It should be interesting, Azazel replied. I don't think you're going to share it with us, right? Issei asked. Nope, you'll just have to wait, Azazel said with a smirk. All right then, let's go, Rias announced with a clap of her hands as everyone soon entered a lift that took them to the underground train station. The peerages sat in 3 separate compartments on the train. Azazel was with the Lucifuge peerage since they were much more easygoing and fun to be around. Azazel noticed that Ain was practically glowing while Issei had a silly grin on his face. Being Ian's old, he immediately connected the dots and grinned mischievously before saying, Ah, I see you both finally graduated from being boy and girl to man and woman. I am so proud, he said, pretending to wipe away a tear. Both Issei and Ain blushed while Ravel and Jean narrowed their eyes at the duo, with Siegfried wearing a teasing grin. "Can it, sensei? We have already been teased enough as it is," Ravel said. "Oh, I don't think I will," Azazel replied with a grin, though he suddenly started sweating, sensing impending doom. Ain looked at him with the sweetest of smiles, a smile that warned both Azazel and Siegfried to be cautious. "Sensei, please be quiet before I take drastic measures." "Same goes for you, Sieg." Her voice was sweet, matching her smile perfectly. Both men nodded quickly, falling silent. Ain smiled in satisfaction before leaning back against Issei's shoulders. Not to be outdone, Jean quickly moved to sit on Issei's other side, leaning against him as well. Issei smiled at the girls, watching them glare at each other playfully. He leaned down and kissed both of them on the forehead, lightly chiding, "No infighting." Both girls blushed and nodded. "Lucky guy," Azazel grumbled as the train suddenly stopped. It seems the Citri peerage is leaving. Is there territory nearby?" Issei asked, receiving a nod in response. Soon, the train resumed its journey toward the Gremory territory. "This is bigger than I expected," Issei muttered as he gazed at the gigantic Gremory mansion. Ain giggled at the expressions of the rest of the peerage. The door opened, revealing Graphia in her familiar maid outfit. Both Ain and Issei smiled and nodded in greeting. "Welcome, Lady Rias and Lord Issei. Lord and Lady Gremory are expecting you," Graphia said, gesturing for them to follow her. As they walked, a red-haired blur suddenly crashed into Rias. The blur turned out to be an 8-year-old boy who exclaimed, "Rias Onissima, it's so good to see you again." Rias affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. "You've grown so much, Milikas," she replied. Milikas then turned to Ain, rushing toward her and hugging her tightly. "I'm glad you're better now, Ain Onissima." Ain hugged him back. "I missed you too, Milikas. If you want to thank anyone for my recovery, you should thank your Issei and Isama over there." She pointed at Issei, who was watching the scene with a small, happy smile. Milikas approached Issei and shyly said, "Thank you for helping Ain Onissima." Issei smiled and ruffled the boy's hair. "It was no problem, Milikuin. After all, your Onissima is very important to me." The boy beamed and pulled on Issei's hand. "Come on, Onissima. I want to show you a few things." Issei willingly followed him into the Gremory estate. Graphia smiled and shook her head while Ain giggled. Rias watched the scene with a hint of sadness. Soon, the whole group was seated at the dinner table with the head of the Gremory family. "I hope the journey here wasn't difficult?" Lord Gremory asked Issei. "Not at all, Lord Gremory. On the contrary, it was quite pleasant," Issei replied. "That's good. After dinner, please accompany me to my office. We need to discuss the territory you will receive," Lord Gremory said. "All right, Sensei, what do you have for us?" Issei asked as he and his peerage stood in one of the Lucifuge clan grounds, waiting for Azazel to announce their training programs for the month. "Let's get started. I've already explained the training programs for both the Gremory and Citri peerages, which is why I was late. So without further ado, let's begin. Ain, your training will be overseen directly by Graphia. She'll know where to find you. So get going," Azazel said. Ain nodded, kissed Issei, and disappeared in a silver Lucifuge magic circle. "For both Jean and Siegfried, I've arranged for you to train with the Knights of Mao Asmodeus and Mao Beelzebub for the next month. Use this opportunity to learn from the best in the underworld. Here are your summoning papers." Azazel handed both Jean and Siegfried a few papers. They nodded, and Siegfried fist-bumped Issei while Jean kissed his cheek before they disappeared in their magic circles. Issei then turned to Azazel, patiently waiting for his senseis to arrive. "All right, Issei, you will have 2 senseis training you 9 hours a day each. The first one should be arriving shortly." Azazel counted down, and a gigantic purple humanoid dragon landed behind him. "This is Dragon King Tannen. He will be training you to enhance your draconic power and improve your gear control," Azazel explained. "Awesome. I get the Blaze Meteor Dragon as one of my teachers," Issei exclaimed excitedly. "The second one will be," Azazel started but abruptly stopped as a magic circle appeared next to him. From it emerged a smiling Surzex, dressed in a red tracksuit. "Nissen, what are you doing here?" Issei asked, surprised. "Isn't it obvious? I'm going to be your second sensei. You definitely need help mastering your new power of destruction," Surzex said with a big grin. "Really?" Issei asked, wide-eyed, and Surzex nodded. "Absolutely. By the way, is there anyone who can help me with my Durandal?" Issei inquired. "I tried asking Michael, but he said the church is incredibly busy with internal investigations. They're trying to oust people like Valper Galilei, which is why they can't send anyone," Azazel explained. "I see," Issei said, frowning. "Don't worry, Kit. Rodan and I were wielders of Durandal in our time. After your daytime training, we'll teach you how to fight at night. Now get going," Azazel encouraged. "Will you really help me, senpai?" Issei asked incredulously. Yeah, whatever. Don't get too snippy. We'll see you tonight. Goodbye." Nero said before cutting the link. Issei smiled and said, "Well, Nissen-sensei, let's not worry about Durandal and start the other training." The three nodded, and the month of intense training officially began. Time skip 1 month. Issei was seen walking toward the Lucifuge mansion from the nearby mountains where he had been training. The training PRD had done wonders for him. His shirt was torn, revealing his lean and well-built muscles. He had received a pawn piece from Ajuka that allowed him to use his queen form without any issues. Not to mention his time limit for the heavenly azure armor had increased from a mere 10 minutes to a strong 1 hour. His control and manipulation of the power of destruction had skyrocketed, allowing him to use several spells that Surzex had personally taught him, along with many others he had created on his own. His ice manipulation had also grown stronger, and with the help of Albion he had managed to create 4 new spells, 2 offensive, 1 defensive, and 1 support type. His training with both Rodan and Nero had given him much better control over Durandal, mastering 8 new techniques and reaching level 3 of the total 6 known levels of Durandal's power. Overall, he considered the month of training a massive success. Soon, he found himself in the estate's main courtyard, leaning against the wall and patiently waiting for the others to arrive. He sensed 2 familiar presences and smirked. Moments later, both Siegfried and Jean appeared, their clothes slightly tattered. Issei could immediately tell they were much stronger than a month ago, their auras larger and more controlled. Jean rushed to hug Issei as soon as she saw him. The feeling of his solid muscles against her was blissful, causing her to blush. Issei lightly kissed her on the lips before ruffling her hair and asking, "How did your training go, Siegfried, Jean?" "It was great. I managed to improve the time limit for using Gram and picked up several new techniques," Siegfried replied with a grin. "I created 2 subspecies balance breakers and improved the duration for using them," Jean added, puffing out her chest proudly. Issei chuckled softly and pulled her into his chest, kissing her deeply. Jean blushed when they broke apart, twiddling her thumbs to hide her embarrassment. Smiling at her cute action, Issei pulled her closer to help conceal her flushed face. Soon, footsteps echoed in the courtyard, and Ain stepped in. Issei gently let go of Jean, who smiled, knowing he had given her the right amount of attention. He then disappeared in a burst of speed, reappearing in front of an unsuspecting Ain, lifting her into the air and swinging her around. Ain squeaked in surprise before Issei stopped and kissed her gently, holding her close. After they broke apart, he rested his head on hers and said, "I missed you." Ain smiled into the hug, snuggling against him, enjoying the warmth of his well-built form. After a few moments, the duo broke the hug, and all 4 of them entered the estate to refresh themselves. Half an hour later, they sat together, sharing stories of their training. Ain was impressed by the improvements made by both Siegfried and Jean before she began recounting her own results. "Well, the first week was spent mainly refining my control over fire and mastering several old Lucifuge clan spells. The next 3 weeks focused on mastering my secondary element, which is wind. I managed to complete 2 of the 5 manipulation exercises and mastred some old clan spells while also creating several new ones," Ain explained with a smile. "That's very nice. As your king, I am proud of you," and as your friend, I'm glad all of you have earned your new abilities, Issei replied with a smile. So, Issei, you know about our progress. What about your new abilities? Siegfried asked. Oh, I increased the time I can stay in my balance breaker state, improved my ice manipulation, and learned new spells. I also got new techniques with Durandal. Surzex taught me some spells for my power of destruction. I sort of unlocked it when I became a high-class devil. So that's about it, Issei explained, finishing with a thoughtful tone. Wow, does that mean you are literally a Baal? Ain said with a sarcastic huff. Don't be like that, you know I'd never accept any other surname except for Lucifuge, Issei said, pulling her to his side. I know, but I'm a little upset that you didn't tell me about it, Ain admitted, snuggling into his side and forgetting her temporary anger in favor of enjoying Issei's warmth. Jean pouted at that before moving to Issei's other side, also snuggling into him. Both girls glared at each other, prompting Issei to wrap his arms around their heads and pull them to his chest. No infighting, he said firmly. Both girls meekly blushed and nodded against him. It was then that Siegfried spoke up. Hey Issei, I think it's time for us to get the last member of our team back. You're right. I guess I'll go get her now, Issei said, lightly pushing Jean and Ain away before disappearing into a magic circle. There he goes again. I swear he is the most unorthodox high-class devil in the underworld, Ain said with a tired sigh. What do you mean, AI-chan? Jean asked, her previous animosity with the silver-haired beauty all but forgotten. What Ain means is the way he acts. Normally, a high-class devil wouldn't bother going to get his peerage members. He does that because he sees his peerage not as servants but as family. He cares way too much, Siegfried explained, sipping his tea. Jean mouthed an "oh" before the trio began making small talk about random topics. Meanwhile, Issei materialized in his territory at the Phoenix estate and started walking toward the main compound. As he approached a clearing, he heard the sounds of training and followed them. Soon, he saw Rival Phoenix practicing magic spells with a few maids standing by his side. Yo, Rival, it's been a while, Issei greeted as he walked over. Issei, it's been ages since we last met. How have you been? Rival warmly replied. That it has. I've been great, you know, becoming high class and all. I see you've been training, Issei said. Yeah, I'm among the candidates for the next promotions to the ultimate class and have been training hard to increase my combat potential, Rival explained. Nice. I can't wait until I'm up at your level, Issei said with a grin. But you already beat me, Rival said, chuckling. I think that counts as you being on my level, Rival said, his tone filled with confusion. I won because you underestimated me, and I use my abilities exceptionally well. In raw power, experience, and speed, you are miles ahead of me, Issei replied. Thanks for the compliment. Not that I mind you visiting, but what are you doing here? Rival asked curiously. Oh, I was here to get Ravel. The month for training is up, and it's time for the peerage to gather, Issei explained. Ah, I see, Rival said with an understanding nod. He motioned for a maid to fetch Ravel and her belongings. The maid nodded and left, leaving Issei and Rival to engage in small talk about the current happenings in the underworld. A few minutes later, Ravel arrived. Issei bid Rival goodbye before he and Ravel disappeared in a magic circle. Moments later, they reappeared in the living room where the others were waiting. Welcome back, Ravel-chan. How did your training go? Jean chirped. It went very well, Jean. Thank you for asking, Ravel replied happily. So, Ravel-chan, what did you learn? Ain asked with a sweet smile. Well, I focused on improving my stamina and increasing my magic reserve. After that, I had Rival and Isama teach me a few of his personal spells. Finally, I started on fire manipulation and mastered the first level, Ravel said proudly. Well done, Siegfried said. Simply. Thank you, Sieg-sama, Ravel responded with a small smile. Now then, with everything done and dusted, let's get some food before hitting the hay and reporting everything to Issei tomorrow, Issei said as he began leading everyone into the dining area. However, before they could eat, a loud flapping sound was heard, followed by a resounding thud and then silence. Issei stood up from his seat and said, All right, guys, I'm going to see what happened. I will be back. The others nodded, a little worried, but relaxed when they saw Issei's reassuring smile. He made his way out to the courtyard where the thud had come from. Upon arriving, he found a large maroon dragon, about 25 feet long, waiting for him patiently. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Issei asked. "Greetings, Hakuruka-sama. My name is Bova the Destroyer. I am the youngest son of the Blaze Meteor Dragon and wish to join your peerage," the dragon named Bova said. That is a very interesting proposition. So tell me, Bova, why do you want to join my peerage and not anyone else's?" Issei inquired. Bova sighed sadly before speaking. "I wish to make my father proud. Both of my older brothers, despite being much weaker than me, have contributed to Devil Society. I am more of a fighter, but due to my destructive tendencies, no high-class devil ever wanted me. My father doesn't say it, but I can see the disappointment in his eyes whenever he sees me. When I heard that the current White Dragon Emperor became a high-class devil and defeated several ultimate-class opponents, I knew your peerage was the right one for me. So I request you, no, I beg you, please add me to your peerage." "Hey, don't be like that. I'll add you to my peerage, you'll be my trump card. Now lift your head. You are Bova the Destroyer, the next in line to take over as a Dragon King. Don't sell yourself short. You are better than that," Issei said, making Bova look up in shock. "Do you really mean that?" Bova asked, his voice hopeful. "Of course I do. Now enough of this mushy stuff. Do you, Bova the Destroyer, wish to join my peerage and live for me, fight for me, and serve me?" Issei asked, throwing a rook piece to Bova, who caught it as it began to glow. "Yes, I, Bova the Destroyer, will fight, live, and serve you," Bova answered, placing the rook piece near his chest. "Then be reborn as a devil of the Lucifuge clan and help us bring back our former glory," Issei said as the rook piece transformed into a stronger piece before entering Bova's chest. He smiled as he felt warmth and an increase in power. "Now then, let's go and introduce you to your new teammates and family," Issei said, turning to walk back into the mansion while motioning for Bova to follow him. "And that is how Bova joined my peerage and became part of our family," Issei cheerfully said as he introduced Bova to the rest of his peerage. Bova nervously sat on one of the couches, now in his humanoid dragon form, which was as tall as Issei. "Having the strongest son of a dragon king on our team is very reassuring," Siegfried said with a smirk. "I know, right? Imagine my balance breaker and Bova-chan flying together, causing havoc on other teams," Jean chirped. "I agree, that sort of firepower is game-winning," Ravel said thoughtfully, taking on the role of the team strategist. "It seems we are definitely not lacking in raw firepower," Ain said with a chuckle. Bova blushed slightly at the praise from his teammates and nodded in thanks. Issei then spoke up, "Great. Now that everyone is done, we can have our dinner, after which we hit the rack. We have to meet up with Mao-sama for further instructions." Everyone nodded and started having dinner. They mostly talked with Bova while eating, trying to make him feel more comfortable and at home, all the while learning more about him. After an hour, when dinner was finished, everyone stood up one by one before leaving for their rooms. Issei turned to Bova and said, "Bova, choose any room you want from the unused ones and rest in it today. If you don't want to stay indoors, there is a cave in the nearby mountains that should be ideal for you." "I shall be at the cave then, Nisama. I will be at your beck and call," Bova said as he jumped out the window and flew away. Issei nodded before turning to Ain and lifting her up in a princess carry. He then kissed her before carrying her into their room, feeling incredibly excited. It was only a couple of days until the ritual, after which Ain would officially be Issei's fiancée. He could hardly wait. Time skip, 2 days. "Are you ready, Issei-kun, Ain-chan?" Lady Phoenix asked as the young couple prepared to enter the altar for the long-awaited trial. "Hi, we are," Issei replied, gently squeezing Ain's hand. "Very well then, I wish you the best of luck," Lady Phoenix said before Issei and Ain walked through the gates and into the altar. "Greetings. Are you here for the trial?" a voice called from above them. Both Ain and Issei looked up to see 5 figures hovering in the air, each dressed in colorful outfits reminiscent of heroes. "That we are," Ain responded with a regal tone. Very well then, we, the Satans, shall test you. You will have to go through 5 tests, one set by each of us Satans. Failure of a single test will result in the cancellation of the ritual. Are you sure you want to take the test? Satan Red asked. Yes, but may I know your names? Ain inquired. Satan Red, Satan Blue, Satan Yellow, Satan Pink, and Satan Green. We should warn you, all of us are Mao-level fighters and won't be taken down easily, Satan Red stated. Issei thought to himself, seriously, do you really expect anyone to fall for that disguise? Ah, I see. Well, I'm not worried about your power. My boyfriend here has already fought and beaten a cadre-level fallen angel. I am sure he will be more than a challenge for you, Ain replied confidently, unaware of the true identities behind the masks. Issei stared at Ain with a disbelieving look, thinking, don't tell me she actually fell for that disguise? Very well then, let's begin, Satan Red said, clicking his fingers. A magic circle appeared above the young couple, teleporting them away. They found themselves in a gray room with a 3-seater table in the middle and a wooden chair directly opposite where they stood. A green magic circle appeared, and from it, Satan Green emerged. Greetings, my name is Satan Green, and I shall be the one conducting this test. This is an ORL test about the history of devils. Please take your seats. Issei thought, so it's Falbium-sama right off the bat. We will need to be careful, he is the leading war strategist for the devils after all. He looked at Ain and nodded, and they both sat down, ready for the questioning to begin. Satan Green began with the first question. Who was the first devil ever? Lucifer, Issei answered, and Falbium nodded. The second question about the 72 devil pillars and their abilities was answered together by both Issei and Ain. Issei named the houses in the correct order, while Ain explained the special powers each house held. The last question requires you to give me complete information on the evil piece system. Please begin, Satan Green instructed. The evil pieces were created by Ajuka Beelzebub using the crystals available on Agria's island to help replenish the number of devils after the Great War, which caused the death of countless devils. While many devils adapted to the evil pieces, the old Satan faction rejected their use, believing them to be a disgrace for reincarnating humans and other races into devils. The creation of the evil pieces eventually led to the raiding game. Evil pieces are commonly given to pure-blooded high-class devils so they can gather servants of their own. Reincarnated devils also have the chance to receive evil pieces should they rise in rank to become a high-class or ultimate-class devil, like Tannen and Rudiger Rosenkreutz. When a devil receives the right to obtain evil pieces, they must go to the Satan's territory and touch a monument that functions as a replacement king piece to register themselves as king. If a king wishes to trade a piece with another king, a ritual must be performed. A trading purpose magic circle must be drawn, with the kings standing at the side while their pieces stand in the center. The kings increase their auras, putting their hands forward to activate the written devil symbols. The auras of everyone around begin to glow and synchronize, bypassing the magic circle. With that, the ritual ends, and the trade is complete. And that is the complete information on evil pieces, Issei concluded, drawing in a deep breath. A perfect answer. You passed the first test, you may proceed to the next level, Satan Green said. Issei and Ain nodded in thanks before standing up and walking through the wooden door toward the next room. Hi. It's your favorite Satan Pink here for the second test, Satan Pink said cheerfully as she waved at Issei and Ain. Issei thought, how can no one tell that it's Saratan right there? He waved back, glancing at Ain, who still looked confused. Seriously? How can she not see it? Issei thought, disbelief evident in his eyes. Issei-chan, this test is for Ain-chan, so you'll have to wait it out, Satan Pink said. Very well. What is the test, Satan Pink? Ain asked as Issei backed away, leaning against the wall. His body was tense, ready to step in if needed. Your test is to put on this dress and then pose like a magical girl, Satan Pink said, tossing a magical girl dress to Ain. Ain's confidence wavered, and she blushed, starting to sputter. Yes, they had shared NTMT moments, but she still felt shy. Noticing her discomfort, Issei moved closer and hugged her from behind. She turned to look at him, expecting anger, but found him smiling warmly. "You got this, AI-chun. I've got your back, whatever you decide to do," he said softly. Ain smiled back, took a deep breath, and kissed Issei on the lips. She then stepped forward, took the costume from Satan Pink, and walked toward the changing room. The actual test was to see whether they stood by each other during times of difficulty and discomfort. "Am I right?" Issei asked, glancing toward Satan Pink. "That it was." "You are smarter than you look," Satan Pink replied. "So I have heard," Issei said, his cheeks turning red as Ain emerged from the changing room. She wore a silver magical girl outfit that complemented her long silver hair and highlighted her figure. Noticing Issei's blush, Ain smirked and walked toward him, swaying her hips playfully. "Do you like what you see, Issei-kun?" Ain teased, getting close to Issei's face. His blush deepened and he stumbled over his words. Ain then leaned in and kissed him softly on the lips before turning to Satan Pink. "Is that all for this test?" "Yes, it is. You pass this test, and you may proceed to level 3, Satan Pink said, pointing toward the door behind her. Ain nodded and snapped her fingers, summoning a magic circle that transformed her outfit back to her regular clothes. She took Issei's hand and led him through the door toward the 3rd level of their tests. The next room was empty except for a large dining table laden with food. A blue magic circle appeared, and Satan Blue stepped out. He surveyed the couple before him and said, "Congratulations on passing the previous level and reaching this one. This test will assess your manners in a high-profile environment. Please sit down and enjoy some lunch as the test continues." Issei sighed, straightening up as he and Ain entered the next room. There, they found Graphia standing in the center, radiating immense power. "Welcome to the final test. This one is exclusive for Issei alone," Satan Yellow announced. Issei stepped forward and nodded for Satan Yellow to continue. "The test is simple. All you have to do is land a hit on me." Issei smirked at the challenge, while Ain's eyes widened in concern. Although she didn't know who Satan Yellow was, she could sense the overwhelming power emanating from her. Issei removed his jacket and cracked his neck before vanishing in a burst of speed, showcasing the results of his training. He reappeared in front of Satan Yellow and threw a powerful punch, but she effortlessly deflected it and countered with a fierce blow to his stomach, sending him crashing into the wall. Ain gasped, realizing the strength of a Mao. Emerging from the rubble, Issei's expression hardened. He locked eyes with Satan Yellow, sensing the confidence she held behind her mask. "Aren't you going to attack?" she drawled. "Oh, I am. I was running through some battle simulations and realized I have only one chance at this, so I might as well go all out," Issei replied, raising his aura. His eyes slitted as bluish-white scales began to form over his body. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Ice Dragon Emperor's Roar." A massive stream of ice shot from his mouth toward Graphia, who raised her aura to create a shield that blocked the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Issei coated his hands with the power of destruction and appeared behind Graphia, aiming a punch at her. She tilted her head, letting his punch pass by before countering with an elbow to his face, making him stagger back. Graphia followed up with a kick that sent him crashing into another wall. Issei groaned in pain, certain that several bones were broken, but he pushed the discomfort aside. He concentrated on combining his power of destruction with ice, forming a bluish-black orb in his hands. "Cataclysm of Coctius," he shouted, hurling the orb towards Satan Yellow. The orb expanded as it approached her, forcing her to leap away. She retaliated with a powerful magical attack that collided with Issei's orb, causing both to cancel each other out. Taking the initiative, Satan Yellow charged at Issei. He managed to dodge the first 2 punches, but a kick sent him crashing into the wall again. "That's enough now, Issei. Use me now. You won't be able to handle any more of her attacks in your base form," Albion urged mentally, and Issei nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Graphia appeared in front of Issei and punched him. To both her and Ain's surprise, he caught her fist with his hand and looked up with a grin. In that moment, the divine dividing manifested on his back as Albion roared, "Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker." In a flash of white light, Issei donned gleaming armor and began attacking Graphia. She easily blocked his blows, but she underestimated the fact that he was making contact with her, which was essential for the divine dividing to work. The onslaught continued for several moments until Satan Yellow bent down to dodge a punch. She attempted to counterattack, but Albion called out, "Divide x20." Feeling the loss of her power, Satan Yellow faltered for a moment before throwing her punch. Issei seized the opportunity, intercepting her hand and flinging her into the air. "Wave of Cataclysm," he shouted, unleashing a concentrated stream of the power of destruction that rocketed towards Satan Yellow. She couldn't dodge midair and was struck, resulting in a small explosion that obscured both Issei's and Ain's vision. When the smoke cleared, they saw Satan Yellow encased in a silvery barrier, completely unharmed. She lowered her barrier and remarked, "That was an interesting maneuver and a very good display of how to fully utilize the power of destruction. However, if that is all you can do, you might as well give up and save us both some time." With that, she increased her power even further and vanished in a blur that left Issei stunned. He couldn't react in time and soon found himself on the receiving end of a relentless barrage. Moments later, Satan Yellow threw Issei's battered body onto the ground, where he lay motionless. Issei's mind was slipping into darkness, and he struggled to hold onto his consciousness. Just as he felt himself fading, his eyes caught sight of Ain. Their gazes met, his blue orbs locking onto her red ones. Ain couldn't bear to see Issei in such a state. In a moment of desperation, she shouted, Issei." Her voice ignited a spark within Issei, and he felt his determination surge. Struggling to his feet, he wobbled slightly before spitting blood from his mouth. He glanced at Ain and gave her a thumbs up, turning his attention back to Satan Yellow, who looked surprised. A sinister grin spread across Issei's face as he declared, "You shouldn't count a dragon out so easily, Satan Yellow." He raised his hands and began to chant, "I who am about to awaken, am the heavenly dragon that disregarded the principles of supremacy set by God. I conquer the infinite and live the dream. I shall become the azure dragon that sets down the path of supremacy for others to follow. And I shall take you from the depths of the crimson purgatory to the heights of an azure paradise. Heavenly Azure Emperor." The entire area was engulfed in a brilliant blue light, so intense that it was visible to the other four mouths in the upper levels. The light condensed into an orb where Issei had stood, maintaining its form for a moment before exploding outward, sending both Ain and Satan Yellow flying backward to avoid the force of the blast. Neither Ain nor Satan Yellow could see what had happened to Issei, obscured as he was by a wall of smoke. Suddenly, faster than anyone could anticipate, a figure appeared behind Graphia, radiating power. Ain gazed in awe at the new armor. It was as blue as the azure sky, adorned with yellow eyes that seemed to outshine the brightest lights. The blue wings of the divine dividing were larger and more numerous, spread wide. The usual blue gems on the armor were now white. Issei, despite his injuries, felt an unprecedented comfort in the heavenly azure armor. Hearing his thoughts, Albion responded, "Your magical core grew in that last moment. That's what caused the explosion. Your reserves are now equivalent to mid-tier ultimate class beings. The increased magic is why your control over this form has improved even further." "Perfect. What about the time limit? Has it increased from the usual hour? And how did my reserves just go up?" Issei inquired. "It's simple. You were at a plateau with your magical reserves. Your physical attributes improved greatly thanks to your training with Surzex and Tannin, but your reserves lagged behind. This imbalance was causing a ripple effect in your magic. The final push came when you fought against your exhaustion and stood firm, allowing you to break through into this form. Now go, you have a match to win," Albion urged, his tone filled with battle fervor. "Heh, I thought you'd never ask." Issei's aura exploded as he dashed towards Satan Yellow, his speed creating a bright blue streak. Not to be outdone, Satan Yellow raised her aura and charged ahead, transforming into a silver streak. The two streaks clashed in the air, neither gaining the upper hand. Issei understood that he couldn't match Graphia's power directly, but he suspected this was the limit of her strength in this fight to ensure he wouldn't be completely overwhelmed. He knew that her defense was even more formidable than at the start of the battle. All he needed was one opening to secure victory. Pulling back, he decided to combine an old maneuver with a new skill. Widening his wings to their maximum, Albion called out, "Half dimension, dividing maximum." In that instant, the aura around Graphia dimmed significantly, while Issei surged even higher. Issei gritted his teeth as he felt his body strain under the pressure but ignored the pain. He dashed toward a slightly dazed Graphia and tackled her, driving her into the ground and signaling the end of the fight. As soon as he landed the hit, he sighed in relief and released his armor. Exhausted, he didn't have enough energy to fly down and began to fall. However, he didn't care. He had passed the trials and could now be engaged to the girl he loved. Just before he hit the ground, Ain caught him midair, hugging him tightly. She then kissed him, channeling her magic into him to help him recover some of his reserves. Once on the ground, Issei groaned as he stood with Ain's assistance, smiling softly at her. Ain's eyes were filled with tears, prompting Issei to pull her into his chest, rubbing circles on her back while whispering soothing words. Satan Yellow stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothes. She looked over at the young couple and said, "Well, you passed the last trial and are now free. Pass through the door to officially complete the ritual, after which you can go home." Both Issei and Ain nodded, relief evident on their faces. Issei limped toward the door with Ain helping him walk. Satan Yellow, also known as Graphia, couldn't help but smile at the scene, reminiscent of when Surzex had courted her 1,000 years ago. Shaking her head, she waved her hand to restore the room's destruction. Just as she was finishing, two arms wrapped around her as Surzex said, "Was it really necessary for you to go at him with that much power?" "Yes, it was just 50% of your full power, but still," Graphia remarked with a smirk. "Are you telling me that you wouldn't have done the same if Rias were involved?" Surzex replied, considering her words. "Now that you mention it, I probably would have gone in harder than you just did," he added thoughtfully. "Exactly, so don't judge me," Graphia said, leaning back against Surzex as a comfortable silence enveloped them. "We should probably go and give them the rings," Graphia suggested, breaking the embrace and giving Surzex a quick kiss on the lips. Issei and Ain emerged from the last door, finding themselves in the room where their journey had begun. "So, what happens now?" Issei asked curiously. "Now we wait for someone to bring our rings. After that, it'll be over and we can go back home," Ain replied, resting her head on Issei's shoulder. In response, Issei wrapped his arms around her, pulling her closer into his side. He leaned his head against her neck, inhaling her soothing scent. Ain was slightly surprised by the sudden hug but said nothing. She relaxed a bit and began to run her fingers through his wild hair. Issei playfully whispered, "I really hope they bring the rings soon. I can't wait to get to my bed." "Patience. Good things come to those who wait," Ain replied playfully. "You're right, and I consider myself pretty patient, especially since I have the best thing possible," Issei whispered, gently nibbling on Ain's earlobe. Ain smiled softly before asking, "And what is that thing?" "You," Issei answered simply before leaning in to kiss her. The kiss was soft and tender, and he always marveled at the perfection of her lips. They were interrupted by a cough nearby. Breaking away, the young couple blushed when they saw Surzex and Graphia standing there, wearing teasing grins. "You know, you really need to stop doing that," Issei groaned. "How is it that whenever we're about to get NTMT, you show up? There must be some tracking magic involved." Ain glared at Graphia, who remained unfazed. "Well, we thought you'd want to wrap up the ritual as soon as possible. But if you want to continue your moment, we can always come back later," Graphia said nonchalantly. "No. Let's just finish this ritual and be done with it. I want to go have a long sleep," Issei groaned, feeling a fresh wave of discomfort. "Well, who are we to keep you waiting?" Surzex said, handing both Issei and Ain a pair of rings. Issei gratefully took one and gently placed it on Ain's ring finger. She smiled happily at it before doing the same for him. As soon as both rings were worn, two magic circles appeared beneath them, lingering for a moment before vanishing. "That's it. The family magic has accepted your engagement. You are officially fiancés," Surzex announced with a clap. Both Issei and Ain nodded appreciatively before disappearing into their respective magic circles. When they reappeared in the living room of the Lucifuge Manor, the rest of Issei's peerage was waiting. As soon as they materialized, Issei collapsed onto one of the couches, groaning in pain from his injuries. Everyone gasped at his condition, while Ain looked on with a mix of concern and exasperation. What happened to him? Jean asked worriedly, sitting beside Issei. Apparently, the last task in the ritual involved facing a borderline super devil. This is the result, Issei explained, wincing. How bad are your injuries? Ain asked, her voice filled with concern. I'm pretty sure several of my muscles are strained, if not torn, and I think all my ribs are broken. My reserves are running low too, Issei replied, grimacing. Issei, you really are a klutz. Wait here, Ravel said before heading to her room, leaving a puzzled Issei behind. Am I really? He asked, frowning. You definitely are, Jean said enthusiastically. As much as I hate to say it, you are, Siegfried added with a thoughtful nod. I don't know you well enough to answer that yet, Issei Dano, Bova said with a respectful bow. Oh, my poor adorable klutz, Ain cooed, though Issei felt exasperated, careful not to make any sudden movements due to his condition. Ravel returned a moment later, holding a blackish-red vial of phoenix tears. She stopped in front of Issei and extended her hand. Here you go, Issei-sama. This is a vial of phoenix tears. Drink it, it should heal you quickly. Issei took the vial with a grateful nod, uncorked it, and drank it in one gulp. He sighed in relief as the healing effects kicked in, feeling the throbbing in his muscles recede and his ribs realign. As the tears worked their magic, fatigue washed over him, and his body demanded sleep. He stood up, yawned lightly, and addressed the group. All right, everyone, we have 2 days until the young devil meeting. I want all of you to relax and get some sleep. Everyone nodded and slowly stood up, heading to their rooms. Bova left the lounge and then the building, returning to his full size and flying away to his cave in the mountains of Lucifuge territory. Despite the healing effects of the phoenix tears, Issei felt extremely tired and was content to head straight to bed. Ain sensed this and was more than willing to take charge for the moment. Grabbing his hand, Ain led Issei to their shared room and snapped her fingers, causing 2 magical circles to appear beneath them. The smaller circle initiated a cleaning spell, swiftly removing the blood, sweat, and grime they had accumulated from the challenging trials of the day. The larger circle transformed their attire from casual daywear into comfortable nightgowns. Issei expressed his gratitude to Ain with a gentle kiss on her cheek before lying down on the bed. Moments later, Ain nestled against his side, resting her head on his chest. Issei wrapped his arm around her waist, letting out a deep sigh as he pulled her closer and closed his eyes. Soon, the young couple drifted off into a peaceful sleep. In Issei's dreamscape, he felt Albion's presence approaching. He opened his eyes and raised an eyebrow in curiosity as he faced his dragon. Albion regarded Issei for a moment before speaking. It's time. I am going to teach you another form of ice magic. Issei's interest piqued. What type of magic are we talking about? Albion explained, it is a type of conjuration and animation. Since ice is our main element, we call it ice make magic. There are 2 branches, static ice make magic, which creates non-living things like cages or hammers, and animated ice make magic, which can create living things. There are 3 casting methods, the 2-handed method, the 1-handed method, and the method of wills, which is a mastery-level technique that requires complete control over ice. I achieved this level when I reached the Heavenly Dragon level. That magic sounds useful for defensive maneuvers, Issei mused, grasping the potential of ice make magic. Good. Keep thinking about what else this branch of ice magic can be used for, Albion encouraged, nodding approvingly. Issei pondered for a moment before smiling. I presume it can be effective against multiple opponents? Right on the mark. Now that we've covered the theory, let's begin. I will teach you the first stage in the coming months, progressing based on your talent in this art, Albion said. Alright, let's get started. I'm sure Valley is training hard, and I won't let him get the better of me, Issei declared, a determined smile on his face. That's the spirit behind our rivalry. We may have crossed paths with the young Lucifer, but it was enough to know he feels the same. The real competition between the heavenly dragons is back on. Now, enough talk, let's begin, Albion said, launching into the teachings of Ice Make Magic. Issei listened intently, eager to add this new skill to his growing arsenal. The next morning, Issei woke up, blinking as his eyes adjusted to the morning light. The first thing he noticed was the familiar sight of Ain's silvery gray hair, which he adored. Leaning forward, he inhaled her soothing scent and sighed contentedly. His hand moved gently from her lower back to her head, stroking her smooth locks. He tilted his head to take in her peaceful sleeping form, smiling softly at her serene expression. Ain purred in pleasure as Issei's fingers moved through her hair. The sound brought a smile back to his face. Discovering new sides of Ain was something he cherished. Half an hour later, Ain stirred, miming softly as she felt Issei's fingers in her hair. She opened her red eyes to find Issei's icy blue gaze fixed on her. After a moment, he leaned in and kissed her gently. Ain felt a rush of warmth as he pulled her on top of him, his hands wrapped around her waist. After breaking the kiss, he rested his forehead against hers. "Morning appealing. How are you feeling?" "Shouldn't I be the one asking how you're feeling?" Ain replied with a playful smile. "I'm almost healed and plan to stay in bed all day. Besides, you're staying here with me," Issei said, planting another kiss on her lips. "Have shopping to do," Ain protested, trying to get up, but Issei tightened his hold on her. "It's still early, we can go shopping later." "I want to stay here," Issei insisted, his pout making Ain sigh in resignation. "All right, fine. What do you want to do then?" she asked. "I want to spend time with you," Issei replied, a playful grin on his face. "Really?" Ain blushed. "Really?" he confirmed, capturing her lips again. As they kissed, Issei gently rocked his hips, causing Ain to respond with a soft He then moved from her lips to her neck, showering it with tender kisses. As Issei's hand slid down to Ain's pajamas, she made no move to stop him, lost in the sensations he was creating. Issei used a bit of magic to make his trousers disappear, leaving him feeling quite exposed. Ain gasped as she felt his warmth against her skin, breaking the kiss to glance down. With a playful smirk, she wrapped her fingers around him and began to tease him gently. "It seems someone is quite eager to see me," she remarked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "The same can be said for you," he replied, feeling the heat radiating from her. Without waiting for a response, he shifted positions, bringing her closer as he admired her form. Her long silver hair cascaded over the bed, and he couldn't help but appreciate her beauty. Suddenly, he felt her soft lips against him, and a smile crept across his face as he leaned in closer, kissing her gently. Ain responded with soft sounds of pleasure as they explored each other, both lost in the moment. After a while, Issei turned Ain around so they were face to face, her gaze meeting his. "Are you ready?" he asked softly. She nodded, and he slowly moved closer, feeling the connection between them deepen. Ain gasped as he entered her, and he paused for a moment, allowing her to adjust. As he began to move, the room filled with the sounds of their shared joy. He quickened his pace, and she responded with soft mms of encouragement. Issei leaned in, kissing her gently, and she wrapped her arms around him, pulling him closer. "Issei, don't stop," she urged, her voice filled with excitement. With a few more moments of shared bliss, they both reached a peak of pleasure, collapsing into each other's arms, breathless and content. After a moment of quiet, Issei kissed her softly and suggested, "Let's go shower and prepare for the day. Of course, we need to shop for the young devil gathering tomorrow. It will be your first appearance as a high-class devil, and I want everything to go smoothly," Ain replied as they stood up and made their way to the bathroom. "Whatever you wish, Ain," Issei said playfully, earning a light slap on the shoulder from her, which made him laugh as he scooped her up and headed into the bathroom. Later, as they walked hand in hand toward the shopping district in Kuo, Issei noticed the stares they received. It was rare to see such a striking pair together. "We need to find you some regal-looking robes." "Don't worry, I know just the place," Ain said, pulling him toward a shop. Issei chuckled, appreciating her confidence. They soon arrived at a store called Igarashi's Suits and Robes for All Situations. Inside, they were greeted by a friendly saleswoman. "We need formal wear for a gathering, silver for him and purple for me," Ain stated, taking charge once more. The saleswoman nodded and quickly went to fetch some options. While they waited, Issei and Ain browsed through the displays, exchanging playful banter. When the saleswoman returned with a selection of outfits, they tried them on and found the perfect fits. After making their purchase, Issei arranged for the clothes to be delivered to his apartment. Once they were done, he took Ain's hands and stepped out of the shop. "So, Ain, what do you want to do next?" "We still have plenty of time before the gathering," he asked with a warm smile. "Well, we could get some ice cream or visit the park," she suggested, her eyes bright with excitement. "What do you think, Ain?" Issei asked, tilting his head slightly. "Why not both?" "Let's go," Ain replied with a smile as Issei wrapped an arm around her shoulders, leading her toward the park. Once they arrived, he guided her to a bench and set her down before heading to the ice cream vendor to buy 2 chocolate sundaes. After paying, Issei returned to Ain but frowned when he noticed a couple of boys trying to flirt with her. He released a bit of his presence, glaring at the boys until they began to sweat and quickly ran away. Once they were gone, he relaxed and sat down next to Ain, giving her a gentle kiss on the cheek before handing her the ice cream. They enjoyed their treats in comfortable silence, Ain leaning her head on his shoulder. After finishing, they sat close together, savoring the peaceful atmosphere of the park. Half an hour later, they decided it was time to head home and prepare for the young devils' gathering. As they arrived at the gathering, Issei looked at his peerage with a smile. "Is everyone ready? It's time for our debut." They all looked stunning. Issei wore a silver tuxedo with a closed coat and a black bow tie, his hair gelled back into a neat ponytail. Ain looked appealing in a lilac dress that flowed down to her feet, her long silver hair styled into a bun with a few bangs framing her face. Ravel wore a full-sleeved black frock with a purple jacket, her hair styled in twin tails tied with black ribbons. Jean was dressed in a yellow sundress that reached her knees, her hair in a high ponytail adorned with hair ornaments. Bova, in his downsized form, wore black battle armor, looking quite fearsome. Lastly, Siegfried sported a white shirt and blue tuxedo, his hair styled regally. "Yes, dear, we are ready," Ain said playfully, rolling her eyes. "You need to chill, Issei. Why you nervous now?" "You were relaxed just an hour ago," Siegfried remarked, sounding bored. "So even the great white dragon emperor can feel nervous about something. Now I've seen it all," a voice said from behind Issei. He turned to see Serorg Bale smirking at him. "Ah, Serorg, how are you?" Issei greeted, extending his hand. "Never been better. I heard about your engagement. Congratulations," Serorg replied, shaking Issei's hand firmly. "Thanks. I couldn't have been luckier to find someone like Ain," Issei said, pulling Ain closer, making her blush with a smile. "You two look great together. Anyway, let's get to the meeting. From what I hear, nearly everyone is already there," Serorg said, leading the way toward the hall where the other young devils awaited. As they approached a large white door, it suddenly exploded outward, surprising Issei and his peerage, though Serorg remained unfazed. They entered the room to find Rias and a appealing blonde-haired female devil arguing with a disheveled high-class devil. "Tell me, Zephyrdor, do you want to die? If you want, I am more than willing to kill you. If not by my hand, do you want to die by Rias's power of destruction?" the blonde devil challenged. "Ah, both of you just stink of virginity. Why don't you come with me? I will make sure that the two of you enjoy yourselves," Zephyrdor sneered. Before the situation escalated, Serorg stepped forward, speaking authoritatively. "Enough, heiress of the Agras family, heiress of the Gremory family, and the problem child of the Glagia Labelas family. Stop this instant. I don't want you flirting with my fiancé, Zephyrdor. If you really want to fight, I am more than willing to take you up on that." His words had an immediate effect. Both Rias and Sikavira backed off, Rias even sporting a small smile. However, Zephyrdor remained undeterred. "Oh, and what will you do if I don't stop, you failed Baal?" he taunted. "This," Serorg replied before disappearing in a burst of speed, reappearing in front of Zephyrdor and punching him into a wall. The force was enough to create a crater, leaving Zephyrdor embedded and unconscious. "Geez, what an idiot," Serorg said, shaking his head before turning to Rias. "Ah, Rias dear, you look absolutely ravishing," he added, kissing her hand. Turning to one of the waiters, Issei said, "Please take care of this mess. I won't be able to enjoy my tea with my fiancée this way." The waiter nodded and began to fix the damage in the hall. Issei then led his peerage around the room, introducing them to several high-class devils and their peerages. There were several attempts at flirting, which they all ignored. After half an hour, Surzex and the Devil High Council arrived, and the event officially began. "Welcome to the annual Young Devil Gathering. I hope you are all enjoying the night." Before the festivities began, Surzex smiled as he addressed the gathered crowd, which had quieted down to listen intently. "First, I would like to congratulate Isseiharem on his promotion to high-class status and welcome him to high-class society. Please give him a round of applause." As Surzex and the elders began to clap, the hall echoed with applause. Issei stood, nodded to the room, and then sat back down. Once the applause subsided, Surzex continued, "The second announcement pertains to the upcoming Young Devil Rating Game Tournament. This tournament will exclusively feature you young devils, as decided by the Maos and elders. It aims to help you prepare for your future debuts and to train your peerages against the threat posed by the Cows Brigade." The hall buzzed with excitement at the announcement. Serorg raised a serious question. "Does that mean we will be sent to the front lines?" "No," Surzex replied calmly. "This decision was made collectively by the higher-ups in the Alliance. The younger generation will not be sent to battle with the Cows Brigade." "But what if we want to fight?" Serorg pressed. "Even then, you won't be sent to the front lines unless absolutely necessary. This tournament is designed for you to hone your combat and leadership skills so that one day, you can lead the next generation. This is our fight, and it is our responsibility to ensure you are ready to take over. Is that understandable?" Surzex asked gently. Serorg nodded and returned to his seat. Surzex surveyed the room once more before announcing, "Next, I would like to recognize the 5 supernovas. These are the 5 among you with the strongest peerages: Rias Gremory, Sona Citri, Serorg Baal, Diodra Astaroth, and Hayuda Lucifuge Issei." Spotlights illuminated the 5 young devils. Issei was surprised to be included but remained silent as he glanced at his peerage members, all of whom were upper-tier high-class level. The winner of the tournament will be granted any wish they longing. As a Mao, I assure you that it will be fulfilled, regardless of any objections. Surzex looked at the supernovas. "What are your dreams?" Rias was the first to respond, stating, "I wish to become the number 1 ranked player in the rating games and to have the strongest peerage among my peers." Serorg followed, declaring, "I wish to be a Mao one day." His ambitions surprised many in the hall, especially given his status as the heir to the great king. "Interesting," Surzex said, intrigued. "Why do you want to be a Mao when you are already set to inherit the seat of the great king?" "I believe I could serve the devil race better as a Mao," Serorg replied earnestly. Surzex nodded and turned to Sona. "I would like to create a rating game school," Sona said, causing confusion among the other devils. "But such a school already exists, so why create another?" one elder asked. "It would be for lower-class devils. Given their numbers, it would be beneficial for them to have a dedicated school," she explained, bracing for the reaction. Laughter erupted in the room, and some elders ridiculed her dream until Surzex intervened after Saji's outburst. Issei rolled his eyes at his rival's antics but remained silent. Surzex then approached Diodra Astaroth. "My dream is to establish church-like facilities in the underworld," Diodra said with a peculiar smile, prompting wary looks from those around him. Issei noted him as someone to keep an eye on. Finally, it was Issei's turn. "My dream is to reach Superdevil class and to be the protector of the underworld, not only for the general public but also for those who are oppressed and in need of help," he stated firmly, conveying the seriousness of his words. His answer brought smiles from Surzex, Serorg, and even the elders, who found the idea of a dragon emperor as a protector appealing. Surzex clapped his hands. Those are all admirable goals. Use them to fuel your drive in the upcoming tournament. Lastly, I would like to announce our alliance with the Asgardians and the Slavic faction. Please welcome Lord Odin and the representative from the Slavic faction, Kirito Kagaya. Before anyone could respond, a loud explosion interrupted, and a voice rang out, "We apologize, but we are here to destroy that alliance." As the smoke cleared, two figures emerged. One was dressed in a silver robe, with pale skin and silvery purple hair that reached mid-back, Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard. The second figure was dressed entirely in black, with dark orbs for eyes and matching hair. This was Riz, the god of chaos from the Slavic faction. Before Surzeks or any of the faction leaders could react, the representatives and chief guard of the two factions shouted in unison, "Loki-sama, what are you doing here?" Rosweiss exclaimed. "Riz-sama, why are you attacking our allies?" Kirito asked, staring at the figure clad in black. "Didn't you hear what I just said, children? We are here to ensure that this alliance never sees the light of day," Riz coldly stated, his disdain evident as he surveyed the gathering. "You should stop. I'm sure that the All-Fathers of both factions will forgive you if you turn yourselves in," Rosweiss pleaded with the two gods. "Make no mistake, we are here to prevent our fathers from making the grave mistake of consorting with a lower species," Loki sneered at the devils. Without warning, both gods unleashed powerful attacks aimed at Rosweiss, intending to incapacitate her to reach Odin. It was well known that the All-Father of Asgard viewed the young Valkyrie as his own granddaughter. Rosweiss froze as she saw the gigantic torrent of magic approaching. Knowing she couldn't block it and that those capable of defending her were too far away, she closed her eyes and accepted her fate. The magical attack struck her, resulting in a small explosion. "Rosweiss-chan!" Odin shouted in shock, glaring at Loki. However, before he could speak or raise his power, a voice cut through the tense silence. "You know that wasn't a very nice thing to do." Everyone turned toward the dissipating smoke, revealing Issei in his scale mail, holding Durandal in a defensive stance. Rosweiss stood behind him, her eyes wide with shock and gratitude. "Interesting. I heard that the White Dragon Emperor of this generation was rather strong, but to see him withstand a combined attack from two gods and emerge unscathed is impressive. How did you do it, boy?" Riz asked, studying Issei. "Simple. I just use my abilities very efficiently," Issei replied, gesturing to his gear and sword. "I see. It seems I may just enjoy fighting you," Riz said, disregarding everything else before launching a blast of concentrated chaos magic at Issei. Issei channeled his magic into his sword and swung it down, cutting through the chaos magic itself. Durandal is the strongest holy sword there is. At full power, it can cut down even destruction itself. Don't underestimate its power with such a weak attack, Slavic god of chaos, Issei warned, pointing his blade at the black-clad god. However, before the inevitable fight could begin, 3 green magic circles appeared around the two rogue gods, forming a pyramid. "Beelzebub," Loki muttered before he and Riz were transported away. With that, the tension in the room eased temporarily. Surzeks, after addressing the young devils and sending them home, except for Issei and his peerage, turned to Ajuka and asked, "So where are they, and how much time do we have?" "A clearing devoid of life, far from here. My power will keep them sealed for at least 2 days." "That's the time we have to prepare," Ajuka replied thoughtfully. Further discussions were interrupted by a voice. "Perhaps I could be of assistance." As the voice faded, Vala entered through the opening created by the previous explosion, also clad in his balance breaker. Immediately, the leaders from all 3 factions stiffened, preparing for a potential attack from the Cow's Brigade. "Mama, Minasan, calm down. I can handle Valley on my own." "He did say he was here for a talk, so let's hear what he has to say," Issei said, waving dismissively toward Surzeks and the other leaders, who nodded in acceptance but remained on guard. "So, Valley, what brings you to these parts of the woods?" Issei asked, shouldering Durandal as he regarded his rival, the wings of his sacred gear spread wide. "You've gotten a lot stronger since the last time we met, rival of mine," Vala commented with a smirk, studying Issei's denser aura compared to their previous encounter during the peace conference. The same can be said about you, Valley. Though you forgot to answer my question, Issei pointed out. Like I said, I am here to offer you assistance against the two rogue gods. Between our teams, we will have more than enough firepower to hold them until a more permanent solution is devised by your leaders, Valley explained, receiving an understanding nod from Issei. He then turned to Surzek and the other leaders, saying, "That plan sounds good. What do you think, Surzek-sama, Oden-sama, and Kirito-san?" "That is fine. I think it is agreeable," Surzek replied. "It is acceptable, though I would like Rosweiss-chan to accompany them. It would be right to have someone from Asgard protecting the alliance," Odin said thoughtfully, stroking his chin, his expression serious and devoid of his usual levity. "I agree as well. However, I will also take part in this operation. As the chief representative of the Slavic faction, it is my duty to help clean up the mess caused by one of my faction members," Kirito added, receiving nods from everyone in the room. "That is all well and good, but what is the permanent solution to the problem? As confident as I am in my and my rival's abilities, we are still far from being able to defeat God-tier opponents on our own. Unless you have a permanent solution in mind, I would say that the operation is a no-go," Valis stated, glancing at the leaders. "I will have Thor send us Mjolnir. That hammer should have more than enough power to permanently seal Loki. However, only you, Red Dragon Emperor, can wield it. It requires someone with significant power, and you have that in abundance," Odin explained, looking at Vale, who nodded in acceptance. "As for Riz, I am sure Durandal will be more than enough to handle him, allowing Kirito-san to send him to the proper authorities," Issei said, causing several people to look at him in surprise. Surely Durandal was strong, but could it truly be powerful enough to take down a god? White Dragon Emperor Kun, are you sure that your weapon would work against someone like Riz-sama, who is a god?" Rosweiss asked, a hint of blush on her cheeks. This did not go unnoticed by Ain and Odin, who both decided to remember this information for later. "Well, Durandal has a total of 7 levels of power. I can use it up to 3 levels in a controlled manner and the 4th level in an uncontrolled way. No one in history has reached the 7th level, with Vasco Strata coming closest when he unlocked and used level 6 for a short time. So yes, this sword is more than capable of damaging a god," Issei explained, slipping into teacher mode before finishing with a shrug. "That is feasible. Very well then, Issei, take Valley and his team and head back to the Lucifuge estate. I will call for you when it's time for you to depart," Surzek instructed, to which Issei nodded. Turning to Ain, Sei said, "Ain, please take everyone home. I will be back with Valley and his team." Ain nodded, and she and Jean kissed Issei on the cheek before he turned and left with Valley. Just as Ain and the rest of the Lucifuge peerage were about to leave, Odin spoke up. "Would it be possible for you to take Rosweiss-chan with you? I think it would be better for her to be with people her age," he suggested, causing Rosweiss to look at him incredulously. Ain turned to Surzek with a questioning look in her eyes. After receiving a nod from him, she turned back to Odin and said, "We'd be honored to have her stay with us, Odin-ma." "Odin-sama, what are you doing?" Rosweiss asked frantically. "As I said, Rosweiss-chan, I want you to stay and possibly make friends with people your age. I know your skills and position make it hard for you to have friends, so think of this as a new beginning for you." His expression shifted from serious to playful as he added, "Maybe you can even join White Dragon Emperor Kuen's Eicha. He does seem to be a good match for you. After all, he already has a silver-haired beauty with him. A second one won't make a difference. Can you imagine yourself with him?" "Odin, don't talk like that," Rosweiss replied, flustered as her accent slipped through. Odin laughed heartily before ruffling her hair in a teasing manner. "Go on." Rosweiss looked reluctant for a moment but then nodded and walked towards Ain and the rest of the Lucifuge peerage. Soon, they all disappeared, leaving the leaders to discuss their plans. With Issei and Valley. "So what's your point here, Valley? I know for a fact that you aren't assisting us out of the goodness of your heart, nor for a good fight. Your recent encounters with Thor and some other gods have been rather interesting stories to hear about," Issei remarked, tilting his head toward Valley. "I don't know what you're talking about," Valley replied with a smirk, clearly unwilling to share anything. "Come on, you know what I mean. You're too smart to do anything without a purpose, and since I know you aren't looking for a good fight or helping us just because of your internal goodness, why not just tell me the real reason? I won't tell anyone, and if questioned, I can brush it off as part of our rivalry. So tell me, Issei urged, getting right in Vala's face. Vala's eyebrow twitched, and he pushed Issei back slightly. With a sigh, he asked, "You're not going to let this go until I tell you, are you?" "Nope." Issei grinned. "Fine. I want something that Loki has. And that's all you're getting," Vala stated with finality. "Seems fair. Now where the hell is your team?" Issei inquired. "They should be around here," Vala said as they entered the forest, where Issei spotted 4 figures lounging about. He recognized one from the peace conference, named Biko. The second was a appealing girl with black hair and yellow eyes, dressed in a sleeveless black kimono, faintly resembling Kaneko. The remaining 2 were blondes, a boy around Issei's age with braided hair and spectacles, and a girl around Ravel's age, dressed in casual witch attire complete with a pointy hat. "This is my team, rival. I'm sure you remember Biko from the peace conference," Vala said, as Biko waved, prompting Issei to wave back. "This is Kuroka, a Nekashu who is quite famous among the devil hierarchy," he continued, as Kuroka gave Issei a sultry grin, which he returned with a smile. "These are Arthur Pendragon, the heir to King Arthur himself, and his sister Le Fay Pendragon, who, like her brother, is the direct heiress to Morgan Le Fay." Arthur nodded stiffly at Issei, who returned the gesture, while Lu Fei playfully stuck her tongue out at him. "Everyone, this is my rival Haida Issei, the White Dragon Emperor. We will be staying at his mansion until the mission with Loki," Valley announced. Everyone nodded and looked toward Issei, who shrugged before clicking his fingers, creating a magic circle that transported them all to the Lucifuge mansion. The atmosphere in the underworld was tense, with the threat of 2 evil gods lurking, leaving many on edge. The same could be said for the atmosphere in the Lucifuge mansion. Despite their similarities, Issei's peerage and Vala's group had many differences, leading to frequent arguments in just 2 days. "This is getting rather troublesome," Issei said to Vala, running a hand through his hair as he heard the numerous booms echoing around the estate. "Tell me about it," Vala replied. "I expected it from Biko and Kuroka, but seeing someone like Arthur actually lose his cool was surprising. Even the small blondes in each of our groups were continuously throwing jabs at each other," Vala thought, exasperated. "Well, I guess we should put a stop to it since we need to conserve energy for the fight," Issei said absent-mindedly. "That is true," Vala replied with a nod. Both Dragon Emperors exchanged glances before taking deep breaths and shouting in unison, "Enough is enough, you idiots! Stop your caterwauling." However, their voices had no effect on their respective teams. Seeing the hopeless looks on their faces, Rosweiss sighed and cleared her throat, releasing a cold presence that made everyone freeze. With a sweet smile that somehow felt anything but sweet, she addressed the group. "Now then, I want you all to stop your squabbling and be quiet." "Can you do that?" she asked, adding an ice smile to her already sweet expression. A Shinigami mask appeared behind her, amplifying the effect. The response was almost instantaneous. Both groups scrambled away, acting as if nothing had happened. Once peace was restored, the Shinigami mask disappeared, and Rosweiss nodded at the others, saying, "That's better," before walking away. Issei and Vala were left speechless for several moments, both thinking, "She needs to teach me how to do that." "Anyway, I want all of you to get the right amount of rest for our fight. There isn't much time left. Go to your rooms and get the rest you need," Issei instructed his peerage, who nodded and shuffled out of the room. He nodded toward Ain, signaling that he would join her shortly. "Same orders for you guys. Get some rest. Fighting a couple of evil gods along with their minions isn't going to be easy," Vala said as he led his team toward the mansion they were temporarily staying in. With everyone gone, Issei turned to gaze at the purple night sky. He knew that tomorrow would be his hardest battle yet. He had fought Graphia before, but that was when she was barely using half of her power, and he had been badly beaten. He would need to bring out all his tricks to ensure even the slightest chance of survival. He was pulled from his thoughts by a gentle hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Rosweiss looking at him with a curious expression. In the moonlight, she looked absolutely stunning. Her grayish-blue eyes sparkled, and her pale skin radiated an alluring charm. Shaking off his thoughts, he asked, "What can I help you with, Rosweiss-san?" "I just saw you spacing out and was wondering what you were thinking," she replied, a small blush creeping onto her cheeks. Issei couldn't resist a mischievous smile. "I was just busy admiring the goddess of beauty standing in front of me." Her blush deepened, and a part of her mind recalled what Odin had said to her, causing her imagination to wander. Fortunately, Issei interrupted her thoughts by asking, "Anything else I can help you with, Rosweiss-san?" "I wanted to thank you," she said, managing to suppress her blush. "Thank me? For what?" Issei asked, bewildered. "For saving my life at the ball." There was little doubt that the combined attack from Loki and Riz was meant to kill me. Riz's attack would have negated my shields, while Loki's would have finished me off, she explained honestly. Issei shook his head, smiling. "You don't have to thank me. I would help anyone I can, as long as it's within my abilities. And besides, you're way too cute to let die, you know?" Rosweiss blushed again before sputtering a good night and rushing to her room. Issei chuckled at the sight. She really was too cute for her own good. As he made his way to his room, he found Ain, clad in a yellow sleeping dress, brushing her long silver hair. Moving behind her, he asked, "Do you want help with that, AI-chan?" She moved the brush into his hands without a word. He hummed a tune as he brushed her hair, enjoying its silkiness. "Hey, Issei," Ain asked. "What is it, AI-chan?" Issei replied, not looking up from his task. "When are you going to deal with Jean?" she asked bluntly. "What about Jean-chan?" Issei asked, curious. "I mean about the two of you. I know you have feelings for each other and have tested the waters already. I approve of her since she is strong and sincere. So why haven't you made it official?" Ain pressed. "Honestly, it was mainly because of you. I didn't want to go behind your back, and since you never gave me approval, I didn't pursue anything beyond testing the waters with her," Issei admitted with a weak shrug. Ain abruptly stood up and turned to him. "Listen here, mister, no more excuses or delays. You are going to go to her room and confess. I want to meet her tomorrow as a HRM sister, not just a peerage member. So get to it." She poked her finger into his chest for emphasis. Issei chuckled before leaning forward and giving her a quick kiss. "As my Oju-sama wishes." He dodged a playful slap aimed at his shoulder and left the room, laughter escaping his lips. As he walked down the mansion corridor, Ain smiled, knowing she would finally have a closer relationship with someone outside of her sister and fiancé. She wondered where this relationship would lead, hoping it would be to a happy place. Issei continued until he reached Jean's room. Shaking his head and gathering his courage, Issei knocked on the door and waited. The door was opened by a confused-looking Jean, now clad in lilac-colored pajamas. Her expression shifted from annoyance to confusion when she saw Issei. Before she could say anything, he spoke up. "Hey, can I come in and talk?" Issei asked. "Sure," Jean replied, stepping back to let him enter, her confused expression still lingering. Issei sat on her bed, contemplating what to say next. He knew he wasn't a smooth talker, so he decided to be straightforward. "I like you, Jean-chan," he said honestly, making Jean look at him with hope shining in her eyes. "What do you mean?" she asked, eager for a more detailed answer. "I mean that I really like you. You were the first girl who caught my attention. Honestly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again, and then you came back. I was going to keep our relationship as just friends, but Ain encouraged me to talk to you. With her approval, I decided to take the leap. Jean, I love you." To his surprise, Jean jumped on him and kissed him. The surprise didn't stop him from kissing her back, and soon they were lost in the moment, wrapped up in each other. After a few moments, they separated, both breathing, the affection in their eyes evident. Jean broke the silence, asking with a sly smile, "So what should we do next?" "I'm sure we can think of something," Issei replied, a grin spreading across his face. Jean leaned in closer, her playful demeanor making the atmosphere electric. As they continued to kiss, Issei felt a rush of emotions, realizing how much he cared for her. They were both caught up in the moment, exploring their feelings and the connection they shared. Eventually, they pulled away, both feeling a sense of warmth and excitement about what was to come. "That was amazing," Jean said, her cheeks flushed. "Yeah, it really was," Issei agreed, feeling a newfound closeness between them. They shared another kiss, both knowing that this was just the beginning of something special. He gently wiped away her tears and allowed her to adjust to his presence. After a few moments, Jean nodded in agreement, and Issei began to move slowly, gradually increasing the depth of each move. The initial discomfort transformed into pleasure, and Jean found it increasingly difficult to suppress her sounds of enjoyment. Overwhelmed by her feelings, she exclaimed, "Please, go harder." Issei nodded and quickened his pace, driving deeper with each movement. Jean's eyes widened at the intensity, and soon she was unable to contain her cries of pleasure. As she felt her Silamex approaching, she shouted, "I'm coming!" The sensation tightened around Issei, making it harder for him to continue, but he pressed on, determined to prolong her release. As Jean shuddered from her orgasm, Issei continued his rhythm, and she hummed loudly in response. Realizing it was time to intensify their connection, he lifted her legs onto his shoulders and positioned himself above her, moving with renewed vigor. Jean's cries filled the air as her senses were overwhelmed. Issei grunted, feeling his own CLMX nearing. In a moment of spontaneity, he turned Jean onto her stomach, guiding her into a new position before he resumed his movements. Gripping her hips firmly, he pushed forward again, driving her toward another peak. This time, Issei felt unable to hold back his own release. Between breaths, he asked, "I'm about to finish. Where do you want it?" "Inside, don't worry, it's a safe day," Jean replied, her voice breathless. Moments later, they both reached their CLMX together, collapsing onto the bed, breathing from the exertion. Issei wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close as they drifted off to sleep under the blanket. It was finally time for battle, and all the assigned fighters were prepared to enter the battlefield. Issei stood with Ain on his right, his peerage gathered behind them. A similar formation was present with Valley and his team, while Rosweiss and Kirito stood to the side, representing their factions. "Is everyone ready?" Surzex asked, surveying the group. After receiving nods of affirmation, he motioned for Graphia, who held a box in her arms, to step forward. "This box contains Phoenix Tears. There are 7 in total, so please use them only if absolutely necessary." "Thank you, we will be careful," Issei replied, taking the box and storing it in his pocket dimension for easy access. "Then I wish you all luck," Surzex said, raising his hand to summon a red transportation circle beneath the group. With a flash, they vanished. Just as the adults were about to leave, Rias and Sona arrived with their respective peerages. Rias stepped forward confidently, stating, "Oni-sama, we are ready to join the battle against Loki. We arrived earlier than your assigned group." Her tone was somewhat cocky, prompting a sigh from Sona. Surzex shot her a dry look, while Graphia struggled to suppress a laugh. With a deep sigh, Surzex replied, "They are already in battle, Rias. You were the one who was late. Good day." He left Rias stunned and Sona relieved, while Graphia couldn't help but chuckle as they departed, though she quickly sobered at the thought of her sister in danger. The group arrived to witness the glowing magical pyramid that held the 2 evil gods captive. Even from a distance, they could see the seal weakening, signaling that a confrontation was imminent. "So this is it, huh?" Issei remarked to Valley, who stood beside him. "It seems so. Don't die out there, hide Issei." "I don't need a new rival this early in the game," Valley replied, glancing at Issei. "I knew it, you do care," Issei said with a triumphant grin, causing Valley's eyebrows to twitch, though he couldn't retort as the seal finally broke, releasing the 2 gods. The young heroes watched as the renegade gods began to converse. "I should have expected that from Beelzebub. A devil through and through," Loki muttered, eyeing the group. "You and your petty pets can handle the rest, but leave the white dragon to me." "I want to fight him," Riz stated, locking his gaze on Issei before moving toward a clearing some distance away. Well, it seems I have my opponent. Good luck, everyone, Issei said, nodding at Riz. Before he could leave, Ain turned him around, placing a warm kiss on his lips. Please be careful and come back safely. Hey, you know me. I'm the poster boy for safety. Don't worry, there's no way I'm leaving you behind, he assured her, kissing her forehead before doing the same with Jean. When he was finished, he released his divine wings and soared across the plain to confront his opponent. You're late, Riz remarked, watching as Issei landed on the opposite side. Well, I wasn't really given a time for arrival, Issei replied with a shrug. Of course, Riz nodded, then unleashed a medium-sized magical attack toward Issei. Issei sidestepped it, his expression shifting to one of focus, his emotions fading away to reveal a battle-ready mindset. It was then that Albion roared out, Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. In a flash of white light, Issei was enveloped in his balance breaker, the magic radiating off him in waves. Issei raised an arm and declared, Durandal. As he spoke, a magnificent blue and gold blade materialized in his hands. He muttered, Level 3, and the sword began to shine before splitting into two eastern blades of the same color. Taking a stance, he lashed out at Riz with a fierce cross-shaped swipe. Riz leaned back, countering with a punch aimed at Issei. Issei met the attack with an upward kick. Riz, surprised by the move, grabbed Issei's leg and launched him into a large plateau while simultaneously releasing a wave of chaos. Issei emerged from the rubble, calling out, Divide X5. The wave of chaos was divided, and the power gained from it fueled a whitish-gold magical attack that Issei sent toward Riz. Riz simply raised an eyebrow at the attempt before firing his own attack, which cancelled Issei's out. Riz coated his hands with black chaos magic and launched himself at Issei. They clashed midair, with Riz using his hands like swords. It was then that Riz decided to get serious, his speed, accuracy, and power noticeably increasing. Issei, however, managed to match him for a while with well-placed divides. But Riz's combat attributes were growing exponentially, and soon the gap became too large to bridge with divides alone. A glowing fist struck Issei in the stomach, causing him to cough. Riz followed up with a knee to Issei's face, sending him crashing to the ground with a powerful haymaker. Without giving Issei a moment to recover, Riz began firing high-powered energy ball at him, landing a direct hit that resulted in a medium-sized explosion. Issei flew out of the rubble, breathing and bloodied, his helmet and chest plate missing, blood trickling down his face and chest. This is intense, he thought, grimacing. What were you expecting when facing a god? A picnic? Enough playing around, release your other form. It's our only chance to survive. Albion urged. Is that really the limit of your abilities? I was expecting something extraordinary, but it seems I will be disappointed, Riz taunted, trying to provoke Issei. Issei spat blood from his mouth and wiped his chin. He closed his eyes and began to chant softly. I who am about to awaken, am the heavenly dragon that disregarded the principles of supremacy set by God. I conquer the infinite and live the dream. I shall become the azure dragon that sets down the path of supremacy for others to follow. And I shall take you from the depths of the crimson purgatory to the heights of an azure paradise. Heavenly Azure Emperor. In a brilliant flash of light, Issei was enveloped in the magnificence of his heavenly azure armor. Riz's eyes widened slightly at the sight. Well, aren't you full of surprises? I didn't expect you to pull that card. It isn't the only thing I can do, Issei replied as Durandal vanished back into his gear. His hands began to glow with the distinctive color of destruction. Without warning, he moved his hands forward, sending a powerful wave of destruction at Riz. Riz dodged but was caught off guard by Issei's sudden speed, finding himself sent hurtling into the ground. Issei straightened up, his wings constricting as Albion called out, Divide. Riz faltered for a moment, feeling his power drain slightly. That brief moment was all Issei needed to tackle Riz into the ground, delivering a flurry of punches. After a few quick strikes, he lifted Riz into the air and shouted, Frozen Requiem. A large wave of ice struck Riz, causing his body to begin freezing. Noticing the ice, Riz focused his chaos magic to thaw himself and counter Issei's spell. However, Issei was quick to press the attack, firing concentrated ball of destruction. Riz, slightly slowed by the ice, managed to dodge for a while, but eventually one of the balls struck him, sending him flying back. Issei quickly closed the distance, channeling his rook abilities to deliver a magically enhanced punch into a plateau. Albion's voice echoed, "Divide." Using the surge of power, Issei unleashed his next attack, Dragon's Secret Art, Azure Lotus of the Ice Dragon Emperor. A massive visage of a white dragon with azure eyes appeared behind him. With a roar, Issei waved his hand in an arc, sending the dragon to collide with Riz, resulting in a loud explosion. "Do you think we got him?" Issei mentally asked, breathing. The use of this form was draining, and his powerful attacks were taking a toll on his body and magic. Not in the least. Riz is a smart and powerful god. He won't be taken down by an attack of that magnitude. "Keep your guard up," Albion warned. He was right. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, a black circular barrier surrounded Riz. It vanished, revealing Riz, who appeared hardly fatigued. The only evidence of the battle was Issei's slightly torn clothes and the odd bruise on his body. "That was quite an interesting experience," Riz remarked, observing Issei, who was breathing heavily. "I haven't had someone as young as you push me this hard. Many warriors, much older than you, have tried and failed in battle far quicker than you did. I am impressed." Issei, determined, replied, "I'm glad to have surprised you, but this is far from over. Ice make dragons." With a shout, several animated ice dragons materialized, roaring as they charged toward Riz. Riz smirked at the incoming dragons and snapped his fingers. Waves of black magic surged forward, colliding with the dragons and redirecting them back toward Issei. Taken aback by the sudden change, Issei quickly summoned Durandal and unleashed a wave of holy energy, disintegrating the ice dragons. However, this distraction allowed Riz to close the distance in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that sent Issei crashing through a mountain. As he came to a stop, Issei attempted to rise but fell to his knees as his azure form faded back to his normal state. "DMN," he muttered, though he wasn't surprised. He had been in that form for over an hour and had expended a lot of energy. Now, he needed to fight strategically and find the right moment to use Durandal in its fourth form to end the battle. But his energy reserves were critically low. As he stood, his armor disintegrated, leaving only his wings. Confused, he asked, "What just happened?" "You ran out of energy. You are at his mercy now." Albion responded calmly as Riz landed in front of Issei. Breathing, Riz said, "It seems the fun for today has come to an end. However, I will let you live to see another day, White Dragon Emperor. Your performance today has spared your life. I shall see you again in the future." With that, Riz turned and vanished in a wisp of smoke, leaving Issei bewildered. "What just happened?" he asked incredulously. "He let you go. That's what happened. I am, however, pleased with how you fought today. You utilized all your abilities well, managed to maintain the azure armor longer than its limit, and even injured a god. Very impressive." Albion replied. Thanks, I guess," Issei said, beginning to fly back to his friends, hoping they were all okay, especially Ain and Jean. Surprisingly, he found himself thinking about Rosweiss too, wishing for her safety. "That doesn't mean you're off the hook, mister. At my prime, a god like that would have groveled at my feet. I'm going to increase your training to ensure you never find yourself in that position again." Albion concluded firmly, leaving no room for argument. Issei simply nodded, too exhausted to respond. He arrived just in time to see Valley using Mjolnir on Loki, effectively sealing him. Issei scanned for his peerage and sighed in relief upon seeing that they were all fine, aside from a few bruises and cuts. It seemed the mission had been a partial success. With Issei having flown away, Valley and the others turned to Loki, whose eyebrows twitched in annoyance. "So this is the best the Maus could send to fight me? A few kids with attitude problems? No matter, I'll just have to eliminate all of you and reignite Ragnarok," he declared pompously. "Please, Loki-sama, stop this madness. I'm sure Odin-sama will be merciful and lenient in the..." Case of punishment, Rosweiss pleaded, hoping for a peaceful resolution. Don't patronize yourself, Valkyrie. I'm here to rectify my father's mistake when he signed the alliance treaty and placed himself and all of Valhalla with a lower race, Loki retorted. But it seems we are at an impasse. Let us begin, Loki said, raising a finger and pointing it toward the ground. A purple beam of magic struck the earth, causing a massive magical circle to appear. From it emerged a giant wolf, snarling at the group. Fenrir, the legendary wolf said to have fangs that even gods cannot escape, Ain muttered gravely, eyeing the creature. But Loki wasn't finished. He pointed both hands to his sides, unleashing 2 more magical beams. From these beams emerged 2 smaller wolves, similar in appearance to Fenrir. Bringing his hands together, he gestured behind Fenrir, summoning an enormous serpentine dragon that stretched 350 meters long. Hati and Skoll, Loki's children, both possessing god-slaying jaws, along with a clone of the Midgard serpent. This just got a lot more complicated, Valor remarked before turning to his group. Arthur, Issei, you two will take on Fenrir. Kuroka, Biko handle one of the pups. I'll take on Loki. What about you, Princess of Fire, Valkyrie-san, and Kirito-san? Ain, Jean, and I will deal with the clone. Bova will handle the other pup. Sieg will assist your teammates with Fenrir, Ain replied confidently. I'll help Ain-san with the Midgard serpent, Rosweiss added with a shrug. I can't assist the White Dragon Emperor, so I'll help you face Loki, Red Dragon Emperor, Kirito said, unsheathing his jet black sword. Well, that's settled then. I just hope Hayadu comes out on top. Fighting a god without help will be suicide, Vala declared before activating his boosted gear. In an instant, Draig roared, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker, and Vala transformed into his scale mail, soaring into the air to confront Loki, with Kirito floating beside him. Ain, Jean, Rosweiss, and Ravel faced the Midgard serpent, while Bova returned to his full size and advanced toward Hati. The 2 yokai moved toward Skoll, while the remaining swordsman and the witch confronted Fenrir. Bova towered over Hati, his massive frame imposing as he let out a territorial roar. Hati responded with a growl, clearly displeased by the challenge. Without hesitation, Hati lunged at Bova, aiming to overpower him. However, Bova caught Hati's forepaws, pushing back and denying the wolf any advantage. With a powerful heave, he lifted Hati into the air and tossed him aside. Taking a deep breath, Bova unleashed a torrent of flames that resembled a meteor. Among Tannen's children, only Bova could wield such fiery power effectively. The flames struck Hati, causing the wolf to snarl in pain, but it pressed on, charging at Bova and sending him crashing into a small plateau. Knowing that a bite would be difficult, Hati focused on physically ramming Bova again. The impact was fierce, and Bova felt a rib or 2 crack. Prepared for another assault, Bova seized Hati by the forepaws once more and unleashed his strongest flames at point-blank range. Wrapping his arms around Hati's back, he squeezed with all his might, relishing the sound of a crack as he exerted his strength. With one final move, he executed a powerful suplex, leaving Hati defeated on the ground. Bova then reduced his size and moved away, wincing in pain from his injuries. Meanwhile, Skoll growled at Kuroka and Biko, giving a warning bark that went unheeded. Heh, look Kuroka, the mutt is trying to be cute, Biko teased with a smirk. He does look cute, but sadly I am not into mutts, Kuroka replied with a dismissive wave. Oh, and what type of guys do you generally like? Biko asked playfully. Whatever type I'm into, it definitely does not include monkeys, Kuroka retorted, brushing off his flirtation as she focused on Hati, who was now poised to pounce. Moments later, Skoll lunged at the duo, but they swiftly dodged. Biko, annoyed, pointed his staff at Hati and commanded, Nyo Boi extend. The adamantine staff struck Hati on the skull, causing the wolf to crash face-first into the ground. Kuroka seized the opportunity, circling around and firing concentrated bursts of both demonic magic and senjutsu. The 2 yokai pressed their advantage, charging their strongest attacks before striking Hati on all his vital spots simultaneously. The combined force from the 2 high-tier S-rank yokai overwhelmed Hati, and soon his life force began to fade. Kuroka and Biko regarded the fallen wolf with indifference before scanning the battlefield for other ongoing fights. Meanwhile, Arthur, Lefay, and Siegfried strategized. So how are we going to deal with that oversized wolf? Siegfried asked, hands crossed behind his head. It's simple. You will find a way to destabilize Fenrir long enough for Lu Fei to set up her binding spell. Once he's down, I will use my Excalibur ruler to control him. Mission accomplished, Arthur replied stoically. I can handle that. How long do you need for your spell, Lu Fei? Siegfried inquired, glancing at her as she focused on her magical circles. 3 minutes minimum, 5 at the maximum. Can you hold him off until then? Lu Fei responded, her attention unwavering. Why not? Balance Breaker, Chaos Edge Azura Ravage. Siegfried declared, his power surging as 4 draconic hands emerged. He withdrew 2 light swords while magical storage arrays appeared before him, each conjuring a demonic sword. Arthur's eyes widened at the sight of Siegfried wielding 4 demonic swords, reinforcing his belief that Issei and his peerage were formidable. Yet, he felt a thrill at finding someone he could match in combat. With Balung, Nuthung, Turfing and Dainsleif in hand, Siegfried charged at Fenrir, hoping to catch the wolf off guard. Dodging a powerful paw, he leaped and combined the abilities of Turfing and Dainsleif, launching ice crystals infused with destructive power at Fenrir. Fenrir growled in fury as the crystals exploded against his skin. In a surprising display of speed, he charged at Siegfried, jaws wide. Siegfried barely managed to raise all 6 swords in defense, but the force of the impact sent him crashing into a boulder. With a pained grunt, he looked up to see Fenrir approaching, intent on finishing him off. However, Siegfried was far from helpless, ready to fight back with all his might. Slashing with his weapon, Siegfried created a torrent of wind that pushed Fenrir aside. He then plunged his sword into the ground, causing shards of ice to erupt and strike Fenrir, eliciting a roar of pain from the massive wolf. The assault continued as a powerful arc of holy magic struck Fenrir directly, pushing him back. Looking up, Siegfried saw Arthur standing there, wielding the legendary holy sword Caliban. A smile crept onto Siegfried's face. He finally had a rival who could match him in swordsmanship. At that moment, Lu Fei floated in front of the 2 swordsmen, pointing her hands toward the wolf. Adamantine chains of sealing, she declared, and massive golden chains emerged from a magical circle, wrapping tightly around Fenrir and effectively immobilizing him. Well, that's that, Siegfried said, muttering a numbing spell to alleviate his pain. Siegfried of the Demon Hand, I look forward to the day when I can test my blade against yours, Arthur replied stoically, turning to Siegfried. You won't be the only one, Siegfried responded with a smirk, which Arthur mirrored. Lu Fei simply shook her head, muttering to herself. Meanwhile, Ain, Ravel, and Jean stood nearby, contemplating their next move. Insama, what shall we do? Ravel asked curiously. I want you to take the lead in this one, Ravel. We are 3 magic users and 1 sacred gear user. What do you suggest? Ain inquired, smiling inwardly. The serpent before them was merely a shadow of the Midgard serpent, possessing only 20 to 30% of the original's power. A powerful combined magical attack would likely disintegrate it. Ravel mentally categorized the abilities of the 4 girls as her mind raced. After a moment of silence, she turned to Jean and asked, Jean-sama, what can your balance breaker do? I have 2 subspecies, as I mentioned. One is my stake victim dragon, a 40-foot dragon made of holy swords. The second is a copy of Yudo Kiba's holy demonic sword, but it differs in that it is a 4-way slayer instead of 2, incorporating holy, demonic, dragon-slaying, and ki abilities, Jean explained, a smug look on her face as she noted the surprise on her peers' faces. Ravel nodded absently, then focused on the silver-headed serpent. She knew that both Ain and Jean were exceptional magic users capable of casting spells that could harm the copy Dragon King. Formulating a plan, she said, Jean-sama, please use your dragon balance breaker to engage that creature and distract it. While you do that, Insama and I will launch magical spells to increase the damage. Raswai-sama, I want you to gather as much power as you can into your strongest blasting spell and then fire it at that serpent to obliterate it. The other girls nodded in agreement, finding the plan feasible. Jean was the first to act, unleashing a silvery white 40-foot dragon radiating holy energy. She unsheathed her rapier and pointed it at Jorgmund, commanding the holy sword dragon to roar and charge forward, firing concentrated blasts of holy energy from its mouth. Jorgmund reared back as the blast struck, roaring at the holy dragon before unleashing torrents of fire in retaliation. Ain stepped forward, waving her hands in a circular motion to redirect the flames back toward Jorgmund, who roared in pain from the counterattack. The trio continued their assault, but Jorgmund began to anticipate their moves, dodging some attacks while landing a few hits of its own. At that moment, Rosweiss called out to Ain, "And my spell is ready. Please restrain Jorgmund." "Noted," Ain replied, preparing her spell. Crimson Fire Serpent. A gigantic snake made of fire emerged from a large silver magic circle, hissing as it slithered toward Jorgmund and wrapped tightly around the copy of the Midgard serpent, holding it in place. Ain then turned to Rosweiss and shouted, "Now." Nodding, Rosweiss conjured a giant silver magic circle of her own and declared, "Explosion." The spell completely disintegrated Jorgmund, leaving only its battered remains behind. Ain and Rosweiss landed on the ground, nodding to each other in satisfaction. However, their moment of triumph was interrupted as Vale and Kirito crashed to the ground several meters away. Loki scowled upon seeing that his creatures had been defeated. Pointing his hands toward the sky, he released a massive torrent of magic into the air, preparing to rain it down on the group while cackling, already envisioning how Ragnarok would unfold. "You may just make it not boring for me," Vale remarked. "Keep talking. In the end, we shall be the ones who emerge victorious," Kirito replied, nodding to Vale before dashing towards Loki at high speeds, wielding two black blades. With a swift motion, Kirito swiped his swords downward at Loki, who effortlessly blocked both strikes with one hand while his other hand unleashed a magical attack aimed at Vale. Anticipating the attack, Vale boosted his power and punched through the magical assault. Harnessing the excess energy, he formed two large orbs of red magic and shouted, "Oi, get out of the way!" Giant twin dragon shot. He released both orbs towards Loki, who had been propelled towards Vale by a reverse kick from Kirito. However, Loki was no ordinary opponent. He halted midair, acting a shield that stopped the two red energy orbs in their tracks. He then surged towards Vale, engaging him in hand-to-hand combat while conjuring magical constructs to deal with Kirito. Vale found himself struggling to keep up with Loki and decided it was time to escalate the fight. In response, Drake began silently boosting Vale's power. After 15 boosts, Vale unleashed the energy, catching Loki off guard and landing a series of solid hits that sent him crashing towards a now-ready Kirito, who swung both swords, causing Loki to crash into the ground. "This is getting interesting. Why don't we kick it up a notch, boys?" Loki said with a smirk before vanishing and reappearing behind them. He unleashed a torrent of magic, sending both Vale and Kirito hurtling towards the ground, landing just a few meters away from Ain and the others. Loki frowned as he surveyed the scene, noticing his children and grandchildren had been defeated. With a twinge of annoyance, he declared, "You're annoying. Now I will personally have to eliminate all of you and bring forth a appealing Ragnarok." He pointed both hands skyward, channeling a massive amount of magic. Rosweiss' eyes widened in alarm as she realized Loki's intentions. "Loki-sama, don't do it. You'll cause the entire dimensional gap to collapse," she pleaded. "No. Nothing will stop me from achieving my Ragnarok." Loki screamed, releasing a colossal wave of magic into the dimensional gap. As the energy dissipated, he grinned maniacally at the fighters below and simply said, "Boom." In an instant, waves of purple lightning rained down from the sky, resulting in a massive explosion. After a few tense moments, the smoke cleared, revealing that everyone was alive but injured. Only Vale, Ain, and Rosweiss were able to continue the fight. Ain looked at her injured companions and instructed, "Ravel, as soon as you're done, administer the Phoenix Tears to everyone." In the meantime, we'll try to buy you more time. Rosweiss-sen, how much longer until Mjolnir arrives? It's here now, Rosweiss replied after checking a magic circle, and indeed, Mjolnir appeared through a purple portal. That's a relief. Ain Lucifuge and Valkyrson, I need you two to keep him busy for just a few moments. I'll charge enough energy to deliver the final blow, Vali said, receiving nods from the girls. Ikuzo, Drake. Vali called out. Ao Highball Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Drake roared. In a flash of red, Vali stood proudly in his scale mail and jetted towards Mjolnir while Ain closed her eyes, beginning to power up. Fire and wind swirled around her, forming a massive tornado of both elements. When the tornado subsided, Ain was surrounded by an aura of fire and wind, her presence radiating danger. Meanwhile, Rosweiss had prepared numerous magic circles of various colors, ready to unleash their power. Princess of Fire. Ain called out her form name before nodding to Rosweiss. Upon receiving the signal, Rosweiss fired all the magic circles simultaneously, creating an impressive array of magical attacks. Heavenly Rain. Rosweiss announced as the barrage flew towards Loki at incredible speed. The sheer strength and variety of the attack momentarily shocked him, but he quickly regained his composure and chose to dodge rather than defend against it. The multitude of techniques made it nearly impossible to shield against. Loki then had to defend against Ain's relentless onslaught, which combined long-range fire attacks supplemented with air and close-range combat, keeping him on guard. A little distance away, Vali grasped Mjolnir's handle and mentally urged, "Start boosting it, Drake." "Boost, boost, boost." Drake called out, causing Mjolnir to grow significantly in size. Vali rushed towards Loki, Mjolnir raised high, ready to strike. Loki's eyes widened as he saw Vali charging at him. Gritting his teeth, he broke Ain's attack and sent her crashing into Rosweiss before focusing back on Vali, who swung Mjolnir towards him. Before Loki could dodge, he felt shadowy chains wrap around him, immobilizing him. Looking down, he saw the chains extending from Kirito's blades, holding him in place. Then Mjolnir struck, creating a seal that transported Loki to a high-security cell in Valhalla. "Curse you, Red Dragon Emperor! Fire Princess! Curse all of you! You haven't heard the last of me!" Loki shouted frantically as he vanished. Once Loki was gone, everyone powered down and collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Just then, Issei landed nearby and limped towards them. "Is everyone okay?" he called out, slightly coughing from exertion. "I see. Both Jean and Ain exclaimed as they rushed to hug him. Wincing from the sudden hug, Issei slowly freed himself and turned to look at the rest of his peerage members and Rosweiss. He was relieved to see that everyone was alive, albeit slightly banged up. Siegfried had a few bruises on his torso and had lost his shirt during the fight. The way Bova held his hand on his waist indicated that several of his ribs were broken. Jean had a number of burns across her body but was otherwise well. Rosweiss and Ain bore tears and cuts on their dresses and skin, respectively, while Ravel appeared a bit shaken by the whole ordeal. Issei then turned his attention to Vali and his team, who were groaning and shaking from the effects of the recent battle. Vali himself had lost his jacket, and his shirt was torn in several places, revealing a range of bruises and cuts. Kirito was cradling his hand to his chest and had a bleeding lip. "Yo, you look rough, Vali," Issei said with a small grin. "As if you're one to talk, hiya Issei." "You look like someone who was sent through a grinder," Vali replied grumpily. "That's because I was sent through a grinder. Riz is not someone to take lightly, and I had to face him all alone. You all look worse for wear after fighting just one opponent while I went solo against a god," Issei complained before he suddenly dropped to his knees, wheezing and coughing up a little blood. His peerage members and Rosweiss looked on worriedly but remained silent as Issei pulled out a vial of phoenix tears and drank them. He sighed in relief as they began to work their way back into his body. "I'm okay now," he reassured his peerage as he stood up. "Say, Vali, are you going to come with us?" Issei asked. "No, our temporary alliance ends here. We will be returning to our base," Vali answered, standing up and nodding to Lefei to create the transportation circle. We'll face each other another day, hide Issei, Valis said as he and his team, along with Fenrir, walked through the portal toward their headquarters. That guy is way too uptight, Issei muttered, shaking his head. Turning to Rosweiss and Kirito, he asked, Oi Rosweiss-san, Kirito-san, are both of you all right? I'm okay, Rosweiss replied with a nod. I've been better, Kirito admitted, cradling his arm. Well, if everyone is ready, let us go back to the underworld, Issei said, clicking his fingers to create a magic circle that would take them to the main Lucifuge mansion. Now that we're here, I want all of you to rest. The servants will provide proper medical treatment. I, however, will be leaving shortly to give Mao-sama a verbal report on the incidents that took place. I want each of you to write a report from your perspectives before submitting it to me. I will compile a version for Surzek-sama in a few days. Ainton, are you coming? Issei asked. Yeah, I'm coming along. I can tell what happened with Loki while you handled Riz, Ain replied as the duo walked out the door. Oh, Rosweiss-san, Kirito, please stay with us until your recoveries are complete. Be our guests. You can have any rooms that are currently unoccupied, Issei said as he left, receiving nods of affirmation from the two. Arriving in front of an office, Issei knocked on the door and waited. It was almost immediately opened by Grafia, who smiled at the pair and ushered them inside. Inside the room, a coalition of the leaders of the alliance awaited them. I see that you were successful in your mission, one of them remarked. You got that right, but I faced Riz in a separate area, so my report won't provide the complete outlook, Issei explained. That is fine, Sei. Please tell us what happened, Azazel said. Okay then. Issei began, recounting how Riz had challenged him, leading them to a separate area to fight, how he struggled against Riz in their match, and how he ultimately lost his stamina before being spared. Once he finished, Ain took over, describing the battle she and the others had fought against Loki. She detailed the encounters of the Lucifuge peerage while providing snippets of the fights that Vala's team had been involved in. She explained the attack Loki had launched into the dimensional gap and how it had hit them hard, as well as her collaboration with Rosweiss during the tail end of the fight, and how Vale and Kirito teamed up to finally defeat Loki. I see, good work. Though it is still concerning that Riz actually let you go. I wonder what his angle is in all of this, Surzek said thoughtfully. We can deal with that later. For now, I think it is best for us to return to our respective factions and address what has happened, Odin suggested, receiving nods of agreement from everyone. As the leaders began to leave, Odin approached Issei and said, Young White Dragon Emperor, may I have a few moments of your time? Of course, Odin-sama. How may I help you? Issei asked respectfully, with Ain standing right behind him. I would like to ask you to add Rosweiss-chan into your peerage as a personal favor from me, Odin said with a sigh. I mean no disrespect to you or Rosweiss-san's abilities, but why are you asking this of me? Given her skill, wouldn't she be an integral member of your faction? Issei inquired curiously. Yes, she is immensely talented in magic, but that talent has become a curse, Odin replied cautiously. What do you mean, Odin-sama? Ain asked. Rosweiss is the granddaughter of my chief Valkyrie, Gondel. She is a prodigy in every sense of the word, having blazed through material in days that normally took months to cover, making her the youngest graduate in Valhalla history. While this is a remarkable achievement, it has also led to her being shunned by others her age, whether out of jealousy or intimidation. Because of her success, she has no friends. She was like a granddaughter to him, and watching her struggle day in and day out felt like a rusty knife piercing his heart. He had asked Issei to take her into his peerage because all of its members were prodigies in their own right. Issei had become a high-class devil just months after his reincarnation. Ain, known for her mastery of fire, was famous worldwide. The peerage included the direct descendants of both Jeanne d'Arc and Siegfried, along with the strongest son of a dragon king. In this environment, she would find people who weren't jealous or intimidated by her, giving her a chance to experience a normal life for once. Odin-sama, what do you say? He finished with a tired sigh. I'd be honored to have her in my peerage, Odin-sama. It has been a pleasure to get to know her these past few days, Issei replied with a nod. That's great to hear. I wouldn't mind if she joins your HM. She looks quite good standing by your side, Odin said joyfully before leaving via a magic circle. Issei felt a blush creep onto his face at the implication. He had indeed entertained thoughts about Rosweiss but decided he would only involve her once she understood the whole situation. Aine noticed the look in his eyes and lightly shook her head with a small smile. She appreciated that he wasn't rushing into a relationship and actually wanted her permission to add someone to his HRM. She planned to observe Rosweiss in the coming days, both as a fellow peerage member and potentially a future HRM sister. For now, though, everyone needed to rest and recover from the grueling battle they had just faced. A week had passed since the battle with the evil gods, and the Lucifuge peerage, now including Rosweiss, was staying at the Lucifuge mansion in the underworld. Kirito had returned to the Slavic faction as soon as he was healthy enough to travel. The group spent the week relaxing and focusing on regaining their strength, with Aine particularly busy explaining the workings of Devil Society to Rosweiss and helping her accept the idea of being reincarnated as a devil. Aine also noticed Rosweiss' reactions around Issei. To her surprise, Rosweiss seemed genuinely attracted to him, giggling at his jokes and blushing at his compliments. Today, Aine decided it was time to confront Rosweiss about her feelings and see if they could develop into something special. While Issei was enjoying a dip in the mansion's hot springs, Aine made her way to Rosweiss' room, eager to get the conversation started. Aine loved the idea of a big family, and she knew that any girl Issei added to his HRM would become her sister. She felt that girls like Jean or Ravel, who genuinely liked Issei, deserved the opportunity to join him, and she had a strong feeling that Rosweiss would be among them. Knocking on the door, Aine waited until Rosweiss opened it, her surprise quickly turning into a smile. "Come in," she said, stepping aside. "How can I help you?" Rosweiss asked as they both sat on the bed. "Well, there are two things I wanted to talk to you about. First, would you be willing to join Issei's peerage?" Aine asked with a smile. "Isn't it usually the king who offers spots in their peerage?" Rosweiss raised an eyebrow. "Typically, yes, but other members can scout for new members and offer them a spot with permission from their king. Issei gave me permission to offer anyone I deem worthy a spot, so here we are," Aine explained with a grin. "Ah, I see. Do I qualify?" Rosweiss asked, a teasing glint in her eyes. "I wouldn't be here if I didn't think you were good enough. So, what do you think?" Aine shrugged. "Sure, I'd love to join. I have nothing better to do since Odin-sama left me here," Rosweiss replied with a hint of frustration. Despite her annoyance, she felt relieved. Joining this peerage meant being with people who were as strong, if not stronger than her, which would ease the pressure of her talent. It also offered her a chance to escape the unwanted attention she often received and finally make friends. She was already forming bonds with the Lucifuge peerage and hoped this opportunity wouldn't slip away. "Excellent. Now that the matter of you joining the peerage is settled, there's one other topic we need to discuss," Aine said, clapping her hands together with a bright smile. "Oh, what other topic?" Rosweiss asked, tilting her head in confusion. "Oh, just your feelings about Issei," Aine said casually, though the glint in her red eyes suggested she was anything but casual. What do you mean?" Rosweiss stuttered, her cheeks reddening at the sudden question. "It's pretty obvious, Rosweiss-John. For all his talent, Issei can be quite dense when it comes to relationships. He only developed romantic feelings after my older sister basically locked us in a mansion and made us confront our feelings. Poor Jean has been trying to get him to notice her for ages, and he only took a step forward when I pushed him toward a relationship with her. But everyone can see your attraction to him, so you need to answer my question," Aine explained easily. "Sigh, I like him a lot," Rosweiss admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Rosweiss looked down at her lap, her voice barely above a whisper. "More than I have ever liked any other boy." Aine moved to sit beside the silver-haired Valkyrie, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "You can talk about it, you know. I'm a good listener, and it's always better to get things off your chest." Rosweiss took a deep breath, her sadness evident. "Back in Valhalla, I never had any friends as a kid because I was too shy to talk to anyone. In the academy, my talent shone through, and I quickly rose through the ranks as if they were non-existent. I was a prodigy in magic and battle. That fact alone made others avoid me out of jealousy and intimidation. Even when I joined the force, I was forced to stand alone and do everything on my own. No one helped me. Instead, many tried to sabotage me. During the ball, when Issei intercepted the attack aimed at me, it was the first time someone did something for me. That made me curious about him. After seeing him interact with others and then with me, I couldn't help but start to like him. But the problem is, I don't know how to approach him about this. Ain pulled Rosweiss into a hug before letting her go. Well, those days are over. You'll be a welcome part of our peerage, and everyone here will be part of your family. As for how to approach Issei, I have the perfect plan for you. A mischievous grin spread across Ain's face, making Rosweiss feel a mix of excitement and apprehension. Ain explained her plan, and as she finished, she left the room with a laugh, leaving a blushing Rosweiss behind. Meanwhile, Issei was enjoying a dip in the mansion's hot springs, seated in the center of the pool, relishing the warmth against his skin. This is the life, he thought to himself, sinking deeper into relaxation. His thoughts were interrupted when the door opened. He glanced back and found himself captivated by the sight of Rosweiss, her hair styled in a bun and wrapped in a towel. Caught off guard, he turned away, his face slightly flushed. Hey, what are you doing here? He asked, trying to shake off the awkwardness. I just came in for a dip before sleeping. You don't have to leave, I'll be done soon, Rosweiss replied, her cheeks tinged with color as she stepped into the water. Yeah, sure, take your time. There's plenty of space for everyone here, Issei said, keeping his gaze averted. Rosweiss took a deep breath, steeling her resolve. The hard part of getting here was done, now came the challenging part. She moved closer to Issei, leaning forward to wrap her arms around his neck, her heart racing. Issei's mind raced as he realized that Rosweiss, who was usually shy, must have been encouraged by someone else. He suspected Ain was behind this, and he couldn't help but smile at the thought. So, Ain got to you, huh? Issei said, glancing at Rosweiss. The sight of her blushing face made his heart skip a beat. Yes, she said this was the best way to tell you how I feel, Rosweiss whispered, her voice barely audible. Issei felt a rush of warmth as he noticed how close they were. Oh, and how do you feel? He asked, genuinely curious. I like you, like really like you. I don't know if it's love or not, but I feel attracted to you, Rosweiss confessed, her confidence wavering. Issei turned to face her fully, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her closer. Rosweiss' blush deepened, but she didn't pull away. Their eyes locked and Issei spoke softly. Well, that's a relief. I like you quite a bit as well. I don't know if what I feel is love, but I'm willing to give us a chance if you want to. I do want to give it a try, Rosweiss replied, her voice barely above a whisper. With a smile, Issei pulled her in closer, their chests touching. He leaned down and gently pressed his lips against hers. Rosweiss' eyes widened in surprise, but she soon melted into the kiss. After a moment, they broke apart, both smiling. Issei rested his forehead against hers. You know, I could get used to this. Same, Rosweiss replied, resting her head on his chest. Issei tightened his hold on her, enjoying the warmth of their closeness. They stayed like that for a while before heading to their respective rooms. Inside his room, Issei found Ain waiting for him, a playful grin on her face. Judging from the contented sigh you gave, I presume my plan went off without a hitch. Yes, your plan went off without a hitch, Issei confirmed, a smile spreading across his face. You know you are quite the cheeky one, Ain, Issei remarked with a sigh and a slight shake of his head. Ain grinned and walked up to Issei, wrapping her arms around his neck. She leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. And don't pretend that you don't enjoy it. In response, Issei lifted her up in his arms and carried her to the bed. Oh, I don't just like it, I love it. They shared a passionate moment before eventually drifting off to sleep a couple of hours later. The next morning, Issei made his way to Rosweiss' room. In his excitement the day before, he had forgotten to officially add her as a member of his peerage. It was only after Ain's timely reminder that he remembered and headed over to her. He knocked on the door, which was promptly opened by Rosweiss. Her eyes lit up when she saw Issei. Grabbing his hand, she pulled him into her room and sat down on the bed. "Ohio, Issei-kun. What can I do for you?" "First things first, I'm going to add you to my peerage. Are you interested?" Issei asked, showing her a white bishop piece. "Of course. I'd love to," Rosweiss replied, taking the bishop piece from him. With a smile and a nod, Issei began the ritual, and a few minutes later, Rosweiss proudly became a member of his growing peerage. "Now then, it's time for you to meet the others. Come along," Issei said, standing up and taking Rosweiss' hand to lead her outside. "But I already know all of them," Rosweiss said with a smile as Issei guided her. "You know them as friendly acquaintances, now you'll know them as family," Issei explained simply as they entered the main lounge where the rest of the Lucifuge peerage was relaxing. "Oi everyone, greet our new peerage member, Rosweiss," Issei announced, bringing her in front of him. "Yo," Siegfried called from where he was sitting. "Finally! I was getting tired of waiting for you to join us, Rose-chan," Jean said enthusiastically as she stepped forward and shook hands with Rosweiss. "You already know me well enough, Rosweissen," Ain said, giving the Valkyrie a hug and a playful wink, which made Rosweiss chuckle nervously. "It's great to finally meet you as a fellow peerage member, Rosweiss-sama." "Welcome," Ravel said with an elaborate courtesy. "Greetings, Rosweiss-sama. I am Bova, son of Tannen." "Pleased to meet you," Bova said with a bow. "Now that everything is settled, it's time to return to Kuo. Rose-chan, you'll probably need to become a teacher. You can also be our club's advisor. Anchin, can you handle everything with Sona?" Issei asked Ain and Rosweiss. "Sure. I'd love to," Ain replied. "Consider it done," Rosweiss added. "Excellent. Let's go, everyone. We have a lot of requests to handle. After all, we're going to be the #1 peerage in the underworld," Issei declared as he turned to leave. "Yeah," the rest of the peerage shouted in unison as they followed him out. It had been a month since the Loki incident, and the Mythological Research Club had settled into a calm routine. They attended school, completed their devil requests after classes, and maintained a steady training schedule. Rosweiss had fully integrated into the Lucifuge peerage. The most significant change was that the entire peerage had moved into the same house, a gift from Surzex for their role in averting Loki's threat from the underworld. Issei thought it was unnecessary, but Surzex had been insistent. His relationships with all his girls had been steadily improving. He shared a room with Ain and nearly lived with Jean. He and Rosweiss had gone on a few dates, spending time together and sharing affectionate moments. As Issei lay awake in bed, he contemplated the upcoming raiding game tournament. Movement to his left brought him back to the present. Ain woke up with a small smile, stretching and giving Issei a view that made him feel fortunate. She leaned down and kissed him before snuggling into his chest. "Morning, peeling," Issei whispered, running his fingers through her soft hair. "Morning. What are your plans for today?" "It is Sunday after all," Ain asked from his side. "I'll be quite busy today. I'm visiting Azazel-sensei to scout the other young devil peerages so we can strategize for the upcoming tournament. What about you? Any plans?" Issei replied, continuing to slide her hair. "Nothing special. I guess I'll make it a ladies' get-together. If you really intend to scout the competition, you should leave now," Ain said, sitting up and playfully pushing Issei off the bed. Issei shot her a playful glare before heading to the bathroom. After completing his morning routine, he left his room and took the elevator to the ground floor, where the rest of the peerage was gathered at the table, waiting for breakfast. Today, it was Rosweiss' turn to cook. He greeted Rosweiss and Jean with a morning kiss before sitting down and engaging in casual conversation with the others. He didn't notice Ravel sigh sadly before her expression returned to its usual haughty demeanor. Once breakfast was finished, Issei stood up and bid everyone goodbye before leaving the house. As he walked, he took out his phone and dialed Azazel's number. "Yo Issei, what can I do for you on this fine Sunday?" Azazel's voice came through the receiver. "I wanted to ask if you were free. The raiding game tournament is scheduled to begin soon, and I'd like to scout the competition so I can have a few strategies in place before the game. Can I come over?" Issei asked. "Yeah, come over. I was actually about to bring this topic up with Rias and Sona, but since you asked first, you get my help before everyone else does, Azazel replied. Awesome. I will be there in 15 minutes. See ya, sensei. Issei ended the call and headed to the nearest general store, where he bought a variety of drinks and snacks before making his way to Azazel's apartment. Soon, he arrived at Azazel's place. After knocking on the door, it opened to reveal a appealing girl with black hair and green eyes, who looked to be around his age. Issei was momentarily taken aback by her appearance. Is this Azazel's place? He asked, recovering from his surprise. The girl rolled her eyes and called out, Oi Tuchun, there's some guy at the door asking for you. That must be Issei. Let him in and bring him to my lab. Azazel's voice came from inside. The girl motioned for Issei to follow her, and he nodded politely before stepping inside. The apartment had been expanded using a mix of magic and runes while still appearing to be a medium-sized place from the outside. My name's Issei, he introduced himself. Yeah, I know about you from Dad. The name's Ambriel, she replied with a bored tone, prompting Issei to shrug and fall silent. If she wasn't interested in small talk, he figured he wouldn't push it. Ambriel led him to a room and then left. Issei knocked on the door and was promptly invited in. Yo Issei, how did you find my surprise? Azazel greeted him. It was okay. I really didn't know you had a daughter, Issei replied with a shrug and a smirk. Meh, it's not really well known among the other factions outside of the leaders. She likes to travel a lot and is rarely home. I was really glad when she told me she was going to settle down here for a while. I'm contemplating having her join Kuo for the time being, Azazel explained, guiding Issei to a table and motioning for him to take a seat. If you want, I can add her to the Mythological Research Club. That would at least offer her a small semblance of peace if she ever needs it, Issei suggested with a smile, earning a nod from Azazel. Now then, let's look at the biggest threats you will face during the tournament. It goes without saying that the other 4 supernovas will be the ones you'll need to be wary of. We'll be focusing on them while making a few notes on the other peerages, Azazel said seriously, receiving a hum of agreement from Issei. Now that that's out of the way, let's focus on the other supernovas. The first one, and without a doubt the biggest threat, is none other than Serorg. His power is comparable to the upper echelon of high-class society, and depending on his hidden cards, he may be at the ultimate class level. His main fighting style is hand-to-hand and power-based. All of his peerage members are fairly balanced in combat. The long-range fighters can handle themselves in close combat and vice versa. His peerage consists of Keisha Abaddon as his queen, Corina Andrielfis and Mistita Sabnok as bishops, Libran Crossel and Baruka Furkas as knights, and Gandoma Balam and Ladora Bora as rooks, with an unknown pawn piece that not even his own house knows about. A common feature of his peerage is that they are all members of extra devil clans or extinct pillar houses. Overall, this is the peerage whose power comes close to yours, and the match will be more or less a direct confrontation, Azazel lectured, showing Issei different pictures and footage of Serorg's peerage. My draconic side can't help but feel excited. This match will be awesome, Issei muttered, his heart racing at the thought of facing someone like Serorg in the near future. That's good, but you need to hold your horses for now. Now, let's move on to Sona. The Citri clan is widely regarded as the smartest in the devil community. The only one considered smarter is Malphalbium Asmodeus, who is as brilliant as he is lazy. But we are getting sidetracked. Sona and her peerage are mainly technical fighters, with the exception of her 2 pawns, Saji Genshiro and Ruruka Nimra. Fighting her with pure power would be risky and could cause you to lose the game before it even begins, so you'll need to adjust your strategy accordingly. Her peerage consists of Tsubaki Shinra as her queen, Momo Hanakai and Rei Kusaka as bishops, Tomo Meguri as her knight, Tsubasa Yura as her rook, and as mentioned before, Saji Genshiro and Ruruka Nimra as her pawns, Azazel continued, showing Issei the data he had on Sona and her peerage. I guess I will let Ain-chan and Ravel-chan go all out whenever we face her. They will probably love the challenge of meeting and facing a superior strategist. It's going to be a field day for them, Issei said as he finished reviewing the material on Sona and her peerage. Quite so. The next supernova on the list is none other than your former EMSU, Rias Gremry. A few weeks ago, Rias would have been considered the weakest of the 5 supernovas individually, but recently she has started learning the Gremry side of her family magic and has had great success, making her overall 3rd in the group. The Gremry style of magic deals with teleportation arrays and is very lethal in battle if used correctly. Her peerage has the 2nd most members. Her queen, Akino Himejima, and bishop, Rainier, are the biggest threats outside of Rias herself, both being accomplished magic users. Her 2nd bishop, Gaspar Valdi, has high stats and is dangerous if he gets going. Kiba Yudo, her 1st knight, is a technique type, while her 2nd knight, Zenobia Corda, is a power-based fighter. She has a soul rook in the form of Kaneko Tuju. Rias has 5 pawn pieces with your old female classmates Murayama and Keitase being technical fighters, while the others, Matsuda, Motohama, and Ken, are all power types. Rias has recently trained them, and they all seem strong enough to take on middle-class beings on their own. The game with her should be a straightforward one since she didn't specialize in any particular style. It was like a jack facing off against a king, Azazel remarked as he flipped through slides of Rias and her peerage. At least it won't be too boring when we actually face her in a game, Issei commented, reviewing the papers and notes Azazel had provided. And finally we have Diodora Astroff. Not much is known about his peerage, except that it is a complete set and each of his pieces was once a member of the church and a blonde. In fact, the last addition to his peerage was about 5 months ago, Azazel continued, pausing as Issei suddenly went still, his eyes closed as if deep in thought. Sensei, who was the last person that Astaroth added to his peerage? Issei asked calmly after a few moments. This is her. I believe her name is Asia Argento, and exhumed none of the church, Azazel replied, puzzled by Issei's sudden intensity. Issei's expression shifted dramatically. How could he? How dare he? He exclaimed, his power flaring as he struggled to contain his emotions. Azazel raised an eyebrow at the outburst and released a portion of his presence, urging Issei to calm down. It wouldn't do for him to destroy the lab, after all. Taking a few calming breaths, Issei finally managed to regain his composure. I buried Asia during the whole Rainier incident 5 months ago. Somehow, that man knew exactly where she was buried and got to her. The fact that he knew indicates he was collaborating with Kokabeel and helped him infiltrate Kuro. Not only that, but he broke protocol by entering the territory of 2 other high-class devils without permission. His interest in church nuns suggests he has committed multiple infractions against heaven and the church, both of whom are our allies, Issei explained grimly. That is disturbing and true to an extent, as it would have been impossible for someone of Kokabeel's strength to enter undetected. The fact that the church exhumed most of his peerage members indicates he was indeed involved in the whole affair. This is very troubling, Azazel agreed, a grimace forming on his face. This needs to be discussed with Surzex, Azazel said after a moment of silence. Issei nodded, following Azazel as they left the room. Issei returned home and entered the training ground, hoping to work off some of his stress, while Azazel headed to Lilith, the city where the Maos typically convened. Entering his office, Surzex looked up and raised an eyebrow at Azazel. Not that I'm not glad to see you, but what brings you here without any warning? Seal the door. This is a serious matter, Azazel replied grimly, causing both Surzex and Graphia to sit up straight. When Azazel used that tone, it was usually no laughing matter. Surzex nodded and motioned to Graphia, who immediately acted a strong barrier to prevent any outside interference. Once the barrier was in place, Azazel shared everything he had just discovered. When he finished, all 3 of them wore grim expressions. Well, that certainly narrows down the possibilities of a potential traitor among our peers, Surzex said quietly. What do you mean? Azazel asked, frowning slightly. I have suspected there might be a traitor among us devils and have been investigating it secretly. Based on what you told me about Diodora, he has jumped to the top of my list of suspects. However, I can't arrest him without evidence, so we need to find a way to catch him in the act if he is indeed the traitor, Surzex explained, outlining his plan. So we're just sitting ducks until he's caught doing something? Azazel asked, feeling a bit disheartened. Not exactly. I'm setting a trap of my own, if you must know. If all goes according to plan, we should catch the traitor during the first week of the junior rating game tournament, Surzek said with a smirk. Oh, what is this plan? Azazel asked, curiosity piqued. A smirk formed on his face. He should have expected it. Devils were known for their cunning after all, and Surzek was the leader of their kind. Meanwhile, at the shopping mall, the females of the Lucifuge peerage were enjoying a quiet bonding day, discussing life and everything that came with it. Ain noticed that Ravel was giving a sad sigh every few moments and wasn't participating much in the conversation. Ravel-chan, what's wrong? Ain asked, concerned. It's nothing, Intima, the blonde phoenix muttered, fiddling with her food. It doesn't look like nothing, and I told you to call me Chan when we aren't in a formal setting. And we currently are not in a formal setting, Ain insisted. Alright. It's just that I feel I haven't made any progress with Issei-sama. I know I have your blessing, but he doesn't seem as interested in me as he does in you. I feel like I'm walking down the path of heartbreak, Ravel admitted, looking down at her lap. Hearing this, Ain's face broke into a playful smirk. She loved playing matchmaker and knew Ravel had genuine feelings, so who was she to stand in the way? Besides, the addition would complete their current set with 2 blondes and 2 silver-haired members. Oh, he is attracted to you, alright. Otherwise, he wouldn't have added you to his peerage. Don't worry, Ravel-chan. I'll talk to Issei about this as soon as possible, Ain said, with Rosweiss and Jean nodding in agreement. Thank you, Ravel replied, a watery smile appearing on her face as she looked at her fellow peerage members. After that moment, Ravel became more engaged in the conversation and seemed much lighter than before. It wasn't long before the girls decided to return to the mansion to see if the others had come back. What they found surprised them to their core as they witnessed Issei locked in a 2-on-1 battle against Siegfried and Bova. Issei was in his draconic form while Siegfried wielded 2 swords. Sensing the arrival of their peerage members, Issei signaled for the others to stop. He grabbed a towel and turned to them, saying, Hey, you guys are back? We are, but what exactly is happening here? Ain asked, placing her hands on her hips. I received some news that made me angry and frustrated. The 2-on-1 spar was my way of letting off steam, Issei replied, walking out of the room without paying much attention to the others. What's wrong with Issei? I've never seen him act like this before, Rosweiss said, worry evident in her voice. Neither have I, Ain admitted, chewing her lip. I'm not surprised. This is a childhood habit of Issei's. When something emotional affects him, he broods until he can address it. You can expect him to keep this attitude for a while, probably until he figures out what's bothering him, Siegfried said lazily as he put on his shirt. And how do you know that, Siegfried? Ravel asked. Quit with the Sama, Firebird. As for how I know, we grew up together until we were 9. We understand each other better than we give ourselves credit for. I suggest you all give him some space. His anger is still simmering, and I don't want him to feel guilty for lashing out if you can't control your questioning, Siegfried said before leaving the room, Bova closely following him. What do you think we should do, Ain-chan, Rosweiss-chan? Jean asked. I think it would be best to give Issei the space he needs. Whatever is on his mind must be weighing heavily on him, Rosweiss said, with Ain nodding in agreement. Back in Issei's room, he entered the bathtub to enjoy a short dip when a communication circle formed around his ear. Raising an eyebrow, he saw it was a call from Azazel and promptly accepted. What's up, sensei? Issei asked. Surzek and I have worked out a plan to deal with the new problem. It turns out he already had a few suspects regarding a possible traitor among the devils. Your information just confirmed it, Azazel informed him, allowing Issei a moment to process the news. Okay, so what's the actual plan? Issei asked after a brief silence. We're setting a trap within a trap. A spy of mine informed me that the old malfaction will make a final bid for power soon, during the rating game between Rias and Diodora. We believe they will provide the old malfaction the gateway they need to enter the realm. The plan is simple. You and Odin will step in the moment the army invades while Rias faces Diodora. After that, you'll need to give Rias backup. Does that sound agreeable? Azazel asked. Issei initially wanted to protest working with Rias but stopped, realizing he needed to set aside his differences for the greater good. He nodded, letting Azazel know he was in. Smiling, Azazel bid him farewell before cutting the communication. Sighing, Issei leaned back and closed his eyes, enjoying the soothing warmth of the water. After an hour of soaking, he dried off, changed into comfortable clothes, and walked to the lounge, hoping to relax with some TV. Fortunately, the TV room was empty, so he sat down and turned on the latest sports updates. Even during his early days, following sports had been nearly as important to him as other interests. Though he had lost some of his earlier tendencies, his passion for sports remained strong. Finding the final of the 2017 Wimbledon match, he grinned as he watched his favorite player, Roger Federer, dominating the game. He leaned back, completely immersed in the match. A few minutes later, Aine entered the room, curiosity on her face. She smiled as she watched Issei enjoy the match, looking a little carefree. Deciding to join him, she stood behind him, bent down, wrapped her arms around his neck, and leaned into him, causing Issei to let out a happy sigh. "Hey Aine-chan, how was your day out?" Issei asked after a moment of silence. "It went well enough. What about yours? You seemed quite agitated when you got back," Aine replied lightly. "It started ordinarily enough. I met Azazel-sensei and his daughter, had a good discussion about the upcoming tournament, and discovered a potential spy. After that, I came here while Azazel went to inform Surzex about what he found." He responded, his tone light, though his body tensed slightly. "That doesn't seem like news that would cause such a reaction from you." "What else is there?" she asked innocently. "I'm really sorry, Aine-chan, but I can't share that right now. Everything about it is too unclear. I need some personal clarity before I can talk about it," Issei replied firmly, leaving no room for argument. "But will you at least tell me when everything clears up?" Aine asked quietly, accepting that she wouldn't get an answer at that moment. "It depends, Aine-chan. I will eventually share it with you, but not anytime soon. Some scars run deeper than others," Issei replied honestly. "I understand that more than anyone, Issei-kun. I really hope that one day you'll trust me enough to tell me everything," Aine said, tightening her hold on him. "It's not about trust, Aine-chan. It's more about how frightening the world around us can be, and how ignorance can sometimes be bliss," Issei said quietly, a distant and pained look in his eyes. Sensing his pain, Aine moved to sit next to him, wrapping both arms around him and cuddling close, offering him comfort. "Hey, whatever it is, I'm sure we will come out of it victorious. You are not alone, Issei. You have me, Rosweiss, Ravel, Jean, Sieg, and Bova. All of us are with you until the end." Issei tightened his hold on her, feeling lighter as her words acted like rays of light breaking through the darkness, revealing a new and appealing horizon. The next morning, Issei sat in class, bored as he stared at the blackboard, ignoring the teacher's monotonous lecture. Beside him, Jean and Aine diligently took notes, scowling at Issei for his lack of interest. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Sona entered. She approached the teacher and whispered something in her ear. The teacher's eyes widened briefly before she nodded at Sona, who then bowed and left the room. The teacher cleared her throat and announced, "Everyone, we will be having a new transfer student. She arrived a bit late due to some technical difficulties. You can come in now." The door opened, and Ambriel walked in, instantly capturing the attention of nearly everyone in the class. It wasn't every day that a girl who could rival Aine's beauty transferred into their class. Ambriel carried herself with an air of aloofness, her shirt untucked and tied at the edges, revealing her smooth stomach as she chewed gum. "Please introduce yourself to the class," the teacher instructed politely. "Sure, my name is Ambriel Azram. I'm from Eastern Europe and recently moved to Japan with my dad." "Nice to meet all of you," Ambriel replied, her tone bored. The class was momentarily stunned into silence before excited chatter erupted among the students. The noise continued until the teacher glanced at Issei, who nodded and then whistled loudly, cutting through the chatter. "Thank you for that, Hayato. Now, that is not a good way to create a first impression. Azram-san, please take a seat in front of Hayato. He will show you around the school after the day is over," the teacher concluded, looking toward Issei, who nodded in agreement. Sure, whatever, Ambriel said lazily as she walked to her seat and began gazing out the window. With that, the most interesting moment of the day passed, and soon it was the end of the school day. Issei kissed Aine and Jean goodbye before approaching the still-seated Ambriel. So, ready for the tour? Let's just get this over with, Ambriel sighed as she stood up. Issei shrugged and began leading her to the important places in the school: the classrooms, staff room, student council room, cafeteria, and finally, the club rooms. Their last stop was the Mythological Research Club. Once they arrived, Issei turned to her and asked, "Do you want to join my club?" "And why would I do that?" she replied, raising an eyebrow. "Well, since you are supernatural, you can only join 3 clubs. One is the Occult Research Club led by Rias Gremory, the second is the Student Council led by Sona Citri, and this one is mine." Rias has shown she can disregard the general welfare of others to meet her own ends, while Sona is a stickler for the rules. "Given my relationship with your father, you can guess the type of guy I am," Issei explained with a lazy grin. "All right then, I will join your club, but don't think for a moment that I will join your peerage," she replied seriously. "Don't worry about that, I never intended to add you to my peerage in the first place," Issei said with a shrug. "Oh, and why is that? Am I not good enough to qualify for it?" she asked mildly. "Not at all. For one, I don't even know your abilities, and second, I respect Azazel-sensei too much to do something as personal as making you my servant. If it ever comes down to it, it will only happen with a seal of approval from both you and Azazel-sensei," Issei replied as he led Ambriel inside. His answer caused her to ponder, and she didn't notice when they reached the main club room where the other members were lounging. Issei cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, this is Ambriel, Azazel-sensei's daughter. She will be joining the club for a while. Ambriel, this is everyone. I hope you all can get along." With that, Issei let the others mingle as he sat down, contemplating the events that would unfold in the coming days. Soon, he would face Diodora and discover what had happened to Asia and if she could be rescued. However, he held little hope in that thought. Spending months under a creature of lust would change anyone, and given her possible condition, Issei wondered if death might be a better option. With those thoughts in mind, he stared ahead, mentally preparing himself. Soon to come, Kyoto Arc. "Now that I think about it, this looks like a really bad idea," Issei said calmly as he sat in the VIP section of the rating game arena with Odin and Ambriel. "You worry too much, boyo. It seems you haven't had any fun for quite a while," Odin replied with a chuckle. "Again, how does that even fit in with what I just said?" Issei asked, raising an eyebrow. "If you don't even know the answer to that question, then you don't deserve to be called my apprentice," Odin said with a grin. "And when did I become your apprentice, and what exactly did you agree to teach me?" Issei replied, sounding bored. Ambriel fought back a grin. The banter between the White Dragon Emperor and the ancient Allfather was amusing to say the least. "I agreed to teach you the most ancient and noble art of understanding women," Odin proudly declared. "And you claim to know how a woman's brain works?" Issei asked skeptically. "Yup," came the swift reply. "I sincerely doubt that," Issei said with a shrug, a disbelieving expression on his face. "And why is that?" Odin challenged. "Because if what Rose-chan tells me about you and Freya-sama." Issei trailed off with a smirk, causing Odin's grin to falter. It was known all around Asgard that the chief Valkyrie was the only one who could control his more questionable habits, and if Rosweiss had told Issei, his reputation was on the verge of collapse. It seems like I need to have a serious talk with Rosweiss-chan for spreading around untrue rumors," Odin said, attempting a stern voice. "You do know that makes you look bad, right?" "Rose-chan is just a fraction of your age," Issei replied flatly. In response, Odin grumbled good-naturedly about annoying youngsters who had no respect for their elders. However, at that moment, he noticed the subtle arrival of the old Mao faction soldiers just behind the arrival of the Astarath heir, Diodora. He had to admit that their concealment spell was rather impressive. "Well, it seems that the party is about to begin. Who goes in first?" Issei asked blandly as he released the divine dividing and promptly entered his balance breaker. Ambriel stretched her arms a bit and released her 4 pairs of fallen wings, showing that she could hardly be called a weak fighter. "Welp, I'll go in first and open the path for you 2 youngsters to enter the fray," Odin said as he teleported down just as Diodora allowed entry to the Cow's brigade before flashing away. Down in the battlefield. "Young warriors these days really are impressive," Odin casually commented as he observed the battlefield. Aquino gave a small gasp before jumping aside, surprised by his sudden presence. "Odin-sama, what are you doing here?" Rias asked, hiding a hint of annoyance. "Well, I'm sure Surzex will explain it all to you later on, but for now, you need to leave. I will take care of everything." "Though, where did that young Asterath go?" he asked her. "He went to that white castle over there," Rias said, pointing towards the castle in question. "Jolly good. Why don't you go now?" "Everything will be explained shortly," Odin said, making Rias nod before creating a magic transportation circle and leaving with her peerage. Odin then looked over at the now wary-looking old Malfaction army and shouted a taunt. "Oi, don't be afraid now. Don't you children want a piece of the eternal glory that will come if you manage to beat me?" This taunt seemed to have its intended effect, as the army let out a loud war cry before charging at Odin, who merely smirked and brought out his spear, Gungnir. He fired a large torrent of wind at the attacking army, cutting down a fair number of enemies while leaving the others in disarray. Back to the VIP room. "Well, looks like it's our turn next," Issei commented idly after watching Odin's attack. "Though I have to ask, where are the rest of your peerage members?" Ambriel asked curiously. "All of them are stationed around different areas in the underworld. They are under the command of several ultimate-class generals, so it should work out," Issei replied casually. "Aren't you even a little worried about what could happen to them?" Ambriel asked, a slight coldness seeping into her tone. "Oh, I am absolutely concerned, but in the end, I chose to have faith in not only them but also in their abilities. All of us train together, and it wouldn't be respectful if I doubted their training." "Now let us leave," Issei firmly answered before jumping out of the VIP room and flying straight toward the army. Ambriel, surprised by his reasoning, quickly shook her head and flew after him. Her reservations about him and his peerage were slowly but surely thawing away, and she hesitated to consider joining his peerage. However, she quickly dismissed that thought. Not only did she prefer to stay alone most of the time, but she now had a battle to participate in. Back to the battlefield. Before the army could regroup, Issei appeared right in the midst of them and shouted, "Half dimension." Albion soon followed up with a shout of, "Half dimension." As he said that, the space around the soldiers started constricting, tightening the area and causing the old Mao devil soldiers to shout in pain as they felt themselves get crushed. It was then that Ambriel appeared, all 8 of her wings on display. With a small grunt, she created a monstrous amount of light arrows and pointed them at the now restrained old Mao soldiers. "Divine rain," she called out, and the arrows rained down, instantly defeating the soldiers due to their potency. Issei whistled appreciatively at the sight before turning to Ambriel and saying, "You know, we should spar sometime." "Maybe. You sure you can handle me, Yuki-kun?" Ambriel asked teasingly. Issei was surprised by this new side of Ambriel but inwardly shrugged, deciding not to make a big deal out of it. He looked at her with a smirk. "Oi, don't you think you are underestimating what I can do after all that I've achieved?" "And Yuki? Really?" he finished with a small tilt of his head. "It's not underestimation if you don't know how strong I am. And yes, Yuki, you are an ice drake, aren't you?" "So yes, Yuki," she concluded with a triumphant look on her face. "Heh, it does make quite a bit of sense," Issei said as he rubbed his chin. "Though that means I now need to give you a nickname as well," he said with a grin. Before Ambriel could respond, Odin cleared his throat and smirked. "The 2 of you can flirt later. For now, we need to wrap up this army and deal with the traitor who has taken refuge in the castle over there." Ambriel chuckled lightly. "You should know better than anyone, old man. Every place is a good spot for a flirt, you just have to be skilled at it. As for the traitor, can you handle things here? I want to be the one to bring him down." Well said. "Yes, we can manage things here." "Get going," Odin replied, and Ambriel nodded in agreement. That was all the motivation Issei needed as he promptly turned toward the castle and took off. I wonder what's on his mind, Ambriel murmured to herself as she watched him fly away. Whatever it is, I'm sure he'll overcome it. You can't be someone who fights off a god and comes back alive with a weak resolve, Odin said wisely before turning back to the rest of the army. He created a magical circle to inform Azazel of the latest developments. With Azazel, Surzex, and Ain. The chaos in this area mirrored that of Odin's group, but it was even more intense since one of the old Mao leaders was in charge here. Azazel lazily dispatched the smaller soldiers when a communication circle appeared next to his ear. Recognizing Odin's symbol, he accepted the call. "Hey, old man, how's everything on your end?" Azazel asked. "We're almost clear here, you brat. Your daughter is quite the fighter. Also, the White Dragon Emperor has gone to face the traitor. What about you?" Odin replied. "It's still chaotic here. We're waiting for the general to show up. He hasn't arrived yet," Azazel answered. "All right, I'll leave you to it," Odin said before ending the call. "Whatever you say, geezer," Azazel muttered as he continued to fend off the low-class soldiers. He was interrupted when Ain and Surzex joined him. "Who was that, Azazel?" Surzex inquired. "Odin's group. They seem to have taken control over their area," Azazel replied. "Are Issei and Ambriel-chan all right?" Ain asked before Surzex could ask more questions. "Yeah, they're both fine. Ambriel and Odin are wrapping up the remnants of the army, while Issei has gone to confront Diodora," Azazel reassured her. "Will he be okay on his own?" she asked, concern evident in her voice. "He'll be fine. Issei thrives under pressure and always comes out on top," Surzex said, receiving a small nod from Ain. Their conversation was interrupted when Cruisery Asmodeus appeared before them, glaring down with an intense expression. And finally, the man of the hour shows up, one of the masterminds himself, Azazel remarked cheerfully. "I am the true descendant of Asmodeus, Cruisery Asmodeus," he declared, a sneer on his face. Cruisery appeared as a handsome nobleman, dressed in black with dark red accents and a flowing cape. His hair was tied back in a small ponytail, and his violet eyes glinted with malice. His pointed ears and pale skin were also notable features. Before anyone could respond, Cruisery continued with disdain, "As a member of the true Satan faction, I will avenge Cat-Area Leviathan." He raised his fist, revealing a magical crest glowing with purple light. "Using the power received from Ophis, we will destroy this world and create new worlds for devils." Azazel smiled, ready to confront him, but was interrupted when another figure appeared in front of him. Surzex. Surzex regarded one of the leaders of the old Satan faction with a calm smile, making it difficult to gauge his thoughts. Cruisery glared at Surzex. "You'd med artificial existence." The smile faded from Surzex's face, replaced by a serious expression. "Cruisery, for the devils to continue their existence, a war in the underworld is an unnecessary burden that will lead to our extinction. It's time to stop this petty agenda." Cruisery's face flushed with anger. A BSTRD who associates with fallen angels and even angels themselves has no right to speak as a devil. "You dare call our noble cause petty? Such a slight will not go unanswered." Ain interjected, "Well, I don't want to hear from anyone who aligns with a misfit like the Cows Brigade." She found the old Mao heirs to be foolish and lacking common sense. "Misfit? You've misunderstood. There's someone you shouldn't provoke, and where is your family loyalty, Ain Lucifuge? After all, your brother supports the old Mao faction just like the current Lord Lucifer, Rizvium," Cruisery said smugly. Azazel and Surzex exchanged startled glances, but they masked their surprise. They wondered who Cruisery was referring to. Ain, however, paled at the mention of her brothers in the present tense, sending warning signals in her mind. She decided to set those thoughts aside. She would talk to her sister after the battle. Cruisery continued, "Your peace won't last long. We will destroy this world and those beyond it." Fed up, Surzex decided it was time to act. He flew toward Cruisery, unleashing a blast of destructive power. Cruisery hastily dodged, but Surzex, now in full leader mode, confronted him. Cruisery, as a great devil king, I will eliminate everyone who opposes the current underworld. He raised his hand, a red-black sphere forming in his palm. He then threw it at Cruisery, the sphere expanding as it flew, engulfing him and threatening to obliterate his very being. "This!" Cruisery exclaimed as his hands and feet began to vanish. He glared at Surzex and Azazel, his voice filled with fury as he shouted, "First the Red Dragon Emperor Valley Lucifer, and now you. Why do those with power oppose us, Surzex?" His words echoed as he was consumed by the power of destruction, fading away into nothingness. "You know, you could have easily taken him in and learned about the nonsense he was spouting," Azazel remarked as he floated up to Surzex's level. "True, but if what he said about the leader is accurate, we will encounter him eventually. I'm more concerned about his claims regarding the loyalties of the Lucifer clan. I think I need to pay old Rizvium a visit," Surzex replied, receiving a nod of agreement from Azazel. Ine-sama, if everything is settled, can I go back home?" Ain asked in a subdued voice. Noticing her change in demeanor but not knowing the reason, Surzex nodded and said, "You may go, Ancient. I will send Issei back as soon as he is finished." Ain nodded gratefully before activating a transportation circle and leaving. As Issei flew toward the castle where Diodora was hiding, he began to mentally prepare himself. He knew the sight awaiting him would likely be disturbing, so he steeled himself for the worst-case scenario to avoid losing control and accidentally activating the Juggernaut drive. Start channeling both of your powers as well. Even with Ophus's boost, Diodora won't be strong enough to force you into using Balance Breaker, Albion advised mentally. Issei nodded and began channeling both his power of destruction and ice magic, gathering the ice magic in his left hand while sending the power of destruction into his right. Soon he stood before the castle doors, caught in a dilemma. Should he enter in a civilized manner befitting his status, or should he embrace his dragon instincts? After a moment of contemplation, Issei decided to go with the flow. With a shrug, he kicked the doors open, sending them flying off their hinges and crashing into the walls. As he entered the castle, he quietly surveyed his surroundings, surprised to find no immediate threats. Suddenly, a magical screen appeared before him, revealing a sight that made Issei's blood boil. Diodora was grinning maniacally at him, his actions toward Asia making Issei's anger flare. "Ah, the White Dragon Emperor. I was expecting you. I've really wanted to meet you in person without any masks," Diodora greeted casually, though the malice in his eyes contrasted sharply with his tone. Pushing his anger back with sheer force, Issei asked calmly, "Oh, were you?" "Yes, you see, it was only because of you that I was finally able to get my Asia. All those years of planning and preparing were worth it, as she has proven to be my ultimate prize," Diodora continued, his voice dripping with satisfaction. "It was I who scouted her abilities, who set up the incident in which she healed me, who leaked information to the Vatican about her healing a devil, and who engineered her banishment from the Vatican. I was the one who waited in the background while you had your moment, and I was the one who dug her back out and reincarnated her. The look on her face when I told her everything was delicious." The anger Issei had been suppressing exploded outward, yet his calm expression remained. His blue eyes glowed icily, a light blue aura simmering around him. "You better run now, little devil. It will be hell for you if I get my hands on you," Issei warned, his voice taking on a draconic edge. "Ah, not so fast. You know how the story goes. I'm on the top floor. If you want to kill me, come and get me, but I assure you it won't be easy," Diodora taunted before ending the holographic spell. Issei took a deep breath and walked forward, struggling to control his anger, which was evident as the ground began to freeze with each step. He extended his hand and summoned Durandal, determined not to hold back today. For the first time since becoming a dragon, he decided to embrace his instincts and feed the bloodlust radiating from him. As he approached the next floor, he crashed open the door, only to be confronted by 10 hooded figures. "Do not proceed any further. If you do, we will be forced to stop you," one of the robed figures warned. "Let me explain this in the simplest terms possible. I've had a very bad day, and my anger levels are off the charts. If you want to see another sunrise or sunset, I suggest you all run. Run away and don't look back, Because if you do, the only thing you will see is your death, Issei said. Coldly, not in the mood for banter. The only response he received was the charge of two robed figures. Issei dodged their attacks effortlessly, grabbing one of the figures while channeling Durandal's aura and swinging it at the other. The figure screamed as she crashed into the wall, the holy aura from the sword beginning to consume her from within. He then moved the second figure to the ground, causing a slight crack in the floor, before unleashing the power of destruction, obliterating the second attacker. With the two down, he stood up and stared coldly at the remaining 8. I hope you're ready, for you have chosen death, Issei declared before charging at the group. What followed could only be described as a one-sided battle. Issei, once more content to let his opponents meet a swift end, was determined today to ensure that the echoes of their cries would resonate throughout the building. He shattered bones, crushed limbs, and dismantled his foes with a cold detachment, watching as life faded from their eyes, leaving behind only expressions of horror that turned to dust after his destructive power was unleashed. Covered in the remnants of his enemies, his glowing blue eyes made him an intimidating figure. With the room cleared, he moved to the next one, only to encounter a grotesque sight. Freed, a monstrous being with 4 arms and a wild look in his eyes. Why do you keep showing up wherever I go? Issei asked, raising an eyebrow. It's fate, Issei-kun. It seems you are embracing your inner killer. Soon, you might become just like me, Freed replied with a manic grin. Issei regarded him with an unimpressed expression. I am predominantly a dragon. Bloody battles come with the territory. Besides, I can't become a killer since I already am one. Did you forget about the armies I've already defeated? And why do you look like a mix of the Hulk and the Thing? Oh, this? I've consumed the flesh of my employer's rooks and knights. It gave me quite a boost, Freed answered. I see. Let's begin, shall we? Issei said, and Freed charged at him. Issei calmly dodged each of Freed's wild attacks, making Freed growl in frustration. Stay still so I can hit you, Issei-kun. Your dodging is making this boring. In response, Issei gave Freed a dismissive gesture before launching an offensive, slashing at Freed with blinding speed, leaving harmless-looking cuts on his grotesque body. Ah, Issei, you'll have to do better than that to harm me, Freed cackled. Wait for it, Issei said with a smirk, and suddenly Freed's body erupted with pain as the cuts glimmered with a golden light, causing blood to flow freely. What did you do to me? Freed growled, his previous madness fading. You became the abomination you are after consuming the raw flesh of devils. That made you partially demonic. Durandal is the strongest holy blade. With every cut I made, I infused you with light and the power of destruction. Once the light within you was consumed, the rest of you was easy prey. Now hurry up, I have another room to clear, Issei explained, his tone irritatingly casual. Freed's eyes widened in fury, and he let out a primal scream as he charged at Issei. Issei ducked under the punch, grabbed Freed by the neck, and slammed him against the wall. With a cold glare, he unleashed raw destructive power into Freed's body, causing him to scream in agony as he disintegrated into nothingness. Once finished, Issei turned and walked toward the final room, where he knew Diodora would be waiting. He paused to take a deep breath, mentally preparing himself. He understood that he might have to confront Asia, and he couldn't afford any moment of weakness. Though he had loved her once, that was in the past. His new priorities came first. Entering the last door, he found himself in a throne room. Diodora lounged on the throne, a smug expression on his face. Asia, however, was nowhere to be seen. Where's Asia? Issei demanded. Wouldn't you like to know, my dear dragon? Before what will be a very touching reunion, why don't we chat a bit? I'll even tell you what I did to dear Asia after I reincarnated her, Diodora said with a light laugh, his previous madness absent. If the situation weren't so dire, Issei might have commented on Diodora's potential as an actor. Go on then. I don't have all day, Issei replied stoically, suppressing his emotions. Well, after I reincarnated Asia, she thought I was her idea of the afterlife. It was amusing, really. I took her to my private quarters in the underworld where well, let's just say I broke her spirit. Once she was utterly defeated, I trained her to be an assassin. I'm sure you'll find out about that soon enough, Diodora finished cruelly, watching as Issei's expression shifted in horror. Suddenly, Issei felt a knife pierce his back, narrowly missing his spine. He turned to see Asia, her eyes filled with a crazed and broken look. In that moment, he realized this version of Asia was lost to him, and bringing her back was nearly impossible. He resolved to end her suffering. Without hesitation, he swung his fist at Asia, but she dodged and drew a pair of daggers, charging at him. Issei effortlessly evaded her attacks, and with a sigh, he decided it was time to end things. In a flash, he moved Durandal forward, piercing Asia's stomach. Looking deep into her eyes, his voice heavy with sorrow, he said, "I'm sorry, Asia. I hope you find peace on the other side." With that, he unleashed a powerful move he had been perfecting, calling out, "Mass Extinction." Though the current version was a very toned-down version of the technique, Durandal began to glow, its holy energy radiating strongly as it encased Asia. Despite the immense pain she was in, Asia remained oddly silent. Just before the light completely engulfed her, she offered a small smile before closing her eyes and letting herself go. Issei, however, could not see the smile. His eyes were firmly shut. He couldn't bear to witness the life leaving his first friend and love interest once again, especially knowing that her suffering was partly due to him. Once the light faded, there was no sign of Asia, only Durandal remaining where she had been. Opening his eyes, Issei turned to see Diodora, who was seething with anger. "You filthy dragon! What did you do? You took away my most prized possession." Diodora shouted, but his words were cut short as Issei's fist made contact with his face, sending him crashing through the walls of the room into another wing of the castle. After sending Durandal back to the warped dimension, Issei calmly walked toward Diodora, cracking his fists as he did so. "Since we've spent quite a bit of time getting to know each other, with you doing most of the talking, I'll keep it simple. You shouldn't meddle in matters that don't concern you. Now, I'll let my fists do the talking," Issei declared as he launched himself at Diodora. Diodora hastily created a green barrier in front of him, halting Issei's advance. Issei frowned at the barrier. "You see, you can't match," Diodora began, but the barrier started to freeze. Once a significant portion had been encased in ice, Issei punched through it and appeared right in front of Diodora. "Ice Dragon Emperor's Iron Claw," he shouted, sending Diodora crashing into the wall. Before Diodora could recover, Issei was upon him again. "Ice Dragon Emperor's Blizzard Bite Barrage," he called out, delivering a rapid series of punches to Diodora's chest, pushing him deeper into the crumbling wall. After a moment, Issei pulled back and landed a powerful right hook, causing Diodora to slump against the wall, bleeding from several wounds. Weakly, Diodora looked up and spat out blood. "How are you this strong? Why didn't the poison from that dagger affect you? It was specifically made to attack dragons. You should be dead by now." "Well, Diodora, that's a secret for me to know and you to never find out. As for my strength, there's a reason they say never to provoke a dragon. We are emotional beings empowered by our feelings. Your actions have led to your own demise. Now say goodbye," Issei growled, lifting Diodora by the throat and throwing him into the air. Ice Dragon Emperor's Roar. Issei unleashed a torrent of ice at Diodora, hitting him squarely and sending him crashing into the ceiling. However, Issei didn't use enough power to finish him off. Diodora had much to answer for, and Issei intended to take his time inflicting punishment before dragging him to Surzex. Just as Diodora was falling to the ground, ready for more punishment, he was suddenly engulfed by a golden light and vanished. Issei closed his eyes in irritation. "You better have had a good reason for stealing my prey, otherwise, I'll be forced to use you in his place." "Unexpected. I didn't think you were aware of my presence," a voice replied, causing Issei to turn around as the divine dividing activated for the first time that day. The speaker was a handsome man dressed in black armor with a cape. He had long brown hair that reached his hips, with bangs covering one eye. "Who are you?" Issei asked, irritation evident in his voice. "I am Shalba Beelzebub, a descendant of the original Mao and one of the leaders of the old Mao faction. Today, I will be the cause of not only your death but also the destruction of the current underworld, Shalba declared. He waited for Issei to respond, hoping for the typical hero-villain monologue. Unfortunately for him, Issei was already furious, and Shalba's interruption had pushed him over the edge. In an unexpected move, Issei struck Shalba in the face, sending him crashing into the wall. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. Albion roared, and Issei transformed, standing in his balance breaker. Without giving Shalba a chance to recover, he attacked again, showering punches onto Shalba's midsection, causing the Mao to spit out blood with each hit. Issei then grabbed Shalba by the hair and hurled him across the room as Albion called out, "Divide x10." Shalba staggered and fell to his knees, struggling to stand. The loss of power was disconcerting, but he pushed it aside, standing up and cracking his neck while spitting out blood. This time, he didn't speak but waved his arm in a swiping motion, causing numerous magical circles to appear. From each circle, a different elemental attack surged toward Issei, who stood his ground. Just as the attacks were about to hit him, Albion called out, "Deflect!" A shining blue dome-like shield enveloped Issei, protecting him from the onslaught. He could have reflected the attacks back at Shalba, but where was the fun in that? As soon as the attacks hit the shield, they ricocheted off, flying in random directions and striking the walls, roof, and floor, causing the once proud castle to crumble into a mixture of wood and stone. Inside the dust cloud created by the destruction, both Issei and Shalba floated opposite each other, locking eyes. In a flash, both fighters flared their respective auras and flew toward each other, meeting in midair. The auras clashed for a moment as Issei directly confronted Shalba's monstrous reserves, utilizing his powers to keep the battle in his favor. His diligence soon paid off when he broke through the magical armor Beelzebub had set up around Shalba. With a shout, he unleashed Ice Dragon Emperor's Tail WD, landing a devastating kick that sent Shalba crashing out of the dust cloud and into the ground. Issei emerged from the dust cloud, creating two spheres of destructive energy in his palms. With a grunt, he hurled both at the downed Shalba, resulting in a small explosion upon impact. He didn't have to wait long to see the outcome, as an enraged Shalba burst forth, snarling, "You won't live past this day, boy. The travesty you have committed will not be forgotten by me, Shalba Beelzebub. Do you have to use your name every single time you speak? And why don't you show me what you can do? I was honestly expecting more of a challenge from someone who calls themselves a Mao. The only thing you have above the norm is your reserves. The rest of you is as pathetic as the nonsense you spout," Issei replied, boredom lacing his tone in hopes of provoking Shalba. As he anticipated, Shalba practically vibrated with anger. "I will have your hide, you filthy lowborn," he snarled before letting out a battle cry and summoning a swarm of bees, directing them toward Issei, who hastily flew backward with the swarm in hot pursuit. Issei attempted to fire a few magical attacks at the swarm, but they had little effect due to Beelzebub's magic protecting them. Just as he was considering an alternative strategy, a sudden inferno erupted, engulfing the swarm of bees. "What?" Beelzebub shouted in shock, turning to see Valet in his balance breaker form. "Valet Lucifer, what are you doing? Are you really betraying your fellow original Mao?" Shalba shouted. "Because of how boring you are? Domination of devils and world destruction mean nothing to me. Not to mention, you are significantly weaker than me." "I don't ally myself with weaklings," Valet replied, his tone dismissive. Shalba's body began to glow an eerie purple, and a mark of infinity appeared on his waist. The mark was absorbed into his body, causing his magic and aura to grow exponentially. Issei had flown up to Valet, staring at Shalba with a stoic expression. "Why did you come here, Valet?" "I had it all covered," Issei said, still focused on Shalba. "It didn't look like that from where I was standing. As for why I am here, I'll tell you once the skirmish is over," Valet responded, frowning at the unexpected change in Issei's demeanor. "I would have frozen all those bugs just like you burned them. For now, stay back, this is my kill," Issei declared, flaring his power and charging toward Shalba, ignoring Valet's response. "What do you think happened to him, Draig?" Valet mentally asked his dragon. It seems he has been battling some of his emotions. He has shut them away for now, but this could be detrimental since he will feel the weight of those emotions once he releases them. It's better to let him do what he's doing and check on him later, Drake replied, to which Vali nodded. As Issei flew toward Shalba, he began chanting, causing his balance breaker to shine brightly with each line. I who am about to awaken. Am the heavenly dragon that disregarded the principles of supremacy set by God. I conquer the infinite and live the dream. I shall become the azure dragon that sets down the path of supremacy for others to follow. And I shall take you from the depths of the crimson purgatory to the heights of an azure paradise. Heavenly Azure Emperor. With that, Issei entered his final form, his power clashing with and pushing back against Shalba's aura. Shalba was taken aback by the sudden display of power, not expecting Issei to wield such strength. Without hesitation, Issei appeared before Shalba, a swirling ball of destruction in his palm. With a move, he struck Shalba, sending him crashing to the ground. As Shalba landed, the power of destruction began to spread, consuming him entirely. Screams of pain echoed through the area until silence fell. What a weakling! He wouldn't survive minutes against Graphia at 50% of her power. Just a minor inconvenience, Issei remarked in disgust as he powered down to his base form, revealing his bloodied attire. He couldn't fathom how someone could claim the title of Demon Lord without the power to back it up. Surzex was the true definition of power, and Issei knew he was nowhere near ready to face someone like him. Turning to Vali, who raised an eyebrow at his condition, Issei asked, So now that the trouble is all done and dusted, care to tell me what you're doing here? Before I answer that, why do you look like a worker in a butcher's shop? Vali inquired, an eyebrow raised. I've been fighting for quite a while today, and naturally, one does get the blood of their foes on their person during a kill, Issei replied with a nonchalant shrug. I see. As for why I am here, you could say I'm here to see someone, Vali said, a smirk playing on his lips. And who would that be? Issei asked, intrigued. In response, Vali lifted his finger and pointed it behind Issei. Turning around, Issei's eyes widened and his jaw dropped as he took in the sight before him. With Surzex and Azazel floated up to Surzex's level. You know, you could have easily taken him in and found out about most of the nonsense he was spouting, he commented. True, but if what he said about the leader is accurate, we will meet him eventually. I'm more concerned about his statement regarding the loyalties of the Lucifer clan. It seems I will have to pay old Rizvium a visit, Surzex replied, receiving a nod of agreement from Azazel. Issei-sama, if everything is done, can I go back home? Ain asked in a slightly subdued voice. Not knowing the reason for her change in demeanor but sensing it nonetheless, Surzex nodded. You may go, Ain-chan. I will send Issei back as soon as he is done. Ain nodded gratefully before activating a transportation circle and leaving. Back at the scene, sensing a presence above them, both Surzex and Azazel turned to see a young girl dressed in gothic clothes floating in the air. She had a blank expression as she stared into the sky. I didn't think the leader would show itself so soon, Azazel muttered to Surzex, who nodded in agreement. Ophis, what are you doing here? Azazel asked, lightly tensing for battle as he raised his spear. Calm yourself, Governor General of the Fallen Angels. I am merely here to observe, Ophis replied blankly. Why did you form the Cows Brigade, Ophis? After all, I doubt anyone would have been able to stop you if you went on a rampage to destroy the world. Why do it through a proxy war? Surzex inquired curiously. Do not misunderstand my actions, Lucifer. I merely help them to gain their assistance in my quest. What happens in between is none of my concern, Ophis replied. Oh, and what exactly is this quest you speak of? Surzex asked. My silence was taken from me years ago. I will do whatever it takes to reclaim it, she said, looking over at the sky where a large celestial red dragon with 4 wings and a long horn on its snout was emerging from a large dimensional gate. She pointed at Great Red and declared, I will have my silence back one day, Great Red, and you won't be able to do anything but watch helplessly as I take it. Just as she was about to leave, Surzex stopped her. You should know that we have no quarrel with you, Ophis, but should your group come after us with the intention of harm, we will respond in kind. Ophis paused for a moment, giving Surzek a lingering gaze before she turned around and vanished in a puff of smoke. Back with Issei, his eyes were wide in shock as he took in the majestic sight of the Dragon of Dreams. Raising a shaking finger at the sight, he stuttered, "Is that the Dragon of Dreams? The strongest being in the universe? If so, yes, that is Great Red and my goal," Valis said, looking at Great Red with a challenging smile. Issei broke his gaze away from Great Red and turned to Valley, asking with curiosity, "Your goal?" "To one day defeat Great Red and become the true Red Dragon God Emperor." He paused, looking at Issei with an unreadable expression. "Issei, I apologize, but our rivalry is not my priority. Make no mistake, we will battle, but not with any urgency. There are too many things I need to achieve and too many people I need to defeat before I face our destined battle. I hope you understand." "Look at you acting all cool like that," Issei chuckled, shaking his head, which made Vala's lips twitch upwards. Don't worry about it. My life has just started on an upward trend, and I intend to keep it that way for as long as possible. I have my own goals to achieve before our battle, and this just makes it more convenient for me," Issei said with a smile. Valis smiled back before raising his fist toward Issei. Grinning, Issei bumped his fist, and Valley walked away, waving his hand backward as he stepped into a silver magic circle, returning to his headquarters. Issei sighed, pondering whether it was time to confront his suppressed emotions. He was pulled from his thoughts when Azazel and Surzek landed beside him. "Is everything taken care of over here?" Surzek asked, surveying the battle-torn area. "Yup, the enemies are defeated, and the threat has been eliminated," Issei replied in a lackluster tone. "Are you okay, son?" Azazel asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yeah, I'm fine. Can I go home?" Issei asked politely. "Go ahead, Issei-kun. We will handle the cleanup here," Surzek said kindly. Issei gave a tired nod and disappeared in a silver magic circle. Once he arrived at his mansion, he closed his eyes and let his emotions flood over him, falling to his knees as the guilt of his actions hit him fully. Just then, he felt two warm arms wrap around him, providing the comfort he desperately needed. I'm sorry, Issei chanted despondently as he cried into his hands. "It will be all right, Issei. Please tell me what happened," Ravel said, wrapping her arms around him and pulling him into her embrace. After a few minutes of sobbing, he began to speak brokenly, narrating everything he had learned in the past few days, from his conversation with Diodora to the brutal actions he had taken against Diodora's peerage, and finally, the events that led to Shalba's demise. Once he finished, Ravel pulled him into her embrace tightly, saying, "You didn't do anything wrong, Issei-sama. You gave in to your emotions against people who were already broken and wished for reprieve. I'm sure that when death finally took them, they would have thanked you. As for torturing Diodora, there was nothing wrong with it. Lucifer and Beelzebub would have done much worse had he shown them the same things he revealed to you, and they are just devils. You are both a devil and a dragon. Your connection to your emotions is stronger than normal, so don't blame yourself," she softly concluded. Despite Albion's assurances, Issei felt a sense of relief hearing those words. The argument was sound, and it calmed him. Gently removing himself from her embrace, he said, "Thank you for that, Ravel. I needed it." Ravel blushed at the soft look in his eyes and stammered, It's nothing, Issei." Now smiling at her slight discomfort, Issei realized he hadn't given Ravel the same attention he had shown the other girls. Ignoring her feelings for too long made him feel guilty. Sighing, he decided it was time to repay Ravel for everything she had done for him, including the impromptu therapy session. "Must you be so formal, Ravel? Call me Issei or Ivan like the others do, okay?" he asked with a hint of a smile. Her face reddened, and she managed to stutter, "Hein." She stared at the floor, flustered. Deciding to take a step further, he placed a hand on her cheek and softly stroked it before leaning forward to give her a gentle kiss on the lips. Breaking away after a few moments, he stifled a fond chuckle when he saw her expression, frozen in bliss. Chuckling to himself, he went to his room, hoping for a good night's rest. Finding Ain in bed, he smiled before heading to the washroom to get ready. Soon after, he joined Ain in bed, ready to sleep when he felt her lightly shaking as she slept, soft whimpers escaping her lips. Frowning, he knew something must have gone wrong in the battle. Wrapping his arms around her, he pulled her onto his chest, hoping to provide the comfort she needed. It worked. Ain stopped whimpering and soon nuzzled into him, her nightmares fading away. The next morning, Ain woke up to the sunlight on her face. Despite the worrying news she had heard the day before, she felt relatively light and relaxed. However, a nagging worry about her brother lingered in her mind. Feeling something warm holding her in place, she smiled, knowing exactly what it was. Opening her eyes, she found Issei's peacefully sleeping face. Smiling to herself, she leaned up and began kissing him softly. After several minutes, Issei started kissing her back, his eyes still closed as he tightened his grip on her. "Good morning, appealing," he said once they broke away, his eyes still closed. "Good morning to you too, handsome. When did you get back home yesterday? Surzex did tell me he would send you as soon as you were free, but you still took quite a bit of time," she asked, her tone mildly curious. Issei sighed internally, knowing he had little chance of avoiding a proper explanation. He could tell her tone was only mildly curious, it was more of a demand for an answer. However, he decided to even the playing field. "I'll tell you everything, but only if you promise to share what's bothering you," Issei replied evenly. He was surprised and worried when Ain shrank back, refusing to look in his direction. "Ain, what's wrong?" he asked softly, placing a hand on her cheek to make her look at him. Looking into his concerned eyes warmed her heart, reminding her why she fell in love with him. Mentally bracing herself, she said, "Yesterday during the battle, Surzex, Azazel, and I encountered another one of the old Maos. He was Curisuri Asmodeus, and he went on about his plans for world domination, even insulting Surzex. I took offense and called him a weak puppet, which led to him insulting me back. Normally, I would have ignored him, but he said my sister and I were traitors to the House of Lucifer and that my brother Euclid is the only salvation for the House of Lucifuge since he still loyally serves it. After that, Surzex killed him, and I came back here." Her voice cracked near the end. Issei didn't reply immediately as he processed the information. The possibility that Euclid Lucifuge, the supposedly dead brother of his beloved and her appointed older sister, was alive and standing against them was staggering. Mentally growling at the thought, he turned to Ain, who wore a hollow expression. It was a look Issei recognized well. He had worked tirelessly to remove that expression from Ain's face. Sitting up, causing Ain to squeal in surprise, he tightened his arms around her in a comforting hug. "I don't know what to say, Ain. This news is life-altering. What I can promise is that I will be with you every step of the way. Whatever life brings, I will face it with you. So don't worry, your dragon will share your burdens, just like I promised," he said softly, trying to inject some humor into the situation. His words had the desired effect, and Ain let out a sound that was a mix of a snort and a sob. "Look what you did, you made me sound like a pig," she said with a chuckle. "Nonsense, you sounded like a fairy with a magical voice capable of enchanting listeners," he exclaimed joyfully. Their laughter filled the room, and they settled into a comfortable silence together. Issei adjusted his position on the bed, leaning against the headboard while Ain nestled against his side. "What were you going to tell me before you so masterfully got me to open up about what was bothering me and made me feel so much better?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "My night didn't go as smoothly as some of my usual missions," Issei replied, pausing to gauge her reaction. When she remained silent, he continued. "A few weeks after I became a devil, I came across a girl who had been exhumed from the church. She was truly kind and naive, with a heart that would help anyone, regardless of their background. Unfortunately, she had been manipulated into joining the group of fallen angels that originally killed me. Her name was Asia Argento." He took a moment, a look of reminiscence crossing his face. Asia had a powerful sacred gear, Twilight Healing, which was the reason for her death. The Fallen wanted to extract her gear and killed her after they succeeded. During that battle, I first unlocked my own gear. Ironically, it was Rainier, the fallen angel who had killed me initially and taken Asia's gear, who opened my eyes to everything Rias had done. In a fit of rage, I made sure Asia wouldn't be used again and allowed her to stay dead, leading Rias to reincarnate Rainier instead. He paused again, then asked, "Do you remember a couple of weeks ago when you asked why I was feeling fidgety?" Ain nodded, prompting him to continue. "It turns out we discovered there was a spy among the devil nobility. The spy was Diodora Astruth. He completed his peerage almost 7 months ago, with Asia as his final piece," Issei revealed, watching Ain's expression shift to one of horror. "And the timing of her reincarnation means he knew exactly where she was buried," Ain said, her voice trembling. "Exactly." A bit of investigation from Surzex and Azazel revealed that he had been targeting green-eyed blonde nuns for quite a while, and Asia was his biggest prize. He orchestrated her expulsion from the church and then reincarnated her. I was furious, but that wasn't all. When I confronted him, he had the audacity to harm her in front of me. I let my emotions take over and sealed them away for a time. He took a deep breath before continuing. "I then took revenge on his entire peerage in the most painful ways imaginable, and I felt nothing as I did so. I even ensured Asia was truly gone this time, with not even her soul essence remaining. After that, I tortured Diodora before he was killed by Shalba Beelzebub. I fought him and ended his life. Then I met Valley again and came here." Issei sighed, the weight of his emotions pressing down on him. "The feelings I had locked away hit me all at once, and I felt dirty and disgusted with myself. Ravel found me in that state and we talked. She helped me gain some perspective, and I felt a lot better before going to bed last night. That's everything that happened with me." "Ravel helped you, huh? You really should spend more time with her and take better care of her. Despite being here for almost as long as I have, you don't spend as much time with her as you do with me, Jean and Rossweiss," Ain scolded lightly. "I sincerely apologize for my ignorance, and I also apologize for cutting your fun short since I already made a move on Ravel last night," Issei replied, a playful innocence in his expression, though his eyes sparkled with mischief. "How could you, Issei-kun? You know getting your clueless self with girls who genuinely like you is my favorite pastime. How could you go ahead and claim the pure and innocent Ravel and ruin my whole plan for you too?" Ainmok pouted. "I'm sure you'll find it in your heart to forgive my mistake," Issei chuckled, planting a gentle kiss on Ain's lips before standing up and heading to the bathroom to get ready for the day. Ain pouted playfully as he left but smiled nonetheless, preparing for her day as well. Soon, the rest of the peerage gathered around the table for breakfast, along with Ambriel. As Issei entered the room, he greeted all the girls with warm kisses, while Siegfried and Bova received fist bumps. He shared a friendly handshake and hug with Ambriel, respecting her space. As everyone ate and chatted, Siegfried cleared his throat. Issei, I need to ask you for a favor." "What kind of favor, Sieg?" Issei asked, intrigued. "A couple of my old contacts called me last night. They need help dealing with a personal grudge against their families, and I want to assist them," Siegfried explained. "I see. When are your friends expecting us?" Issei asked casually. "What do you mean, us?" Siegfried replied, disbelief evident in his voice. "Exactly as it sounds. I won't let you walk into a potential war zone alone without backup as strong as me. You can count on me to accompany you," Issei said, his tone relaxed, prompting Siegfried to nod with a sigh. "So, who are these friends of yours who need your help?" Issei inquired. You probably won't know them, but they are Toju Becerra and Itachi Uchiha. And yes, the situation we're about to walk into is quite a storm," Siegfried said, a serious look on his face. Chapter End. "What is the current status report on the mission?" An old voice inquired from behind a seat. "Itachi and his team have reacted as you expected, my lord. He has called a friend to assist him. This friend is traveling with the White Dragon Emperor and an unknown female, and they are expected to meet Itachi in a day," a kneeling man reported, his expression devoid of emotion. "I see. Young Itachi is still inexperienced, and being hunted by 2 clans isn't helping him. However, both he and the siblings he is aiding are inconsequential. The one we need is his friend. Send our best assassins to greet our guests and ensure they separate the group. It will be easier to deal with Siegfried alone. Leave now, the old man commanded, opening his eyes to reveal red irises with 3 black spinning tomos. Hi, my lord, the kneeling man replied before standing and vanishing into the shadows. You have already thwarted me once, young Itachi, but this time I am serious. Let us see how you react when you learn that you have unknowingly led your own friend right where I need him to be, the old man mused before disappearing into the shadows himself. In a train cabin, Issei, Siegfried, and Ambriel were traveling to Siegfried's friend's village. So remind me again why you are here? Issei asked, a hint of irritation in his tone as he glanced at Ambriel, who was sitting beside him. Siegfried occupied the seat opposite them. I had nothing fun to do, so I tagged along. Are you saying my presence isn't appreciated? Ambriel pouted playfully. You know that's unfair, Issei grumbled, recognizing her teasing and feeling cornered. Doing what? She asked innocently, prompting Issei to sigh tiredly. I'm off to the restroom. I'll be back soon, he said, exiting the cabin. As he closed the door, Ambriel chuckled softly, a smile gracing her lips. You know, if you like him, just tell him. He won't push you away, Siegfried commented absent-mindedly, gazing out the window. Oh, 2 questions. 1, how do you know that? And 2, what makes you think I'm interested in him? Ambriel raised an eyebrow. We were best friends until we were 10, and we've regained that closeness since reuniting. I like to think I know my best friend. And it's pretty obvious to everyone but him. You two have started talking more, you've moved into the Lucifuge mansion, Ain and Rosweiss are your friends, and you insisted on coming with us today. Does that explain my reasoning? Siegfried finished, raising an eyebrow. Ambriel stared at him, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. Very fine. I admit he is different from the others who have courted me, and he doesn't fit any of the stereotypes I've heard before. He makes me curious, she confessed. Just talk to him. He'll give both of you an honest chance, Siegfried encouraged. However, their conversation was interrupted as Issei re-entered the cabin. A frown was etched on his face, and a slight cut marred his cheek. His eyes were hard and seemed to glow. Before he could speak, Ambriel stepped forward, concern evident in her voice. What happened? Are you hurt? Hearing her concern softened his expression. I'm fine, but the parameters of this mission just got a lot more complicated. What do you mean? Siegfried asked, raising an eyebrow. Your friend Itachi is currently being hunted by 2 different clans. The Uchiha was expected, but I didn't anticipate the clan of 1,000 skills being involved. From what I've gathered, the Senju clan had 2 children with unique abilities who ran away, and Itachi helped them, becoming a fugitive hunted by 2 clans, Issei explained grimly. But we already knew that. It shouldn't be surprising, Siegfried replied, though he faltered under Issei's glare. It would have been if it were just that. I just fought off 5 A-rank assassins, Issei said, his tone sharp. What? How is that possible? They shouldn't know we are here, Ambriel said, alarm evident in her voice. That's exactly my point. The strongest warriors from both clans can fight at an ultimate class level. I can handle 1 at a time, but not a whole clan. Someone is either watching us, or your friend has betrayed you and is luring you into a trap, Issei stated, his voice firm and his eyes shining. The sight made Siegfried swallow hard. Anyone who knew Issei understood his deep loathing for betrayal. However, he knew Itachi well enough to want to talk to him before jumping to conclusions. Composing himself, Siegfried took a deep breath. Can you tell me what happened since you went to the restroom? It couldn't have taken you more than 30 minutes. Issei nodded, his jaw still tight, and began recounting the events from 30 minutes prior. 30 minutes earlier, Issei left the cabin with a fond sigh, a genuine grin on his face. Ambriel was slowly making her way into his heart. The only ones who had gotten there faster were Ain and Rosweiss, the girls he had grown closest to. Rosweiss' shyness only made her more adorable in his eyes, while Ain had captured his heart with a force he couldn't explain. Ambriel was gaining ground, and he knew that if she continued this way, he would soon have to make a move and ask Azazel for advice. In his thoughts, Issei remained unaware of 5 shadows converging on him, poised to attack. One of the shadows produced a knife and aimed it directly at Issei's forehead. As soon as Issei exited the bathroom, the shadow threw the knife with remarkable precision. However, Issei sensed the danger long before it reached him and quickly channeled some of his magic, conjuring a small ice barrier in the knife's path. The knife, thrown with both power and spin, struck the ice shield but deflected back toward Issei, grazing his cheek and drawing a bit of blood. Tensing his muscles, Issei cracked his shoulders and called out, "Since you've revealed your presence, you might as well show yourselves." The 5 shadows cursed under their breath before stepping into view. Recognizing the clan symbols on their outfits, Issei raised an eyebrow. "The Senju and Uchiha? How did you know we were coming? I doubt you have spies this deep in enemy territory. Let's just say our leaders know more than most assume. You're currently a thorn in their plans, and we have to eliminate you." "Nothing personal," the lead assassin replied, as the 5 drew their blades, pointing them at Issei. "Looks like we're going to fight then," Issei said, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Good thing there's something I've always wanted to try. Durandal, Gear 5, Twin Destruction Daggers." As he spoke, blue and gold daggers materialized in his hands, sharp and glinting in the light. This latest form of Durandal had condensed its power, allowing for devastating speed and strength. "Now then, let's dance," Issei declared, raising a barrier as he charged at the assassins. The lead assassin's eyes widened in surprise, signaling the others to intercept while he melted back into the shadows, intrigued by Issei's words and wanting to observe more before reporting. The battle unfolded at a rapid pace. Despite the advantages of the assassin's Sharingan and enhanced physiques, Issei had little trouble keeping up with the 4 adversaries. He outmaneuvered the Uchiha clan members with instinctive reactions while overpowering the Senju assassins. A grin spread across Issei's face, revealing his enjoyment of the fight. It was a look reminiscent of the strongest member of his clan, the legendary Madara Uchiha. Confirming his suspicions, the lead assassin faded into the shadows outside the train, rushing back to the clan headquarters to report his findings. Meanwhile, Issei decided to end the fight, even if he was relishing it. Coating one dagger with destructive energy, he slashed downward, sending an arc of power toward the assassins. Caught off guard, the Senju clan members fell first, unable to evade the attack. The Uchiha assassins leaped to avoid the strike, but one was struck by a thrown dagger. The second was swiftly grabbed by Issei and thrown to the ground, landing with his hands beneath him. Issei positioned both daggers against the assassin's throat. "Now then," Issei said casually, as if discussing the weather, "who informed you of our arrival? It's hard to believe you would know without a reason." The assassin sneered at Issei, contemplating his options. He knew he was a dead man either way, either at the hands of the young Dragon Emperor or back at the clan as an example of failure. He decided to take his loss here, but he wouldn't make it easy. "If you really want to know, it was Itachi Uchiha who informed us of your position. That's all you'll get from me, so go ahead and kill me," the assassin spat defiantly. "Gladly," Issei replied before swiftly ending the assassin's life. He stood up, his expression blank as he sensed the absence of the last assassin. Nodding to himself, he canceled the barrier and walked back toward his cabin mates, oblivious to the small cut on his cheek. He chose to withhold the last piece of information from the assassin. It wouldn't be wise to disrupt team dynamics before the mission's crux. He also didn't want to hurt Siegfried with the knowledge that one of his most trusted friends had betrayed him. With his mind made up, he entered the cabin, his face devoid of emotion. "And that is what happened," Issei said, crossing his arms and leaning back in his seat. "That is troubling. The situation is even more dire than I thought," Siegfried muttered, distracted. "But our mamas raised us to be fighters. I'm sure that among the 3 of us, we can handle whatever comes our way," Ambriel said passionately from her seat beside Issei. "Amy-chan is right, Siegfried. I won't let you face this alone. Even if it's a trap, I'll walk into it with you," Issei declared resolutely. "Thanks, guys," Siegfried said, relief washing over him. He wouldn't admit it to them, but he felt scared. There was something about the whole situation that made him feel cold and sent unpleasant shivers up his spine. "Anytime," Issei said, glancing out the window. After observing the scenery outside, he noted that they were still quite a distance from their destination. "Listen, guys, get some sleep. I'll wake you up when we're about to arrive," he instructed. Both companions opened their mouths to argue, but a stern glance from Issei silenced them. With a sigh, they nodded. Siegfried leaned his head back and closed his eyes, while Ambriel took it a step further and laid her head on Issei's lap, giving him an innocent look when he raised his eyebrows at her. Shrugging, he smiled warmly at her, and one of his hands found her scalp, massaging it softly. The effect was immediate. Ambriel soon yawned, her breathing evening out as she fell asleep. "My lord, I bring news," a voice greeted a dark room. "And pray tell, what was it that made you abandon your mission?" an older voice replied. "I have found the legacy of Lord Madara Uchiha," the first voice said, barely concealing his excitement, sending the room into shocked silence. "So here we are. Any ideas on where to go from here, Sieg?" Issei asked, looking around the train terminal they had just exited. "He said there would be someone waiting for us at the terminal. Let's wait for a few minutes. If no one shows up, we'll have to improvise," Siegfried replied in a stiff tone. He wasn't angry with Issei, but the mysterious situation was beginning to weigh on him. "Will our contact find us, or do we need to signal them?" Ambriel asked, scanning the terminal for any signs or hidden traps. After a few minutes of searching, Siegfried's eyes landed on a young man dressed in black. He had shoulder-length hair tied back in a short ponytail. His eyes were closed as he leaned against a wall. Recognizing him, Siegfried hid a grin and motioned for Issei and Ambriel to follow as he walked toward his friend. "Yo, Itachi, it's been a long while, hasn't it?" Siegfried called out as he approached. A ghost of a smile appeared on Itachi's face as he opened his dark eyes and studied Siegfried for a moment before glancing at Issei and Ambriel. After a moment, he returned his gaze to Siegfried. "That it has 3 years if I'm not wrong?" "No, you're correct. Anyway, do you still eat Pocky like you used to?" Siegfried asked in a light-hearted tone. "I will have you know that Pocky is the snack of the gods, so don't you dare insult it," Itachi retorted with a mock sneer. "Are you telling me what to do?" Siegfried asked, narrowing his eyes, causing a slight tension to build in the air. Ambriel grew increasingly anxious, fearing a confrontation. Issei, however, found the situation amusing. He noticed Ambriel's worried expression and her silent plea for him to intervene. When he didn't move, she grabbed his arm and hissed, "Why aren't you stopping them? We can't afford any distractions right now." Issei chuckled and held up 5 fingers. "You'll see why in exactly 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 now." As he pointed at Siegfried and Itachi, both boys stopped glaring at each other and broke into matching grins. They stepped forward and embraced in a friendly hug. Clearly happy to be reunited. Ambriel gaped at the scene, her jaw dropped in disbelief. Issei chuckled at her reaction. Despite her aloofness, she was innocent when it came to such moments. He gently pushed her chin up, closing her mouth with a light click. "Careful there, Amy-chan. We don't want you catching flies in that pretty mouth of yours, do we? You knew something like that would happen, didn't you?" Ambriel glared at Issei. "Of course. It's a sacred ritual known only to those in the bro code," Issei replied sagely. "I give up. I just don't want to know anymore," Ambriel said, shaking her head, much to the shared amusement of the 3 boys. After a moment, Issei cleared his throat. "Now that the ice has been broken, can you tell me how you and Itachi Uchiha became friends, Sieg?" Siegfried blushed slightly, about to answer when Itachi interjected, "He kidnapped me." He said it with a straight face. Issei and Ambriel fell back in surprise. Quickly standing, Issei looked at Siegfried incredulously. "Are you kidding? You didn't tell me you had a criminal record." "It wasn't like that," Siegfried protested, but the skepticism on Issei and Ambriel's faces made him turn to Itachi with a huff. "I'm out of this. You'll have to tell them what happened. I'm not getting dragged into this argument. You started it, so you finish it. You always do that and ruin my reputation." Itachi chuckled softly, then turned to Issei and Ambriel, ready to explain. "It happened when we were both 14 a few years ago. I never had friends growing up, Not even my cousins wanted to hang out with me. Because of that, I grew up as a social outcast. One day during my second year of middle school, a transfer student arrived. This student was Siegfried, who initially just observed me from a distance. Then, on an ordinary day, he approached me, took my hand, and led me out of the school. We spent the entire day exploring a park and then a mall. It was the first time I truly felt I had a friend I could call my own. However, in his excitement, Siegfried forgot to inform anyone at school about where we would be. By the time we returned, it was evening, and the school was surrounded by local police, my clan members, and even some of Siegfried's patrons from the church. Rumors had spread that Siegfried had harmed someone and fled. It was quite a humorous situation, to be honest. When we got back, we were immediately confronted by everyone, and it took a while to explain what had happened. In the end, the police and some members of my clan wanted to arrest Siegfried on charges of kidnapping, while the church and others from my clan wanted the matter to be resolved peacefully. Siegfried, however, remained unfazed, acting as if nothing significant had occurred. I tried to calm the situation, and eventually, the only person in my clan who cared for me as a person rather than as an heir, my mother, stepped in. She dropped all charges against Siegfried, understanding my social status. In fact, she was pleased that I had finally made a friend my age and even invited Siegfried to dinner on occasion. Itachi reminisced with a small but fond smile on his face. "Oh, that does make quite a bit of sense," Ambriel nodded, engrossed in the story. Once she finished, silence fell over the group. After a moment, Issei turned to Itachi and cracked his neck. "So, can you tell us what our next plan of action will be? We are here now, what is the situation, and what do you expect us to do?" "Let us go to my hideout. I will explain everything there," Itachi replied, receiving nods from both Siegfried and Ambriel. Issei remained silent but followed Itachi anyway. He sensed the power radiating from him, knowing that Itachi was one of the few in his generation who could match him at full strength. The only other person he knew with that level of power was his rival, Valet Lucifer. Issei made it clear that he would eliminate anyone who posed a threat to his group, even if it meant facing a powerful clan in the supernatural world. After walking a short distance, Itachi led them to a clearing. Ensuring they weren't followed, he created a transportation circle that took the four of them away. On the other side of the portal, they emerged in a clearing with a large warehouse at its center. Itachi motioned for the three to follow him inside. However, before they entered, Issei said, "Sieg-Rain, you two go ahead. I want to have a word with Itachi-kun." Siegfried and Ambriel exchanged glances before nodding and walking into the warehouse. As soon as they were inside, Itachi turned to Issei, about to ask what he wanted, when Issei pushed him against a tree, using a firm forearm to hold him in place. "I don't know what you're playing at, Uchiha, but Siegfried is my best friend, and Ambriel is my responsibility. If your actions harm them in any way, I will show you the consequences of a dragon's wrath. Do you understand?" Issei whispered firmly. Itachi's dark eyes met Issei's icy blue ones, and he slowly nodded. Satisfied for the moment, Issei released him and signaled for Itachi to lead the way. Itachi observed Issei for a moment before turning and walking into the warehouse, with Issei following closely behind. He realized that Issei Lucifuge was not someone to be underestimated, he was a dragon in human form. Itachi decided to share everything with Issei. Having him as a friend would be far better than having him as an enemy. Pushing his thoughts aside, he entered the warehouse to find an awkward standoff between its inhabitants. Siegfried and Ambriel stood on one side, while a boy with brown hair and green eyes and a girl with red hair and equally red eyes stood on the other. Turning to Itachi, Issei remarked, "Do you feel like we just walked into a standoff?" "It seems it wasn't just my imagination," Itachi replied with a nod. "I'll leave you to defuse the situation. After all, both sides are your friends, and you should be able to calm them down," Issei said, amusement in his eyes. In response, Itachi shot Issei a withering glare. "I have a feeling I'm going to dislike you." "Heh, you're not the first to say that, and you won't be the last." "I take pride in my ability to annoy people," Issei shrugged. "It doesn't seem like something you developed. You're a natural at it," Itachi said with a small glare. Guilty as charged, my friend, guilty as charged, Issei replied with a lazy shrug. With a sigh, Itachi stepped between the two sides and said, "All right, everyone, let's break it up. We're all friends here." He pointed at the two unfamiliar figures and introduced them. "Basura Mio, these are the friends I called for backup, Siegfried, Ambriel, and the White Dragon Emperor, Haida Issei." Turning to Issei and the others, he added, "Hayu, Siegfried, Ambriel, these are my friends I'm protecting right now. They are maternal cousins, Tuju Basara and Naruz Mio. I hope you all can get along." The next few moments were spent with the group cautiously introducing themselves. As small talk began, Issei discreetly observed the two cousins in front of him, surprised by the auras emanating from them, particularly from Basara. He had an aura that combined the essence of a demon, a god, and a dragon, while Mio radiated her unique connection with gravity. Determined to get things moving, Issei clapped his hands and said, "Great! Now that we all know each other, let's get to the bottom of why you called us here, Uchiha-kun." "Fair enough," Itachi replied. "I won't go into a long story since we are short on time. The short version is that both of them are anomalies in the hero sect. Basara, as you may have noticed, is a demigod wielding a powerful demonic weapon, while Mio possesses the unusual ability to manipulate gravity. Both have faced significant scrutiny within the sect due to their powers. Overt actions were avoided because of Basara's father and Mio's mother, who used their power and influence to protect them. However, they recently had an unfortunate incident where an accidental outburst of their powers resulted in the deaths of several members from the Senju clan and my clan. As a consequence, the clans demanded that both of them be handed over. With those deaths, their parents are unable to intervene. I was friends with them and chose to rebel against my clan by helping them escape. That's the story." After a moment of silence, Issei asked, "That's good and all, but what exactly was the purpose behind calling us here?" "I was hoping that having more people would give us a better chance to make our escape until we reach your territory. After that, it wouldn't be too hard to go off the grid until this whole matter cools down," Itachi explained, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Before Issei could respond, his senses detected several signatures approaching their location. Yar, we'll have to put this discussion on hold, Uchiha-kun, Tuju-kun, Naruz-chan," Issei said, sounding weary. "Oh, and why is that?" Basara inquired, with Mio raising an eyebrow in agreement. "Because we have company," Ambriel interjected, just as the door to the warehouse exploded, revealing several powerful figures on the other side. "Well," Issei said, cracking his neck, "let's get this dance on the road."